Chapter 271 Mobile Element Pool. I'm speechless. The two were silent. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it. How else? How much can a pile of broken stones be worth? It just takes a little effort to dig it out from the ground. This is a bargain at 2 or 3 times the cost. It's really benefiting the majority of players. Otherwise, you think I'm lying. Emolan shrugged, followed a downward passage into the blast furnace area, an underground space. Just after walking out of the passage, I came to the blast furnace area and saw Linwa covering the work area with a piece of cloth. Huh? Linwa, what are you covering? You're so mysterious? Nothing. Nothing. President. Lu Bin. What do you want? I'll get it for you. Linwa seemed a little nervous. Emolan looked at him suspiciously, and then looked at the thing covered by the cloth. He couldn't tell what it was, and he couldn't see it with the mental power that was scattered around from time to time. That piece was separated by Linwa's mental power. Unless Emolan forcibly broke through the barrier of his mental power, he couldn't see what was inside. President. Don't be curious. I'll just mess around. Linwa said with a bit of a laugh. Okay. Okay. Mysterious. Help me put some black iron stones in. I need some gold-patterned black steel. Okay. Linwa immediately picked up pieces of black iron stones and put them into the blast furnace. It didn't take many centimeters, and several gold-patterned black steel boxes about 120 centimeters long, 100 centimeters long, and 50 centimeters high appeared in front of Emolan. In addition, Emolan continued to make several small boxes 1 meter long and 40 centimeters wide. He left with a batch of boxes. When he left, Emolan glanced at Linwa. Okay. Okay, you continue your research. We won't bother you anymore. Emolan left, and he also built a stone door for Linwa to close the passage. When Linwa saw Emolan leave, he breathed a sigh of relief and lifted the cloth, but then Emolan suddenly pushed the door open again, so scared that he instantly covered it, and Emolan was stunned by the big reaction. Why are you reacting so strongly? I just want to tell you, no matter what, the strength of mental power is the essence. Don't delay meditation. Oh, I see. Emolan left. Linwa wiped the sweat off his face, opened the cloth, and silently covered his face after seeing what was inside. Oh my god, what on earth did I come up with? It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Change, change, it must be changed drastically. Linwa said angrily. I don't know what Linwa is doing, so mysterious. Nothing, he will tell us later. Let's do our own experiments first. Okay. After the three returned to the laboratory, they started to fix the spell model on the big box. First, the spell model of the element pool, Emolan was fully focused, fixing the spell model of the element pool on the wall of the box. Emolan's mental power was fast and accurate. One node after another, one magic line after another spread inside the box wall like growth, interwoven into structures, and structures together formed the overall spell model of the element pool. After the element pool was stabilized, Emolan had a thought and activated it immediately. After activation, he summoned the winged sky beast to sense it. When he sensed the gradually gathering space elements, Emolan smiled. This was the smallest element pool, and its ability to attract elemental stones was the worst. However, according to Emolan's estimation, it was more than enough to run a 3-ring space stretching spell. What follows is the spell model of space extension. The fixed spell model is simple, but it is not easy to adjust the space according to the shape and size of the space in the box. Emolan must make all the boxes for his own use as large as possible, 10 times the space. But it is not so easy to stretch the space in the box. Casting the spell exactly according to the spell model in the Warcraft Super Core, then only a template effect will appear, whatever size it is, whatever shape it is. Perhaps templated things can indeed be used, and it is a guaranteed effect. But it is definitely not the best effect. And it is definitely not the most suitable effect for the current situation. So even if there is a ready-made spell model, if you want to keep it fixed on the box and maximize its effect, you still need to constantly adjust and modify the parameters until it fits the box best. This process is called adjustment. Of course, Emolan will not go to the trouble of adjusting each box individually. Maybe that would be the best effect, and maybe it could even stretch a larger space. But it is meaningless to Emolan. Now it's just an experiment. First, pay attention. In the future, we will adjust a set of templates that are universal for boxes, and then fix the box specifications before production. It's just adjusting a 3-ring spell. Although space spells are relatively unfamiliar, the essence remains the same. Emolan just needs to get started once or twice, and it only takes a little more time to complete the adjustment. The space elements in the element pool flow into the bottom spell model, the spell model is activated, and the internal space of the box is gradually expanded. This can only be discovered under the observation of spiritual power. From the outside, the box seems to have not changed much, except that the gold pattern on the metal surface at the bottom seems to have become smaller and thinner. Lu Bin watched this step infatuatedly. The space slowly stretched, and the secrets hidden in it seemed to be exposed bit by bit, allowing him to pick them. Emolan did not disturb him, but just quietly looked at the stretched space and fell into deep thought. The space is really shocking. Lu Bin suddenly sighed, and Emolan knew that he had gained a lot from his smiling face. But Emolan did not intend to ask, but just pointed at the box and said, "I say, is the space inside this space box enlarged?" "Yes." Lu Bin looked at Emolan in confusion. "Well, then the space inside the box is the storage space of the element pool, right?" "Yes, wait a minute." Lu Bin reacted, turned his head to look at the box again, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and then shook his head. The storage space is indeed enlarged, but it doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense for the box. We can just consider enlarging the space in the element pool in the Mage Tower. Anyway, the Mage Tower is large, and it won't have any effect to add a third ring spell. If you want, you can also use a constant group spellcasting version. By expanding the element pool space, you can store more elements. Emolan nodded when he heard it. "Let's talk about it later. Our problem now is that we don't have elements. Not that we can't store them. The original element pool is not full yet. I'm just thinking about a question now." The space box is of far-reaching significance, right? It has a big impact, right? It has a big impact. It's a space item. But why do I feel that the mobile element pool that was created by the way has a greater impact? Emolan said faintly. "I just realized that this thing is a mobile energy source." Chapter 272 Mobile Mage Tower. This is mobile energy. Emolan's sigh echoed in the ears of Lu Bin and Su Zongxin. They were shocked when they heard it, and fell into a long silence. Emolan did not break the silence, but quietly thought about the far-reaching significance and huge impact that this kind of mobile energy can bring. After a long time, Emolan's faint voice echoed in the laboratory. The first industrial revolution was due to the widespread use of steam engines. The second industrial revolution was due to the invention and widespread use of electricity. Atomic energy is also a major reason for the third industrial revolution. Rather than calling it an industrial revolution, it is better to call it an energy revolution. Human beings are using energy more and more efficiently and conveniently, and the energy they have developed is becoming more and more massive. This is the driving force behind the Industrial Revolution. Even today, energy is still an unavoidable issue. Everyone assumes that when nuclear fusion is successfully commercialized, it will push civilization to a higher level, which is enough to illustrate the importance of energy. Emolan knocked on the table on the experimental table, and said softly, "This is not a space box. This is the embryo of an industrial revolution. As we all know, after the spell model is stabilized, because there is no participation of mental power, it is impossible to bind the elements when casting the spell, so even if the spell model still retains the structure of attracting elements, it is useless. Energy must be injected from the outside to activate the spell model instantly, and the internal elements will be bound after the spell is formed. This directly limits the mobile application of all constant spell models. Unless he is a mage, then he can use some fixed spell items that are not higher than his own rank, so that he can use his mental power to capture elements and activate them. But this is not automatic, it is at most human action, which is no different from the mage casting spells by himself, and there is even one more item that must be carried. If there is a mobile element pool, then the automatic fixed spell model casting may become a reality. Well, President, take some time to give this fixed spell model a name. Otherwise, it would be too confusing to keep calling it a constant spell model. Right? Lu Bin's words made Emolan stunned, and then he continued. Well, okay, then call it a magic circle. Back to the topic just now, the automated magic circle has become a reality. What does this mean? Perhaps a simple element pool can't do anything, because it is just a simple energy source, just a battery, just a fuel tank, it looks useless. But as long as we equip it with an engine, it can burst out shocking power. Emolan said slowly. In the simplest way, a thumb-sized one-ring fireball model. Even if it is just a one-ring fireball, It can cause explosion damage within a range of 1 to 2 meters, and shockwave damage at a longer distance. And we just need to find a material that cannot be destroyed by a one-ring fireball to restrain it. Restrain the power of the explosion, and restrain the direction of the impact force. Direct its energy to explode and push the piston. Then the engine has been realized, and the power of the fireball explosion has become a usable energy source. We have completed a transformation. First, we use fireball magic to transform the element, an energy source that we are not familiar with and not convenient to use, into explosion, impact, or heat energy. Then, we use the piston and the engine to transform the heat energy into mechanical energy that we are familiar with and convenient to use. This successfully uses the element. As for the material used to make the engine cylinder, it can be a material with high fire resistance, or a material with extremely high hardness that can withstand fireball explosions. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes fell on the red rock. Stone, it's hard to shape, it's too rigid, it's not tough enough, it's not suitable as an engine. Even if it can withstand the flame damage of the fireball explosion, it will be broken by the continuous impact. After Lubin finished speaking, everyone silently turned their eyes to the black steel box with gold patterns that had just been made. Lubin was silent, then he rubbed a fireball in his hand and threw it down, then he immediately covered it and locked it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the box jumped. Lubin immediately opened the box, a scorching breath gushed out. Everyone ignored it and looked inside, except that the box was a little hot when they touched it. There was not even a scratch. Perfect, 100% burnt, no residue. Emolan smacked his lips. What did I say? Breakthroughs in material science often lead to breakthroughs in other industries, and take off together. Without breakthroughs in material science, most industries can only wait patiently after reaching the current material limit. After a moment of silence, Su Zongqin suddenly said, So, isn't it just using gunpowder as energy? Gunpowder explodes and expands, driving the piston to move, which is also an engine. It's just that gunpowder is solid, and there is a lot of carbon residue after the explosion. There is no difference in essence. Isn't it enough to use it? Who cares what it is? Lubin said. I don't know anything else. But I know that this engine must be powerful and has sufficient power. Yeah. Nothing can compare to the power of explosives. I was thinking that these space boxes were not portable just now. But now I think it's nothing. The engine is out. So I might as well get a car. Set up a few closed truck beds at the back of the car, and then throw the space boxes in. There are protection. There are conveniences to carry. And as long as the engines are powerful enough, the space boxes can be stacked up, and the carrying capacity can break through the sky. A lot of inspirations emerged in Emolan's mind. It's just as he said. When the energy is completely innovated, it will be subversive for many things. Just like the inspirations that are constantly pouring out of his mind now. Before, I was thinking whether the magician tower could be moved. Yes, my big magician tower is indeed too heavy and cannot be moved. But I can definitely build a mage tower that can only cast one attacking spell. I can even try to build a modular mage tower, an element pool module, or a group casting spell model module. If the motor can drive it, if it can be transported, then I can directly build this specialized small mage tower on a mobile platform, and let the car carry it. And it can be used wherever it goes. If one car cannot carry it, or it is too large and inconvenient, I can divide the modules of the mage tower into several cars for transportation, and assemble them at the destination. It is also a mage tower, and it can be used wherever it goes, Emolan said slowly. At this moment, he seemed to be frightened by the scene he described. Isn't this just forcibly putting a fortress gun on a car and running around? And then pretending to be a tank gun? Lubin recalled the difference between a fortress gun and a tank gun, and was shocked. He murmured, This is going to the sky. Chapter 273 New Plan. President, if you use this mobile magic tower to attack other players, it's simply bullying. At most, they can ride horses and charge at you with a small spear, but you just carry the magic tower and attack wherever you go. Who can bear this kind of attack? Who can bear this kind of grievance? How can this be a game experience? This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. It's too much. It's too sinful. Lubin strongly condemned. Then do you want one? I want one made of pure gold patterned black steel. Let me, a sinner, bear this sin myself. Lubin said without changing his expression. Made of pure gold patterned black steel, you're dreaming? Emolan rolled his eyes and swears with a smile. Do you really think that making a car is as simple as installing an engine on 4 wheels? Lubin shrugged his shoulders. How about that? We can ignore comfort, shock absorption cost, and excess power. Let's not consider anything. Just install the engine on the 4 wheels and let it run first. Isn't that a car? We can modify it slowly in the future. At least we can build a moving car. That makes sense. Is it? Then let's build one. Lubin urged. Why are you so excited? We haven't even started yet. And we're still building a car. This will take time. Emolan pondered in his heart and said softly after a moment of silence. Well, let's not talk about anything else. Just develop the engine for me first. There is also a purely mechanical array switch that does not require mental power. Since we are planning to build it, we must not limit it to being driven by mages. As for who is responsible, Emolan recalled that he had glanced at it inadvertently before, and there seemed to be something strange on Lin's workbench. Well, Linwa might be interested. I will go down and ask him later. Lubin, you can take a few people to improve the space box. Now this space box is not just a product issue. This is already a mobile energy source. We should pay more attention to it and try to produce mature products as soon as possible. When the engine is built later, the mobile element pool will be a drag on me. Yes, President. You can rest assured. Emolan nodded and walked out. Suddenly, he remembered that it was okay, and said back, by the way, the space elements accumulated in the space element pool will probably be enough to activate a summoning spell in a few days. Got it. When the time comes, please give me a message and call me. Yes. Emolan nodded, immediately left the mage tower, and came to the blast furnace. As expected by Emolan, Linwa was still doing research on the workbench. But this time, he had already covered the workbench before Molan came in, tightly, leaving no gaps. Emolan told him about the space box, the mobile element pool, the engine, and the mobile magician tower. Weren't you in charge of the project of shrinking the magic model of Eternal Blazing Sun? This is also related. Will you take it? Linwa's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately patted his chest and said, Go, go, go. I studied mechanics in college. I'm sure there's no problem. The main goal now is to use the fireball spell to make an engine. Right? Yes. Hasn't the spell model of the fireball spell been compressed to the size of a thumb? I think it's just right. And the exploding fireball is also suitable as a power source. Emolan nodded. I roughly understand what you mean. Oh, by the way, are there any other requirements? Linwa continued to ask, but saw Emolan shook his head. There are no other requirements. The only requirement is that it can rotate, can maintain rotation for a long time, and has a certain horsepower. Size? No matter. Horsepower? No matter. Cost? No matter the cost. Really? Linwa's eyes lit up. Really? Emolan nodded to confirm. Oh, President, why are you so generous this time? Do you know how much our association has now? Hee. Do you know what the mobile mage tower means? A mobile 6-ring mage. A 6-ring mage who can cast spells an unlimited number of times. A 6-ring mage whose defense breaks through the sky. As long as we build a mobile mage tower, it means that in addition to our passive defense capabilities, we also have a strong active attack capability. This is an extremely huge improvement in the deterrence of our mage association, especially for those who infringe on the rights of the mage association. The presence or absence of a mobile mage tower means whether we have the ability to crush them. This is very important. If every guild unscrupulously steals the technology of the mage association, then even I can't do anything. We can't really be enemies with the whole world. At that point, I had no choice but to change the way the association's technical library operated and strictly guard against the outside world. But that would destroy the current good situation and all our previous efforts. Emolan shook his head slowly. There's a saying that goes, never test others. No one can resist temptation. And there is only one way to make them always stand firm. Never, ever let them have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, even if you test them, it will become uncontrollable and end in a miserable end. So we need to move the magician tower to extinguish it before they have any crooked thoughts. Linwood nodded slightly when he heard it. That's true. But do you really know how many good things our association has now? And how much reserves we have? 500 excellent mages are doing daily tasks, exchanges and cooperation with surrounding guilds. spoils of defeating the royal capital knights, ransoms of the marquis children, plus the proceeds from the cleansing of some nobles some time ago, and their family's heritage collection. All of these are stored in the underground warehouse, and the first floor warehouse of the Mage Tower. With so many things, you say you don't care about the cost? Please confirm it again. This is a huge deal. If you really don't care about the cost, then I really want to let go and have fun. You have to endorse me when the time comes. Don't say I'm extravagant. Wait, didn't you read the report I handed you? Moland's face didn't change at all. How is that possible? Of course I know all this. You should also understand what the mobile magic tower understands. I don't need to say more about this. No matter the cost, no matter the price, we should do our best to develop the mobile magic tower. With our current technical background, it should be possible. And since you have concerns, then, I will be the leader of this project team. You will be the deputy leader. No matter what happens, I will take care of it. You just do it. Okay. Go and prepare. Give me the list later, and have a meeting. Seeing Lin like this, Moland nodded and left. After he left, Lin was suddenly reacted, looked at the exit with some suspicion, muttered, "Wait, how is it possible? How is it possible that he didn't read it? Or how is it possible that he read it? He should have read it, after all. He submitted the report a long time ago." Moland, who walked out, fell into deep thought. What report was it? Chapter 274 Harvest List. Zongxin, do you know what list Lin Wood just mentioned? Moland suddenly asked. Su Zongxin was frightened. Sure, President. You really didn't see it? Then I'll go ask President Lin? Su Zongxin just finished speaking when he found Moland staring at him silently. My back felt slightly cold. I remember, Lin Wood should be talking about the weekly report. By the way, President, how long have you not seen the weekly report? Moland pondered for a moment. I used to participate in management. I was usually present at important meetings and events. I knew everything that happened in the entire association, and I knew the quantity of any item in the association's warehouse. So I don't need to look at the reports, because these reports may not be as accurate as the data in my mind, even if I look at them occasionally. It's just for comparison, to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. And then? Won't you? The President. Not directly participate in management later, and the power is down. Moland blinked. Later. I didn't want to look at them. Anyway. I don't hold meetings anyway. I don't assign work anyway. They will report important things to me directly orally. And then? The President. You didn't even look at a single one? Su Zongxin said incredulously. Ahem. I have read a few. But I will save them for a while to read them together. Yes. That's right. Isolated data from a single period of time. Reports are meaningless. Instead of reading such isolated reports, it is better to wait for a while. Save a period of reports. Analyze long-term data. Analyze the speed of change. Draw a growth curve. And see the real development of the association through abstract numbers. Really? Su Zongxin hesitated, and said with some doubt, how could it be false? Moland glanced at him, and returned to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. He found a pile of weekly reports that had accumulated and started reading them. He really didn't lie, at least from now on. It was the truth. Summarizing data, drawing change curves, calculating growth rates, the brain is like the most sophisticated computer. Coupled with the human brain's natural fuzzy computing ability, after Moland finished reading the weekly reports of this period, the recent development of the Mage Association was immediately clear in his mind, and he could even predict the spectacular development in the near future. Hush. Moland whistled, writing down the estimated data at the back of a weekly report. Well, compare them next week, and see how big the data gap is. Moland put down his pen after writing, and picked up another report to read. This is a warehouse inbound and outbound report, and every inbound and outbound will be recorded in detail. Item name, assessment level, quantity, warehouse entrant, witnesses, etc. Although the Mage Association is still immature, it is standing on the shoulders of giants, and is on the right track in terms of system. Looking through the inventory report, the data was clear in his mind, and it didn't take long for Moland to master the contents of the entire warehouse. One of the 3 daily tasks, transporting stones from underground, is needless to say. 500 mages. This kind of daily task with no difficulty and good rewards is quite popular. Every day, a huge amount of high-density stones are transported from hundreds of meters underground and stored in the basement next to the Mage Tower. This is also the guarantee for the Mage Tower to be built all over the island, and the foundation of the Mage Tower at the bottom of Mirror Lake, and the construction of the meditation room. There are also other items harvested from daily tasks that are stored in the warehouse. These are relatively large quantities. However, Emolan did not look at them for long. Instead, he shifted his gaze from these items that were measured in tons and thousands of pieces to those that were measured in pieces. These were the truly precious things in the warehouse. 102 sets of elemental metal armor? Emolan was surprised when he saw the name in the notes, because the original name was metal armor, and the elemental metal was an additional note added later. Did you find it after we found the gold-patterned black steel? Emolan muttered. Zone Xian, help me get an evaluation report of the elemental metal armor from the warehouse. Okay. A detailed and comprehensive evaluation report will be made for each item before it enters the warehouse. And this evaluation report is the basis for filling in the evaluation level when registering it for storage. President, here. Emolan took the report and read it. It was an evaluation made by Zhao Hua, and there was a signature of the witness elder at the back. In addition to this, there was another evaluation added at the back, which was made by Lin Wohu. Looking through the first report, the only conclusion in the evaluation is that the physical properties are very good. The conclusion says that the metal used to make this armor is hard, has poor toughness, and is heavy. It can easily resist physical attacks of the first and second levels, has a strong weakening effect on physical attacks of the third ring, and has an unknown defense effect on physical attacks of the fourth ring. It has weak resistance to all spell effects. This is the first report made by Zhao Hua, and the second report made by Lin Wu is more specific. After retesting, it is found that a certain amount of elemental metal is mixed in. This elemental metal is heavy, has high physical resistance, and weak spell defense. It is suspected to be earth-based metal. This alloy armor can effectively resist physical attacks below the third level, can effectively defend against physical attacks of the fourth level, and has weak spell defense. Most elemental attack spells can cause full damage. The attack effect of physical damage spells is equivalent to physical attacks, and the resistance is extremely high. Emolan smacked his lips after reading it. You also found elemental metals. But that's normal. Elemental stones have been found. It would be strange if elemental metals were not found. However, well, from the side, this elemental metal is still relatively precious. Even the elemental metal mixed in the armor of the Knights of the Royal Capital is very small. Well, so elemental metals are still very precious. At least the black iron ore in this castle is definitely a sky-high price. Wait! Emolan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Why did Earl Hanfeng stop mining black iron stone? Also, did Earl Hanfeng really not know that this was a metal ore? Emolan muttered in his heart. Although this possibility existed, Emolan felt that it was very unlikely. I don't think so. And if Earl Hanfeng knew that this was a metal ore, in this case, everything would make sense. Perhaps Earl Hanfeng didn't know that this was a metal ore at the beginning, and discovered this during the mining process. This discovery made him very happy. But at the same time, he was instantly tense, because elemental stone and elemental metal are two completely different concepts. One is a building material, and the other is a strategic material. An elemental stone mine is indeed priceless. But compared with an elemental metal mine, it is like a drop in the bucket. Faced with the temptation of such a strategic material, Marquis Morse might even destroy Earl Red Maple at all costs. Because elemental metal means hard power. Chapter 275 Invisibility. Is this good news or bad news? Emolan pondered. If I were Earl Hanfeng, even if I didn't mine this elemental metal ore, I would definitely remember the location firmly. Even if I didn't mine it myself, I could pass it on to my descendants. But at the same time, Earl Hanfeng would definitely kill most of the people who knew about it, leaving only a few people or only himself knowing. Because once this news leaks out, the elemental metal mine will be taken away, but the family will be destroyed. I even have reason to suspect that Earl Hanfeng didn't leave any information on paper at all, and he remembered it all by himself. If you want to know, you can only ask Earl Hanfeng. But? Emolan looked at the square below the mage tower and fell silent. Is it too late to summon the soul now? Can the corpse that has been crushed to ashes be transformed into an undead? Emolan fell silent, and then shook his head. Forget it. I know there must be an elemental metal vein in the mountains. Which is also good news. When technology is developed in the future, the vein will be discovered sooner or later. Emolan gathered his thoughts, and continued to look at the list below. 17.8 kilograms of nourishing tea. I know this, it tastes good. One with spirit essence, the breath it emits can stimulate the growth of plants. It is a consumable, Not bad. Eliminate breath spell, second level spell, can eliminate the breath on the body, perfectly blend with the surrounding environment. Is this what Viscount Larson used at the beginning? Dominate humans, fourth level spell, can control the mind of non-professionals, let the dominated people completely obey the orders of the caster, even if it means death. Non-professionals may not be dominated or break free from control when their willpower is strong. So useless. Emolan frowned and looked at the spell model. It's fine that only a fourth level spell can control ordinary people. But what does the following sentence mean? Even ordinary people can only control those with weaker mental power and weaker willpower. Those who are slightly stronger may not be able to control or break free from control. Emolan thought quietly in his heart. He probably understood why the level of the spell to control humans was so high. But the effect was so poor. The spell to control humans should be similar to the spell to control beasts. The effect of the spell depends on the soul strength and toughness of the controlled object. Humans are born with stronger souls. And there are many with strong wills. So it is naturally very difficult to control them. To be able to control means that you must have overwhelming strength. But if you have overwhelming strength, why bother to use magic to control? You can only control people with weak wills. There are countless ways to control people. Do you need to use magic? Well, except for some specific occasions. This fourth ring spell is useless in most occasions. But maybe I can do some research to see if I can create a way to strengthen my will in defense. Although I don't use this spell to control others, I still have to be on guard. I have to be on guard against others. Emolan pondered for a moment. Maybe I'm not afraid. But my family and friends may not have this kind of strength. I will definitely meet a powerful opponent in the future. What if my family and friends are controlled by similar means? Emolan didn't dare to think about it, and made a silent decision in his heart. We need to develop some triggering spell scrolls, mental, physical, magic, escape, we need to arrange them. Emolan flipped through them one by one, and suddenly found that just reading the catalog and introduction could greatly broaden his horizons. In the process of flipping through them, many new things, new concepts entered Emolan's brain, making Emolan realize that there is such a method, this way, the existence of such an object, which seemed to have unlocked the shackles in Emolan's thinking. Inspirations flowed endlessly from Emolan's mind. Emolan was addicted to this feeling, indulged in this state, directly wrote down inspirations one by one with a pen. The long catalog and thick evaluation, Emolan read and stopped for 2 days before reading it all. After reading it, Emolan had a concrete impression of the entire wealth of the association. What it is used for, what it can do, what effect it can achieve, all of these are clear in mind. And there is also a part of special wealth in these catalogs, or knowledge wealth. Those were piles of spell models, precious spell models stored in the treasury of noble families. There were 2 5-ring spell models, 19 4-ring spell models, and countless 3-ring spells. Looking at the huge number of spell models, Emolan suddenly felt the foundation of the current association. How many mages there were in the association, how many mage towers there were. Emolan didn't think they were very strong, just average. But when he really saw the knowledge accumulated bit by bit, filling up one bookshelf after another, Emolan sincerely felt that the association was getting stronger bit by bit. Have someone translate all these spell models. And also bring up the spell models of 2 5th-ring spells for me. These spell models are still the bloated and complex state that the nobles kept, and have not become the appearance of a 3-axis coordinate system. They need to be translated to see the most concise spell model. Okay. When Su Zongqin took down the catalog, he also brought up 2 5th-ring spells. The 2 5th-ring spells were invisibility and intermediate healing. Emolan first converted it into the corresponding points in the 3-axis coordinate system bit by bit, and then drew the spell model bit by bit. Emolan's speed was very fast. The content on the white paper became more and more. After a while, a spell model was formed in Emolan's 5-ring spell position. Invisibility. The light flashed, and Emolan disappeared instantly. Emolan looked down at himself, and it seemed that a thin film appeared on his body, isolating himself from the outside world. There was no breath leaking out, and the light shone directly from one side of the film to the other side. During the movement, the air passed through the film and appeared at the other end. No, it should be said that the film carried Emolan through the air. Although it was moving, it did not cause any air flow. The film under his feet lifted Emolan up and slightly separated him from the ground. At this moment, Emolan seemed to feel that he had disappeared. Su Zongqin. Su Zongqin. Su Zongqin. Mo Lan shouted in front of Su Zongxin. But Su Zongxin was unaware of it, and continued to do his research with his head down. Mo Lan fell into deep thought. Can the effect of invisibility absorb all breath, fluctuations, and sounds? Then it seems to make me non-existent, without causing airflow, ground vibration, or footprints. This invisibility is so powerful. It is indeed a 5-ring spell. Mo Lan poked Su Zongxin with his finger. The sudden appearance made Su Zongxin a little suspicious. He became alert and his mental power spread out to cover the surroundings. He carefully checked, but found nothing. Mo Lan smiled. Chapter 276 Surface Space. President? Su Zongxin's voice sounded in surprise. I'm here. Mo Lan replied, but the sound was completely absorbed by the film of the invisibility spell, and not a single bit of it was transmitted. Looking at Su Zongxin, who was full of vigilance, Mo Lan suddenly had an idea in his mind. As soon as the thought came to him, a spell model appeared, and the surrounding fire elements condensed instantly. But at this moment, Mo Lan suddenly found that Su Zongxin's eyes instantly locked onto his position. Mo Lan understood immediately, and extinguished the fireball spell with some disappointment, and then, without any hesitation, he appeared 10 meters away in a flash. As soon as Mo Lan disappeared, 5 walls of fire surrounded the place where Mo Lan was originally, and quickly compressed inwards, and at the same time, the magic fluctuations on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower instantly attracted the attention of the entire Mage Tower. One after another, mental power spread up. After receiving Su Zongxin's reply, one after another quickly enveloped the place where the elemental fluctuations were, and the sound of fine footsteps sounded, and at the same time, the Mage Tower's water shield spell instantly opened, isolating the entire Mage Tower from the outside world. Lu Bin had activated the water shield. The moment he realized something was wrong, he isolated the magic tower. His authority was given to him by Mo Lan a long time ago. He had the control authority over a series of spells, including water shield, lightning, and dark fireball. But his priority was lower than Mo Lan. When Mo Lan took over the control, his channel would be directly cut off. Mo Lan thought, and the water shield was closed. It's okay. A mental wave spread. They immediately relaxed, looked at the 5th floor, and then continued to do their own things. Some people were even a little disappointed. Seeing the disappointed expressions of some people, Mo Lan's mouth twitched slightly. This group of people really don't mind trouble. Mo Lan gathered his mind, and looked at Su Zongxin again. Now Su Zongxin was no longer panicked, but the tension of his mental power did not decrease at all. Instead it increased a lot. Obviously Su Zongxin already knew what happened, and began to pay attention to every flow of air, the trajectory of every dust particle, every subtle sound, every element fluctuation. As long as Mo Lan made any movement, he would grab Mo Lan instantly. Mo Lan walked in front of Su Zongxin, looking at him quietly. The magic power surged in his hand, completely isolated from the external elements, using pure magic power to build the spell model, filling the spell model. In an instant, a 3-ring dark fireball was held in Mo Lan's hand. He held the fireball close to Su Zongxin's face, but he still didn't notice it. Ah! Mo Lan sighed, and appeared in front of Su Zongxin after removing his invisibility. The black fireball that appeared instantly gave Su Zongxin a shock. President? Is this invisibility? Yes. Mo Lan nodded gently. The 5-ring space-based spell invisibility can isolate sound, breath, movement, airflow, etc. Space-based? Su Zongxin asked in surprise. No way. How can invisibility be a space spell? Mo Lan shook his head. It can't be wrong. Although I am not specialized in space spells, I have a certain understanding of space. Just now, the feeling that I pass through the air and dust must be a space spell. I haven't figured out the specific principle yet, but it may allow me to be in a deeper space and avoid the world. Then can it pass through walls? Pass through people? Or even avoid attacks and mages? Su Zongxin was shocked when he heard this. I thought invisibility was just a light spell, creating invisibility through the refraction of light. How is that possible? If it's just a light spell, the mental power can see everything clearly, and there's also the flow of air and the vibration of the ground. This invisibility spell is meaningless. Also, this invisibility spell should only allow me to pass through gaseous objects, not solid objects. It's like when I move you, you can feel it. Right? Oh, I did feel it just now. So, the fastest way to eliminate the invisibility spell around you is to use solid objects to sweep around? Can water be used? Su Zongxin reacted instantly. Try. Mo Lan said, and turned invisible. After Su Zengxin pondered for a moment, he grabbed the water with his magician's hand and spread it around. When the water touched Mo Lan, part of it penetrated through, and part of it was blocked, and hit the thin film on the surface of Mo Lan, and slid to the ground. Mo Lan nodded when he saw this. The concentration is relatively low, the mist can pass through directly, but the liquid with more volume cannot. Su Zengxin nodded silently, and recorded it in his notebook. Can it attack? The normal magician can't do it, but the arcane master can cast spells without causing elemental fluctuations through the magic power in his body, so the arcane master can cast spells invisible. Unfortunately, I am only a third-ring arcanist, and so far I have not found a way for an arcanist to cast spells beyond his level. Hearing Mo Lan's words, Su Zengxin nodded and took notes. Mo Lan looked down, and saw that an invisibility assessment report was about to be completed. Mo Lan said after a moment of silence, "Invisibility is a space spell with great potential. If we quantify the surface space we are in, and the deep space we cannot reach, assuming that the surface space is 1, and the deep space is 10, perhaps invisibility is to place a person at one point and one level of space. Although it looks ordinary now, it is very effective in the case of sneak attacks. But it is very easy to defend. But if we can find a way to improve invisibility, or strengthen it, it may allow the mage to reach a deeper level of space. 1.1, 1.2, 2, or even 10. The deeper the space, the better the invisibility effect will be. Perhaps then we can successfully pass through walls, pass through people, cast spells invisibly, and even ignore attacks and be immune to all surface space attacks." Su Zengxin nodded, and wrote down Mo Lan's evaluation of the potential of invisibility with a pen, without changing a word. "Okay, that's about it for the evaluation of invisibility. Let's try the intermediate healing spell." Mo Lan was about to translate the spell model of the intermediate healing spell, when he suddenly remembered something, and turned around to say, "By the way, I remember there is also a spell model for the low-level healing spell." "Right. Zong Xian. Go get it for me, I'll evaluate it together later." "Okay. Also, there's one more thing, go catch 2 wild boars of similar size, for the experiment later." "Okay." Mo Lan quickly analyzed the spell model, translated, and caught a glimpse of the ink box while analyzing. The ink cartridge is still at level 2. I have ignored it for a while. 10,000 experience points. It doesn't seem too much now. I will find time to upgrade it to level 3. Mo Lan muttered. Although the player professional has no experience points after reaching the elite level, the soul power originally converted into experience points still exists. The ink cartridge can still grasp this soul energy to improve the progress bar of the advancement. I hope the level 3 ink cartridge can bring me a surprise. Chapter 277 Lin was path. Pork tenderloin. Pork tenderloin is delicious. Cut a piece of pork tenderloin, remember to control the size. Mo Lan said. Su Zengxin immediately took the knife to cut a piece of meat from the wild boar. In front of the two unconscious wild boars were fixed on the workbench. After taking the magic potion with paralysis effect, the 2 wild boars have lost all consciousness. Although Mo Lan did not mind using wild boars for experiments, and did not mind killing wild boars for meat, but Mo Lan felt that it was not very kind to torture them through experiments. If you want to kill, just kill them quickly. There is no hatred or resentment. There is no need to torture them. Of course, when conditions do not allow and experiments are needed, it is another matter. Mo Lan is not a moron. It is just that when conditions permit, Mo Lan will show his compassion. For example, when it is necessary to take meat many times, anesthetics are applied to wild boars. Although the value of the magic potion with anesthetic effect may be enough to buy many wild boars, it is obvious that Mo Lan does not care. Su Zengxin dug out a thin wound from each of the 2 wild boars. Low-level healing technique. The second-level spell took effect. The wound on the wild boar quickly scarred and healed. After a while, a white and narrow scar appeared on the wild boar's back. Su Zengxin pressed it with his hand, and used his mental power to observe the internal structure of the wound. It recovered generally. This kind of injury should be the limit of low-level healing techniques. The second-level low-level healing technique can only be used to treat scratch-type injuries. The recovery effect is generally good. Mo Lan nodded slightly. Next, try a smaller wound. After one experiment after another, Mo Lan and Su Zengxin verified the specific effect of low-level healing techniques. After completing the record, Mo Lan began to evaluate the intermediate healing technique. Intermediate healing, 5-ring spell. Cut it bigger. After Emolan finished speaking, Su Zengxin cut a piece of meat from the wild boar. Intermediate healing. The bloody wound stopped bleeding instantly. Muscle fibers continued to grow like tiny tentacles, weaving in the wound, growing, building tissue, building membrane. Repair completed. But in a flash, the wound that was as wide as 2 thumbs healed directly. Enlarge it. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, a larger piece of tenderloin was taken out and placed on a plate. Intermediate healing technique. The wound healed quickly. Again! Again and again, again and again, the wounds on the wild boar healed again and again. In order to obtain the most detailed, the most specific, the most real data, Emolan conducted experiments again and again. When the tenderloin piled up next to him, filled up a table, Emolan finally stopped. Cut a rib and try it. Su Zongxin did it immediately. Intermediate healing technique. The wound stopped bleeding, the damage on the skin and flesh quickly healed, and soon the external injuries were healed, but Emolan and Su Zongxin looked at each other and shook their heads. The healing was only superficial. There was no sign of growth on the ribs under the skin and flesh. After several tests, the effect range of the intermediate healing technique was roughly tested. It has a good healing effect on injuries, but it cannot regenerate a broken arm. Okay, let someone kill both pigs, and take away these pork tenderloins. After a while, a chef came up. He was always very calm. When he looked at the 2 wild boars, he silently planned which part to fry. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a pile of meat next to him. Where did this pile of meat come from? Hey, pork tenderloin, pork tenderloin, pork tenderloin, wait, all pork tenderloin? The chef fell into deep thought. Emolan and Su Zongxin watched the doubting chef leave, and smiled at each other. Then Emolan walked into the element pool layer, looking at the constantly accumulating space element pool, casting a spell to perceive. It will take some time. After Emolan had a rough idea in his mind, he came to the fire pattern wood. At this time, the fire pattern wood was only as thick as 3 fingers. The wood became extremely dense. The pattern on the surface was like a jumping flame, very strange. If you probe the inner part of the firewood with your spiritual power, you will be surprised to find that the wood fibers inside the firewood are getting tighter and tighter, and are becoming more and more perfect. Emolan soaked the whole firewood with his spiritual power bit by bit, and the ink box rotated at high speed, calculating and adjusting the direction and structure of the wood fibers, trying to optimize the construction, so that the wood fibers in the firewood can reach the optimal structure. The firewood is a magic plant with fire attributes, and its interior is closely connected with the fire element. When Emolan studies the firewood and adjusts the firewood, it also means adjusting the fire element in it. During this process, Emolan also gained a new understanding of the fire element. Linhua looked at the pile of messy models and parts on the workbench. There was also a wooden model on the table, which looked like a mechanical arm. Power. Power. I tried every way to find a magic model to provide power before but failed. But now, the solution is delivered directly to my door. Haha. Linhua laughed happily. The organic combination of modern technology and magician technology, to create a magician technology version of the engine. In addition to driving the car, the engine can also drive other things. But it's a bit big. The area of the constant fireball spell structure inside is the size of a thumb. According to Linhua, the size of the spell engine is probably no smaller than a large suitcase. In this case, unless I manufacture the spell engine and then miniaturize it, my previous idea will never be realized. It is impossible to install an engine half the size of a person. Linhua muttered to himself, thinking about a method in his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, what's wrong with the big one? The big one can be used. The machine is too small to fit, then I just need to make the machine big enough to accommodate the engine. Isn't that enough? As for this, Linhua looked at some parts scattered on the workbench, and took a deep breath. Grab all the parts on the workbench, directly open the feed port of the furnace, and then throw all the parts in, destroy them. Sitting in front of the workbench again, taking out a stack of white paper, started to draw. The pencil marks were horizontal and vertical. While drawing, he thought about the specifications, appearance, size, function of his new design. At the same time, Linhua seemed to be mumbling something. He moved closer to listen. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Linhua suddenly felt that, compared to the small machines with high manufacturing difficulty and extreme precision, maybe large machines would be more suitable for him. This idea startled Linhua. Thinking in this direction, inspiration emerged like a spring. Linhua said softly, perhaps This is the path I want to take. Chapter 278 Control System. If the small one is similar to Iron Man's exoskeleton armor, then the big one is the mecha, which is a large mechanical structure. Linwa pondered. In reality, due to the problem of portable energy, the individual exoskeleton armor has always only existed in laboratories and concept exhibitions. Mecha is limited by the strength of materials, and mecha is relatively not a rigid demand. In addition to being good-looking, tanks can replace it in many application scenarios, so it has not appeared. But for me, the strength of the gold-patterned black steel should be enough to support the existence of mechas. And tanks are not mature yet. And for me, it's enough to look good. Why bother about so much? So I'll build a big one. And then build a small close-fitting armor when the technology matures. Linwa's brain is running at full speed. Thinking. And listing the difficulties in manufacturing large mechanical structures on paper. Eliminating them one by one. And then noting the ideas for solutions or alternatives. Before taking action, Linwa will definitely judge the feasibility and make a comprehensive plan. After the plan is completed, he will invest manpower and material resources in an orderly manner to realize it bit by bit. Eliminate one by one, until the last one, which is the control chip and control system of large mechanical structure. Looking at this, Linwa fell into silence. If the previous considerations were all hardware, then this problem belongs to the software problem. If this problem is not solved, then even if the large mechanical structure is finally manufactured, it will only be a sculpture. This step must be prepared during manufacturing, because the interface and method of auxiliary control must be left. I remember that the president has always wanted to make a tower spirit for the Magician Tower, but he has never succeeded. If he succeeds, then maybe I can copy his homework directly. What a pity. Linwa shook his head gently. Should we build a computer first? Or should we help the president build a tower spirit first? Linwa fell into deep thought. Which of these two is very unreliable? Although there are simple old-fashioned computers, if we want to install a computer, we need to install a series of operating software, install batteries, install chips, install a series of objects in the line of real technology. More importantly, Linwa does not think he can handle all these. He is just an undergraduate student studying mechanics. Even if an academician comes, he may not be able to do everything from hardware to software. Oh no, academicians can do it. Sorry to bother you. As for Moland's tower spirit idea, it is said that there is a clue. But this clue is still in other worlds. And it is also a thing that cannot be seen. Linwa rejected these two methods and fell into deep thought. Control system. Control system, control system. If there is no control system, just wait. It is okay if there is no control system. Linwa suddenly reacted. The so-called control system is to assist the user in controlling the machine. But why do we have to control the system? Can't the computer be used even if there is no operating system? Although it is a little troublesome, it does not affect normal use. The same is true for large mechanical structures. Indeed, if there is a control system, it will be much easier to control, but if there is no control system, it will not affect the use. Yes, I can install auxiliary power facilities on the movable joints of large mechanical structures. Set switches at the driving location. The control system can control the front, back, left, right, up, and down with 5 keys. I can't do it so conveniently, then I can use 500 keys to control the front, back, left, right, up, and down. I can calculate the direction and size of the force required for each action. I calculate it when doing each action. After the calculation is completed, I use mental power to start a specific engine to generate force. 5, or even 10 engines send out forces of different directions and sizes to complete an action together. In this case, I can completely abandon the control system, or even surpass the control system. No, I should say that I am destined to surpass the operating system. The operating system is just a preset action, which is convenient and fast for the owner, but the full-style operation is absolutely the most rigid. Everything is rigid, and every action is exactly the same when running. But I am different. I can control it to make any action it can make. With extremely high flexibility, the control system can only make it move, but I can bring out the true limit of the machine. And if a real fight breaks out, I can judge on the spot, and be flexible and adaptable. I can definitely beat those who use control systems. I can beat 10. Linwa crossed out the last question, and was instantly full of expectations. It is highly feasible, so let's start. First, the engine, in various shapes, engines of various sizes, High horsepower, small size. First make an engine that can run, and then do the rest step by step. Lin was started to move instantly, quickly filling out the material application form, experiment application form. Borrowing Mo Lan's task to do private work. Lin was full of fighting spirit. And Mo Lan couldn't say anything. What to say? What to say? What can he say? Throwing a whole stack of paper with engine types and function catalogs in his face. What else can he say? Lin quickly moved. First wrote a complete plan, and then handed it to Mo Lan. Whatever was on the plan was what it was. Lin was own ideas, and the tasks given by Mo Lan. Lin wrote them all clearly on it, without any concealment. After seeing this, Mo Lan was quite surprised, and he signed his agreement directly, and returned the plan to him. For Mo Lan, as long as he could complete the tasks he assigned within the deadline, he could do whatever he wanted. He believed that these big guys would not let him down. If they were given time, the results would definitely shock the world. Moreover, Mo Lan did not think that the tasks he arranged were better than those these big guys came up with themselves. As I said before, what Mo Lan needed were people of the same path who could flourish, rather than a single family mage dynasty that had the final say. The last and most important thing is, isn't the mecha good? Mo Lan just silently added a sentence at the end of the plan. Make one for me too. When Lin saw what Mo Lan wrote at the end, he curled his lips. He immediately took out the pictures of the internal combustion engine structure and flipped through them. Then he wrote down the data of the first ring of fireball on the paper, and started to further evaluate the properties of the gold-patterned black steel material. As time passed, Lin prepared more and more information, but he did not start to design the experiment. At this time, the stone door was suddenly knocked. Lin Hui opened the fire element space crack at 10 o'clock this morning. Okay, I know. Lin nodded, while consuming the information in his hand. Reply for me, just say, I won't go this time. Chapter 279 Space Crack Attack. Space. Lu Bin looked at the space box in front of him and fell into deep thought. He was trying to find out the signs of the constant spell model bit by bit, trying to reduce the range of the constant spell model, trying to expand the internal space, and find a compromise value. And as Mo Lan said, after Lu Bin learned a little about the technique of reducing the spell model, he quickly compressed the volume of the space box to the size of an ordinary medium suitcase, and officially entered the field of portable. However, it would be more difficult to develop in a smaller direction. It would require a long period of research. So Mo Lan shifted his goal to another direction. Try to break through the expansion limit of the same volume of space. And it was in this direction of research that Lu Bin had some gains in his heart. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lu. The president asked me to inform you that the passage to the fire element world is about to be opened. If you want to study it, you can go there in advance. Oh. Okay. I'll go there now. Lu Bin was delighted. He just wanted to verify his guess, and now he had the chance. After a while, Lu Bin quietly looked at the big ball of black steel with golden patterns. There were a few complicated patterns on the surface. There was a constant 6-ring summoning spell of the space system. The specific name should be called the 6th level fire element summoning spell. But Mo Lan thought it was more reasonable to call it the 6th level fire rock summoning spell, and it should be classified as a resource summoning spell. President, I'm going to open it. Lu Bin turned his head and looked at Mo Lan and nodded. Then Lu Bin had an idea. The space element poured into the black steel ball with golden patterns, and instantly activated the spell nodes one by one. The space flowed between the nodes, and the fluctuation of the spell gradually increased. A beam of white light flew out from the black steel with golden patterns, and landed in the void in front of Lu Bin. The spatial fluctuations intensified, and cracks slowly appeared. Lu Bin watched the scene intently, his eyes fixed on it, and his mental power was densely spread over this area. He released tools and spells one after another, observing every detail of the opening of the spatial cracks, and recording every data. The scene was extremely quiet. Everyone was waiting for Lu Bin, waiting for his experiment to end. No one made any sound that might disturb Lu Bin. After a long time, Lu Bin stopped confirming on his notebook. He seemed to see a corner of space. The space membrane is deep in space. If the power cannot be transmitted to the deep space, no matter how strong the power is, it will be in vain. It is impossible to touch the space, let alone tear the space. If you want to tear the space, there may be two ways. 1. Find a way to transmit the power to the deep space. so as to tear the space membrane. 2. Thicken the space membrane. Since the power cannot penetrate into the deep space, let the space membrane come to the shallow space. Just like a piece of paper at a deeper level. If it cannot reach the deep layer, put one piece of paper on it and stick them together. When the space membrane is thick enough, when the space membrane only reaches the surface from the deep space, it can naturally be torn. The tearing of the space membrane also means the appearance of a space crack. Lubin quietly pondered these 2 points, and finally had a direction to work on in his mind for studying space magic. Emolan saw Lubin come back to his senses from his meditation, and pointed at the space crack and asked, "Lubin, let me ask you a question. If I put something at the location where the space crack opens, wouldn't it be torn apart immediately? If I cast this spell on this enemy, wouldn't he be torn apart by space in an instant? With the sharpness of space, what defense can withstand it? If no one can withstand it, then isn't this spell the single target spell with the highest damage? And it needs to send resources one at a time." Lubin was silent. "President, this is just a summoning spell. It's fine if you use it as a resource summoning spell. It's still a summoning spell to some extent. It's fine if you use it as a space channel. It's still somewhat related. But now you want to use it as an attack spell, that's too much." Emolan shrugged. "It's fine as long as it can be used. Why bother so much? And, who decided the spell classification? I'm the first mage, I'm the mage pioneer. If this spell can really be used for attack, I'll immediately change its classification to a summoning spell / single attack spell. It may be a little bit useful against immobile or bulky opponents, after all. This is a summoning spell, the space crack has no enemy search function, it depends entirely on its own locking, and the casting speed is slow, the hit rate is worrying. As for the damage, although it is a space crack, it is actually just like that." Su Zongxin next to him said in a strange tone. "Huh? Why? Is there anything that can stop the cutting of the space crack?" Facing Su Zongxin's question, Lubin thought for a moment and asked back, "Zongxin, what do you think space is?" Su Zongxin was asked and thought for a long time before guessing. "Container? Almost. Let me give you an example. It's more specific. Suppose space is a piece of paper, a piece of white paper." Lubin picked up a piece of paper, held it in his hand, and then took a leaf. Suppose this leaf is an object in space. Lubin put the leaf on the paper. Now space is broken. Lubin tore open the white paper, and the leaf on it was torn along with it. You see, this should be your idea, the reason why you want to use space cracks as attack spells. But this is actually only one aspect. Let's look at another aspect. Lubin took out another piece of paper, and took out a small strip of black steel with gold pattern and put it on the paper, and tore the paper hard. And this time, even though Lubin had torn the paper into pieces, the gold-patterned black steel did not have even a scratch. Emolan and Su Zongxin were thoughtful. Do you understand now? What the space crack can tear apart does not actually depend on the space crack itself, but on the amount of force you use to tear apart the space. If this force itself can tear apart the object, then the space crack can also tear apart the object. And if your force cannot tear apart the object, then you cannot tear apart the space it is in, because the hardness of the space will be superimposed on the hardness of the object. Lubin showed the paper behind the gold-patterned black steel strip, which was still intact. Of course, if it is a space collapse, increasing the intensity of the space collapse is another matter. Just like the water in a tsunami, it cannot be generalized. There are countless variables in this space. I just said one of them. And even what I said cannot be completely guaranteed. I can only say that it is my speculation based on the current findings. There is no relevant experimental proof, so we should remain skeptical. Lubin said softly. Emolan and Su Zongxin nodded. So tearing up the space first, and then attacking the enemy is a waste of time? If the original attack can kill, then the space crack can. If the original can't, then the space crack can't either. Is it all unnecessary? At least it is like this when there is no specific skill to use space. Chapter 280 Road to the Floating City. Specific spatial applications? Emolan pondered. For example, Space Storm, Space Blade, which may not exist. Lubin said with discretion. This type of spell definitely exists, and has a powerful attack and destructive power that surpasses other spells. Just like water, water does no harm, but water knives can cut metal, and after condensing into ice, it has a stronger killing effect. So I think this summoning spell is using the characteristics of water being drinkable and thirst quenching, so the attack power is basically non-existent, unlike other attack spells of the same level. As long as we find a way to turn water into a water knife, and freeze water into ice. The space system will be the spell with the highest damage and the highest destructive power. If there is really no such spell, then I will create it. Mo Lan's mouth curled up slightly when he heard it. His fire magic. Lin was mechanical magic. Lu Bin's space magic. The three presidents of the Mage Association finally walked out of their own paths. Did not copy his path, but opened up alone in the darkness. Mo Lan finally didn't have to worry that the whole Mage Association was the same as him, all using fireball magic. If that's the case, this Mage Association will have no meaning to exist. Let 100 flowers bloom. Mo Lan muttered, but then he suddenly realized. Wait. Why does my path sound the worst? Fire Mage? It's like I'm the worst. How is that possible? I'm the president. I'm the strongest. No, I have to change my name. I have mine, my path to the Mage Tower, and even the future, the path to the floating city. Mo Lan knew exactly what he wanted. Mo Lan wanted a secret base of his own since he was a child. At that time, a secret base was a small corner that only he knew. Having such a small base would make him happy for a long time. After that, when he gradually became more sensible, Mo Lan imagined digging a big hole in the ground, a hole that even a nuclear bomb could not blow open, filling it with food, building a living area, building a planting area, building a base of his own, which could sustain his survival, and even better, if the world ended, he would be happy in the base. As he grew up, Mo Lan liked to play survival and construction games. Tower defense games. Whether it was tower defense or construction, building an extremely solid and indestructible home could perfectly attract Mo Lan's attention. And it drove Mo Lan to work tirelessly. Digging wood, digging stones, digging iron, digging refined iron, and upgrading his house bit by bit. Mo Lan felt that this was a reflection of his lack of security. So when he came to this real game, the Mage Tower came into being. A powerful base for mages, strong defense, strong attack, a base that no one can break. But the Mage Tower cannot move after all, so Mo Lan has a new extravagant wish in his heart. Make a movable Mage Tower. It can run with legs, and it would be even better if it can fly. As for the more distant future, Mo Lan thinks that nothing is more suitable as his base than a flying city. A city that is invincible in attack and defense. A city where you can farm, do research, and run freely. This is the ultimate romance. Of course, Mo Lan knows that he can't reach the sky in one step. So he sets a small goal first. Build a movable 4-ring magic tower. The thought flashed in his mind. And Mo Lan turned around. Lu Bin, are you going in? I won't go in. I'm studying this space crack outside. Lu Bin shook his head. Oh. Well, then you send a message to notify once when the countdown to the closure of the space crack is halfway. And notify once before it is about to close. No problem. Okay. Mo Lan looked at the mini magicians, who had been preparing for a long time. I've heard that you guys are very idle. President, the nearby monsters are either killed in quests, or forced to retreat to deeper mountains. Without anything to join forces, our research cannot be verified, so of course you are idle. A mage said with a smile. Okay, I get it. In the future, the space cracks in the fire elemental world will be open regularly, and each time it will be in a different place. There will definitely be more fire elemental lives inside, and there will be more every time, which will be enough for you to toss around. I won't waste time now. It's dangerous inside. It's recommended to enter in a team. Your President Lu will remind everyone when half of the time has passed. Everyone should remember to return, so as not to be unable to come back. As for the journey of the fire element, each time it is opened, each person can only enter with 2 lives. If you die twice, don't enter again, and wait for the next time. Finally, the association will collect the treasures produced by the fire element, such as fire rock, lava core, fire spirit, etc., as a subsidy for your household expenses. Okay, if you want to enter, sign in here now. I wish you a sudden wealth. After Mo Lan finished speaking, he turned around and entered the fire element world. What came into view was the corpse of a 6th level lava beast. The fire rock on it had almost crystallized, looking very beautiful, and its value was as beautiful as the outside, making people feel refreshed at a glance. As for when did this lava beast die? I forgot, it was probably a while ago. I just killed it with a few thoughts. Mage Tower, forever God. Stepping over the corpse of the 6th level lava beast, someone will take care of it later. Mo Lan just needs to do his own thing. Mo Lan glanced at the 10-sided ink box, that was slowly rotating in his mind. Level 2. It should be level 3. Emolan looked up at the lava beast in the distance. His body slowly floated up, water shield covered him, and the fire ring spread behind him. Emolan turned into a blue light and broke through the air. Let's leave the lava monster next to the space crack to the kids at home to kill. The voice was still echoing in the same place, but Emolan had already gone far away in one fire ring after another. After dozens of minutes, Emolan looked around, and then rushed to the direction where the fire element was more concentrated. Based on the experience accumulated by Emolan from entering the fire element several times, the concentration of fire elements in the fire element world is also different. The fire element is concentrated near the crater, the magma pool, and the magma crack. The closer to these places, the more concentrated the fire element is. And this concentration level increases from the magma crack to the magma pool, and then to the crater. The more concentrated the fire element is, the more lava beasts there are, and the stronger they are. In the lava lake that Emolan encountered last time he entered the fire element world, Emolan even suspected that there were lava beasts above level 7, and at the master level, but he was not sure. Fortunately, lava beasts usually like to squat in a lava pool with a rich fire element and take a bath. And they don't care about Emolan who is wandering in the sky. However, at this moment, Emolan suddenly heard a crisp bird cry, and then his whole body tensed up. Chirp. Chapter 281 Phoenix. Chirp. When Emolan heard the clear bird cry, he felt his whole body tense, his scalp tingling, and then he felt extremely hot. His whole body seemed to be burned to ashes, and the air was stagnant. Flash. Emolan did not look up, without the slightest hesitation, and immediately flashed, appearing 200 meters away in an instant. Flash. The flash spell on the first side of the ink cartridge was activated, and Emolan appeared 200 meters away again, wrapped in a silver-white light. Flash. The flash spell on the second side of the ink cartridge was activated. Emolan appeared 200 meters away again. In just a moment, Emolan moved 600 meters. Emolan didn't even look back. As if he instinctively released the stone wall spell, the ground quickly sank, the stones above his head closed, and Emolan sank straight down. Chirp! 600 meters away, a bird cried. A sharp and hot aura approached rapidly. Emolan's face was tense, even after images appeared on his fingers, outlining the spell model to activate and release. Emolan quickly sank into the ground. The 600 meters gained by 3 flash spells could not be wasted, because Emolan knew very well that he was racing against the god of death. Even if he wasted a second, he would definitely die. Chirp! The bird's cry sounded above Emolan. The next moment, Emolan felt extremely hot. The soil and stones on his head turned into magma under the high temperature and poured down on Emolan. Before he could react, the high temperature enveloped Emolan. Emolan only felt that his body was clamped by a pair of red-hot iron pliers. It was extremely hot. He died the next moment. Okay, even if I didn't waste a second, I would definitely die. The moment before death, when I was sure of death, Emolan finally had time to look up and scan it with his mental power. This was a big fiery red bird. Its whole body was wrapped in blazing flames. Inside the flames, the golden red flesh crown was like a crown, the delicate bird edge, one by one, the gorgeous and delicate feathers, the claws that looked like cast iron made it extremely beautiful and noble. And at this moment, Emolan only felt the fire spirit in his mind throbbing slightly. He was dead, scalded to death by the terrifyingly hot temperature. Emolan, who was resurrected in the Mage Tower, was stunned. Death seemed to have no effect on him. Now his mind was filled with only one question. Was that bird just now made of pure fire element? Emolan couldn't believe it. When the firebird grabbed him, its claws were like steel pliers, tightly holding him. Emolan could even feel a claw piercing his body. It obviously has a body. Emolan was sure and certain that this firebird had a body, flesh and blood, flesh and blood. But the induction of spiritual power, the induction of the fire spirit cannot be faked. Especially the throbbing of the fire spirit. It made Emolan clearly realize that this fire bird is made of pure fire elements. In other words, this fire bird is also a fire spirit, a pure fire element life. Emolan also recalled the throbbing of the fire spirit before, in addition to making him realize that the fire bird is made of pure fire elements. This throbbing also made him understand one thing. As long as the fire spirit devours the fire bird, the fire spirit can complete the promotion. Although this idea was extinguished by Emolan as soon as it came up. The feeling at that moment was real. And there was no doubt about it. Although the solution was a bit outrageous. It was indeed effective. It was like someone told Emolan that he could achieve the goal of making 10,000 yuan by making 100 million yuan. It was indeed achievable. But outrageous. Forget this firebird. Let's call it a phoenix bird. This one probably doesn't qualify as a phoenix, since it is a spirit of fire. A bird? And looks so beautiful. It should be okay to call it a phoenix bird. Emolan said silently. I have seen and faced a 6th level lava beast. Although it is powerful, it is far inferior to the feeling this phoenix gives me. I can't find any way to fight it. Even if I use all my strength, I can't escape. So is this a master level? It is so powerful that it is terrifying. It is not something I can fight at my level. Even if I move the magic tower over, the damned will still die. At most, I can build another magic tower. But there is indeed a way to hunt down a master level phoenix. Emolan slapped himself. There are all kinds of things in dreams. Emolan shook his head and began to think about some practical things. For the time being, I don't know what the conditions for the fire spirit to advance are, but we can draw a preliminary conclusion that it can be advanced by swallowing the phoenix bird. Swallowing a 4th level fire spirit may allow the fire spirit to break through the 4th level. I don't know if the 4th ring lava beast core will work, forget it, I'll know after trying it. Although Emolan felt that there was little hope, it didn't affect him to try. Readjust the spell slots. Remember the flash spell and all the 2 4th ring spell slots. Remember the stone wall spell and all the 16 1st ring spell slots. 16 instant stone wall spells. This should buy me some time. Right? Emolan immediately cast an invisibility spell and walked down the mage tower, thinking to himself. As long as I am invisible, I can go in quietly and come out later, so no one will know that I am dead. The plan works. Emolan then walked down, but he was stunned before he even got out of the door, and his mental power focused on Lu Bin, and his face instantly turned black. Next to the space crack, Lu Bin was talking to several mages. There are thousands of spells, and no one knows what kind of spells with strange effects there are in this world. We can only defend against them in the most comprehensive way possible, such as this door. Lu Bin pointed at the stone door in front of the space crack and said, Are you wondering why I surrounded this place tightly from top to bottom, left to right, but didn't put even the simplest bolt or lock on the stone door? I tell you, it's not necessary. Don't underestimate this door. It's just this door that can block a 5-ring spell. Invisibility. With the door there, no one can sneak in through the 5 rings invisibility spell. Why? A mage asked subconsciously. And when he heard someone asking the question, Lu Bin was immediately interested. Good question. This involves the effect of the 5 rings invisibility spell. Although the 5 rings invisibility spell makes you invisible, you are actually still there. With a heavy friction sound, the stone door was pushed open, and everyone turned their heads subconsciously to look. It was President Emolan who walked in. Lu Bin, have you finished your research? No. Lu Bin looked at Emolan in confusion. If you don't have any, why don't you hurry up and study the space? After saying that, Emolan walked straight into the space crack, floating into the air, and the fire rings behind him exploded one after another, making Emolan shoot into the distance. The huge air wave lifted up the dust and passed through the space crack, and it all fell on Lu Bin, who was next to the space crack. Emolan never bears grudges. Chapter 282 4-Ring Earth Spike Technique. Lu Bin quickly summoned a ball of water to wash his face, with a puzzled look on his face. The president didn't take off far away, making dust fly everywhere. Hey, why is there only dust on my side? It's clearly all next to the space crack. Why is there no dust on their side? Wait, didn't the president go in a long time ago? Why is he coming in from outside again now? Lu Bin looked at the stone door that was specially designed to prevent invisibility, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Danger? Emolan flew high in the sky of the fire elemental realm, smelling the sulfur-filled air of the fire elemental realm. This fire elemental realm is really dangerous. You can even find a 7th level phoenix bird by just wandering around. It's a master level bird. I just encountered one by just wandering around. I said before that these lava beasts like to take a bath in magma and won't wander around. There's no danger in flying outside. I was slapped in the face instantly. Wait, is it because I flew too high before and entered the phoenix's territory that I was attacked? Emolan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Feeling the height at the moment, his mood suddenly became not so good. Forget it, flying too high will cause strong winds. Let's fly lower, so it's not easy to miss treasures. Maybe I can pick up another firewood. Emolan muttered to himself, and soon, he lowered his altitude to about 20 meters above the ground. A few fire rings, flying at high speed for a while, after getting away from the spacecraft. Slowly descending to about 3 or 4 meters above the ground, slowly floating. Well, the wind is indeed much smaller below. Emolan nodded with satisfaction, and began to search below. After a while, a small magma crack appeared in front of Emolan. The magma crack, which was only 3 to 5 meters wide, was like a small fiery red river. But it was just high-temperature magma flowing inside. Emolan quietly watched the lava beasts bathing in the magma, and his mental power carefully sensed them. The highest is level 4. Most are level 3. Perfect. Emolan pointed directly with one hand, and a bolt of lightning fell, directly splitting half of a level 3 lava beast's body. But unfortunately, it did not hit the core, and the lava beast rushed towards Emolan as if nothing had happened. During the rush, the magma in the magma river quickly climbed onto its body, reconstructing its broken half-body. Not bad, but what's the use of the magma that just solidified? Emolan stamped his feet after most of the lava beasts came ashore. Cluster, 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 one after another. Spikes suddenly protruded from the ground, sharp, and the faintly metallic spikes covered 100 meters in radius. All the lava beasts that came ashore were pierced by the several meter-long spikes. The earthquake spell, a variant of the earthquake spell that the armored giant bear had shown before, was finally shown in Emolan's hands. The fourth ring group Earth spike spell, which can protrude spikes within 100 meters in radius, was originally a range damage spell. But at this moment, Emolan used it as a single target spell, targeting and killing. The ground spikes that should have been evenly distributed within 100 meters were concentrated by Emolan where the lava beasts were. There was almost no extra ground spikes outside. All the ground spikes suddenly pierced from under the lava beasts, and pierced into the lava beasts. The chaotic and cross-ground spikes were like the fangs of the earth, biting the lava beasts tightly. Some lava beasts whose lava cores were directly destroyed by the ground spikes died directly, while other lava beasts were locked in place by the cross-ground spikes, and could not move even if they did not die. The third-level lava beast had no ability to resist the 4-ring ground spikes. Only the 4th-level lava giant lizard struggled to break off a few ground spikes, and rushed towards Emolan. Emolan raised his eyelids slightly. The fireball spell that had been brewing for a long time in his hand had become very agitated. Emolan threw it forward. Puff! With a light sound, a trace of fire element leaked out from the end of the fireball. At this moment, the fireball broke through the air like a deflated balloon and instantly reached the 4th-level lava giant lizard, exploding with a loud bang. Boom! The fireball expanded instantly, covering an area of more than 10 meters, and the ground instantly became charred. The flames in the center of the fireball were extremely hot, and the huge shock wave spread, flattening everything around, and it was still strong when it reached Emolan. Holding up the magic shield to block the strong wind, Emolan did not retreat but advanced, using his mental power to observe the situation of the lava lizard at the core of the explosion. The stone shell outside the lava lizard was the first to break under high pressure, and it became brighter and redder under high temperature. And the high temperature flames flowed into the body of the lava lizard along the cracks, exposing the lava core, and the violent fire elements continued to enter it, but it reached its limit in the blink of an eye. Poof! No sound, the lava core shattered from the inside out, the fist-sized lava core turned into the smallest particles, like gravel. It seems that the lava beast can also be killed by fire element spells. Emolan nodded slightly. After all, the lava beast is just an elemental life with fire and stone attributes, not a pure fire element life. I just don't know if a pure fire spirit can be killed by fire element spells. A strange idea popped up in Emolan's mind, and then he shook his head. Forget it, I can't afford to waste it. The fire spirit that can be easily suppressed must be captured. If it is killed by the fire element spell, it will be a waste of treasure. If the fire spirit that cannot be suppressed is bombarded with fire element spells, wouldn't it be aiding the enemy? It is simply a waste of life. Emolan stepped forward and saw the lava beasts locked by the ground spikes. The lava beasts near the center of the explosion were basically killed, not because of the high temperature, but because the extremely strong shock wave directly shattered their bodies, shattering the exposed lava core. However, although the lava beasts on the periphery had parts of their bodies shattered by the shock wave, They survived. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise. The strong wind directly broke the ground spikes that bound their bodies, allowing them to regain their freedom. Just as they were about to escape quietly, Emolan glanced at them. Group ground spike technique. Cluster, cluster, cluster. The large-scale ground spikes instantly bound them firmly in place. Those who were unlucky were directly stabbed in the lava core and died on the spot. Compared with before, each lava beast was assigned almost twice as many ground spikes. Lava beast. Emolan looked at the lava beast that was bound in place and fell into deep thought. Lava beasts are also elemental life, but their bodies are made of stone. I can clearly sense it, and I am very sure that their bodies are made of stone and magma, which is material, and being bound by ground spikes. Fixing also fully illustrates this point. Life that is purely made of elements will not be bound by this kind of object. Although the phoenix bird looked substantial before, it can also be felt that it is substantial, and the mental power sensing is also made of material. But the feeling of the fire spirit tells me that its body is made of elements. Emolan had a headache, and thought with frowned eyebrows. Is it my illusion, or is the body of the phoenix bird really made of fire elements? The former is fine, if it is the latter. Chapter 283 Ink Cartridge, Level 3. Where is the boundary between matter and elements? Emolan pondered this question. I suddenly realized that the difference between elements and matter is not that big. The wind element can be easily transformed into air, and the water element can be easily transformed into water. Oh no, I can transform elements into matter, but I don't seem to have the ability to transform matter into elements again. Emolan suddenly woke up. Even the wind element that I just transformed into air a second ago, I can't restore it to the wind element. And the other air can't be transformed into wind element. Water is like this, fire is like this, it seems to be like this. Emolan thought along this line of thought, and suddenly he was enlightened. The body of the phoenix bird is substantial, but it is also made of fire element, which means that the body of the phoenix bird has two characteristics at the same time. And the phoenix bird can probably change between fire element and body. Emolan thought excitedly. Yes, if I can crack the method of mutual transformation between matter and elements, then many things will no longer be a problem. Energy is not a problem. Everything in the world is made of elements. As long as they are decomposed into elements, they are endless energy. And as long as the speed of decomposition is fast enough, there is no need to worry about the slow speed of obtaining elements. Arcanists are not a problem. As long as you transform your body into an elemental body, while possessing the characteristics and advantages of both the physical body and the elemental body, then the limitation that the physical body cannot withstand magic power can be completely lifted. It is magic power itself, so how can it not withstand magic power? Emolan thought about this, but shook his head again. The idea is indeed very good, but to realize it, there is no sample, no reference object. Emolan thought back to the phoenix before, and looked at his fire spirit. The third level fire spirit has no substantial body, and it looks like the fourth level one doesn't have it either. This should be a realm that can only be achieved at the master level. And you want to capture a master level fire element life. Emolan rubbed his nose. Let's go to bed, and find a way to turn the water element into water, and the wind element into air for reverse research. Maybe by studying the composition of water and the formation of air, we can get some inspiration? Emolan knew in his heart that the chance of success was actually very small. There was no sample, no information, no experience, and only two barely related cases. The possibility of success might be only 1 in a million. Isn't the essence of research to find the possibility from a million impossibilities? Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, and he recorded the subject of matter and elements in his notebook. Emolan would not rush to start, no matter how important it was. He could not lose his order. He could not eat hot tofu in a hurry. He had to take it step by step. Now the focus of the association's work is on the element engine and the mobile wizard tower. After this project is completed, it will not be too late to gather the elites of the association to conduct research on this topic. After noting this matter, Emolan killed the lava beasts one by one, and took out their intact and broken lava cores. The only fourth level lava core has been crushed into gravel. Emolan summoned the fire spirit, placed it between the intact lava core and the broken lava core, and tried to devour it with the fire spirit. But after a moment, Emolan shook his head in disappointment. No, let's not talk about whether the complete fourth level lava core can work. At least the third level lava core and the broken fourth level lava core will not work. According to this speculation, I'm afraid the complete fourth level lava core will not work either. Emolan frowned slightly. If you want the fire spirit to upgrade, do you have to find a 4-ring fire spirit to devour? What is the most primitive way for the fire spirit to upgrade? After thinking for a while without a conclusion, Emolan shook his head and closed his eyes to look at the ink box in his mind. The progress bar under the ink cartridge increased. With this scale, it will probably take a few more waves. Maybe I can upgrade the ink cartridge to level 4 at once. Level 3 is 10,000. Level 4 is 100,000. Level 5 is 1,000,000. Hiss, I hope it's not this calculation. Emolan suddenly felt a little bit of pain. Forget it, I can't think like that. A level 2 supernatural core can memorize 2 level 4 spells, allowing me to cast 2 level 4 spells instantly without any cost. Level 3 means 3, maybe I can cast level 5 and level 6 spells. 4 rings means 4. Even if I can't memorize the 7th ring spell, I can always memorize the 6th ring spell. Right? I can memorize 4 6th ring spells directly, without paying any price, and can cast 4 6th ring spells instantly. This function alone is enough for me to kill a 6th ring mage in seconds, not to mention the computing power like a computer. It's just a little experience value worth it. Emolan immediately felt much better, and then turned his head to look at the battlefield, remembering every angle and every detail of the battlefield clearly before leaving this area. Floating at low altitude, while searching for new magma cracks, Emolan was also reanalyzing the battle in his mind. This was Emolan's habit, or it was the habit of most mages, to deduce the battle after it was over, to find the best method, to learn, to improve, to become stronger. Of course, many people have this habit, and they start to regret after the fight. I should have grabbed his crotch directly. Oh, why was I so cowardly at that time? I will definitely not be so cowardly next time. Ahem. Emolan continued to deduce, and after going through it once, he began to summarize silently, but in the end, he still returned to his most powerful spell at the moment. When launching a fireball, the fireball technique uses high-pressure fire element jets to gain power, just like a balloon that is deflated. Although it has a very high speed, the air is deflated, and the power will not be enough when it explodes. But if you don't do this, the power will be preserved. But the speed of the thrown fireball will be very slow, and it will be easy for people to dodge and intercept it. At least half of the power of the fire element acceleration is wasted. Without acceleration, the fireball technique is useless. It will be useless if it can't hit anyone, no matter how powerful it is. Emolan fell into deep thought. This fireball spell is his most powerful attack spell at present. If the power of this spell can be doubled, it almost means that Emolan's strongest attack power has doubled. Emolan pondered, and soon found a new magma gap, found a new lava monster. Lead it to shore. 4-ring ground spike spell, 6-ring fireball spell, 4-ring ground spike spell, end the battle. Sweeping one magma gap after another, killing the lava monsters in batches, Emolan would release the 6-ring fireball spell every time, and each time it was released was different, and there were changes for testing, collecting data. After a while, when this wave of lava monsters was halfway killed, Emolan found that the progress bar under the ink cartridge was full. The moment the progress bar was full, the ink cartridge began to rotate at high speed. During the high-speed rotation, the pattern on the third side of the ink cartridge gradually lit up. As the progress bar emptied, the pattern on the third side completely lit up. Ink cartridge, level 3. Chapter 284 External Force Assistance. When the ink cartridge lights up the third side, the progress bar below that is being cleared also lengthens accordingly. Emolan senses it slightly, and it is as expected. The conditions for upgrading the 4th level ink cartridge are 100,000 experience points. Emolan is speechless. 100,000 may not seem like much now, but this means that the 5th level requires 1 million, the 6th level requires 10 million, and the 10th level ink cartridge requires 100 billion experience points. Are you preparing for me to kill gods? I wonder if killing gods can make the ink cartridge upgrade to the 10th level, light up all of them. Emolan complained helplessly, but even though he complained, the 3rd level ink cartridge's newly added memory position and more powerful computing power still made him say it was really good. After the ink cartridge was upgraded to the 3rd level, Emolan glanced at the time, and saw that the space crack was about to merge. He pondered for a moment, and sent a message to Lu Bin. Lu Bin, I will not come back. You and Lin will take charge of the work. When the space element reserves are sufficient, open the space crack again. If I can come back, I will come back. If I can't come back, I will die. Received. After explaining the matter, Emolan began to search in the distance recklessly. There are only a few magma cracks in this area, and Emolan has basically swept them all. The magma pools at the end of the magma cracks, or even the magma lakes at the end, or the volcanic pools at the source are all forbidden areas that Emolan dares not touch. Just kidding, if Emolan dares to touch such a place, maybe he can take a shortcut and get home before other mages. After Emolan was away from the space cracks, it was much easier to find the magma cracks, so he continued the process just now. Find the magma cracks to hunt the lava monsters, to upgrade the ink cartridges, and every time he would use the 6-ring fireball as an attack. The new computing power of the 3rd level ink cartridge brought Emolan a new experience. One fireball spell after another was released, each time was different, constantly adjusted, constantly tried. However, Emolan tried many times, but no matter how he changed, he was not very satisfied, even a little disappointed. Because this is no longer a question of skill. The theoretical limit of the 6-ring fireball spell is to eliminate all functions, and the power of the fire element is fully blessed. But if a part of the fire element is converted into speed, converted into auxiliary functions such as locking, it means that the power of the spell is reduced. The total amount of fire elements that Emolan can control is so much, which is a constant value. If you want to maximize the power, you must use all the fire elements for power. But this will lose the speed and lock. But once you have speed and lock, the power will be cut in half. Emolan thought hard, trying to find a way to have both. Use another spell to promote the fireball attack? Emolan shook his head. It's just a way of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Instead of using another spell to distract, it's better to work on the fireball directly. The current ink cartridge has enough computing power. If I am in the state of mechanical mind, I should be able to replace the lock function, as long as my cannon is accurate enough. I don't need missiles. But in this case, can I only compromise between power and speed? Emolan was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he raised this question in the group of elders. Is there a win-win solution to this problem? If it can't be solved, I will feel uncomfortable when the power is cut in half. Emolan's question made Elder Zhao Hua secretly happy. It turns out that the president still has problems that he can't solve. It turns out that the president also has such unrealistic ideas. President. Spells must be compromised. It is unrealistic to use them all for attack. Although the power may not reach the 6-ring standard, it can still effectively attack the enemy. If there is no speed, it will not be able to hit the enemy at all. Zhao Hua was delighted. Wait. When did I say that the power is not 6-ring? Emolan asked in confusion. Huh? Didn't you say that it only has half the damage? Can half the power of a 6-ring spell reach the 6-ring? I don't know about normal ones, but mine can. The half power should be about the same as a normal 6-ring spell. Right? Maybe it will be a little stronger. Maybe it will be a little weaker. But it will definitely reach the 6-ring standard. What are you thinking about? I just want to unleash the full power of this spell, to make the explosion range larger, and the explosion power stronger. Zhao Hua. I said too much. The group fell into silence, and Lu Bin said after a while. There is no effective method for the time being, but I think the direction of seeking external force should be correct. Only in this way can we avoid using the fire element of the fireball spell itself. What we need to think about now is how to prepare this spell without interfering with the casting of the 6-ring fireball spell. I suggest you prepare in advance. First prepare the spell that provides power, then prepare the full power version of the 6-ring fireball spell, and release it with the spell you just prepared. As for creating this power spell and increasing its duration, the president needs to study and conquer it. Zhang Guangma, I think if there is a space gate spell, you can directly open a space gate to connect to the enemy, throw the fireball when it is ready, and then close the space gate. No need for speed, no need to lock, just explode with full power, and it's over. If it doesn't work, a flash charge explosion will work. The president should have 2 4th-ring spell slots. Right? Prepare 2 flashes, flash over to throw a fireball, flash away. Emolan supported his chin with his hand and thought quietly, because he found that what these 2 people said made sense. Especially what Zhang Guangma said. Emolan can use it now, but the cost is a little bit higher. Using a fireball requires consuming 2 flashes. No, it should consume all flashes. When there is no flash, the mage is almost the most vulnerable. It can be used in an emergency, but in normal situations. Let's study the acceleration type spells that Lu Bin mentioned. At this time, Lin spoke. External force? Have you all forgotten the magic circle? The locking function may require your own mental power. But pure power and acceleration do not require it. Find a carrier. And a spell model with constant linear acceleration on it. I want to lock the enemy. The president can use mental power to deduce and predict. So this carrier only needs to accelerate. When using it, the president will put the fireball spell in it, maintain full power, and then activate the acceleration effect. Isn't it enough to shoot the full power 6-ring fireball spell like a bullet? After Lin finished speaking, the group fell into silence. His words echoed in Mo Lan's ears like a huge bell. Indeed, Lin was right. He only needed a carrier to carry the acceleration type spell model, and then cast a spell with the help of the carrier. Then, there was no need to compromise. No need to estimate. And release the power of the 6-ring fireball spell. Chapter 285 Try. Tube acceleration? When Mo Lan thought of tube acceleration, the shape of a cannon emerged in his mind. Use the compressed fireball as a cannonball, and use the impact of the explosion to shoot the fireball out. If it goes well, it can not only ensure the power of the fireball spell, but also increase the range of the fireball spell. Mo Lan thought, the casting distance of the spell depends on the coverage range of the mage's mental power, the self-sustaining ability of the spell itself, and the movement speed of the spell. If it is a spell that does not lock on to the enemy, then the accuracy of the spell is also part of the spell range. The range of Mo Lan's fireball spell is about 200 to 300 meters. The range within 100 meters covered by mental power is naturally no problem. But once out of the mental power range, Mo Lan loses the ability to control it. The direction of the spell depends entirely on the previous settings. Beyond 300 meters, the accuracy is not very high, and it decreases with the increase of distance. Of course, it does not need to be too accurate. Generally speaking, if the fireball passes by Mo Lan, it will explode. After all, it is a spell model composed of his own mental power. Although it cannot be controlled, it can still be done to make it explode. At this time, the explosion range is large enough, and it can also be considered a hit. About 300 meters. If the cannon is really made, the fireball spell will be twice as powerful, the explosion range will be increased, and the range will be increased. Mo Lan suddenly realized that the most important thing about the cannon he imagined was not the increased power, but the increased spell range that he had not noticed before. If my range is doubled, then it will be a complete crush against mages of the same level, and it will also be a complete crush when attacking a city. When fighting the knights, mages are most afraid of the knights getting close. And doubling the range means that I can cast twice as many spells against the knights. Mo Lan smacked his lips. Besides, who stipulated that the range of this cannon can only be twice the range of the mage's attack? Mo Lan suddenly realized that he seemed to have accidentally reduced the enemy's dimension again. Sure enough, only when you come out can you find something. Mo Lan smashed the core of the last 3rd-level lava beast. This time he did not leave, but stopped here directly, came to the corpse of a 4th-level lava beast, knocked off the 4th-level red rock on its body. These are all 4th-level elemental stones with superior properties. What is a 4th-order elemental stone? This is a rough classification of elemental stones. Originally, these elemental stones were not easy to classify, because it was difficult to find the corresponding standards. It was not until the red rocks of different levels of lava beasts were found to be of different levels that we thought of using the red rock grade standard as the standard for classifying elemental stones. After many studies, a rough standard for elemental stones from level 1 to level 4 was formulated, and it was announced to the outside world and put into use. Let's try red rock first. Although red rock is not tough enough, it is hard enough. It should not crack if it withstands an explosion in a short period of time. After finding the material, Mo Lan began to think about how to provide power for the fireball technique. Use the explosion of a low-level fireball as the power? Mo Lan shook his head after a moment's hesitation. If the fireball is too powerful, the power will be too small. But if the power is too powerful, it will either shatter the 6-ring fireball spell and lose its effect, or cause the 6-ring fireball spell to explode. That would be a wonderful scene. I succeeded in killing myself again. Wait, why do you say again? I haven't killed myself for a long time. Mo Lan looked at Hong Yen in front of him and fell into deep thought. However, if we increase the stability of the 6-ring fireball spell and find the appropriate launch force, this method may not be a problem. Mo Lan had an idea in his mind. First of all, we can be sure that red rock cannot withstand the explosion of a 6-ring fireball. But it should not be a problem for a 4th level red rock to withstand the explosion of a 3-ring fireball. The ink cartridge in Imolan's mind rotated at high speed, providing a steady stream of powerful computing power for Imolan's calculations. After calculating and deducing again and again in his mind, and confirming that there were no obvious major problems, Imolan got started. Hollow out. The first step is to make a qualified gun barrel. Imolan chose a large enough piece of complete red rock, and then began to cut. Mechanical mind. Sharpness. There is no shortcut for this step. The huge red rock chosen, as the barrel was placed horizontally on the ground. A golden black steel dagger with sharpness added began to cut. Imolan found that this golden black steel dagger, which was used under the guise of an experiment and had the sharpness added to it, was really good. Ahem. The sharpness added, and the characteristic of golden black steel that becomes sharp spontaneously after being injected with gold elements made it very easy for Imolan to cut the red rock. The mage's hand controlled the dagger to continuously cut the red rock, digging a hole smaller than a basketball in it bit by bit, and deepening it continuously, under the effect of the mechanical mind. Each cut was extremely standard. Every piece of gravel cut was almost the same size. Within the set range, there was no difference. While cutting the barrel manually, Imolan was also thinking about the problem of power fireball. The fireball explodes, the power of the explosion is concentrated in one direction, which can push out the 6-ring fireball. Wait, this sounds familiar. A flash of inspiration came to Imolan's mind. Isn't this the resistance fire ring? If the fireball has a considerable amount of explosion power and temperature in addition to the impact force, the fire resistance ring itself has already converted most of the temperature and explosive power into impact force. Small power, big impact force. What else is more suitable as this driving force than the fire resistance ring? Imolan immediately decided to use the fire resistance ring. Imolan first accumulated power for a moment. After a while, a 6-ring fireball appeared in his hand. Throw the fireball out, then a fire resistance ring spread behind it. Puff! The 6-ring fireball passed through the middle of the fire resistance ring, only the trajectory was offset. If Imolan had released it normally before, the fireball was fast enough, the power was strong enough, there would be no angle offset. This was within Imolan's expectations. It was destined. Otherwise, what was the use of the 6-ring fireball technique? It would be blown away by a gust of wind. Imolan was just trying to verify something. As time passed, the barrel was polished. With Imolan's careful polishing, the inside of the barrel was very delicate and smooth even with mental perception. Then came the strip of red rock in Imolan's hand. He polished it into the shape of a cannonball bit by bit. Imolan knew very well that the 6-ring fireball technique was very unstable. Once the resistance fire ring was too strong, it would easily cause an explosion. If the force was too weak, the same thing would happen again. In this case, a stable shell would be added to the 6-ring fireball technique so that the resistance fire ring would not directly contact the 6-ring fireball technique. Chapter 286 Space Confinement. After grinding a 1-meter-long stone into the shape of a cannonball, hollow out its interior, hollow out a hole in the front half, and shape the tail wing in the back half. After the shaping work was completed, Imolan suddenly hesitated, and then shook his head, and continued the work in his hands. He began to prepare the spell model of the constant forbidden magic field. When preparing for the constant, Imolan suddenly realized that there was no mercury in the fire elemental world. Looking at the long experience bar before upgrading to the 4th level ink cartridge, Imolan was silent. After a while, Imolan began to climb higher, resisting the explosion of the fire ring under his feet. Imolan, who was attached with the feather falling technique, climbed higher and higher. Imolan wanted to take another look at the phoenix. The wind whistled in his ears. Imolan held the fireball tightly in his hand. Where is the phoenix? To Imolan's disappointment, he floated in the sky for a long time, even released a lot of spells to create spell fluctuations, but there was no shadow of the phoenix. This made Imolan very disappointed. So the encounter with the phoenix before was just an accidental event? After waiting for a long time, Imolan had to lock onto a huge magma lake, holding a basketball-sized fireball in his hand, and dive down madly. The resistance fire ring behind him pushed forward crazily, and gravity also continuously accelerated Imolan. The strong wind broke the water shield, the magic shield, and made Imolan's face tremble crazily. When he came to the sky above the magma lake, Imolan couldn't even see the boundary of the magma lake. His eyes were full of magma. Emolan grinned. However, at this moment, a big hand rose from the calm magma lake and quickly slapped Emolan. Flash. Just before the big hand slapped Emolan, Emolan flashed and appeared on the lake's surface in an instant, looking at the rolling magma below, and threw the long brewing six-ring fireball into it. I'm tired, destroy it. Puff. A light sound, but then came the boiling fire element. Emolan clearly sensed the fire element's frenzy. Flash. Ha ha ha, flash. Emolan laughed happily, but at this moment, he originally flashed upwards for 200 meters, and suddenly fell out at 30 meters. And at the place where he came out, a big hand whistled over. At this moment, Emolan felt as if the space had turned into a piece of iron plate, unable to shake. Even the four-ring flash technique could not let him escape into the space. Block the space. Sorry for disturbing you. Emolan couldn't laugh anymore. What followed was the anger of the fire element. Yes, the anger of the fire element. In the past, the rage of the fire element was just a description of a state, but at this moment, Emolan really felt the anger of the fire element, like the anger of a life. Emolan was instantly crushed to death. Emolan in the dead state did not rush to revive, but cast his eyes towards the big hand, to the place where he threw the six-ring fireball. However, to Emolan's disappointment, nothing happened in the magma lake. Only when the big hand sank into the magma lake again, a big wave was raised. Apart from that, there was no movement. The magma lake returned to its former calmness. Emolan fell into deep thought. The moment he was crushed to death, the fire spirit felt something. This is another pure fire spirit. Does it mean that the lava beast will purify its essence after breaking through the master level and directly become a fire spirit? Or can it only break through the 7th level after becoming a fire spirit? Or are these fire spirits that are polluted and become lava beasts destined to be losers? Only those fire spirits that maintain a pure state by chance are qualified to be promoted to the master level? And the space confinement just now, I was directly knocked out when I flashed. Is this a special spell, or is it an instinct that all masters have? If it is the former, it means that this spell may be available to everyone in the future, and flashing will be useless. If it is the latter, then you have to be careful when facing a master level. You can't run away if you can't beat them. Flash is in an awkward position. It can't be used against the weak, nor can it be used against the strong. Emolan fell into deep thought. And the terrifying control over the fire element, which directly killed my fireball spell, and the emotional problems revealed by the fire element. It's outrageous. But this should only be possessed by master-level fire spirits. In this case, it's okay. Emolan clicked to revive, and appeared on the 5th floor of the mage tower. Zongxin, bring me a bucket of mercury to the blast furnace. The sudden voice startled Su Zongxin, and he hurriedly closed the page in front of him. After closing it, he realized that this page was only visible to him. Ah? President? Is the newly opened space crack right next to you? What a coincidence. Hey, that's not right. The space element pool obviously hasn't stored enough elements yet. How did you come back? Emolan shrugged. I was in a hurry to do an experiment, and I committed suicide to come back. Anyway, I can go to the fire element realm again in a few days. It's just that I feel so weak and uncomfortable. Dying twice in a short period of time has directly reduced me to the state before I was promoted to the 5th ring. Oh. So, I'll go get the mercury now. Su Zongxin immediately went to get the mercury. Mercury is a strategic resource that Emolan attaches great importance to. Naturally, there is a lot of it in the mage tower. Emolan went directly to the underground blast furnace area. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin was sitting in front of the workbench under the blast furnace. There was a strange-shaped thing on the workbench, made of black steel with gold patterns, with many cavities, gears, and slender pistons, and it made a vibration from time to time. When Emolan opened the door, he saw the piston stuck. President, you're back? Weren't you planning to try the full-power fireball spell in the fire elemental world? Lin asked in surprise when he saw Emolan. I just suddenly realized that the mage tower has good equipment, complete supplies, high-quality logistics support, all of which I have worked hard to gain, in order to make it easier to do experiments. Isn't it stupid to give up these, and do experiments in the fire element? So I came back. Lin laughed when he heard this. What are you going to do? President? Make a staff? Emolan shook his head when he heard this, and saw that Su Zongxin had already brought the mercury, so he opened the blast furnace, pulled some liquid gold-patterned black steel from the blast furnace, and began to shape it. Slowly, An iron pipe as thick as a wash basin formed in front of Linhua. And there was a basketball-sized hole in the middle of the thick iron pipe. And the bottom was sealed. I planned to make a cannon. Use the cannon to launch fireballs. And increase the speed, hit rate and range of fireballs. But now I am a little hesitant. What are you hesitating about? Emolan recalled the idea that came to his mind when he cut off the cannonballs in the fire elemental world before. And the cannon barrel floating in the air paused slightly. Using a cannon. This is indeed a solution. But it feels a little different from my goal and expectation. I would like to hear more about it. Chapter 287 Brand New Model. Linhua stopped what he was doing, watched Emolan quietly listened. Is this cannon easy to carry? Linhua glanced at the sturdy cannon, and shook his head. Not easy. Yes, not easy, which means that I can't carry it alone. Then I can put it in the mage tower, in the fortress, and on the car as a defense facility. Right? Yes, although it's a bit bulky, but as long as the attack power is strong, it can be used as a turret. Linhua said, as a matter of course. Emolan smiled when he heard it. This is only for me to use. Others cannot use it unless they have also contracted with the fire spirit and reached my current level. Emolan continued. Then I can install it on my own magic tower as a defense facility. And I can operate it myself. Right? Should be possible? Hey. This thing can't be stored. I can only make it on the spot. And it can only be fired one by one. And the next one can only be fired after one is fired. Linhua was silent. He was thinking. What language can he use to greet Emolan? And say that this thing is a waste while showing that he has high emotional intelligence. Then, President, what do you think? Linhua thought this question was too difficult, he would not do it, so he should just skip it. So? I am a little hesitant. This thing can't be said to be useless, it is indeed useful, but it is not very useful, it is not worth my effort, it is too useless. Then what do you want to do? President? Emolan fell into deep thought, and said slowly after a long time. I personally need a tool to double the power of Fireball. Linhua and Su Zongxi nodded, thinking that Emolan had made a choice, but they only heard Emolan continue to speak. But I also want to put it on the top of the mage tower. As a super long range, super powerful, super accurate and continuous attack tool. These seem to be two completely different things. Right? Linhua was stunned when he heard this. And muttered. Huh? What did you say? I said. President. What are you going to do? Do you have any ideas? How do you use it yourself? And how do you use it for the mage tower? Linhua became serious as he spoke. Generally speaking, acceleration spells and push spells rely on the spells themselves. Which means that there is always a part of the spell that is reserved for these auxiliary functions. These auxiliary functions also play a vital role. If these auxiliary functions can be separated, the effects of many spells can be doubled. Let alone other auxiliary systems. It is already very difficult to accelerate this one. So far, we do not have a spell that can launch other spells. There is no spell in this regard. And there is no demand for this. The spell model integrates self-propel force, which is completely different from what we need. This means that we have no template, cannot imitate, everything needs to be created by ourselves. In fact, the concept of spell cannon is already a very good idea. If it can be miniaturized and made into a hand cannon, it can indeed meet your requirements. President. Hand cannon. Emolan fell into deep thought. This idea is indeed tempting. Carry it with you. Convenient for casting spells. If the shell of the cannon can be eliminated and elemental bullets can be used completely, it is indeed feasible. However, Emolan shook his head. How can it be that simple? Let's not talk about anything else. The size of the six-ring fireball is close to that of a basketball. If it is the same size as a basketball, can it still be called a hand cannon? Linhua smacked his lips, and a picture appeared in his mind. Okay, how do we do it? It's not clear yet, but I have a little idea of this cannon. Emolan looked at the golden-patterned black steel in the air, and said softly, maybe this is the case of planting trees intentionally but failing to grow trees, and planting willows by accident but growing a forest of willows. I did want to increase my personal combat power at the beginning, but I don't know how I ended up focusing on the attack power of the mage tower. Later I thought, as long as I bring the mage tower with me in the future, wouldn't the mage tower become my personal combat power? Wouldn't the cannon on the mage tower also become my personal combat power? There's not much difference. Linhua's brain suddenly couldn't react when he heard this. And he asked in confusion. It seems to make some sense. Is it right? Emolan started to resonate with the mercury, and kept one spell model after another constant inside the cannon. But not long after, Emolan suddenly frowned, and directly put the unsolidified golden black steel into the blast furnace, and re-refined it. Forbidden magic field, part of the fireball model, external energy circuit, President. Are you going to use the elements in the fire element pool to replace the fire elements you condensed? Then use part of the fireball model to activate the essence of the fire element explosion. Let it continue to pressurize, while maintaining suppression. Wait until it reaches the limit before launching it. Indeed. Emolan nodded. Lin was a genius, and Emolan did not hide it. Everything was done in front of him. Naturally, he could see it clearly. I have broken the upper limit of the magic model's power. As long as the strength of the gold-patterned black steel is high enough, then it is completely possible to accumulate fire elements infinitely, and finally explode in an instant. Lin was seen to be thinking about something. What do you plan to do with the missile? Without a physical missile, I plan to launch it in a form similar to a spell attack, but I still have some questions about the form and method of launching, and I'm still thinking about it. Linwa followed Emolan's thoughts, and said after a moment of silence, I think we can solve this problem by adding a shell to the fireball, which can bind the fireball into a fixed shape in a short time, and maintain the stability of the fireball at the moment of launching. Emolan also entered the state after hearing this, and replied while thinking, this idea is indeed possible. Just like the real shells. But do we still have to go back to the physical shells? Moreover, what kind of shell can meet our needs? There are too many problems with using a physical shell. I think it is more appropriate to use a spell effect as a shell. We can develop a shield as a shell for fireball. And then, Emolan and Lin got into a fierce argument. Their minds collided crazily, rubbing out sparks of inspiration. The blast furnace was right next to them. Sometimes, the two of them would directly draw out a ball of black steel with golden patterns to verify their ideas. And verify their ideas with practice. Su Zongqi would occasionally join the discussion by wiping his mouth. He was fine when he followed the first half of the idea. But when the second half of the idea was completely disconnected, he was directly scolded by Emolan and Linhua, who didn't recognize any relatives. He fell into a state of autism, and silently shrank into the corner to draw circles. During the fierce quarrel between the two, Lubin passed by and heard that they were discussing justice. He immediately joined in with great interest. So, the three great presidents had a heated exchange next to the blast furnace. Gradually, many elders, who had not scolded anyone for a long time, and whose mouths were itching, came to hear the news. And the exchange became more and more intense. In this process, Emolan's thoughts gradually became clear. He scolded the two great presidents and the 5 great elders, and made them speechless. When they were ready to try to persuade Emolan, a new spell model based on customization gradually became clear in Emolan's mind. This new spell model combines the ideas, characteristics or structures of dozens of spell models such as the Forbidden Magic Field, Fireball, Resistance Fire Ring, Vortex Fire Shield, Firewall, Purple Flame, and Space Extension. This is a spell mode unique to the Elemental Cannon. No, it should be called a Magic Circle. The Elemental Cannon seems to be just around the corner. Chapter 288, Magic Array System. This magic model seems to be a bit over the standard. Emolan looked at the magic model on the paper, rubbed his left eye, where there was a swollen dark circle. Sure enough, when you quarrel, you get easily excited. When you get excited, you blurt out many things without thinking. So outrageous. But what's even more outrageous is that, although these magic models are outrageous, though after thinking about it, they are still fucking usable. Su Zongqin said aloud. That's right. Emolan tilted his head, and suddenly pulled the wound on his eye, which made him gasp in pain. It hurt so much. You guys were really cruel yesterday. A few hours later. And it still hurts today. Su Zongqin, with a bruised face and black and blue, stared at Emolan silently, and said faintly, President, you are not ashamed to say that. It's been several hours, and you have beaten 2 presidents and 5 elders so badly that they are too embarrassed to come to the Mage Tower. And they are desperately studying healing spells at home. 1 against 8, you are the most ruthless, and you hit them in the face. Emolan blinked, and suddenly looked at the spell model on the paper. This spell model is a bit over the standard. You just said this. Su Zongqin said faintly. Emolan's face did not change at all. However, by introducing the high aggregation spell feature of Firewall, let Fireball self-aggregate, and then compress it through the compression effect of space extension. Form a highly compressed fireball in an instant, increase the elements injected into it, and facilitate firing. This idea is indeed very interesting, Emolon recalled the scene when Lubin demonstrated it yesterday. And if you use some techniques to cause the stretched space to rebound at high speed, it will form something like a membrane in an instant, with strong defense, but it will dissipate and disappear in an instant. But if you can catch this moment? Emolon's eyes flickered with divine light. He drew with a pencil in his hand, horizontally and vertically, black lines together formed a sketch. As he wrote and drew, the objects on the sketch became more and more bloated and complex. Emolon began to simplify, merge, delete unnecessary spell models, and build spell models, like hidden spell structures. The spell models seemed to be transformed into a work of art in Molan's hands. 3 completely different spell models were put together, connected to each other, and a new spell model was directly formed. If Lin, Lubin and others saw this, they would probably be shocked. Because this seemingly coincidental scene meant an unparalleled familiarity and control of the spell model, which meant that Emolan's understanding of the mage node and the spell model had reached the pinnacle, and any spell structure and model were at his fingertips. If before these spell models were like the abomination sewn by a novice, seemingly complete, but in fact just forced together, full of abruptness. Now, after being simplified like Emolan's golden hand, these spell models have become an embryo, fused and nurtured, waiting for a new spell model to be born. Time is a shy little beast. When you look at it, it is so shy that it can't move. And when you concentrate on ignoring it, it will quickly flee, passing by at a rapid speed. Dark, daybreak, except for eating and meditating, Emolon did not leave the study room. The originally complicated spell model became more and more simplified, full of beautiful charm. Finally, the spell model nurtured in the embryo was born. It's done, Emolon said softly, with an irrepressible smile on his lips. This is the most perfect spell model Emolon has created so far, the most enjoyable spell model. No, this cannot be called a spell model, because the mage cannot release it through the spell model. Emolon once again created something out of nothing, creating a magic array composed of multiple spell models, a magic model that exists specifically for stability, which is called a magic array. Compared to the mage model, the magic array cannot be released, is not convenient enough, but the magic array also has advantages that the spell model cannot match. Complexity. It is obviously a multiple spell effect, but it can be realized in a magic array, unlike the patchwork of spell models in the past, bloated, ugly, as if full of stitches, very abrupt and disgusting. In addition, the magic array has more practical significance. The magic array means that there is no need to keep multiple spell models constant, and there is no need to leave space for the spell models. Normal constant spell models will not fit closely, each with its own shape, and it is impossible to fit seamlessly. In addition, in order to prevent the two spell models from interfering with each other, when they are constant, there will often be a lot of blank space in the two spell models, which causes great waste. Now, under the special magic array, unnecessary spell nodes are eliminated. Spell structure is not discussed, and the entire magic array as a whole, which saves a lot of space. The more complex the magic array, the more space it saves. This means that the magic array created by Emolon directly laid the foundation for the miniaturization of constant magic model objects. This means that for the same function, the magic array can use 2/3, or even half of the original space to achieve it. And it can be even stronger. In addition, the uniformity of activation between different magic models, the waste caused by element flow, and the delay can all be solved in front of the integrated magic array. The method of converting the spell model into the magic array has been figured out a little bit, but it is still a bit one-sided and cannot be universally used. Emolon thought. The threshold for the current magic array is a bit high. In the entire Mage Association, it is estimated that only Lin, Lubin, and Zhang Guanma can definitely master it. There may be a few more elders left. Forget it. Don't think too much. Just improve it slowly. Now you can teach this idea and method to Lin and Lubin first. Based on the magic array, the volume of the space box should be able to be reduced again. And with the small size, high coordination, and smooth characteristics of the magic array, it may be possible to make a breakthrough in the engine project. Emolon thought a lot. The emergence of this new technology can drive the overall progress of some aspects of the entire Mage Association. From this time on, the constant spell model is no longer a casual thing. but has turned into a more professional direction. The extraordinary equipment and extraordinary building quality and capabilities produced by the entire Mage Association will be upgraded, which is an improvement in overall strength. When Emolan was thinking, he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in the direction of the blast furnace. There was an abnormal mental fluctuation emanating from there. Linwa is going to be promoted. The familiar mental fluctuation attracted more and more people's attention. The mages who sensed this mental fluctuation stopped what they were doing and came out to look in the direction of the blast furnace. The mental fluctuation became increasingly intense, and the moment of promotion was about to come. Chapter 289 Application of the Noble. Congratulations. Emolan pushed open the door outside the underground blast furnace, entered inside, looked at Linwa and said, Linwa's promotion was fast, very stable, long-term accumulation, hard work. This promotion was a natural result. Thank you. The long-awaited promotion made Linwa's heart full of joy, but although he was very happy in his heart, he only showed a faint smile on his face, but he was still cheering in his heart. I'm the fourth ring. I'm the fourth ring. Emolan didn't say anything else, just walked forward and handed a piece of paper to Linwa. Take a look. Linwa looked at the contents on the paper in a strange way. Hey, a high-level mage model? Interesting. Let me take a look. The promotion to the fourth ring is a qualitative change. It means that Linwa has leaped from a professional mage to an elite spell. The transformation of his mental power in this process has also strengthened his calculation ability. Now he can get the answer to the previous problems in his mind almost instantly. This feeling makes him very comfortable. So when Emolan handed him a complex spell model, he was immediately full of expectations and joy. Try it out. Look at me analyzing this spell model at a super fast speed. Linwa began to read it. He began to deduce it in his mind. Hey, why does this spell structure look familiar? Hey, this one looks familiar too? Is this the space extension spell? This is the fireball spell. This structure is part of the firewall spell. Linwa had more and more doubts in his heart. Looking at this spell structure that was like a hodgepodge, he was quite surprised by the spell model. Because in his deduction results, this hodgepodge of spell models can actually run smoothly. Linwa smiled. Although this hodgepodge still has obvious flaws, it is already very good to be able to achieve this step. It is very difficult. I have to think of something good to encourage the president. Linwa thought in his heart. The smile on his face became more intense. His eyes swept over the spell model again, and suddenly saw something familiar. Hey, why is it a little familiar? Subconsciously deducing, Linwa suddenly found something wrong. Wait, what is this? Linwa saw a spell model hidden among many spell models. The appearance of this spell model instantly filled a loophole he thought he had found before. The smile on Linwa's face froze instantly. Looking at the overall spell model at this time, Linwa instantly saw an incomparable beauty. And this spell model, that looked like a work of art, was created by Molan. Linwa took a breath of cold air, and only shock and horror remained in his heart. The mental power of the fourth ring mage is indeed strong. Linwa did analyze this complex spell model, but Linwa felt very uncomfortable. I am a fourth ring mage? What kind of rubbish is a fourth ring mage? President, what is this? A magic array. I combined the previous discussion results to integrate it into the magic array of the elemental canon. Hearing Emolan talking about yesterday's discussion, Linwa subconsciously wiped his face, which seemed to be still aching, which made him look at Emolan dimly, and then said after adjusting himself, Awesome, if other spell models can also be improved in a similar way, then this is of great significance, and it may bring earth-shaking changes to extraordinary equipment and extraordinary buildings. While you and I are thinking the same thing, I have roughly summarized a method prototype now, Emolan said with a smile. This prototype is very crude, not very versatile, not convenient, not concise enough, but it can be used, but it still needs our improvement. Come, look at these spell nodes, these spell models, from this perspective. There are several completely different spell models. From another perspective, parts of them together form a brand new spell model, and I have designed their element flow lines before, which will be perfectly staggered, and will not cause mutual interference. Look here. Emolan used the elemental artillery array as an example to explain it to Linwa bit by bit. It's quite difficult. I don't think many people in the association can learn it. Those who can learn it are geniuses. Rare. Linwa said after listening to Emolan's words. Have you learned it? Almost. I have learned it. Linwa said expressionlessly. Emolan was silent. Although Linwa is indeed a genius, and indeed a rare existence. When did he become as shameless as himself? Who influenced him? Well, let's try the engine spell model. Find a way to compile it into a magic array, and then directly stabilize the magic array, which may make some progress in this project. After all, the magic array requires much less space, and is much smoother than multiple spell models. Okay. Linwa nodded, and directly took out the information of the engine project and handed it to Emolan, who took it and flipped through it. After a while, Emolan and Linwa put the mage models needed for the engine together, and first began to determine the framework and backbone of the magic array. Micro Fireball, Space Extension, Resist Fire Ring Grease. One spell after another. The spell models. Linwa also specially marked the functions and reasons for the use on them. The grease technique is used as piston lubrication. The micro fireball technique is used as the power source in the cylinders on both sides. And the compression function of the space stretching technique is used intermittently to increase the gas density in the cylinder to enhance the power. Linwa and Emolan discussed. Compared with Emolan's one-sided talk before, Linwa now also expressed his own opinions. He really discussed with Emolan about the formation. He really learned and mastered it. This made Emolan have to admit that although Linwa was a little worse than him, he was also an absolute, 1 in a million, and a rare super genius. Just when Emolan and Linwa were discussing fiercely, Su Zongqin, who kept his mouth shut and dared not say a word, suddenly called Emolan. President, Lu Bin is looking for you. Lu Bin is looking for me. What's the matter? Emolan said with some confusion. He didn't explain clearly, but asked where you were, and now he's here. While talking, Emolan heard someone push open the stone door, turned his head, and saw that it was Lu Bin. Lu Bin, what's the matter? Lu Bin came over, glanced at the workbench, nodded to Linwa Su Zongqin, and then looked at Emolan, and said directly, someone wants to join the association. There are so many people who want to join the association. If you are a mage, you want to join. Maybe there is something special that made you ask me. You are more capable? You have created something extraordinary? Or is it that the offer is too much? Emolan guessed, but Lu Bin shook his head. You guessed wrong neither, the situation this time is a little more special than I thought. You say. Lu Bin looked at Emolan and said softly, the person who wants to join the association is a noble. Chapter 290 Mage Apprentice. What? Before Emolan could say anything, Linwa asked in surprise, and Emolan also looked at Lu Bin. Congratulations on the 4th ring. Lu Bin said this to Linwa first, and then turned to Emolan. A noble applied to join the Mage Association to study. He has a very good attitude and is very upright. He is here with an attitude of learning. Who is it? You should have seen this president. He is Mark Cohen, who auctioned the castle. He is from the Viscount Cohen family. He is the current Viscount Cohen. Both his parents died. He had no brothers, and he was the only one left in the family. All the servants were dismissed. The castle was auctioned, and he was left with an old butler. Well, I met him before, and he should be the first noble I met. Emolan recalled the carriage he encountered on the way to Hongfeng City when he just left Taishu town. This situation is a bit special. The treatment of him will almost directly form a benchmark, which will determine our consideration and attitude towards other nobles and aborigines when they apply to join. It is more important. So I want to ask you and discuss it together. Emolan nodded slightly after hearing this, and said after thinking for a moment, first of all, we need to emphasize our long-standing route. We need to recruit indigenous people. Players make up half of the sky, indigenous people make up half of the sky, right? Yes, we said this in a meeting a long time ago. Well, the tone has been set, then Lu Bin. Tell us about the problem we are facing now. Lu Bin had a plan in mind, and after organizing his words a little, he spoke out. The only problem we are facing is that these indigenous people are not qualified to join the Mage Association, but we want them to join. To put it bluntly, not targeting a particular person, almost all the indigenous people are not as good as any member of our association. The universal higher education in our country is not useless. Although many people waste opportunities, as long as they are serious enough and seize the opportunity to complete their studies well, it means that in terms of knowledge reserves and experience alone, not counting strategy, intelligence, mind, will, etc., these players have basically reached the top of medieval culture, and their masterpieces are at the top level. In the face of these aborigines, who are obviously incapable, do we need to recruit them? According to the route we set before, we need to recruit Aborigines. Then is the recruitment standard a separate standard for Aborigines? A dual-track system with players? Or a parallel standard for players? Lu Bin looked at Imolan. And Imolan shook his head after a moment of silence. The dual-track system will not work. Let's not talk about the possible opinions of players. Let's talk about the dual-track system for joining the association. What about the treatment? Our association is all about points. Even if we lower the standards and recruit Aborigines, they can't complete technical tasks. At most, they can do hard labor. But do we lack laborers? Is it necessary to recruit laborers? Lu Bin shook his head and continued to ask. Then unify the standards with the players? To be honest, it's not that I look down on them. With their current level, if they want to catch up with the players and compete with them on the same stage in research, it will not happen in a few years. Not to mention how long it will take. This is not about how strong the players are, or how stupid the natives are. This has nothing to do with people. This is the crushing of the times. We stand on the shoulders of giants. What is common sense to players is like a dream to them. Every word of Lu Bin's was reasonable. Imolan pondered for a long time before coming up with a relatively feasible solution. Then we should stagger it with the players and implement a dual-track system that is not a dual-track system. Huh? Lu Bin and Lin Wu looked at Imolan in confusion. But Imolan did not keep them in suspense and said directly, when recruiting association members normally, the natives and players compete for the same number of places. And this does not change. The eliminated players will still be eliminated. But the eliminated natives will be given another chance. Give them some special places. Only natives can participate in the competition. But this is not the place for formal members. It is the place for apprentice mages. Natives cannot come in as formal members. So they can join as apprentice mages and only enjoy some of the association's benefits. Then how to position the apprentice mages? What is the difference between them and formal members? As the name suggests, apprentices, Imolan said softly, and Lu Bin and Lin were startled when they heard it, and then looked at Imolan, obviously thinking of something. Let me ask you a question. Are the ordinary members of our association bad? No. They are carefully selected. Even the most ordinary members have strong abilities. Do they have the ability to independently develop, organize experiments, and develop projects? Yes. What are they doing now? Lin Wu reacted. Some are helping the elders and elite members. And some are doing tasks. Do they want to do this? Do they want to develop independently? They will definitely not have much objection to helping. They are very powerful. But the elite members and elders are more powerful. They can learn a lot from helping, which can help them grow. Imolan smiled when he heard this. But they still want to do their own research and development. Right? And with the rich resources of the association, the accumulation of points in the hands of members, they have begun to have the need to build new mage towers. To build their own mage towers. Lin Wu and Lu Bin recalled for a moment, and then nodded. Indeed. This idea is normal. And we need to face it. We can't always let these elites help. And it's impossible to always have this mage tower. So, President, you mean to let the natives be apprentice mages, while following the formal members to do chores, helping, and learning? In this environment, they will definitely grow rapidly. Well, then give regular assessments, and then make the natives who have reached the standard of formal members into formal members? Yes, this way. We can recruit natives, and make them grow quickly. After all, the natives who can come in must have talents. And with this operation, the players will not have any objections. They are just apprentices who help, which will make them more fanatical. As long as they come in, they will be apprentices who help, and they can get great help whether they are doing experiments or research. At least they can be freed from most physical work, repetitive low-skilled labor, and in the end, this is enough face. Yes, that's it. Imolan nodded. Then, President, what should we do with Viscount Cohen? Recruit him directly as an apprentice? Or should we let him go back and wait for our unified recruitment if he wants to join? Imolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. I'll go meet him. Also, Zong Xian, please help me call all over. Have him bring 2 identical test papers. As for him now, forget it, have him bring the one he did last week. Okay. When Lu Bin next to him heard this, his eyes suddenly showed a hint of evil taste. I'm afraid Viscount Cohen will doubt his life now. Lin Wu pursed his lips. I sincerely hope he won't give up being a mage because of this. Mages without enough culture can only be melee mages. After casting a bright spell, they turn their staffs and shout Yura. And Molan smiled when he heard this. Don't say this in front of Zhang Guangmo. Otherwise, even if you advance to the 4th ring, he can still beat you. In addition, melee mages now also need high culture. Without enough culture, you can't be a melee mage. Chapter 291. Is this a test for me? I heard someone is teaching me how to do things. The stone door was suddenly pushed open, and the 4 looked over. They saw Zhang Guangmo walking in from outside with a staff in his hand, weighing the staff in his hand, and looking at Linwu with a dangerous look. Linwu was stunned when he saw him, looking at the pure steel staff as thick as an egg. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Do you think my staff is not hard anymore because it is old? Zhang Guangmo looked Linwu up and down. Hearing his words, Linwu reacted instantly, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Now he was blackmailed by the fool. He was caught with a handle. It didn't matter if he had a chance. He regretted it a lot. The main reason was that he couldn't beat him. And he really knew how to fight. That made him feel uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Linwu touched the mechanical parts on the workbench next to him, and looked at Zhang Guangmo fiercely. Zhang Guangmo frowned. And Linwu immediately showed a warm smile on his face. Guangmo, look at your staff. It's so old. You are an elder of the Mage Association, but you still use an ordinary steel staff. Aren't you ashamed to tell others about it? Come! I propose that the association sponsor it. Zhang Guangmo frowned before Linwu finished speaking. You said I was embarrassing? Linwu choked instantly. Okay. I will personally sponsor you a black steel staff with gold patterns. And I will exchange it for you. Linwu covered his chest. His heart ached. And Zhang Guangmo smiled when he heard it. You are worthy of being my brother. This staff is indeed embarrassing. I will wait for your good news. I will leave first. After Linwu and Zhang Guangmo walked away, he instantly showed a vicious expression. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Wait for me. What? The stone door was suddenly pushed open again. Zhang Guangmo looked at Linwu in confusion. But Linwu's expression did not change at all. When I am strong enough, I will definitely make a strongest melee staff for Brother Guangmo. Oh, so that's it. By the way, Brother Guangmo, why did you come back? Is there anything? Also, why are you walking without making any sound? My mental power didn't seem to notice you. Oh, I used a spell. Now I keep the spell state all year round. Shrink my breath. Silence my mental power. And make myself non-existent become an instinct. Ah, are you really going to take the route of a mage assassin? In fact, I think there is no need to do this. Isn't it just an assassin? If the spell is powerful enough, you can kill people by blasting them. Then you are an assassin. If you kill everyone who sees you go in, that's stealth, there's no need for that. I just like to play this way, I think it's interesting, so I developed it in this direction. Zhang Guangmo shrugged and said, As for the powerful spells you mentioned, do you think I really don't have them just because I don't have them? I just like to use melee combat, but I am still a mage at heart. No way, does anyone really think that I like melee combat and can't use powerful spells? Oh, this. Linwu was shocked. I hope you won't bring too much surprise to others in the future, or shock others. Zhang Guangmo didn't say anything else. He smiled, turned his head to look at Molan. President, I came here today mainly to tell you something. I plan to go out for a walk. The Mage Association is good in every way, but there are too few warriors, and not many monsters nearby. I feel that the spell of combat intuition will be one of the core spells of my department, and it is very important. Now I have reached a bottleneck in research, so I want to go out for a walk, and get in touch with more warriors, and more monsters, so that I may get some inspiration. And Molan nodded when he heard it. Is that so? You go ahead. Also, I have a spell here, Mechanical Mind. The spell effect is average, but it still has some advantages in terms of distance control and body control. You can refer to it. I'll send you the information. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Zhang Guangmo turned his head and looked at Linwu. I sent you the design. Follow the design also. I think it's a bit too ostentatious to hold an elemental metal staff when I go out, so I thought. So you want to wait until you come back to make it for you? Okay, that's really great. What a pity. It's just right. I'll take this opportunity to put the lightning spell in your design? High temperature. Sharpness? What the hell, I don't care. I'll integrate them all for you, optimize them into a magic circle, and make you a better staff. Linwu's face instantly showed a smile. thinking about how much he could do with this batch of gold-patterned black steel left. I mean to coat me with a layer of steel, so that it looks like an ordinary steel staff, but it's actually a gold-patterned black steel staff. Wait, what was the magic circle you just mentioned? Linwa blinked. His eyes gradually dulled. Smile disappearing technique. JPG Molan was watching from the side, and found it funny. Among them, Linwa and Zhang Guangmo were actually the best friends. But once they got along well, they liked to trick each other. When they were discussing, they immediately had no scruples. And they got more and more violent. And more sinister. What? We have such a good relationship. What's wrong with being a little more violent? A little more sinister? Is there any problem? Linwa was tired, and handed Mo Lan's elemental artillery magic circle to him. Seeing this, Lu Bin also curiously leaned over, and was fascinated at first sight. The more Lu Bin looked, the more surprised he became. Familiar shadows loomed, and the perfect construction was shocking. Hiss! Linwa smiled at Lu Bin's expression. Scared? This is the new technology created by the president. The magic circle. I think you can see the meaning of the magic circle. Right? Lu Bin nodded in shock, turned his head to look at Zhang Guangmo next to him, and saw his expression, but was stunned. Linwa was also a little strange. Don't you understand? I understand. Aren't you surprised? No. Have you seen it before? Or do you decide it's not amazing? No. It's also amazing. Very awesome. Why aren't you shocked? Why should I be shocked? At first, I was a little shocked, but when I thought it was drawn by the president, it was nothing. What are you surprised about? I'm just a little shocked. By the way, make one for me. 2. I don't want the original design. The two looked at Zhang Guangmo with strange eyes, and when they saw Mo Lan, who was smiling, took the initiative to explain the magic circle to Zhang Guangmo, they immediately reacted and looked at Zhang Guangmo with contempt. What you said makes a lot of sense. Yeah, who is the president? He's our president. Is it surprising that he came up with this? President, isn't that right? Zhang Guangmo looked at the two of them with disdain, and listened attentively. The content of this magic array is indeed very profound and powerful. But Lu Bin always feels that something is wrong, as if he has forgotten something. Viscount Cohen looked up at the setting sun, and suddenly a sense of enlightenment appeared in his heart. Is this a test for me? Chapter 292 First Rotation. This magic circle is more interesting than I thought. Zhang Guangmo's eyes were bright. He had put down the magic wand in his hand, and was holding a pen in one hand, writing something on the paper quickly. He was making rapid deductions in his mind, and he wrote down some key data with a pen in his hand, writing down the trunk and branches of the magic circle. Although they can do this step directly with mental arithmetic because of their strong calculation ability, writing it down with a pen can react faster, improve the smoothness of deduction, and save a lot of worry. This is especially obvious when the brain is working at a high load. The four began to discuss the embedded magic array of the staff, and discussed how to realize the functions required by Zhang Guangmo step by step. After the discussion, a sudden idea came up, and added a lot of strange functions to the magic array. Slowly, the magic array of the staff gradually took shape, and after the four people worked together to simplify it, the final product was finalized. At this time, the four still felt unsatisfied, so they moved their attention to the magic array of the engine. The engine needs to complete many functions, and the functions are not independent of each other. Each function of the engine is just a part, just a module. A single module is useless. Only when all modules work in coordination and cooperate with each other can the engine really run. Furthermore, the engine array needs to run for a long time. Unlike other arrays, which are only used intermittently. This once again greatly increases the difficulty of the engine array. Faced with this high difficulty, the four people who were in high spirits were not afraid, but became more excited. Difficult? Wouldn't that be better? A more intense discussion was going on. Next to them was a blast furnace in operation. Liquid black steel with golden patterns was rolling in the furnace. The four people could discuss and study the theory. The four people with strong hands-on ability could also practice it on the spot. Theory can deceive people, but practice cannot. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's clear at a glance. With the concerted efforts of the four people and their mutual debate, Linwa's engine project, which had been slow in research, was rapidly advanced. When people are angry, they can do anything. And the same is true for projects. After Linwa understood this, The discussion became more active. He could clearly feel that during the intense discussion, due to the urgent situation and tight time, the pressure from all aspects made him work at a high speed, and his efficiency was several times higher than normal work. After a long time, an engine with 2 fireball cylinders, 2 compression cylinders, 2 metal rods, 2 pistons, a central shaft, and a rotor as the core appeared in front of the 5 people. Ignite! Lin was mind moved when he heard this, and he artificially input the fire element to activate it. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of the fireball exploding sounded, and the entire engine was shaken by the explosion. The basketball-sized fireball exploded, and the instantly expanding flames flowed into the compression cylinder along the valve. The compression cylinder seemed to be the same size as the fireball cylinder, but the actual internal space was nearly 10 times that of the fireball cylinder. The expanding flames instantly filled the entire flame cylinder, and then flowed into the compression cylinder under high pressure. Explosions followed one after another. Countless flames and expanding breath poured into the compression cylinder, filling up the wide space inside in no time, and quickly compressing it. The air density in the compression cylinder increased rapidly, and in the next moment, the spatial stretching effect that maintained the wide space lost the supply of spatial elements, and the spell effect collapsed instantly. The space occupied by Larson began to return to its original state, began to shrink, and the breath in it was quickly compressed. In the completely sealed space, the breath had nowhere to escape. Bang! At this moment, a valve opened, and highly compressed air gushed out instantly, pushing the metal rod forward violently. The space stretching technique of the other compression cylinder on the opposite side took effect, and the rapidly stretched space caused the air pressure in it to drop rapidly, pulling the lever on this side back. Between pushing and pulling, the wheel drove the central axis to rotate one circle. The fireball on the side, where the space had just been stretched, began to explode, and the air pressure in the sealed cylinder rose rapidly, while the space on the other side that had returned to its original state stretched again, and a new low pressure was formed, pulling the metal rod back. With a push and a pull, the direction reversed, and the wheel rotated once again. Under the gaze of the crowd, the wheel rotated intermittently, and each rotation took about a few seconds, although the speed was a bit slow. According to Imoland's observation, the horsepower of each rotation was definitely extremely strong. The energy accumulated by the explosion of fireballs for several seconds, and the compression cylinder amplified this energy again. Such a huge amount of energy only pushed the wheel to rotate once, and the power it carried was extremely terrifying. And although it was full, it was running normally, running continuously. Click, 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 bang, 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 bang. The engine was stuck, and the metal rods on both sides pushed forward at the same time, one left and one right, as if they were getting closer. This gold-patterned black steel is of great quality, and the wheel hasn't collapsed yet. It's really strong and light. I'm looking forward to my new staff more and more. Linhua, are you looking forward to it? I'm looking forward to it too, Linhua said expressionlessly, and Imolan next to him turned the wheel to see if he could make it turn. After putting his hand on it, he found that the wheel was like welded and couldn't move at all. It was very embarrassing. It seems that we have overdone it. Perhaps one fireball cylinder and one compression cylinder are enough. We have just studied it. We cannot coordinate the functions of the array well, and we are already so difficult. It is inevitable that we will get stuck. We can't coordinate well at all. Didn't you think that 2 horsepower would be more powerful? The horsepower is indeed greater. You see, even the president can't change it. It is very strong, but it is more prone to mistakes. Imolan glanced at Linhua after hearing this, and said after a moment of silence, I think the compression cylinder also needs to be adjusted. The way of compressing and discharging air increases the time of returning air once, and the time required for space stretching and shrinking, which directly causes the impeller to rotate for several seconds. It needs to be changed, either delete the compression cylinder, or modify the working method. I think we can consider the working method of the turbine, using high-pressure gas to drive the turbine blades to drive the shaft to rotate. In this way, we can keep 2 fireball cylinders, keep 2 compression cylinders, or even increase it to 3, use the preparation time of the compression cylinder for several seconds, seamlessly connect, increase horsepower while increasing speed. The method is indeed very good, but this will test our coordination ability more. 6 cylinders, 3 groups of cylinders working at the same time, which is very difficult, and the difficulty of adjusting the power is quite high. I think it is better to delete the compression cylinder directly, keep only one fireball cylinder, and directly use the explosion of the fireball to drive the piston to work. Although the horsepower is a little worse, it is definitely not low, and the speed will rise sharply, and the difficulty of coordination is greatly reduced. Chapter 293 Mechanical Structure. No, if that's the case. The four people started discussing fiercely again, and forgot the time again, and the moon in the sky was gradually setting. But this time Lubin remembered Viscount Cohen, because someone sent a message to remind him when it was dark before, but Lubin didn't think Viscount Cohen was worth interrupting the discussion. Of course, although he didn't think it was worth it, Lubin would definitely not lack the most basic courtesy. So after receiving the message, Lubin arranged for someone to inform Viscount Cohen if he wanted to leave. He would arrange for him to leave, and if he didn't want to leave, then take him to dinner, and arrange a room for him to rest. After doing all this, Lubin devoted himself to the debate. However, Viscount Cohen in a room silently glanced at the moon. I have been arranged to stay here. This must be a test for me. Right? I need to rest up, sleep well, and prepare for tomorrow's test. Half an hour later. I need to sleep, I need to rest up, and prepare for tomorrow's test. An hour later. I need to. Time passed, a hint of white appeared in the sky, and then, a pink sun suddenly jumped out of the horizon. Emolan and the other four stretched their bodies, chatting with each other, as they left the basement where the blast furnace was located, and walked up a slope to the ground. After a day and a night of discussion, the four of them were a little tired. Staying up late was nothing for the four of them. But they were tense during the discussion, and their brains were working at full capacity. After discussing for a day and a night, it meant that the four of them had been working at full capacity for a whole day and night, which consumed a lot of energy. Even Emolan was a little overwhelmed. As for what results were discussed, no definite results were discussed. The principle of the engine is not difficult. You can search a lot of them on Baidu. It uses fire elements as fuel and explodes in the form of fireballs. There is no substantial difference between this and oil engines. Linwa had not been idle before. For every function and difficulty of the engine, he had already selected or created corresponding spells to realize or solve them. In addition to the fireball spell and the space extension spell, there are many scattered ones, such as the air spell and the lubricating grease spell. The biggest difficulty now is how to coordinate so many spell models and so many functions. Although Emolan created the magic circle, it can only integrate these spell models into a whole, reduce the size of the engine, and run each spell more smoothly. But these have nothing to do with the order of activation of each function, the connection between functions, and the replacement. Either simplify the system as much as possible, and use the most stupid and crude way to reduce the difficulty of coordination, or overcome the difficulties, and create a spell model or structure that can adjust many spells and exist as the core of the magic circle. This must be achieved, because Emolan can't put a fire spirit in every engine he builds. If it's that luxurious, it's better to equip each engine with a magician driver. In reality, the functions that can be realized by a single chip microcomputer have caused great difficulties for Emolan and others. The four people discussed for a long time without any clue. Finally, Linwa came up with an idea. Mechanical structure. Find the difference between each step, and distinguish them to make a sensing device, just like the float on the fuel tank of an old tractor when the first step is completed. The sensor will connect the energy path of the second step. Go step by step if the first step is not completed. The second step will definitely not be completed. Finally, find a way to form a closed loop of these steps. Perhaps this way we can complete a mechanical structure, bypassing the lack of software through hardware supplementation. Hey, President, are you going to recruit Viscount Cohen? Lubin asked. Emolan shook his head after a moment of hesitation. No, there is no need to make an exception for him. But since he is so patient, and we have indeed made him wait here for a long time, I will give him a set of AL's tutorial books, and let him go back and read them by himself. If he is willing to read them, he will definitely pass the exam. If he is not willing to read them, there is no point in recruiting him. Emolan said casually, and came to a meeting room. After several people sat down, Viscount Cohen was brought over. Hello everyone, I am Viscount Mark Cohen. I want to join the Mage Association to learn magic knowledge. Oh, why do you want to join the Mage Association? Emolan asked. Because the mage profession is the strongest profession, and the strongest mage is in the Mage Association. So I want to join the Mage Association, receive the best mage education, and become a powerful mage professional. enough for me to regain the glory for my family. Viscount Cohen said, neither servile nor overbearing. Family glory? But you even sold the ancestral castle. The ancestral castle is not the glory of the family. I will become the new family glory, and the castle I build will also be the new family glory. But in my opinion, you will be the family glory only if you succeed, and if you fail, you will be a prodigal son. The scene became very awkward for a while, but Viscount Cohen still said, neither servile nor overbearing. I will succeed. At this moment, the brilliance in Viscount Cohen's eyes was very dazzling. Although he had nothing, the courage and pride he showed made Emolan and others look at him differently. At the same time, it also made Emolan change his mind. He put away Ale's exercises, walked to the stage in person, and picked up the chalk. Swish. After a while, an example of a first ring spell model deducing a similar second ring spell model appeared on the blackboard. Under the example, Emolan wrote a first ring spell model. Emolan threw the chalk in his hand. Our association's recruitment test questions. When I recruited 500 people, the ranking within 5,000 has been answered. As long as you can answer it, I will recruit you as a formal member. Cohen looked at the example questions confidently, but he was stunned after 1 second, and began to doubt his life after 10 seconds. No. Okay, I'll lower the difficulty for you. I'll call an apprentice over, you do his questions. If you can answer it, I'll recruit you as a mage apprentice. Cohen felt a hope in his heart again after hearing this. He took the test paper, looked at the questions on it, but after a few glances, the smile gradually disappeared, and his eyes were full of doubt. Seeing this, Emolan called Al in and asked him to solve the problems in front of Cohen. One by one, Cohen was confused. Emolan paid attention to his expression. When he was about to ask Al to stop, he suddenly saw Al tilting his head to look at the example questions on the blackboard, then picking up a piece of chalk and walking over. At this moment, the meeting room suddenly became very quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of chalk scratching on the blackboard. Chapter 294 Offline. Tada. The chalks were clacking on the blackboard. Everyone was looking at the little boy who was constantly deducing in front of the blackboard. Through one piece of chalk after another, he kept deducing in a corner of the blackboard, and calculated step by step. The one-ring spell model on the blackboard gradually became more complicated. After a long time, Al made the last stroke and turned to look at Emolan. Emolan also looked at Al, with a slight smile on his face, walked over and picked up a piece of chalk to draw a big hook, and wrote a number next to it. Full marks, 100 points. Great, Al. Lubin beside him also said, making Al lower his head shyly, and then ran out in a flash. Emolan smiled at this, turned his head to look at Cohen beside him, pointed to the blackboard, and then pointed to the exercise book. His eyes were full of shock, couldn't believe it, even a little embarrassed. How dazzling he was when answering Emolan before. How embarrassed he was now. Everything that just happened was like a silent slap on his face. Slapping. Confidence is a good thing. But just think about it in your heart. You can say this after you succeed. Otherwise, you will only become a laughing stock. Go back. The shock in Cohen's eyes gradually turned into determination. This is what I haven't learned yet. Otherwise, I can do it. Emolan pursed his lips when he heard it, and suddenly didn't know what to say. You can't do it. You haven't learned it. What does it have to do with me? Cohen was stunned when he heard it. It shouldn't be like this. Emolan turned around and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he paused and looked at Cohen again. Well, I'm in a good mood today, so I can give you a chance. Didn't you say you can learn it? I'll give you this exercise book. Otherwise, the Mage Association will recruit another batch of members, including formal members and mage apprentices. If you can get the first place in the mage apprentice batch, you can come to me to fulfill this opportunity. Cohen was about to say something when he heard this, but Emolan interrupted him immediately. Okay, no need to say anything else. It's all nonsense. Take the exercise book, turn left now, and leave the Mage Association. Cohen had to shut up when he heard this, took the exercise book, and walked out the door. Watching him walk out, Lubin asked Emolan curiously, President, how come you are so patient this time? They said exercise books and talked a lot. Under normal circumstances, no matter how arrogant they are, you wouldn't even look at them. Are you planning to train him? Emolan nodded with a smile. Although this Cohen is a noble, he doesn't have the arrogance and bad habits of a noble, but has enough confidence and a certain cultural foundation. I feel good. Nonsense. What bad habits can his family support with his family's conditions? He has been selling castles for so long. And I don't know how many beatings he has suffered. He must be honest. If he were in his original state, you, the president, might have slapped him in the face. Indeed. Oh, by the way, did you feel that Cohen seemed to have reached 15 points of mental power, which met the basic requirements for changing his job to a mage? Really? He has meditated before? No. He couldn't meditate before changing his job. How did he do it? Did he exercise? Or did he take some mental potion? Or was he born with strong mental power? I don't know. Anyway, I think this Cohen is a seedling. And with his noble status, he may be established as a benchmark among the indigenous mages. Lu Bin. Lin Wo also understood Mo Lan's plan instantly, and nodded slightly. Does the president plan to lead him personally? It depends. If the test results are amazing enough, I can lead him. Mo Lan yawned, feeling a little sleepy. Okay, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to sleep. I'll take a break and recover my energy. I wanted to forge the elemental cannon just now, but we were discussing the engine, and didn't even touch the elemental cannon. I'm going to sleep first, and I'll come up to work on the elemental cannon later. Well, I'm going to sleep too. Mo Lan left the meeting room, returned to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, laid down on the bed, and then clicked to log off. In reality, Mo Lan slowly woke up from his dream. Everything in the game was like a dream, but his memory was very clear, and he would not forget it as quickly as a normal dream. He opened his eyes, took off the soft helmet on his head, and a piece of transparent glass came into view. Mo Lan was not wearing any clothes, his body was immersed in a soft material. There were many metal dots on the surface of the soft material, which tightly fit Mo Lan's muscles and limbs. Pushing hard upwards, the hatch slowly opened. Mo Lan stood up, put on his clothes and looked back. An ivory-white round game cabin lay beside the bed. The interior was made of soft material, which could fit the body tightly, and with the soft helmet on the head, it could achieve a virtual degree of nearly 99%, just like soul travel. Mo Lan stretched his body, moved his body, and went to the toilet, then went to the vegetable garden behind the house to pick some Chinese cabbage. Washed the Chinese cabbage. Standing in the kitchen, Mo Lan took a deep breath, took out a bucket of instant noodles after a long absence, put in the peeing beef balls, put in the ham sausage, put in the marinated eggs, put in the snail sauce, and finally put in the washed Chinese cabbage. Soon the fragrance filled the air, and Mo Lan began to eat. After eating, he moved around in the yard, warmed up a little, took a shower, and fell asleep on the bed. Time passed quickly, and when Mo Lan woke up again, it was already evening. His spirit had fully recovered, and he stretched comfortably. I haven't slept so well in a long time. It feels good. After waking up, Mo Lan washed rice and steamed it, washed a sausage, sliced it, put it on a plate, and steamed it in the rice cooker. Then he took out a cucumber and a ham from the refrigerator, cut the cucumber and ham into strips, and then heated the oil in a pan, and left it for a while. And a cucumber fried with a ham and a steamed sausage was ready. Mo Lan finished his meal beautifully, solved his physiological problems, and then laid down in the game cabin, closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. In sleep, colorful lights flashed in Mo Lan's mind, and a dream slowly built up. Electric current. Information entered the network cable through the game console, flowed to the server, and then a stream of information flowed back and connected to Mo Lan's mind. At this moment, the independent dream in Mo Lan's mind came into contact with a dream world that was too huge to observe and describe, and then merged. Mo Lan is online. President. Good evening. Good evening. Mo Lan walked in the Mage Tower with a refreshed spirit. After eating a little, Mo Lan went straight to the blast furnace area. The elemental cannon array has not been verified yet, and the elemental cannon sample has not been cast yet. Mo Lan does not want to waste time. The passage to the fire elemental realm is about to be opened. If everything goes well, Mo Lan plans to test the new weapon with the lava beasts of the fire elemental realm. The fire elemental realm is simply a perfect weapon testing ground. Chapter 295 Elemental Cannon. Just a little change. Mo Lan muttered. After slightly adjusting the positions of a few nodes, the entire array looked more coordinated. Mo Lan had already run the array many times in his mind, structural deduction, checking the array bit by bit, looking for hidden loopholes and contradictions, adjusting them bit by bit, correcting them bit by bit. Mo Lan had been working on this for a long time. There were no major problems with the elemental cannon array, but there were more than 10 minor problems. After a slight modification, the speed of energy flow between channels should be about 1% to 3% faster than before. Begin. Emolan took a deep breath, sat on the workbench, turned the handle connected to the blast furnace, turned on the switch, and the liquid gold-patterned black steel flowed over, flowing into the interior of the workbench in front of Molan. The mental power entered the workbench, transformed into a flaming hand, and slowly shaped the liquid gold-patterned black steel on the workbench. After the shaping was completed, Emolan began to stabilize the magic array. When the workbench was designed, it was considered to be able to construct large devices, so the internal space of the workbench is very large. The gun barrel with a thickness of several tens of centimeters and a length of several meters can still be formed in one piece. The only thing that makes Emolan feel difficult is his mental power. Even with his 5-ring level mental power, it is difficult to lift this huge object. After all, no matter how light the gold-patterned black steel is, it is still metal. Such a huge device is very heavy. Now Emolan uses a self-created spell, the Hand of Fire, to cooperate with the terrifyingly dense fire element inside the blast furnace to shape the flowing liquid gold-patterned black steel into the shape of a gun barrel and fix it. Emolan frowned, feeling the pressure of the Hand of Fire. No. This kind of tool array must be fixed next to the blast furnace or on the wizard tower. Similar tools must be used. Otherwise such a large object will be the limit of my fixed spell model. If I want to make heavier objects, I can't easily rely on the hands of the wizard to carry them. I must use molds to shape them. But molds are not only troublesome, but also very likely to cause defects to the tools. Emolan said softly. This is also one of the necessary tool spells in the laboratory. It must be developed and put into use as soon as possible. After the barrel was shaped, Emolan quickly gathered his distracting thoughts, and the elemental cannon array emerged in his mind. Constant start. Emolan was concentrating. Mercury began to resonate with the gold-patterned black steel. The two reached a frequency and slowly blended under Emolan's control. The silver-white mercury turned into round beads and entered the gold-patterned black steel to become nodes. Those thin or thick, long or short magic lines connected them. The correspondence between nodes, the interweaving of lines, a three-dimensional model slowly took shape inside the barrel. The most core violent structure, this structure is responsible for activating the violent nature of the fire element, allowing the fire element to start the highest frequency of vibration and explosion, which is the guarantee of power. The sticky structure from the firewall technique was used as an aid. It slightly activated the sticky effect of the fire. The sticky effect was not strong. It was not like the firewall technique or the purple flame technique, which could not be shaken off once it was touched. It did not take over the main role. It only added some stickiness to the irritable fire elements, allowing them to gather together and not disperse, making the explosion more powerful and making the explosion more aggressive. The dense patterns on the inner wall of the gun barrel slowly formed a force field as soon as they were formed. The elements within the range of the suppression force field instantly became quiet, stable, and peaceful. This is the guarantee that the elemental cannon will not explode. However, the stronger the forbidden magic field, the safer it is. The stronger the forbidden magic field, the more difficult it is to stimulate the essence of the fire element explosion. However, under Emolan's careful design and coordination, this impact is reduced to a minimum and will not affect the operation of the elemental cannon. The space-stretching spell model near the bottom of the barrel expands the space here, while blocking a certain amount of forbidden magic suppression, and also provides preparation for subsequent compression. After Lu Bin's careful design, once the space stretched by this space-stretching spell collapses, the speed at which the space returns to its original state is several times faster than before. At the bottom of the elemental cannon is a wide energy passage, which is the energy input structure. When it is running, it will be connected to the elemental pool. The surging and turbulent energy will flow into the elemental cannon through here, and then turn into a terrifying roar of death. At this time, Emolan added a design. An additional spell was fixed outside, which was used to increase the fire power of the fire element, to warm up the activation of the essence of explosion. While preparing, it also minimizes the influence of the forbidden magic field on it. The barrel, the bottom of the elemental cannon, is completely divided into two structures. The input elements will be activated by the violent essence at the bottom of the barrel, and then transformed into fireball spell, and pass through the forbidden magic field. Suppression before the explosion can prevent it from exploding, but the rebound that follows will only make the power more terrifying, perfectly utilizing the forbidden magic field, turning the negative into the positive. This is exactly what Emolan wants. The seemingly simple design. But I don't know how much effort Emolan has put into it. The last spell node is constant. And the temperature in the working area is slowly lowered. The barrel begins to solidify. Little by little, the barrel solidifies very slowly. Emolan is not in a hurry to move it, worried that the change in force will cause the unsolidified gold-patterned black steel to deform. After a long time, a black and gold gun barrel slowly slid down from the exit. The elemental gun was formed. President. Did it succeed? Linhua, who was working on the engine on the workbench on the other side of the blast furnace, saw the elemental gun coming out of the furnace and hurried over. Emolan's face was very strange. In theory, the first experiment will usually fail. And the same is true for casting. The first time will usually fail. What about this time? Did it succeed? Linhua heard the meaning behind the words, which seemed to be a success, and asked with expectation. I feel very good this time. Did it succeed? Failed. Then let's try it. I want to. Wait, what did you say? I said it failed. I know whether it failed or not. Veins popped up on Linhua's forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Waste my expression? Emolan shrugged, walked over to connect the energy channel of the fire element pool to the fire element cannon, and tried it. Sure enough, this was a failed product. After Emolan conducted a comprehensive test, he threw it into the blast furnace for refining. And Emolan sat next to the workbench again, same process, more cautious, more careful, more expectant. After the element cannon came out of the furnace, this was still a failed casting, but Emolan was not frustrated at all, because he was getting closer and closer to the correct answer. The third time, success. Chapter 296, The Essence of Fire. Gurgle gurgle. The trailer carried an elemental cannon that was 2.5 meters long and half a meter thick. The wheels rubbed against the ground and made a heavy groaning sound. You succeeded? Seeing Su Zongxin trying to drag the cannon away, Linhua was immediately shocked. Yes, the test run was successful just now, but I dare not put it here, so I am going to open the passage to the fire elemental world and try it in the fire elemental world. Linhua was immediately interested when he heard this, and quickly ran to the side of the cannon, and stroked the black and gold hard cannon with his hand, and said slowly, This cannon is shaking. It can't wait. I can already feel the roar of the fire element. So what? So wait for me to get 2 watermelons. When Emolan and Su Zongxin pulled the cannon barrel to the side of the space crack, Linhua and Lu Bin were already holding a watermelon each and eating it with a spoon. How shameful. This is a very serious matter. Maybe we will redefine war and justice. This kind of serious matter. President. You and Zongxin are on the table. Emolan turned his head and saw 2.5 watermelons on the table, with a spoon stuck on it. He looked over and saw that it was a sand scoop. He scooped up the core and ate it. It was sweet and crispy. It's nice to eat some watermelon. Emolan nodded. Yeah, it's really sweet. 4 people walked in front holding watermelons, 3 magic hands, and 1 flame hand pulling a trailer followed behind. Entering the fire elemental world, the hot breath hits you in the face, and you can use the water shield to restore coolness. Emolan put down the watermelon for the time being, and went forward to support the gun barrel with a simple bracket, pulled an energy channel from the magic tower into the space gap, and connected it to the elemental cannon. Next to the elemental cannon is a black steel box with gold patterns, which is a mobile space element pool, and maintains the operation of the space extension technique. Begin, Emolan said softly, holding up the watermelon. The 4 of them squatted in a row, and as soon as they thought about it, the surging fire element poured into the space where the first space extension technique was located. This space extension technique was added by Emolan later when he modified it. The first step was to compress the fire element. The compression ratio was 10:1. The fire element was originally as surging as a liquid. Under the compression of 10:1, the fire element solidified instantly, as if it turned into a round red crystal. The crystal was crystal clear, like the top ruby, without any flaws. However, in the next moment, the explosion structure of the fireball technique and the viscous structure of the firewall technique were activated, igniting the center of the crystal. Like gunpowder ignited, the crystal instantly became agitated, rapidly spreading from the center to the outer circle. However, at this moment, the newly poured fire element at the bottom turned into a fire ring to resist the explosion, suppressing the explosion as much as possible, high temperature, and increasing the impact force as much as possible. The fire ring was optimized into 3 rings. The terrifying impact force was restrained by the gold-patterned black steel barrel, and the only exit was the muzzle. At this moment, all the impact force was restrained in direction and vented in one direction. The fiery red crystal blocking this direction was directly pushed in front and rushed out. The crystal was about to explode. And at this moment, when the crystal was pushed up, the space extension technique in the middle and lower part of the barrel collapsed directly. The specially improved space extension technique collapsed, causing the space to be compressed instantly, after almost completely turning into violent flames. Only a thin circle of crystals on the outside was left, wrapped in the rapidly shrinking space. There was no further compression, just maintaining the size of the crystal. The rapidly shrinking space caused space to pile up on the surface of the crystal, forming an invisible membrane. This membrane composed of space elements directly pressed the violent crystal back again, maintaining the outermost layer of crystals, like a thin shell. This thin film stacked by space elements will disappear in an instant. Once it disappears, the explosion will occur immediately. However, when passing through the long anti-magic field at the top of the barrel, changes will occur. For spells that have been released, the anti-magic field cannot prohibit them. The anti-magic field will only increase the inertia of the elements and reduce the activity of the elements. The compressed explosion will calm down slightly when passing through the anti-magic field. The 3-ring level fire resistance ring will completely explode, and the directional impact will push the crystal out. In an instant, the crystal disappeared. No, an instant is not enough to describe it. Under the observation of mental power and the calculation of mechanical mind, Emolan came up with an estimated data. 1/100th of a second. The crystal that was fired instantly left the detection range of mental power. After leaving the coverage of mental power, no one could see the shells, the trajectory of the shells, or the fall of the shells. They could only see flames and smoke rising in the distance. In the next second, Emolan calculated the approximate distance. 800 to 1,000 meters. Huh? The 4 people were so stunned that they forgot to eat melons. They took a long breath and walked towards the scene. When they were 1,000 meters away, they saw the huge pit on the ground and the radial traces left by the splashing stones 100 meters away. The temperature was unbelievable. Emolan, is this the power of your full-strength 6-ring fireball spell? Gurgle. Emolan swallowed and shook his head. If I had such high damage, I would be invincible. Emolan said slowly after a long silence. This is the result of 2 consecutive compressions by the space extension technique. The fireball was already so powerful, and I used 10 times the fire element to directly compress it into a fire element crystal. This is 1. After this step, I used the short-term restraint formed by the space extension technique to forcefully stop the explosion. This is 2. Finally, when passing through the forbidden magic field, the violent fire element was forcibly suppressed for a moment again. This is 3. 2 compressions and 1 suppression. The power rises sharply. This is no longer my original fireball. My 6-ring fireball technique is not so powerful. Such a powerful force is called elemental bombardment. Looked at the gun pit, returned to the elemental cannon, looked at the 40-centimeter caliber, and gestured with his hand. Elemental cannon? No, this cannot be called an elemental cannon. Linwa said slowly. This thing is called justice. How big it is here, how big justice is. Linwa gestured at the caliber, and then gestured at the range. With justice as the center, and its length as the radius, this coverage is called the interpretation range of justice. Emolan was also quite emotional, and at this time, Su Zongxin next to him suddenly asked a question. Has this power reached the 7th ring? Emolan was stunned, then shook his head. Although I haven't seen a 7th ring spell, I know it's not yet. Not yet? Su Zongxin murmured. Since more fire elements and more compression can increase the power of fireballs, then why can't we make a bigger one? The power of the small one is so terrifying, then the bigger one may reach the power of the 7th ring. Linwa rejected it. The 7th ring is not a simple stacking of firepower, but involves the essence of the fire element. As soon as Linwa finished speaking, everyone was shocked by Su Zongxin's next sentence. What is the essence of elements? There are many essences: violent, impact, high temperature, countless. How to define the essence? What if the caliber is also? Su Zongxin's words were extremely tempting, making people's hearts beat slightly. The 40 caliber is not the essence. What about the 80 caliber? The 80 caliber is not justice. What about the one with the entire wizard tower as the base, and the caliber is as high as 800? What is the essence? Is that the essence? Chapter 297 Rebuilding the Mage Tower. Chapter 296 Rebuilding the Mage Tower. If we build the elemental star destroyer, then it is either the essence or the essence. I don't know if it is the essence, but I am sure it is justice. And justice is the essence. Lin was said faintly. Emolan's eyebrows jumped slightly. Stepping on the fire element energy channel behind the elemental cannon, said softly. The liquid fire element flows inside, which is why it can be forcibly transformed into crystals after 10 times compression. Just now, a crystal with a diameter of 40 centimeters directly lowered the level of the fire element pool by 1 level, just by forming. At least it consumed more than 10 times the fire elements I normally release when I release the 6-ring fireball spell. In addition, the inherent strength of the space extension spell is here. Compressing the current crystal is not a problem, but larger ones may not be able to compress to the level we need. Similarly, there is also the magic forbidden force field. Its magic forbidden strength is also limited, and it needs to be strengthened. And how high the temperature can the gold-patterned black steel withstand? The increase in power is not simply an increase in caliber. This includes energy, materials, technology, design, concept. Only a comprehensive breakthrough can achieve the caliber increase you mentioned. Although the elemental cannon is powerful and has a long range, its actual accuracy is low. I missed the target by more than 300 meters when I shot at a target of 1,000 meters. In addition, it does not have a tracking function like spells, and is easy to miss and be dodged, so the elemental cannon has many limitations and disadvantages. If all these are broken through, will you make it? Make it, Emolan said without thinking. But it is impractical now. Let's slowly improve the current element cannon. We must at least complete the aiming system and improve the accuracy of the attack, so that the element cannon can be more practical. In addition, the new element pool technology must also be broken through. Only more elements can use the element cannon with confidence. Lu Bin, your task is very important. As long as a stable space channel is built, our element pool will have a small breakthrough and enter the 1-5 era. The speed of accumulating elements will reach a new high. Well, okay. I have some ideas about this. It can be done, but it will take some time. Well, as soon as possible, Emolan said after a moment of silence, and suddenly asked, by the way, how many elemental cannons do you think should be installed in our mage tower? Linhua pondered for a moment, said hesitantly, this cannon still has flaws. If the accuracy is not enough, then let's use 10. If the accuracy is not enough, we can make up for it with the range. If we wash the ground once, we don't need to worry about the accuracy. I think what Linhua said makes sense, Lu Bin said, touching his chin. Su Zongqin said, after a moment of silence. He said slowly, I think what Lu Bin said makes sense. Emolan nodded when he heard it. What Zongqin said makes sense. After saying that, Emolan suddenly remembered something. By the way, Linhua, Lu Bin, you two should start building the mage tower. Huh? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Linhua and Lu Bin looked at Emolan in surprise. Hasn't there a call in the association to build a mage tower? But apart from you, who else in the association is qualified to build a mage tower? Who else is qualified to build a mage tower before you? You guys are taking the lead, which is considered a response to the demands of the majority of members below. In addition, we are about to recruit new people and mage apprentices, and one mage tower is indeed a bit crowded. Building 2 more can effectively divert the members of the association. As for the location, then build one on the left and one on the right of my magic tower. Don't build too far away. I remember there are 2 meditation rooms on the left and right. Start building the magic tower directly based on the meditation room. The 3 magic towers form a triangle. They are not far apart. Even if someone attacks, they can take care of each other. The association now has the ability to build 2 magic towers at the same time. We will have a meeting to discuss it later. After the meeting, we will start building 2 towers at the same time. Emolan said so. How could the 2 disagree? The 2 looked at each other, and the same expectation was revealed in their eyes. Remember to design your wizard tower. By the way, there is one more thing. Your wizard tower should also be equipped with an elemental cannon. The maximum range of this elemental cannon is estimated to be about 1,500 meters. Before I announce it, the elemental cannon will not be included in the technical library for the time being. It is confidential. Emolan smiled. The attack range of the wizard tower is only greater than or equal to the wizard's mental radiation range, which is only about 100 to 200 meters. The elemental cannon, with a range of 1,500 meters, will give people a surprise. I hope they like it. The two laughed unkindly when they heard it. After saying that, Emolan ran to the elemental cannon again and started experiments again and again. Testing the maximum attack distance. Testing accuracy. Testing power. Testing the barrel. Testing the firing speed. Etc. One by one, data appeared in Emolan's mind. Data flowed, and calculations were performed quickly. Emolan quickly grasped the specific information of the elemental cannon. Based on this information, Emolan had a general direction on how to transform and improve the elemental cannon. After a long time, Emolan failed to fire. He took a look and found that there was no liquid fire element flowing into the energy channel. After confirming that the energy channel was not broken, Emolan calculated slightly in his mind, and immediately reacted, sighing slightly. What? Are you done with the test? Fire 2 shots for me too. Lubin next to him came over and said, shaking his head. See, there is no element output. The reserve of the fire element pool has reached the warning line, and the output of these unimportant elements has been interrupted. Okay. Lubin walked away, and Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. He was the only one who knew the reserve of the fire element pool the best among all people. And he also understood the meaning of emptying the fire element pool, and what it meant. We need to consider energy saving without reducing the power. We need to improve the energy utilization rate, and besides. Emolan turned around and shouted to Lubin. Lubin, you should hurry up. We are in need of fire element the most now, and now we have opened up the fire element world, and we are just waiting for your constant space crack. Lubin, who was discussing the design and structure of the magic tower with Linhua, turned around and said, okay. Emolan looked at the elemental cannon, and then looked at the energy path, covered the elemental cannon with cloth, pulled it back to the magic tower, locked it in a warehouse. And then Emolan entered the space crack again. From this time on, the space crack has been open to ordinary members. Ordinary members form teams and enter the fire element world excitedly. And Emolan did not waste time, and continued to explore the fire element world. Emolan wanted to find a way for the fire spirit to be promoted to the 4th level. This might allow him to touch some corners of the essence of the fire element, some clues. Now he can release spells with the maximum power of the 6 rings. If he can touch some clues about the essence of the fire element, Emolan can even look at the master's domain. And the master can protect the country. Chapter 298: The Secret of the Fire Elemental World. This is not the first time that Emolan has entered the fire elemental world. Although he enters in a different place each time, many things in the fire elemental world remain unchanged, and one of them caught Emolan's attention. Lava beasts can upgrade as long as they soak in magma. The larger the magma, the stronger the lava beasts are. This is almost certain. Emolan muttered to himself. What is the principle of the upgrade of lava beasts? It is impossible to upgrade while soaking in the bath. Magma can upgrade the lava beast, which seems to make sense. The red rock on the surface of the lava beast is solidified magma, and the hot magma flows inside the body. This should be part of the reason. However, I think there should be another factor, Emolan murmured. And his mental power captured the fire element rising from the magma. There are rich fire elements rising from the magma all the time, diffusing in the environment, filling the fire element world with fire elements, making the fire element the most concentrated element in the environment, the element with the largest proportion, and the other restrained elements are compressed to the minimum. One of the most important reasons for the upgrade of the lava beast should be these fire elements, Emolan said softly, and a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. He looked up at the crater. As soon as he thought about it, the fire resistance ring exploded behind him, and the huge impact became the driving force for Emolan to fly upward. The 3-ring fire resistance ring developed when developing the elemental cannon made Emolan fly faster now. He whistled past with the shield, and the wind roared in his ears. Emolan's altitude rose rapidly. The crater was very high, and it took Emolan a while to appear in the crater. When Emolan appeared at the crater, he suddenly felt that he was surrounded by extremely dense fire elements. Emolan even felt that the density of fire elements here was almost the same as that in the fire element pool. Although it was not liquefied, the concentration of elements was not much different. Only then did Emolan realize that the billowing smoke rising from the crater was dark red. And these were all extremely dense fire elements. Emolan was stunned. His mental power sensed the extremely dense fire elements rising. Looking around, There were volcanoes everywhere in his field of vision. Thick smoke rose from every crater, and the sky was covered by the diffused smoke, making the sky dark red. Emolan originally thought it was just volcanic ash, and didn't take it seriously, but now he realized that these were all fire elements. At this moment, Emolan felt an incomparable shock, and everything seemed insignificant in this terrifying fire element smoke. It took Emolan a long time to come back to his senses, and he looked down at the crater. The crater was dozens of meters deep, with a circular stone wall, and a boiling magma pool in the middle. The magma pool covered a very large area, and the fire elements were rising continuously from it. Emolan probed into the magma with his spiritual power, and the first thing he sensed was the lava beast. These beast-like fire elemental creatures are everywhere in the fire elemental world, and they can be seen almost anywhere there is magma. These lava beasts are too strong, floating in the magma, and there are countless 6th-level lava beasts. Emolan can even sense a more terrifying aura deep in the crater. There may be a master-level fire elemental creature in this crater, dozens or hundreds of 6th-level lava beasts, and a master-level fire elemental creature. Emolan once again felt the gap between elite and master levels. Elite level, even level 6, is everywhere. But once you reach the level of master, it is extremely rare to reach level 7. There is only one master-level elemental life among hundreds of level 6 lava beasts, which shows how rare the master level is. Wait, Emolan reacted. His face changed, and he turned his head to look around. There were countless craters, countless level 6 lava beasts, and even countless master-level elemental life. Emolan suddenly felt that he was so weak. Well, there was no need to feel this. Emolan withdrew his mental power from the magma, and dared not explore further. The master level has already completed a transformation, and the gap with the elite level is unimaginable. Elite level, even the 6th level lava beast cannot directly detect it. For the 7th level, it may be possible to observe the lines on the palm. Emolan still had some guesses in his heart, and he did not intend to die today, and then naturally turned around and left. His life was more important. Turning around and leaving the crater. Although he decided to leave the crater, the doubts in his heart were not resolved, but became even stronger. Where does the fire element in the magma come from? This question popped up in Emolan's mind. He kept thinking and looking for the answer to the question. Is it brought up from the depths of the earth by the magma? The fire element dissolves in the magma, flows upward with the magma, rises after reaching the surface, and then diffuses into the environment. But if that's the case, where does the fire element in the depths of the earth come from? Is the fire element born in the depths of the earth? What substance undergoes a series of reactions and transformations to give birth to the fire element? Or is it that the fire element has been stored below all the time, and it just rises up through the lava, and finally diffuses into the environment? If it is the former, it is fine. But if it is the latter, Emolan muttered to himself, that means that elements are actually a non-renewable precious resource. Maybe it seems endless now, but in fact it is consumed every day. Maybe the normal release of fire elements is nothing, and it will not affect the total amount of fire elements in the environment. But other transformations, etc., will eventually cause element consumption. Emolan pondered for a moment, then shook his head violently. No, that's not right. Emolan suddenly looked up at the sky, and a flash of inspiration seemed to flash in his mind. Where will those fire elements in the sky go? Are they just accumulating there? No, it's impossible. If they are accumulating there, the concentration of fire elements below is definitely not just this little bit. And the smoke clouds composed of fire elements are floating in the sky, and there are always continuous smoke columns merging into them. Emolan's mind flashed one fragment after another. When the fire element space crack was opened, it seemed that tearing the space crack would lead to the fire element world. The fire element world seemed to be closely connected with the outside world. Looking at the fiery red smoke in the sky from this angle, Emolan thought of a lot at this moment. First, let's make a bold assumption. The world where Emolan has always been is the main world. The fire element world is tightly wrapped outside the main world, and outside is nothingness, which is the starry sky. If these fire element smoke clouds have entered the main world, then below, Emolan looked at the crater, looked at his feet, and muttered to himself, is that producing fire elements? Chapter 299, The Foundation of the World. No matter how many fire elements there is a total amount, and there is a limit. Facing the consumption of the entire world, Eating up all the resources is morbid, unrealistic, and impossible to last long. Matters have a cycle, and the total amount of everything will not decrease. If elements are also added to the cycle of matter, it makes sense to add a link called energy to this cycle. However, from the current findings, it is relatively easy to transform elements into matter. And the reversal of matter into energy has only been seen in master-level phoenix birds so far. If we think from this perspective, combined with the previous speculation, can I think that the fire element realm continuously grabs energy or matter from outside the world and transforms it into fire elements, and then injects these fire elements into the material realm? These elements join the cycle. Some are accumulated and become element stocks, and some are added to the big cycle and transformed into matter. With the accumulation and transformation of energy and matter, the sky becomes higher, the earth becomes thicker, and the sea becomes wider, and the fire element realm, the earth element realm, the wind element realm, the water element realm, the gold element realm, and other elemental realms serve as the foundation of the world, the role of the world's roots, and provide for the entire world. At this moment, many seemingly unrelated clues emerged in Emolan's mind, and they gathered little by little, and finally pieced together the outline of a world. Emolan thought a lot, connected a lot, many thoughts came to his mind, his understanding of the world deepened a lot, he had a new understanding. The word world seems to be no longer an empty word in Emolan's mind, but a more specific and vivid outline. An outline based on the elemental world, and the material world as the main body. This may be useless, or it may be a little useful, nothing happened, but Emolan's understanding of the world has changed. It has become clearer and more specific. Looking around, looking at the volcanoes with thick smoke, Emolan suddenly felt that these masters did not seem so abrupt. This is the root of the world. If nothing unexpected happens, this is also the place with the richest fire element in the world. In other words, the energy level of the fire element here is higher. It is natural that such a high energy level can breed a master-level lava beast. Thinking of this, Emolan lowered his gaze again, looking at the fiery red earth, where cracks in the magma shattered the earth. The lava beast swam in the cracks of the magma. Feeling the strong breath of the fire element, Emolan looked down. The real secret should be deep in the earth. The fire element brought out by the magma alone is so strong, then the deep earth must be even stronger. If the area where I am is called the outer edge of the fire element world, the shallow layer, the deeper the earth, the closer it is to the deep end of the fire element world. But the outer edge is already full of magma. I don't know what the real deep end will be like. Magma ocean? Or pure liquid, or even crystal-like fire elements? Emolan suddenly reacted. Yes, the fire element world, pure fire, the world of fire, that's how it should be. Just then, the message sounded. Emolan looked and saw that it was Lu Bin. Everyone, it's almost time. If you don't go back now, you don't have to go back. Received. Received. Messages were received one after another, and swiped the screen below. Seeing this, Emolan gave up the idea of digging a hole underground and floated up, resisting the explosion of the fire ring, and his body suddenly shot out like an arrow, moving rapidly in the direction of the space crack. After a while, the space crack appeared within Emolan's field of vision. But there seemed to be many more black and gold boxes next to the space crack. Mobile fire element pool? A question popped up in Emolan's mind. He happened to see Lu Bin at this time, so he landed next to him. President Lu Bin, are these all fire element pools? Yes. Lu Bin pointed to the gold-patterned black steel boxes placed around the magma cracks and said, these are all ready-made mobile fire element pools. Compared with the outside, the fire elements outside are too thin. The element pool of the Mage Tower alone can attract most of them. If I put them outside, the efficiency of fire element accumulation will become very slow. So I just bring them in. The fire elements released from this magma gap are enough for them to accumulate. And the efficiency is very high. Lu Bin said this with emotion. The difference in element concentration inside and outside is too big. Indeed, the extremely rich fire elements alone are enough for us to work hard to overcome this technology. Try to find a way to establish a stable space channel in the fire element realm. After all, this is energy. Emolan nodded gently. So how is the progress now? It's missing a key spell model. If I conquer this spell model, I can stop the shrinking speed of this space crack. What spell model? The spell model that controls and solidifies the space elements. Lu Bin said slowly. Emolan said after a moment of hesitation. Can't the magic array of the space element pool do it? Lu Bin shook his head when he heard it. No. The space element pool is just a constraint. It can't control it, let alone solidify it. From what I heard from you, the magic model you mentioned is to simulate the instinct of the winged sky beast to control the space elements. Yes, I do think so. Compared with creating out of thin air, thinking, it is much easier to have an imitation object. Well, this can also be regarded as the idea of bionics. The body structure that animals have evolved over tens of millions of years, and hundreds of millions of years, is an extremely excellent technology and concept. Create a new perception. Create a new controllability. Are you sure? Lend me the winged sky beast for a while. And then use magic to simulate its body tissue that produces perception and control functions. It shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. That's no problem. I'll let it cooperate with you later. Emolan suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking, muttering. But recently it has eaten too much of that space lotus. And it seems to have a problem. It's going to be promoted? Even the magic beast has been promoted to the 4th ring. So I have to work harder. Lu Bin said this, but saw Emolan shook his head. Not like it. It's a bit strange. But the winged sky beast didn't feel any resistance, and was quite happy. It shouldn't be a bad thing. It's okay if it's not a bad thing. The winged sky beast is not stupid. If there is a problem, it will definitely come to you a long time ago. That's right. I'll let it come to you when the time comes. I'll go back first. Emolan turned around and walked towards the space crack after he finished speaking. But at this time Lu Bin saw the mobile fire element pool next to him, and suddenly remembered something, and called Emolan directly. Wait. There is one more thing. I almost forgot just now. This matter is quite serious. You have to make a decision yourself. What is it? Lu Bin took a deep breath and said slowly. A guild privately built a 3-ring wizard tower. Chapter 300 Dragon God Guild. A guild has secretly built a 3-ring wizard tower. As soon as Lu Bin said this, Emolan's face instantly became serious. Which guild? Dragon God Guild. Huh? Where did this guild come from? I've never heard of it. It couldn't survive in other places, so it just moved to Red Maple City. Red Maple City can now be considered the main city of players. It is the city with the highest status among players, and the most powerful city. There are many newly migrated guilds, and there are many every day. The Dragon God Guild is a relatively powerful one. There are about 3,000 professional members in the guild, including 2,000 mages, and about 1,000 warriors. There are 2 elite warriors, and 1 elite mage. Lu Bin explained the details of the Dragon God Guild one by one, and it is obvious that he has conducted an investigation. Does this Dragon God Guild cooperate with us? Does it use technology or other items to buy from us, and replace the construction technology of the Mage Tower? No. Emolan smiled when he heard this. Who gave them the courage? Lu Bin said with a wry smile. Mage Tower. A 3-ring Mage Tower. A 3-ring Mage Tower that can release water shield and dark fireball spells equivalent to the 6-ring power. Emolan raised his eyebrows and laughed in anger. They don't hide it. Even the constant spells are copied exactly. Why don't they say that the Mage Tower is his creation? As soon as Emolan finished speaking, he saw that Lu Bin was a little weird, and suddenly realized. Did they really say that? Yes. They said that the Mage Tower was their idea, and it has been put into the blueprint. You are just a shameless plagiarist. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. I feel a little tired. When a tree is big, there are all kinds of birds. When there are many people, there are all kinds of idiots. But there are idiots every year. Why are there so many this year? Maybe it's because people who are famous are prone to gossip. President, you are a big shot now, so there are naturally more idiots, and you can make a lot of money by riding on the popularity. Lu Bin said seriously. Come on, you are still a big shot. At most you can be considered an adult. Lu Bin laughed and didn't answer and asked how to deal with it. First send a letter of condemnation, then condemn it in the Mage Forum section, demand them to demolish the Mage Tower within 15 days, and apologize in the Mage Forum. Tear it down now, and apologize. And the matter will be over. What if they don't apologize? Lu Bin said with a smile. Emolan rolled his eyes at this. You just want to stir up trouble, right? No, don't talk nonsense. Isn't this just thinking ahead? Since they did it, they won't apologize honestly just because of a condemnation. Tear it down. Since it is inevitable, I have to think about it ahead of time. Right? What should we do? What can we do? That's a 3-ring wizard tower. That's a water shield with a power of 6 rings. What else can we do? Emolan glanced at Lupin. Go and send the letter quickly. Seeing Emolan leave, Lupin moved in a batch of mobile fire element pools made of red rock and laid them out neatly. Looking at the mobile element pools of 2 materials, which totaled more than 100, Lupin shrugged his shoulders and left, and began to write a condemnation message. On a mountain in the northeast corner of Hongfeng City, a steep mountain, the upper part of the mountainside was directly flattened. A city wall was formed on the mountain, steep on all sides. There was only one way up and down the mountain. It looked easy to defend and difficult to attack, but in fact it was not very useful. The city wall, built by ordinary stone wall technique, a flower stand, had no meaning. In the center of the town, an extremely eye-catching white 5-story stone tower attracted attention. It had 5 floors, and each floor was 10 meters high, together with the base and the spire. It was 54 meters in total. If Emolan saw it, he would find that the tower was exactly the same as his mage tower in terms of color, shape, and height. In fact, in addition to the appearance, its interior was also extremely similar, and it also had the same fixed group spellcasting Dark Fireball and group spellcasting Water Shield, and could exert the power of a 6-ring spell at most. In the mage tower, several people gathered on the 5th floor of the mage tower. The president stood by the window, looking down at the small building below, with a smile on his face. If you ask me, Emolan is a big idiot. Mage tower, mage job transfer method, mage meditation method, elite promotion method. He actually announced them all. He discarded the trump card. If you give me all of them, no, just give me one, don't mention the current 10 million investment, I can raise the market value of the guild to 100 million, to 1 billion in a second. The president of the Dragon God Guild curled his lips in disdain. Who does he think he is? If talking about it is effective, then what is the use of law? Idiot. President, Emolan said that whoever dared to use it would be beaten. This. What are you afraid of? Which company is not using it secretly? Can he control it? But they are all using it secretly, and those who are using it secretly are basically the guilds that are not presentable. The real top 10 guilds are using technology to replace technology. I'm not saying that we can't do it, I just think your idea is too radical. We can also use it secretly. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. We don't have to be the first bird to stick its head out. The president of the Dragon God Guild looked at him seriously after hearing this. Are you serious? You will pay the welfare of more than 3,000 members of the guild? You will pay the wages of more than 100 core members? We can think of other ways. What the hell, if the way is so easy to think of, money wouldn't be so hard to make. Shit is hard to eat. Money is hard to make. This is the unchanging truth from ancient times to the present. Indeed, the first bird to stick its head out will be shot. But the first person to eat crabs is also the one who gains the most. But isn't this method a bit despicable? Money is not despicable. After getting the money, by a wave of water army to whitewash, we will be the king. I am a genius entrepreneur. I started from scratch and founded a huge guild with a market value of tens of millions. No one will say that I am despicable. Don't worry, I know what you are worried about. Isn't it just a mage association? To be safe, didn't I use the element pool to accumulate elements for a long time to build the mage tower? The mage association also has only one mage tower, and we also have one. It is undeniable that the mage tower is indeed a very powerful building. The mage association's mage tower is, and so is our mage tower. The mage tower cannot be moved. In our territory, we are invincible with the mage tower. It will be the same even if the mage association comes, and Emolan will be the same. Now you don't need to worry about anything, just sit in the mage tower. As long as you guard the mage tower, you will get benefits later. Okay, alas. Chapter 301. Don't worry, the trash is coming. Bah, you're a whore, and you still want to be a saint. As soon as this person left, another person on the 5th floor said disdainfully. The president glanced at him when he heard this. How is the elite mage I asked you to recruit going? Don't let him backfire at the critical moment. If there are other elite mages, would you still have to put up with him like this? Brother Long, elite mages are not easy to find. Most of the mage players, with some skills, nearby have joined the mage association. The rest were also divided up by the major guilds. They often recruited those who had just been rejected by the mage association. They were all blocking the entrance to the examination room. We hadn't come yet at that time, and hadn't encountered that batch. It was difficult to dig them out. There was nothing we could do. Senior mages were all researchers, and they were not counted as combatants. President Long's eyebrows knitted tightly when he heard this. Is there no fish that slipped through the net? Alas, Brother Long, I'll tell you the truth. It's not that I'm not strong enough. I've asked all the mages who are a little famous. But you have to think like this, we are a person that the top 10 guilds cannot hire. Although we will soon receive investment, and enter commercial operation, and have a bright future, others don't know. We are gold now, and we will shine sooner or later, but it will take some time now. Brother Long's face, which was a bit ugly at first, suddenly became much better. What about the online troublemaker? I have already found the person. Brother Long can rest assured. A series of stories have been compiled, and the corresponding evidence, and the true and false materials have been prepared. Just release them slowly. The water will be directly muddied by us. If Imolon argues with us, then the effect will be perfect. And if he ignores us, we can also say that he is wrong, and that he is speechless. At least it can make others half believe and half doubt. But Brother Long, all of our efforts are based on long-term brainwashing and defending the attack of the Mage Association. Only by swiping the screen for a long time can others remember and believe. Only if we defend the first wave, we can't say that we make a big profit, as long as we don't lose money. Then when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. And when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Everyone will put aside their concerns about the Mage Association and put everything on the table. And the basis of all this is that the Mage Association has lost its deterrent power. Brother Long waved his hand when he heard this. 6th level defensive spells, 6th level offensive spells. Can he kill me in 1 second? In fact, when Imolon chose to announce these technologies, it meant that he would definitely fail. It's just that I seized this opportunity, and only I have the courage to seize this opportunity. So you can just promote it. Brother Long suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking, and spoke again. By the way, when the Mage Association comes, you can start a live broadcast on the entire network, give it an eye-catching name, and directly broadcast the Mage Association's loss. Just once, the deterrent power of the Mage Association will be completely destroyed. Okay. Just when the man turned to leave, he was stunned, took a look at the news, and turned back to say, Brother Long, the Mage Association has spoken. What did they say? The man looked serious and said seriously, they strongly condemned our infringement and hoped that we could demolish the Mage Tower within 15 days or so, and apologize online. Otherwise we will bear the consequences. Strong condemnation. Strong. I really can't help it. It's too funny. Brother Long couldn't help but smile when he heard it. Stop laughing, be respectful, you just reply like that. Come on. You rubbish. The internet was instantly lively. Faced with this huge melon, players gathered spontaneously near the Dragon God Guild one after another, looking at the flattened mountain. Look, that's the Mage Tower. It's exactly the same as the one in the Mage Association. I heard it has the same function. 6-ring attack, 6-ring defense, hiss, there's nothing Imolon can do when he comes? I heard that the 6-ring mages in the capital could only flee in panic under the Mage Tower. Imolon is only 4-ring, 5-ring. Impossible, who is Imolon? How could he not be able to crack the Mage Tower he created? You see, when Imolon comes, this Dragon God Guild is doomed. What's your logic? If the inventor of the gun comes, the gun can't kill him? The bullet doesn't have eyes. This is different. Just wait and see, Imolon will definitely blow up this Mage Tower. Just go ahead and argue. I admit that Imolon is very strong, and the Mage Tower he created is also very strong. But it's because the Mage Tower is too strong that he can't do anything. Maybe he can defeat the Mage Tower in the future, but I'm sure he can't do it now. If he can beat the Mage Tower, I will walk 100 steps upside down. Many players are not very optimistic about Imolon. The Mage Tower is too strong. They don't think Imolon can beat the Mage Tower. Some people think Imolon is very strong. As they discuss, they start to argue and talk about it. But even those who believe in Imolon are worried at this moment. After all, the Mage Tower created by Imolon is too strong. Can Imolon do it? In addition, guild presidents come to join in the fun one after another. On a hillside nearby, several guild leaders gathered together. Fei, where did this idiot come from? Who knows? I just know it's going to be exciting. Get the cameras ready. There will be a big scene later. Fei said excitedly, making the other guild leaders a little curious. Hey, do you have any inside information? What is it exactly? I only know that they made a space box. I had prepared the money, but they just won't sell it. The technology hasn't even entered the technology library. They won't allow it to be changed. Then, there was some big movement later. I just know it happened, but I don't know what it is. Alas, since Wangdu Mage came here some time ago, the Mage Association has become more and more tight-lipped. Damn, the cohesion of an association is higher than that of my guild. There is no way. Use a person who can conquer them with his ability and strong personal charm as a leader, and this leader is also friendly, has no airs, can joke, and has no reason to protect his shortcomings. It would be strange if the cohesion of this group is not high. I feel that Wangdu Mage was hired by Emolan. Why didn't I encounter such a good thing? Alas, you see, Emolan replied, there will be a good show to watch. Look at the forum. Look at the forum. Suddenly someone shouted, and the others opened the forum and entered the Mage section. The most popular topic in the Mage section is the condemnation letter from the Mage Association. The Dragon God Guild responded to it before. And now there is another reply below the reply. When all the players saw Emolan's reply, the atmosphere exploded instantly. Come on. Trash. Don't worry. The trash is coming. Many players suddenly looked into the distance. And a team slowly approached. The leader was Emolan. He looked up and moved his lips slightly. His voice with a hint of laughter echoed over the entire area. Don't worry. The trash is coming. Chapter 302 Boom. Emolan's voice echoed slowly in their ears, and everyone turned their heads to look at Emolan and others who were walking slowly. Emolan had a slight smile on his face, as if he was walking towards an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, just joking, not angry at all, but for some reason, when Emolan appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. Behind Emolan were 5 large cars, metal wheels, metal bodies, carrying a huge wooden box, and no one knew what was inside. The carriages were pulled by majestic war horses. Each carriage was pulled by 4 war horses. Where they passed, there was a deep mark on the ground. Everyone looked at Emolan quietly. Emolan walked in, reached the mountain road, and looked up. When his sight was blocked by the tall city wall, his brows slightly frowned. Listen, Dragon God Guild. I will give you one last chance. Tear down the Mage Tower, and apologize publicly. Now everything can still be turned around. Otherwise, you will bear all the consequences. This is your last chance. The president of the Dragon God Guild, Brother Long, stood on the city wall and looked down at Emolan. Emolan glanced at him. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression. His whole body was tense, and his back was instantly soaked with sweat. This made him a little angry and embarrassed, and he used a disdainful expression to cover up his trembling, pretending to be a god. Are the people of the Mage Association only good at talking? You are good at talking. But I haven't seen you selling yourself out? Come and serve me. I will give you a 5-star rating. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence, and everyone was shocked. Brother Long became more and more excited, and then pointed at Emolan and said loudly, I tell you, Emolan, don't think that you really think of yourself as a god just because others call you Emotion. I admit that your creation of the mage profession is great and excellent. I thank you and I am grateful. But this is not a reason for you to plagiarize our guild's research and design of the Mage Tower. This is our idea. You said you would help us take a look. But now it's yours. How can you be so shameless? What kind of parents can teach a scum like you? Like father. Like son. Right? Indeed. You used your power to verify the Mage Tower early and built it. I don't have any direct evidence. I can't argue with you. You have great power. But justice is in the heart. You will be punished sooner or later. The smile on Emolan's face gradually disappeared when he heard this. Looking at Brother Long calmly, said slowly, You shouldn't have said that about my parents. I wanted to play with you. But this time you really pissed me off. Pissed you off. So what if I pissed you off? Incompetent rage? Puff, what kind of idiot? How could mentally retarded parents raise a son like you? Brother Long had a defiant look on his face, saying word by word, Come and bite me. Emolan had no expression on his face, looking at Brother Long calmly, rising step by step, standing in the air and looking down at Brother Long. Has anyone ever told you that you have a bad mouth? What do you rely on? Remember what I said today, no matter what it is, I will break it down bit by bit. Brother Long suddenly felt a chill on his back, and saw a fireball in Emolan's hand slowly falling. The fireball was not fast, but it instantly made their muscles tense up. Water shield. Water shield. Brother Long ran back in panic, shouting, and behind him, several mages piled up shields one after another. It's useless. The casting distance of the mage tower is limited by the spiritual power range of the controlling mage. A 4th ring mage, I calculated his spiritual power range to be 100 meters. You are now 110 meters away from the mage tower, and you still need 10 meters. Emolan had no expression on his face, and his eyes were calm. 10 meters. 9 meters. Brother Long ran for his life, and the sky-colored fireball slowly fell, and everyone locked their eyes on Brother Long. Someone tried to use magic, and the arrows intercepted the fireball spell, which seemed to be slow, but the fireball suddenly changed direction and dodged it, and it had no effect at all, and the basketball-sized fireball still fell slowly. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. A ray of hope surged in Brother Long's eyes, and he used all his strength to run forward. 2 meters. 1 meter. Brother Long was relieved to have survived the disaster. The shield was in front of him, and it was opening. As long as he crossed this meter, he would survive. Which made him laugh. Ha ha ha, Emolan. You are really a waste. What can you do to me? You are such a waste even when using magic. Your parents are really. Before Brother Long could say anything, he suddenly heard Emolan slowly utter a word. Explode. Boom. The basketball-sized fireball expanded instantly, and the high city wall collapsed and shattered instantly under the strong shock wave of the expanding fireball. Before the fleeing Brother Long finished speaking, he felt the burning on his back. Burning, his clothes were on fire. Burned, his membrane turned black, charred, and the moisture in his body evaporated rapidly. Brother Long watched the shield slowly take shape 10 centimeters in front of him, and he could get in less than a second. But at this moment, the terrifying flames licked lightly, and the moisture in Brother Long's body evaporated completely. His body turned into charcoal, turned into flying ash, and disappeared without a trace. Sorry, you still haven't run away. I'll treat your first death as a gift to you. I hope you like it. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone stared at Emolan, looking at the terrifying fireball that was expanding. Half of the city wall, and the mountain collapsed directly. The steep mountain wall that was deliberately shaped became the driving force of the landslide at this moment. The landslide did not stop until it entered the range of the water shield. Now everyone could see the blue water shield. Everyone could clearly see the pure white 5-story magic tower in the middle of the town. It is exactly the same as the Mage Tower of the Mage Association. Gurgle. The throat moved, and everyone's eyes widened, staring blankly at the gradually disappearing fireball, and the messy city wall that was revealed afterwards. On a mountain peak, Ife slowly came back to his senses, and said softly, "Is the skill of that 6th-level lava giant so powerful?" No. When everyone heard this, the scene fell into a dead silence again, and someone spoke after a long time. So Emolan has reached the 6th ring? 6th ring shouldn't be possible. It's not that outrageous. I just heard that he reached the 5th ring some time ago, so this should be the power of a 6th-level spell using a specific method. Oh no, this power should be considered strong among the 6-ring spells. This is even more outrageous. Okay, indeed. When everyone was shocked by Emolan, the furious Brother Long, after resurrecting in the Mage Tower, poked his head out and shouted angrily, "Fuck your ancestors! You can do it. Right? You can do it. Right? 6-ring spells, okay, very good. Then come on, let's see whether your 6-ring spells are stronger or the Mage Tower is stronger. I want to see how powerful you are, if you have the ability. Tear down the Mage Tower." Brother Long's mood gradually calmed down, his face became more arrogant, pointed at Emolan and said, word by word, "If you have the ability, tear down the Mage Tower today, otherwise. Your Mage Association will be finished, everything you have, your pursuit will be finished." Brother Long shouted wildly. Come on, if I can't beat you. You're my grandson, ha ha ha. Chapter 303 Myth Collapses. How stupid. Emolan shook his head expressionlessly. Do you really think the Mage Tower is invincible? My fireball spell can't really break the water shield spell. But do you really think the Mage Tower has no loopholes? Emolan said lightly, without any tone, but his words made Brother Long's back feel cold. I have to say, are you really a mage? To say you are a mage is the greatest insult to this profession. I admit that I was wrong. I will make the job transfer method of the mage public, and then people like you can also transfer to the mage job. Sorry, this is my fault, I was wrong, I admit it. Emolan had a blank expression on his face, and there was no apology in his tone. If you are wrong, you must correct it. For my mistakes, I will correct them myself. You can yell, although you are not good at talking. If you have the ability, come, come! Brother Long used a roar to cover up the fear deep in his heart. All mage groups use group spells to hit him, bomb him to death. Mage Tower, bomb him to death. Emolan glanced at Brother Long, took a step forward, and instantly appeared next to the carriage on the ground. The spell in the sky missed, but Brother Long laughed wildly instead. Hey, weren't you so cool just now? Why are you running away now? Come on! Don't you say you are so powerful? Then come and tear down my mage tower? If you can't even tear down a mage tower, will your mage association become useless in the future? Just like what you just replied. Useless. Here you come. When he shouted, everyone looked at Emolan, watching the box on the carriage in front of him being automatically dismantled. The wooden boards falling to the ground with a clatter, revealing the huge thing inside. When they saw the huge thing inside, everyone held their breath. The black and gold barrel was half a meter thick and several meters long. The dark barrel made people feel a little excited. The boxes were opened one by one. Finally, 3 horse-drawn metal cannons appeared in front of everyone. In addition, there were a pile of black, gold and red boxes. Emolan glanced back at Brother Long. Are you ready? Waste? It's coming. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the end of the metal barrel sat on the ground, and the fire element surged, instantly activating the barrel. Boom! A red crystal turned into a residual image and appeared on the side of the town. Boom! Boom! The flames, which were even more exaggerated than before, expanded instantly and swept across the area with a shock wave of flames. With just one blow, hundreds of mages were reduced to ashes, and the neatly built cliffs over there also collapsed again in a fierce battle. Hiss! Countless players, who held their breath, took a breath of cold air, looking at a black and gold cannon in great shock. This cannon, this power, everyone was speechless, and their minds were filled with shock. Brother Long was also trembling, and almost sat on the ground. Cannon? How is it possible? Can this break the water shield spell? Brother Long quickly grabbed the hand of the only 4-ring mage in the Dragon God Guild, and asked hurriedly. I saw that he was also very cautious, and said slowly. The water shield spell cast by the group can reach the level of the 6th ring, but it is not the most powerful among the 6 rings. The 6-ring fireball spell released by Emolan before can be blocked, but the power of this is more than twice that of Emolan's 6-ring fireball spell. I don't think it's possible. Impossible? Don't tell me it's possible, tell me clearly whether it can be done or not. I need to see it again. Just as the mage finished speaking, he suddenly found that the 3 empty cannon barrels below were all aimed at the mage tower in an instant. At this moment, the mage's nerves suddenly tightened. Boom! 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 The bombardment perfectly avoided the mage tower, and 3 red crystals fell into the town. The violent explosion, the extreme high temperature, and the shock wave of the flame destroyed everything in the town. All the players, whether mages or warriors, dried up under the flames, could only raise their hands, open their mouths, and then turned into ashes. Boom! 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 One shot after another, all the shells perfectly avoided the mage tower, and fell into the town next to it. Time and time again, the mobile element pool connected to the elemental cannon was replaced again and again. The fire element was consumed rapidly, and turned into fiery red crystals, and fell into the town, destroying everything. After the destruction, some people chose to revive, and instantly appeared on the top of the mountain. But then, they turned into ashes again under the high temperature. Isn't it that I am very angry? Killing you directly makes all your efforts for a long time go to waste. But is this all caused by me? No. No. It's all because of your president biting people randomly. If it weren't for him, how could I appear here? How could you die? These are all the responsibility of your president. If it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. So it's all the fault of the Dragon God Guild. Boom! 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 Bombing again and again. The surrounding small towns along the Mage Tower were blown to pieces, and almost all the players were crushed to pieces by the elemental shells. The originally steep hillside collapsed instantly under the bombardment of the elemental cannon. Not long after, with the sound of cannons one after another, the originally heavy mountains and the majestic town collapsed instantly, leaving only a circular space with a radius of 100 meters. Everything outside the circular space collapsed, but the ground inside the circular space was intact. There were players crowded inside, looking at the red crystals exploding beside them in fear, and occasionally looking at the Mage Tower behind them with a look of hatred and resentment. The others stared at all this in shock, and were so shocked that they almost stopped breathing. Brother Long, who was at the top of the mage tower, looked at the mage next to him, and he said in disbelief, "It can be broken. Just one shot can break the water shield. The attack of this cannon has exceeded the level of 6 rings." Brother Long sat down in despair after hearing this. At this moment, a red crystal fell on the water shield on the surface of the mage tower. Boom! Wave! The water shield was instantly broken, exposing the mage tower, and instantly taking away a large number of players crowded inside. Hiss! Today's cool air seemed to be free of charge. Many players took a breath of cool air again and were shocked again and again. The temperature around them rose several degrees. But even taking a breath of cool air could not calm their shock. The mage tower, which seemed invincible, was actually destroyed by someone's frontal attack today. For a long time, the mage tower gave people the impression that it was extremely strong. There was no way to defeat it head-on. Within the radiation range of the mage tower, the mage tower was invincible. But this impression completely collapsed at this moment. And the person who collapsed was exactly the creator of the mage tower. For a moment, they could not come back to their senses for a long time, and their eyes became more and more fiery as they looked at the elemental shells. A new myth appeared. At the top of the mage tower, Brother Long looked at all this in shock and fear, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Explode! Use the dark fireball! Blow up those shells for me!" Chapter 304 I lied to you. The range of the mage tower is limited. His cannon is several hundred meters away. It can't hit him at all. The mage said dejectedly. "Whether you can hit him or not, I told you to hit him. Did you hear me?" Brother Long yelled at the mage, but as soon as he finished speaking, a trace of impatience appeared in the mage's eyes. "Who the hell do you think you are? Now you have lost, and you have lost miserably. Think about how to pay the wages." "Bah! You can't even pay the wages. Who cares about you?" The mage flashed away directly, and Brother Long stared at him blankly. Before he could react, red crystals continued to fall on the surface of the mage tower, causing a strong explosion. It exploded so easily. I thought I had to bombard it continuously to consume its element pool reserves. I had to stay up all night to make a batch of mobile element pools, and move them into the fire element world to accumulate elements. I didn't expect it to explode with just one shot. I wasted all my efforts. The group's water shield spell is only 6 ring powerful, and the actual power of the elemental cannon has not reached the 7th ring. But it has exceeded the normal 6 ring power. It is not just a little bit, but a lot. It is normal that it cannot be blocked. While Emolan and Lubin were talking, the 3 elemental cannons continued to roar, and red crystal-like shells fell on the mage tower, and around the mage tower. The sharpness activated by the mage tower emits a golden film to increase the strength of the mage tower stone, resisting attacks. But in the continuous bombardment, the mage tower was finally broken. Boom! The sound of the mage tower breaking echoed in the ears of countless players. The mage tower is a symbol of invincibility, and it is the guarantee of the Mage Association's deterrence. But today the mage tower was directly blasted to pieces, but this not only did not reduce the Mage Association's deterrence at all, but also pushed it to a higher position. Because this mage tower was blasted to pieces by its creator, the Mage Association President Emolan. The mountain was shattered, the mage tower was shattered, Brother Long was resurrected, standing on a pile of ruins in a daze, looking around blankly. His face was suddenly filled with despair. Emolan led his men up step by step, without any obstruction during the whole process, and came directly to the side of Brother Long. "The president of the Dragon God Guild," Emolan said softly. "I found out, the company you registered is attracting investment. Right? 10 million, TSK, not a small amount. I see you look like you are only in your 20s. Right? 20-something, starting from scratch, and building a company with a valuation of tens of millions. Isn't it easy?" Brother Long, the president of the Dragon God Guild, stared at Emolan intently after hearing this. "I probably understand your idea. Build a magic tower to withstand the attack of the Mage Association. As long as you withstand the first wave, the deterrence of the Mage Association will collapse, and a large number of infringements will occur, which will cause the Mage Association to be busy and have no time to care about you. In this way, you will get a magic tower, and a magic tower in this period, if even the Mage Association cannot break through, basically means an unbreakable base. Originally, the valuation of your guild was quite high, but I think investors must have a common concern. That is, risk. The guild is indeed well valued, but it is not ranked in Hongfeng City. However, it would be different if there is a wizard tower. This means that there is no headquarters that can be attacked, and the risk resistance of your guild will rise sharply. You can definitely get the investment. Right? Brother Long stared at Emolan, with a hint of fear in his eyes. What did I say just now? Break the things you rely on bit by bit. After breaking them all, I want to see if you can still be so arrogant. Let's start with your guild's property. No. No. I was wrong. I was wrong. I apologize to you publicly. I apologize to you in the most sincere way. The mage tower has been demolished now. I apologize. Please let me go, Brother Long said pleadingly. Puff. Emolan laughed out loud. Where did you go just now? I gave you so many chances. And now I apologize. If apologies work, what's the point of laws? Brother Long became more and more desperate. No. No. I will compensate. I will compensate. Okay. The deterrent effect needed by the Mage Association has been achieved. Your strategic goal has been achieved. I am no longer that valuable. Right? I apologize. I promise not to build a wizard tower again. I promise to clarify all rumors. I can also compensate the Wizard Association for all the costs of attacking me. Please let me go. It's not easy for me to conquer so many from scratch. My family is also poor. I went out to work when I was 16. Emolan's eyes showed a little bit of reluctance in Long Ji's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, but Long Go still saw it. Stop. Stop, now you say it's a rumor? You still want compensation? I don't need this little compensation from you. Long Go was overjoyed when he heard this, and said quickly, Rumors? They are all rumors. We just plan to fool people online with a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, they are a bunch of idiots. As long as they fool people, they are happy to see a celebrity make a fool of himself. As long as the news is on the screen for a while, no one will know whether it is true or not. Everyone will be skeptical. This is our plan. I will clarify everything. In addition, I will compensate the Mage Association with 20% of the shares of the Dragon God Guild, which is worth millions. Emotion. You don't want it, but you can give your subordinates some benefits. Emolan was slightly tempted, but he still covered it up. No need, let's destroy it completely, so that it will be more deterrent. Even if someone dares to sell it, no one will dare to use it. I can't catch the seller, nor do I want to catch him. As long as I beat you hard enough, no one will dare to commit the crime. Brother Long was anxious instantly, and a feeling of indignation surged in his heart. The seller, emotion means that if I tell him who sold it, he will let me go. Right? Emolan hesitated, and at this time Lubin came over and pulled Emolan aside to talk. Brother Long heard a little. President, hit all too. After Emolan came back, he nodded to Brother Long hesitantly. Okay. Brother Long was instantly overjoyed and said quickly, It was Qianye Guild, and their vice president sold it to me. Hearing that it was a guild, Emolan and Lubin looked at each other, relieved, and then Lubin nodded, indicating that he was sure. Where's the evidence? Words are not enough. We all contacted offline, traded online, there is no chat record, but I recorded the voice when we called, and I recorded the screen when we traded the blueprint. I will send it to you now. After saying that, he immediately added Emolan as his friend. Emolan agreed, and sent a series of files to him. Emolan opened it several times and confirmed it. Then nodded. It's right. It's Qianye Guild. Shall we hand over the shares? Brother Long looked at Emolan expectantly. But Emolan didn't even look at him. Instead, he said to Lubin, Go on. Lubin nodded when he heard it. But Brother Long's eyes widened instantly, with an ominous premonition in his heart. And he couldn't help shouting. We just agreed. Emolan. You? Emolan glanced at him calmly and said casually, I lied to you. Chapter 305 Military Technology. You can rest assured. All the industries of your Dragon God Guild will enter the field of vision of the Mage Association. The elemental cannon will appear in any place where the Dragon God Guild has an industry, and blast it into ruins. Any stronghold where a large number of Dragon God Guilds gather will be attacked. Everything you want, everything you rely on. I will smash it one by one. I hope you can be more careful in the future. Lubin, publicly offer a reward for the location of the Dragon God Guild's industry on the Mage section. 50 yuan for each coordinate, first come first served, and then pull the elemental cannon to bombard it for a few rounds. Remember to record the problems and loopholes that the elemental cannon encounters during movement. attack, and defense, as well as ways to improve them. Finally, find the most suitable combat environment and combat methods for the elemental cannon, as well as the coordination methods between mages and warriors with the elemental cannon. Practice is the best way to verify a weapon. Understood? Puff. Weapon experiment. Brother Long became more and more angry when he heard this, and his face turned red soon, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and was so angry that he died. Lu Bin glanced back at him, and then left. Mo Lan didn't even look back, and looked directly at Linhua. Linhua, you are responsible for contacting Qianye Guild. First sever the cooperative relationship. Then contact them to give an explanation for the incident, and ask them to make compensation. In addition, put this. Mo Lan looked back at Brother Long's body, thought carefully, and continued after confirming that he didn't know his name. Put the video of the Dragon God Guild president just identifying Qianye Guild, and the evidence he provided, on the Mage Forum. Linhua said after a moment of silence. President, do you think this is okay? I will post these videos, the evidence, and tag Qianye Guild at the same time, announcing the termination of the partnership, and demanding an explanation and compensation. Yes, it's okay. Okay. Linhua also left to deal with these matters. Mo Lan returned to the elemental cannon and checked the temperature, hardness, cracks, and whether there were any problems with the constant array. After a round of inspection, he did find some minor problems, and kept them in mind. The mountain peak had turned into a ruin. Originally, the top of the mountain had been shaved off a layer. This carpet bombing almost shaved off another layer of the top of the mountain. Just as he packed up and prepared to leave, Mo Lan looked around, looking at the many players around him. After a moment of silence, walked in the air, reached mid-air, looked around. Hello everyone, I am Mo Lan, the president of the Mage Association, and I made a fool of myself today. But I would like to reiterate here that the technology of the Mage Association is for communication, not for plagiarism. Once the despicable plagiarism is discovered by the Mage Association, the association will warn them. If they still do not repent after the warning, the association will take a series of actions against them. In addition, I would like to add that after this incident, a flaw in the Mage Association's technology library system was exposed. So I decided that military technologies will not be included in the technology library exchange in the future to prevent similar malicious incidents from happening again. Among these technologies, the military and non-military categories are evaluated and classified by the Mage Association independently. Non-military technologies will remain the same, while military technologies will be shared between a small number of responsible, trustworthy mages and guilds, and will not be made public. Mo Lan was about to leave when someone suddenly called him. Emotion. Emotion. Wait. I am the president of Qianye Guild. Let me explain. The leakage of the Mage Tower technology was purely a private act. An act of revenge. And the vice president was fired by us a long time ago. This was really not our intention. It was just an accident. Mo Lan glanced at him and interrupted. We are all adults now. Let's not talk about the cause, but the result. The result is that the Mage Tower technology authorized by the Mage Association was leaked by you. I think we only signed an authorization contract, not a commission sales contract. Right? You only have the right to use. That is, the right to build and use it yourself. Since you said it was an accident, then please bear the consequences of this accident. The cooperation relationship will be terminated. The Mage Association will have someone to contact you about compensation. I hope your guild will be reorganized as soon as possible. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Mo Lan landed on the ground after he finished speaking, and followed the team to leave directly. They headed east. This is not the direction to go back, but the direction to the Dragon God Guild's industry. In Hanfeng City, where there is no oppression from the nobles, the player industry is extremely prosperous. Most guilds rely on their own industries to support elite players, support welfare systems, and promote the association to become stronger and stronger. The Dragon God Guild is no exception. It is precisely because of one industry after another that he has won the favor of capital. He only needs a little stability to be valued at tens of millions. But now it has all turned into bubbles. There is not a penny left in the valuation, which fully demonstrates its instability. This is precisely the reason why many player guilds have valuations, but cannot obtain investment. It is too watery, it is a bubble. This is also the reason why the Dragon God Guild desperately wants to build a magic tower. The magic tower is the magic needle that stabilizes the sea. To exaggerate a little, the magic tower is the tower that suppresses the guild's luck. Suppressing the guild's luck, then naturally it will not be so floating. On a mountain, Ife looked at the president of Chinya Guild with disdain. This brat wants to simply pass the buck? Does he really think Emolan is a brat who can be fooled? Although the chances of success may not be high, but what if he succeeds? It's just a try. And the cost is not high. But now he is courting death. Severing the cooperative relationship, with only the 3 or 2 cats of Chinya Guild, it is not a problem to maintain operation. But if he wants to improve his status, the 3 or 2 cats will not be enough. Who can be blamed for this? He has the Mage Association as a ride, but he is always thinking crooked things, and courting death. Disperse? Disperse? Why are you still here if there is nothing to see? You are so bored. Have you finished your own business? Hey, you reminded me. I have a meeting coming up soon, so I'll leave first. Someone invited me to dinner. Without one, a group of guild leaders left one by one, and Gung Tao, who was left behind, was at a loss. Why did they all leave? I was planning to talk to them about the military technology cooperation method that Emolan just mentioned. President, they are heading towards the Mage Association. A player next to him said a little embarrassedly. Oh, is that so? But I have already made an appointment with Linhua. Emolan said that all these will be handled by Linhua. Then I made an appointment with Linhua for dinner in the evening. I was planning to invite them to join us. Why did they all leave like this? Gung Tao showed the chat page with Linhua. When he opened it, Linhua had just replied with a message. The man next to him was silent. The 9 presidents who had just left Meta Jinghu Lake smiled awkwardly but politely, and counted each other. Hey, everyone is here. No, Gung Tao is not here. Hey, that idiot Gung Tao, I don't know what he is still doing. Come on, since you are all here, let's go in together. After a while, the 9 people came out together, with a complicated look in their eyes. Why did the idiot ask the person to leave? Didn't he come? Chatting online. The 9 people fell into deep thought, after a long time. Yi Fei, who looked vicissitudes of life, said slowly, It's all Gung Tao's fault. Yes, it's all Gung Tao's fault. When Gung Tao sneezed several times in a row, many of the onlookers also dispersed. But although the people dispersed, the enthusiasm did not dissipate instead. It continued to ferment. Chapter 306 New Challenge. You heard that you didn't. The Dragon God Guild is all gone. Huh? Who is the Dragon God Guild? Huh? Who is the Dragon God Guild? Huh? Who is the Dragon God Guild? Stop repeating. I've never heard of it. 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 Emotion is gone. Emotion? You've successfully aroused my interest. Why didn't you say it earlier? You can't get the point. What is emotion doing? When this person said the thing, the group of players were instantly shocked. What? Emotion actually made a cannon fuck. I want it, I want it, I want it. Emotion is awesome. He can even blow up the mage tower. Motion is awesome. Motion is indeed motion. I will work hard to join the Mage Association. Hey, I'm talking to you. A big guild was directly destroyed by Emolan, and you still don't show mercy, destroy all their industries. Nothing is left. Don't you think it's a bit overbearing? Poochie, what do you want to say? You have the nerve to steal technology? That's right. Emotion is such a good person. Publishing the Mage's job transfer method for free, publishing the Mage's meditation method for free, and publishing some advanced theories in the Association Journal for free. Emotion has done enough for the mages, but some people are still greedy and want more than they can chew. What else do you want? What else do you deserve? To be honest, I was a little shaken before. But today, I saw the ugly face of the Dragon God Guild and immediately reacted. Damn it, Emotion still needs to copy this? Is he worthy? Emotion has even brought out the job transfer, even the meditation method. Why does he still need to copy this? If Emotion is this kind of person, as long as he gets stuck with the meditation method, all the mages will not be able to advance to the elite. Also, the Nyehua Guild was researching the fire of the undead before. The chief mage of the Nyehua Guild went directly to Emolan to discuss it. Did he copy it? Does he need to copy it? I will be a dog if I believe this kind of thing again next time. I tell you, you can't take money carelessly, but you can't say anything carelessly. Let's go, let's open another thread. Emotion's cannon makes me itch. What is it called? Elemental cannon, come on, I opened another thread outside, come together. After a while, no one responded to this thread, and another thread discussing the elemental cannon became more and more popular. There were more than 1 or 2 similar posts. But facing a group of mages who were crazy about supporting Emolan, but were also very rational, they sank to the bottom without making any waves. A considerable number of passers-by had previously doubted Emolan because of rumors, and they immediately felt sorry after the truth was revealed. With this sense of apology, they tried to understand Emolan, and eventually it became uncontrollable, and they gradually changed their words about Emolan to emotion. Silently, the storm on the forum dissipated directly, leaving some people very helpless. But they had to stop. What they didn't know was that, although they had stopped, the posts they sent out, as well as the nicknames and names of the posters, were all recorded. President Su Zongqin sent these organized screenshots, photos, and the electronic version of the investigation report to Emolan. President, these IDs have been recorded. Emolan took a few glances and found that they were all independent people with no power, and they liked to post comments on some things the most. Their favorite tone was "I'll say it's fair. I'll say it. I'll say it. I'm afraid they are professional water armies. I can't tell anything." So, you make a list, add these people to it, and keep screenshots of the accounts whose names are on the list. We don't need too much. It's enough to prove that they are water army, if we are lucky. We don't need to send it out. We can just keep a copy for ourselves. Okay. Su Zongqin left, and Emolan's attention returned to the table in front of him. This is the list of technologies in the technology library. Emolan will simply sort it out first. Since Lu Bin is still attacking the industry of the Dragon God Guild, Lin was negotiating with the Qinya Guild to apologize and compensate, so Emolan has to sort it out himself. It's not that Emolan has to sort out the technologies in the entire technology library, that's too much. It's unrealistic and impossible for Emolan to do it all. Emolan mainly sorted out and analyzed some of them, and then formulated the standards for military and non-military technologies. As long as the corresponding standards are out, Emolan can directly hand over the overall sorting work, and the people below can do it more confidently with the standards. Time passed quickly, and sorting out the technology library was a very boring job. But Emolan became more and more fascinated as he sorted it out, and finally, he was completely immersed in it, because even Emolan could not have seen all the technologies in the technology library. Perhaps when the technology library was just established, it was basically all Emolan's technology. Even if it was gradually increased later, Emolan would also look at the newly added technology. However, with the stable output of technology within the association, the regular technical exchanges and technology replacements of the top 10 guilds, the content of the technology library has become more and more, and Emolan has limited time and energy, so he could only select some more important technologies to check, and has not read most of the rest. But today, when sorting out these materials, Emolan suddenly found that although some technologies seem insignificant, they are very useful if you think about them carefully, and some technical ideas made Emolan's eyes light up and were quite inspired. Most technologies have their own unique highlights. In the process of sorting, these highlights like stars in the sky made Emolan addicted to them. He worked day and night, moving piles of new technology information, sorting, classifying, understanding. Suddenly, this day Lin was sent Emolan a message. Read the forum. Emolan opened it, and found that the most popular post in the mage section was the replied post of Qinya Guild. Posting for 1 minute, 99 comments. I am the president of Qinya Guild. I solemnly apologize to the Mage Association here. Because? Apology. Double compensation. Emolan nodded, and immediately closed the forum. At this time, Lu Bin's message was also sent. All the industries of the Dragon God Guild have been destroyed. During this period, we repelled group attacks 3 times, extinguished the gathering of Dragon God Guild players 17 times, and killed more than 3,700 Dragon God Guild players. So few? They must have several thousand people. Right? We blasted the Dragon God Guild's base to the ground, and basically all the players died once. And then they became scared. Those who quit. Those who don't obey orders don't obey orders. The Dragon God Guild is almost over. Then a report was sent over. Emolan nodded with satisfaction after reading it. Then come back. This matter is over. There is less than half a month left before going to the capital. A new challenge is about to begin. Chapter 307 Tower Shape. What do you think are the disadvantages of this elemental cannon? Lu Bin. You speak first. Emolan asked. Lu Bin immediately said directly after hearing this. Poor hit rate, heavy, these are probably the 2 points. Elemental cannons are okay for hitting buildings, but if you use it to hit people, you can't aim at all, you can't aim at any distance, it can only hit in a straight line, unless you use the cannon to hit someone's head, otherwise the chance of dodging is almost 99%. The reason why I left 1% is because I'm worried that someone will hit the wrong shell when dodging. Actually, these two disadvantages can only be regarded as the same. Poor hit rate. Yeah. Poor hit rate. Linhua. What about you? I feel the same way. Although this elemental cannon has a long range and strong power, it can only go straight, and there is no such thing as turning to chase the enemy. In this regard, the Mage Tower is very good. Although the attack range is short, and the speed is slower than the elemental cannon, it can hit whatever it points to, and can lock and turn. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. In your opinion, is the elemental cannon suitable for single combat in the wild? The two heard this, looked at each other, and then shook their heads at the same time. No. Unless there is a powerful mage next to the elemental cannon, and a warrior guarding and dealing with individuals. Otherwise the elemental cannon is powerful, but it is useless if it cannot hit people. The elemental cannon itself should be used against organized night groups and buildings, not individuals. It is similar to my conclusion. In this case, mobile mage towers are still necessary. Mobile mage towers are equipped with elemental cannons, which can achieve close-range attacks, defense, and medium and long-range attacks. In addition, the flexibility and mobility brought by the vehicle can fully meet our needs. So, Linhua, you continue to study the engine. It's best to conquer it as soon as possible. Lu Bin, the two of us will build the micro-magic tower first. As long as the micro-magic tower is completed, then we just need to load the micro-magic tower onto the car, and it will be a mobile magic tower. Okay. Lu Bin nodded, and sat down at the workbench next to the blast furnace with Molan, and they took out paper and pen. One by one, first determine the functions that the magic tower needs to achieve. Emolan finished speaking. Lu Bin pondered for a moment, then spoke directly. What we need is attack, defense, so we only need constant water shield, dark fireball. Add to that the water element pool, fire element, and space element pool used in the elemental cannon to activate the spell. There are 5 functions in total. It can't be simplified any further. Right? Emolan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, this should be the limit in terms of function. Abandon all the flashy things and leave only the most basic functions. But there is still one function missing. What function? Lu Bin asked curiously. Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye technique? Yes. The magician's own detection range is limited, and the detection range of mental power is not as far as the distance of the naked eye. If you only use your naked eyes to warn, detect, search, it's obviously not enough. And if the mage uses Eagle Eye to detect, it's obviously not good enough. The constant group casts Eagle Eye on the mage tower, with a huge detection range, so you won't be blind. And if it is combined with mechanical mind calculation, the firing of the elemental cannon will be more convenient and more accurate, just like satellite positioning. In that case, do we need to add another light element pool? Eagle Eye plus light element pool, this adds 2 more, the space required will increase a lot. In other words, the number of mage towers will increase a lot. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Use space stretching technology inside the element pool to reduce the size of the element pool and increase the storage capacity of the element pool. But space stretching is useless for constant spell models. Constant spell models require material size, not space size. We can only stretch the size of space, but not the size of materials, which means that the same volume of materials is still needed. No way. Eagle Eye is indispensable. So, I'll see if I can integrate them into a magic circle. I just don't know if the resonance of the magic circle and the magic circle can achieve the effect of group casting if I integrate all these spells into a magic circle. Emolan thought in his heart. And Lu Bin also thought after hearing this. It should be possible. Group casting will amplify every function of the spell. If it is integrated into a magic circle, then the effect of a single spell is part of the magic circle, and it will naturally be amplified. So, will all other spells be released at the same time when one spell is released? If so, the waste of elements is a bit scary. Emolan nodded after thinking for a moment. That's true. If you want to activate spell resonance, the whole spell must be running, and once it is running as a whole, multiple effects are activated together. Emolan rejected. Too wasteful. Forget it. Let's just keep it constant based on the spell model. Emolan and Lu Bin immediately started discussing. Lu Bin's mage tower was under construction. Both Emolan and Lu Bin had enough knowledge about the mage tower. And they were also familiar with the several spell models that needed to be constant. So they started discussing. First, reduce the size of the constant spell model as much as possible. Every reduction can save a lot of space. After the reduction, start calculating the arrangement of different spell models. Try not to arrange conflicting spell models together. Avoid conflicts between spell models. And effect and loss. After completing these steps, Emolan and Lu Bin began to discuss the shape of the mobile wizard tower. A wizard tower is just a name, just a type of building, and the shape it is built in depends on one's mood. It can be a bungalow, a round tower, a square tower, a castle, a villa. It doesn't matter. The core of the wizard tower lies in the element pool and the constant spell model, and it is a wizard tower if it meets these 2 points. So Emolan does not have to be limited to the tower shape, and can freely design a more reasonable shape, and make the best use of every inch of space as much as possible, without any waste. Emolan and Lu Bin kept calculating. But the more they calculated, the more they discussed, the weirder their expressions became. Finally, the drawing they gradually drew along with the discussion was a familiar shape. Tower shape. Because the more they calculated, the more they found that castles and bungalows were wasting too much space. The most reasonable and most efficient one was the tower shape. Emolan and Lu Bin looked at each other and smiled. It seems that we have to build a miniature wizard tower. It's familiar and beautiful. Isn't it good? Emolan smiled when he heard it. And the idea moved. And the liquid gold-patterned black steel in the blast furnace slowly flowed out. Casting begins. Chapter 308 Overhead Design. Get ready. The construction is very difficult. You must follow the specifications. If it is slightly off, it may fail. After Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin did not reply, but just nodded. This time, the thing that needs to be cast is not ordinary. It is too big. It is directly a building. No matter from Emolan's technology or the specifications of the blast furnace, there is no ability to process it in one go. It can only be divided, processed bit by bit, and finally assembled. But both the resonant spell model and the energy pathway for energy flow are integrated, which requires extremely high precision. Unfortunately, Emolan and others do not have the ability to stabilize the spell model on the finished gold-patterned black steel, and can only stabilize it before it solidifies. Everything means that it is extremely difficult for Emolan and Lu Bin to speed up. It is necessary to divide a whole group spell model into many small pieces, and stabilize them on different small pieces respectively, and ensure that there is no difference when splicing, so that it can run perfectly. It can be said that this is the biggest difficulty that Emolan has faced in processing so far. In the design specifications, the miniature magic tower is 15 meters high, which is as high as 4 or 5 floors. This is the size that has been compressed as much as possible. The principle of group spellcasting is to use spell models to build giant spell models. The distance and connection between spell models have extremely high requirements. It is not enough to put them together and have a certain number of spell models. These spaces are necessary. Of course, although space is necessary, it is not actually full. There are still many gaps that can be used. After Emolan's coordination and adjustment, the group spellcasting sharpness was inserted into it, and the size of the magic tower was perfectly increased without any extra size. The miniature wizard tower is divided into 3 floors. Each floor is 5 meters long. The bottom floor is the element pool room. The second floor is the living room and studio. And the third floor is the control room. The 15-meter high tower body is divided by Emolan into small pieces of 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. What spell model is fixed on each piece of gold-patterned black steel? What part of the structure is fixed? And where is the fixed position? All of these have been deduced by Emolan. And the blueprints have been drawn with extremely high precision. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Liquid black steel with golden patterns flowed to the workbench in front of Emolan. Emolan intercepted it and waited until the weight was enough. His mental power moved as he wished. The hand of fire appeared, and the black steel with golden patterns began to take shape. The liquid black steel with golden patterns quickly turned into a strip. After making multiple corrections to ensure the accuracy, Emolan began to stabilize the spell model. Under the mechanical mind, Emolan had a very standard control over the distance and size. He could tell how long, wide and thick it was by just looking at it and sensing it. Mercury was introduced, and the spell model quickly stabilized. After a while, the first piece was stabilized. Emolan waited for it to cool down and solidify slightly before taking it out. He checked the accuracy requirements, marked it after checking it once, and put it aside. The second piece began. Time flies by in the constant spell model, Emolan, Lubin constant spell model, casting the Mage Tower module. Linwa led the project team to concentrate on the development of the engine, day and night without repair, and meals were brought in by Su Zongxin. The only rest time was when both sides stopped occasionally. When they discussed with each other, they could relax a little. And on the next day, Lubin also advanced to the 4th ring mage, adding another capable person to the mage association. After the 4th ring, his speed of constant spell model became faster. With the concerted efforts of the two, fresh and hot modules came out of the furnace, and were numbered and piled aside. Starting from the 3rd day, Emolan called 5 elders to help. He originally planned to call dozens of elite members, but unfortunately the daily output of the blast furnace was limited. 7 people were enough to convert all the output into modules for the micro-magic tower. In this way, time passed quickly, and the casting of the micro-magic tower was also progressing in an orderly manner. On the 5th day, Linwa received good news. Success? As soon as Linwa finished speaking, Emolan, Lubin were immediately startled by him. After finishing the module they were working on, they immediately went over to have a look. He turned to the workbench on Linwa's side, watching the wheels spinning rapidly on the workbench, suppressed his excitement, and silently responded in time. At the same time, his mental power scanned the entire engine mechanism. The entire engine was as big as a desk, 2 meters long, 1.5 meters high, 1 meter wide. It was simply an extremely rough and huge monster. While it was running, it made a series of muffled sounds, vibrating continuously, like the roar of a wild beast. But Emolan liked it more and more, and felt that it was full of beauty. Linwa still used a multi-cylinder structure, abandoned the space compression and pressurization method, adopted a newly designed mechanical transmission, and used a precise mechanical structure to keep the 4 fireball cylinders in the order of pushing. Only when the first cylinder completes the push will it move the energy path of the second cylinder, followed by the third. And after the 4th is completed, it returns to the first, completing a whole cycle of work. Under the reliable mechanical structure, the 2 cylinders fighting in the first experiment, the result of head-on collision is impossible to happen again. The smooth operation time is getting longer and longer, and there has been no problem. Each spell model runs smoothly, and the fire element is continuously converted into mechanical energy, and it continuously does work. How about the horsepower? Emolan asked slowly, and the excited Linwa smiled when he heard it. I don't know the specific horsepower, but you will know it if you look at these 4 fireball cylinders. Each rotation is driven by the explosion of 4 one-ring fireball spells. The horsepower will definitely satisfy you. Emolan also smiled when he heard it. Let's test it carefully later. Also, since the experiment has been successful, let's finalize it as soon as possible. Then make 2 finished products, and make a 15-meter long car chassis and transmission system. The requirements are not high, it just needs to be able to drive, and it needs to be able to drive fast. Don't consider turning? Shock absorption? If you consider it, can you do it? Don't consider anything, as long as it can turn. Don't consider shock absorption. Okay, I guarantee to complete the task. After Linwa finished speaking, he became curious again. He had also seen the drawings of the miniature wizard tower, and knew the size of the wizard tower, and he immediately said with some doubts, isn't this mage tower 15 meters high? Why does it need a 15-meter long chassis? And a 15-meter high mage tower will not lose balance when standing upright, etc. A flash of inspiration flashed through Linwa's mind, and he suddenly understood something, and said excitedly, President, you plan to put the mage tower down, and then raise it after the location is determined. Is it like the Dongfeng missile vehicle? Chapter 309. It's all about looking good. Yes. Emolan confirmed Linwa's guess. This tilting design can lower the center of gravity of the magic tower as a whole, and it can also reduce wind resistance and increase the moving speed. As long as you reach the designated location, you can just erect the magic tower. I think there shouldn't be any technical problems. Right? No. It's just a matter of installing an extra shaft and designing a few pulleys. As long as you push it while the engine pulls it, it shouldn't be difficult to erect this magic tower. As Linwa was talking, another question suddenly popped up. Hey, wait, President, why do we have to put the mage tower upright? Isn't it better to put it upside down? Can't we cast spells if we put it upside down? Linwa's question made Imolan and Lubin fall into deep thought. After a long time, Imolan said slowly, Linwa, you found the blind spot. So you can actually cast spells if you put it upside down? Linwa asked cautiously. Yes. Why can't we put it upside down? Then should we put it upright? In response to Linwa's question, Imolan answered without hesitation. Of course. It would be ugly if it was upside down. Anyway, as you said, it's just a matter of adding a pulley set. It's very simple. Just stand it up and cast spells. After Imolan finished speaking, Lubin glanced at the pile of mage tower modules next to him and said silently, the main thing is that these modules have been found. If the internal space of the mage tower is adjusted to be horizontal, it means that all the work will be redone. Lubin shuddered. Forget it. Just use it. Just pull it up. Imolan touched his nose and said suddenly after a moment of silence, well, let's set some rules for moving the magic tower in the future. What rules? Under non-emergency situations, the mobile magic tower must be pulled up before casting spells, otherwise it would be so ugly. Linwa and Lubin blinked their eyes when they heard this. Neither of them understood very well, but they didn't say anything, just nodded. Okay, keep working. This 15-meter-high magic tower is a big project. It's going to be exhausting. The 15-meter-long chassis is also a big project. Linwa said aloud. Imolan glanced at him. How about we change? Linwa suddenly touched his head. I know how to design the chassis, engine group, assemble. Molan curled his lips, returned to his workbench. Engine technology has made a key breakthrough. Work is energetic. 7 people started working at the same time. With high efficiency, cart after car of black iron stone was poured into the blast furnace, and after the impurities were vaporized, they flowed to the workbench in front of the 7 people, turned into one miniature magician tower module after another. The 2 presidents and 5 elders worked together very efficiently. The miniature mage tower modules placed next to them increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, working day and night. The last miniature mage tower module was formed in Imolan's hands. On the other side, the 15-meter-long chassis of the Linwo project team also gradually revealed its true appearance. The mobile mage tower that has been proposed for a long time seems to be right in front of us, and can be touched by hand. Imolan exhaled slowly, and he felt a little impatient in his heart. Touching the modules of the miniature wizard tower, Imolan asked, Zonshin, how much black iron do we have left? How much gold-patterned black steel can we refine? Su Zonshin recalled and said, excluding the gold-patterned black steel used to make this miniature wizard tower and the chassis, and the gold-patterned black steel consumed during this period, we still have a lot of gold-patterned black steel left to cast a wizard tower. Well, let's build a 5-story, 54-meter wizard tower. If we build this kind of miniature one, it should be enough to build more than 10 or 20. Is that so? Imolan nodded and began to assemble the miniature wizard tower. First, assemble the base. The edges of each module are concave and convex, and there are inclined slots, so that each adjacent 2 modules can be tightly connected, like a hole. After the base is assembled, start to assemble the first element pool layer upwards. At this time, Imolan took a steel cable next to it and tied it to a module. The steel cable is connected to a pulley block, and behind the pulley block is a huge engine. Start the engine, and the fire element is instantly input into it, and turned into a ring of fireballs. The fireball explodes, and turns into power to drive the wheel to rotate. The rotating wheel drives the pulley group, and the steel cable is instantly tightened, pulling the module up slowly. The heavy module rises, and when it reaches a certain height, Imolan condenses a hand of fire to push the module to the corresponding position, and puts it into the slot. Then, just like playing with building blocks, it is spliced one by one. With the sharp top sitting down, a 15-meter-high wizard tower slowly appears in front of everyone. The black and gold tower body is full of beauty, and the tiny gaps between the splicing give it a special charm. The crucial moment has arrived. At this moment, even Lin will put down his work and came to watch. First, enter the first floor, adjust each element pool and activate it. When feeling the various elements flowing into the corresponding element pool and accumulating at the bottom of the pool, everyone showed a smile on their faces. But they did not relax. Because the element pools are all formed in one piece, the difficulty is not high, success is inevitable. The real test lies in the group casting of those spliced together. In the splicing just now, it was confirmed that the card slots are indeed exactly the same, which fully reflects the strong grasp of the size of the mechanical mind. But this is just a card slot. The spell model inside it, whether the energy pathway connected to it can be seamlessly connected, and whether it can run smoothly is the real test. Success or failure depends on this one move. Connect to external energy, and start the trial run of Water Shield spell. The Water Shield spells are activated one by one, and in this process, the energy pathways connecting them are tested together. The results are gratifying. All the individual Water Shield spells passed the test smoothly, and the energy pathways connecting them were also not different at all, and the water element flowed smoothly. Group casting Water Shield test. As a 3-ring Water Shield optimized from a 2-ring Water Shield, it has the advantages of Water Shield toughness, cooperation, and shielding poison gas. And it also has a higher defense strength. And once the 3-ring Water Shield completes the spell resonance, its defense power rises to the 6th ring, which is equivalent to a 6-ring defense spell. The rich water element flows from the external energy channel into the water element pool of the micro magic tower, and then flows from various energy channels into the spell models one by one. Water shields were activated one after another. At this moment, everyone's heart could not help but tense up. The single water shield was indeed successful, but whether the group water shield could be successful was another matter, and this was exactly the most important thing. Lu Bin stared at the mage tower, muttering to himself. Success, 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 it must be successful. The water element circulated, all 96 water shields were activated, the exciting moment was about to come, resonance began, resonance failed. Chapter 3:10 Track Tank. Success, success, it must succeed. Lu Bin was stunned, not because of failure, but because everyone was staring at him. Stare. Why are you looking at me? It's none of my business. Everyone looked away after hearing this, and their eyes were focused on the miniature magic tower again, and Lu Bin didn't dare to say anything more, because he was scared by being stared at just now, and he quickly shut up. Mo Lan's mental power covered the miniature magic tower, detected every water shield spell, deduced the location of every water shield spell, and made sure that the spell model of every water shield spell was exactly the same. Comparing one by one, and deducing one by one, several spell models with problems were found quickly. None of the spell models were wrong, but some of them were subconsciously influenced by personal styles, which directly led to the inability of resonance to occur. And the group spell naturally failed. These are wrong, we will take out the modules and reprocess them later. Mo Lan discovered the benefits of modularization. There was no need to rework the whole thing, only the wrong ones needed to be taken out and reworked. However, the rework was not carried out immediately, but the external energy channel was connected first, the fire element flowed in, and the dark fireball spell began to be tested. First, they lit up one by one. Without a doubt, all were successful. Then the tense group casting test began, and Lu Bin began to mutter to himself again. Success, success, success. The test began, the exciting moment was about to come, resonance began, resonance failed. Everyone fell silent. Lu Bin's voice became smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller, until it disappeared. Okay, let's test the eagle eye technique again, Mo Lan said, and then began to introduce the light element. First, the individual eagle eyes were tested one by one, and they succeeded. Then, the group casting test began, and the spell resonance began. Success, success, success. Lu Bin started shouting again. Eagle eyes was a first-level spell, with few spell nodes, and group casting was relatively simple. So Lu Bin planned to prove his innocence. Failed. Everyone fell into deep thought, and Lu Bin laughed dryly. Don't you want to return the sharpness? Mo Lan began to test the sharpness in silence. First, a single test, and all of them were successful. Obviously, the integrated and constant individual spells and models will not cause any problems for them. Then comes the group spell sharp spell. The spell resonance begins. This time, Lu Bin tightly shuts his mouth. He intends to prove his innocence. The spell resonance begins. The spell resonance is successful. Buzz. The self-sharpening property of the gold-patterned black steel plus the group spell sharp spell. At this moment, the miniature wizard tower emits a layer of golden light, and the surface seems to be covered by this layer of golden film. And the slender spire blooms with unparalleled sharpness at this moment. It makes the eyes slightly sting when staring at it. It is extremely sharp. The performance of the miniature magician tower made everyone very satisfied. Finally, one was successful. But everyone couldn't help but look at Lubin, while he himself fell into deep thought. Suspicion of self.jpg Molan silently retracted his gaze upon seeing this, and focused his attention on the miniature magician tower. First, he marked out the problematic modules one by one, then used a simple crane to lift the magician tower, and removed the problematic ones one by one. He removed the problematic ones one by one, and wrote down the problem of each piece, and the operation method. Then, the scrapped modules were thrown into the blast furnace. And then, the melted liquid gold-patterned black steel was used to cast the modules again. This time, they were more careful and attentive than before. And they worked together. Soon, all the wrong modules were manufactured. Molan checked them, and assembled them again. The modules were perfect. And the gaps between the modules were almost invisible. The precision was amazing. The surface precision was fine. But the precision of the spell model inside was the key. Molan conducted another test. Lubin gritted his teeth and planned to take this opportunity to prove his innocence again. First, the water shield technique. The single test was a success as expected. Then the resonance test was carried out. Success. 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 Resonance failed. Lubin was silent. Molan silently picked out the problem module, marked it, and then began to test the dark fireball technique. The single test was still a success as expected. The resonance test began, and Lubin planned to break the jar and break the jar. Success. Success. Stare. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lubin, making his voice smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller, and finally disappear. Molan then began to test the resonance of the dark fireball technique. The test began. The test was successful. The huge black fireball raised the temperature below by several degrees again. The dark fireball seemed to suck people in. When the mental power slightly scanned it, I felt a shudder, and felt extremely small. This is equivalent to a 6-ring attack spell, very scary. Hiss, so strong, I feel it is almost the same as the small fireball thrown by the president. Linwa's words made Molan's mouth curl up slightly, and then he began to test the eagle eye technique. The single test was successful, the resonance test was successful, an eagle eye composed of light and shadow appeared above the mirror lake, and instantly took in the entire mirror lake. The group version of the eagle eye spell has a larger range, clearer details, and is also more concealed. After adjusting a module of the water shield spell again, the water shield spell group was successful, and everyone couldn't help but smile, and the smile gradually blossomed. From smiling to laughing, only Lubin hid in the corner, drawing circles on the ground while doubting his life. Success? The relief in his heart made Molan breathe a sigh of relief, and then he turned his head to look at Linwa. Linwa, how is the chassis of the car? Almost, after several tests. This is the final design drawing. See if there are any problems. Molan took a few drawings and looked at them. The drawings were surprisingly good, but considering that Linwa himself was a mechanical major, it was not surprising. The drawings showed a long-tracked vehicle, with a tall tower placed horizontally on it, and the spire of the mage tower pointed forward, like the tip of a knight's spear, the ram of a chariot. This is the first rough map. Molan flipped to the second one, and Linwa came over to explain. There are no roads in most places in the game, and we don't have any rubber technology, so tires are unrealistic. We can make tracks, and they also meet the traffic environment in the game. So I gave up tires and chose tracks. As for power, I was worried about insufficient power, not being able to climb slopes, not being fast enough, and not being able to hit trees. In addition, there may be engine failures, so I installed 6 engines on the 15-meter-long body. Theoretically, 1 engine is enough to drive both tracks. So the power system has a very high fault tolerance rate, and can tolerate 5 engine failures or damage. Under normal operation, if 6 engines work together at full load. Linwa grinned, his eyes full of expectation. That will satisfy all your fantasies about power. Chapter 311 Tough Test. So cool. That's pretty cool. Linwa pointed at the car body and said, this is the power part, and the energy part is also separated from the mage tower part. The huge car body is 15 meters long, and no other extra configuration is needed, so I have enough space to equip the power system, And naturally, I also have enough space to equip a separate energy system. I have equipped each engine with a fire element pool. Perhaps due to the limited concentration of fire elements in the surrounding environment, there is not much difference in the recovery speed no matter how many fire element pools there are. But the reserves are completely different. We can reserve in advance, thereby increasing endurance and combat time. The vehicle body does not call on the elements of the magic tower for exercise, but the element tower can mobilize the elements of the vehicle body to cast spells. Speaking of this, Lin was sighed slightly. To be honest, our current car-making technology is very poor, and we are seriously lacking in experience. Many things are being explored bit by bit. This car, let alone perfection, is not even qualified. It can only be said that it was forcibly pieced together without considering the cost. Using luxurious personnel and equipment, the price-performance ratio of this car is terrible. But I can guarantee that this car can definitely be used, and the power is definitely enough. Lin was said firmly. Emolan nodded and patted his shoulder. Everyone crosses the river by feeling the stones. It doesn't matter if you can't do it, or if you do it poorly. As long as you can do it, it is a success. And you are the hero who created something from nothing. Next, we can continuously optimize, learn, and explore on this basis. And sooner or later we will understand, be familiar with, and even master it. Go ahead, bring this car out of the blueprint. We don't have much time left. Okay. Linwood nodded and left. Cart after car of black iron stone was poured into the blast furnace to be smelted into black steel with golden patterns. Neither Linwood nor Emolan intended to save costs. Some parts of the chassis require high material hardness, some require low hardness. They have no experience, and don't know where to be high and where to be low, so they just use the best materials for everything, and achieve the highest requirements. Although this may not be good, but it is definitely not bad enough. Of course, ordinary people don't have the capital to try this. The project continued to advance, and Emolan completed the debugging of the Mage Tower, and after confirming that there were no problems, he began the last process. Streams of liquid gold-patterned black steel gushed out of the blast furnace, and were lifted by the hand of white flames to the Micro-Mage Tower, flowing evenly, and spreading flat on the surface of the Micro-Mage Tower. Little by little, 7 mages started at the same time, covering the entire outside with gold-patterned black steel, wrapping up all the places, and modifying the edges and corners, and completing the final shaping. After the gold-patterned black steel solidified, a miniature mage tower that was exactly the same as the original one appeared in front of them. Every detail was exactly the same, except that the tiny cracks on the surface disappeared, and the hole became a little thicker. Then the inside was completely poured with gold-patterned black steel again, and there was no trace of cracks on the surface. The gold-patterned black steel solidified, and this miniature mage tower was directly transformed from an assembled building block into a hole. A mage tower. Although the slot was tight, it was 2 structures after all, and Emolan would naturally not leave such a fatal hole on the surface of the mage tower. At this point, the miniature wizard tower was completely completed. After another test, after confirming that all functions could operate normally, a wooden frame was built outside to cover it. Now we just need to wait for the frame. Linwood built the frame in the same way as Emolan. The only difference is that the frame does not require a large number of constant spell models in addition to a simple energy channel. And the energy channel does not require resonance. It only needs to be connected, which is not difficult. Under this circumstance, the frame modules are produced at a speed several times faster than the wizard tower modules. Pieces of black iron turned into golden black steel and cast into frame modules. Soon, all the frame modules were produced, and the final assembly began. First, the modules were put together, after confirming that the energy channels were all operational. Just like Emolan before, the golden black steel was coated to turn the frame into a hole. After the manufacturing was completed, after many tests, the 6 engines that had been running for a long time to determine their reliability were installed on the reserve slots. Pieces of golden black steel were connected to each other, turned into long tracks, and inside the tracks, the wheels were connected to the engines. Then, there is the element pool. One by one, the element pools are stuck in the reserve slots, distributed in different parts of the car body, not evenly, and not located next to the engine. The elements flow through the energy channel. This design is to prevent impact. After the element pool is installed, first connect the energy channel from the outside, and inject the fire element into the element pool. Energy addition. After the energy is added, Linwood took a deep breath, slowly turned down 6 switches, and then turn the ignition switch. Ignite! Boom! 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 The roar sounded. 6 engines started instantly. Fireballs exploded one after another, driving the entire frame to vibrate together. Sitting on it, it felt like the body was about to fall apart instantly. Lin was silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome, the power is amazing. The next moment, Lin flicked another switch. At this moment, the engine power was connected to the track. Boom! The frame rushed out instantly, and suddenly turned into the 4 walls. The stone wall shattered and collapsed, and the frame was deeply sank into it. Ahem. Ahem. Lin pushed the stone away, and came out covered in dust. This power is too strong. Seeing this, the people in the project team rushed over, with a worried look on their faces. Lin was just moved by this, when he saw the group of people quickly bypass him, and surround the frame. Quick! Quick! Move the stone away. It's not broken. Take a closer look. It's not broken. It's not broken. Very good. Lin's smile froze on his open hand, and he silently retracted his hand. Emolan, who felt the sudden vibration, came over and looked at the collapsed hole on Chong Chong, feeling a little strange. What happened? Just now there was such a big noise, and there is such a big hole in the wall. Did any of you hit the wall? Emolan said in surprise. He looked at the frame, had some guesses in his mind, and was immediately shocked. You know, this basement was dug out by stone wall technique. In order to stabilize the building structure, the stone wall was made harder and thicker, but now such a big hole was hit, and the wall is half collapsed. Emolan looked at Linhua, who was covered in dust, and asked after a moment of silence, "Is the frame okay?" Linhua rolled his eyes. "It's okay. It's very solid. It's made of black steel with gold patterns. Everything is thickened and bolted. You don't have to worry about it breaking no matter what it hits. Just worry about it breaking something." Emolan nodded. "Is the test over now? Can we install the Micro Magic Tower?" Chapter 312 Ice Shield. "I'm afraid it won't work now. We just tested the power of 6 engines working at the same time." "How's the power?" In response to Emolan's question, Lin was silently pointed to the collapsed stone wall. "I just gently pushed the accelerator, just a little. I didn't expect it." "What other items do you want to test?" "We don't have much time. We're almost leaving." "It doesn't matter if we leave, mainly because I always feel uneasy when I leave the range of the mage tower, and I don't think my firepower is enough as a mage. So we must bring a magic tower with us," Emolan said. Linhua pondered for a moment. "Actually, there are not many items that need to be tested. Let's try acceleration, braking, and steering later. After these 3 tests, we will directly put up the miniature magic tower, and test the whole vehicle directly." Linhua calculated the time. "It will be almost done by this afternoon." Emolan nodded slightly when he heard it. "Okay. Then keep going. And wait for your good news." After Emolan finished speaking, he glanced at the big box covering the magic tower, turned around and left, and came to the space crack. After a long period of accumulation, the space elements in the space element pool are enough to use the 6-ring material summoning technique again. First, there is a 6th level lava beast as usual, and a bunch of 3rd level lava beast gifts. And with Lu Bin's efforts, he successfully transformed the theory into some application skills. Although he still couldn't make the space crack exist permanently, but he also mastered the technology to prolong the existence of the space crack, and extended the existence time of the space crack that would have closed in 1 day by more than double. And it can last for about 2.5 days. Today is the 2nd day of the existence of the space crack. Lu Bin is still sitting next to the space crack to study, and Emolan sees a dense pile of boxes as soon as he steps into the fire element world. These boxes are all mobile fire element pools, a small part of which is made of gold-patterned black steel, and the vast majority is made of red rock. There are nearly 100 mobile element pools around this magma crack in front of us. There are 5 more space cracks of different sizes that are being used. After these mobile element pools collect fire elements, they will be introduced into the fire element pool of the Mage Tower, which is equivalent to indirectly utilizing the rich fire element resources of the fire element realm, greatly increasing the speed of the element pool collecting elements. The extremely rich fire elements. The total amount of fire elements brought by hundreds of mobile element pools working together is extremely terrifying, which makes the reserves of the fire element pool increase rapidly. The extremely rich fire elements are atomized into liquid under the suppression of the forbidden magic field. For the first time, the fire element pool is like a red pool, with rippling water. After checking all 5 points, Emolan nodded with satisfaction. He had never traveled far from home while playing games, and this was his first time traveling far from home. Emolan felt that he needed to prepare well. The fire elements collected by these hundreds of mobile element pools were one of his preparations. This was the ammunition he specially prepared because he was worried that the fire element pools on the mobile magician tower would not collect enough fire elements. After making sure that everything was fine and running in an orderly manner, Emolan returned to the magician tower to continue his research. He has been researching a new spell recently, and he wants to verify a guess of his own. This spell is called Ice Shield, which Emolan adapted from Water Shield, a third ring spell. First, a water shield is formed, and then it is frozen. The disadvantage is that it cannot move. As long as the ice shield exists, the outside cannot hit the inside, and the inside cannot hit the outside. However, the advantages are also very obvious. The strength is extremely high, which is many times that of a simple water shield. It can even exceed the limit of a third ring spell, and is close to the level of a fourth ring defensive spell. Of course, Emolan had already researched this level. It was very simple. The real difficulty of Emolan's research was how to stack the ice shield spell multiple times. If it was only close to the power of the fourth ring defense spell, it would be just SOSO for Emolan. It would be better to develop a fifth ring spell, which would be more powerful. Emolan naturally looked down on the single ice shield spell. What really attracted Emolan was the multiple stacking of the ice shield spell. Ice is a form of water, and the structure of ice is very peculiar. When it is thin, it is crisp and fragile, but as the ice layer gradually thickens, the strength of the ice will also increase. If it is an ice layer as thick as a wall, its hardness is comparable to steel, and its thickness and hardness increase not linearly, but exponentially. A single ice shield is only close to the power of a fourth ring defensive spell, but a single layer of ice shield is only about 1 centimeter thick. A 1 centimeter thick ice shield has the power of a fourth ring defensive spell. So what about a 1 meter thick ice shield? What about a 10 meter thick ice shield? Although it cannot be moved, wouldn't it be good to use it to save lives or prepare powerful spells at critical moments? What's more, Emolan chose the clever level of the third ring. The third ring is the highest level of group spellcasting that the Mage Tower can achieve so far. The third ring can reach the sixth ring level under the increase of group spellcasting. In this case, the sixth ring level of Ice Shield is constantly stacked. As for the inability to move, this is not a disadvantage for the Mage Tower at all. It is inherently immobile. This is the purpose of Emolan's research on Ice Shield, and the key point that really bothers Emolan is how to release a large number of ice shields in a short period of time. If you release an ice shield to cover one layer, release an ice shield, and then cover another layer, then it will take too long, the magic power consumed, and there are too many spell slots, and it may even be a bit of a loss. Only by using one spell to complete the instantaneous superposition and minimize consumption, this is the ice shield that Emolan wants. Read as ice shield, written as iceberg. As Emolan was studying, Su Zongxi knocked on the door gently. President, the micro-magic tower has been loaded onto the car, and the final test will begin soon. Do you want to go? That's it. Let's go and take a look. Emolan was immediately delighted when he heard this. First put away the draft paper for the deduction of the ice shield in his hand, and then walked quickly towards the blast furnace area. It can be said that the mobile magic tower is something he has been looking forward to for a long time. This is an idea that came up a long time ago. At that time, once the magic tower was built, people felt that they were invincible inside the magic tower. But the magic tower cannot be moved. But people can move. People who leave the magic tower are naturally not invincible. With this idea in mind, Emolan tried to make a flying magic tower, which could let the magic tower follow people. In this way, no matter where you go, you will be invincible. And no matter where you go, you will be under the magic tower. Unfortunately, the tonnage of the mage tower is too high, and the spell can't make it move at all, let alone fly. Therefore, Emolan silently suppressed this idea in his heart, and silently looked for other solutions. Since it can't fly, it's always okay to run, right? With the fulfillment of various conditions, the mobile mage tower came into being, carrying Emolan's long-awaited expectations. Full of expectations, Emolan slowly pushed open the door, and his eyes were instantly attracted by a hideous and rough behemoth. Chapter 313 Shaking the Mountains. A huge black gold monster instantly attracted Emolan's full attention. 15 meters, it sounds like a very small number, insignificant. But one floor is 4 meters, 15 meters is almost the height of 4 floors. A car that is 15 meters long can be called a behemoth. The 15-meter-long wizard tower lies horizontally on the long chassis, and the sharp spire is like a knight's spear showing its amazing edge to Emolan. The flat track underneath. The rough design is full of power at first glance, giving people a sense of wild impact. Emolan slowly recovered from the shock. Linwa was very satisfied with Emolan's shock and walked over with a smile. President, are you interested in starting this behemoth yourself and conducting the first test yourself? Emolan nodded gently. Of course. Upon hearing this, Linwa immediately took Emolan forward and came to a cockpit in the middle of the car. The cockpit was open air, with only a sharp black steel seat with gold patterns, and a platform in front of the seat. The platform is full of switches that look like electric switches, only the size of a ping-pong ball. There are 2 pedals under the platform, which look like accelerators and brakes. In addition, facing Emolan is the steering wheel. Next to the steering wheel is a long switch. I don't know what it does. President, these 6 represent 6 engines. Closing 1 means starting an engine. Closing all means starting all engines. These switches are energy input adjustment switches. Closing 1 switch means 20% power output. 2 means 40%. Each switch means 20% power output. Closing all means full output. Then here is. Linwa explained the functions of the switches above, and the operation methods one by one to Emolan. Emolan remembered everything after listening to it once. He suddenly realized that the seemingly simple frame was actually not simple. Let's not talk about other things. Just this purely mechanical operating platform alone requires many technical difficulties to overcome and many brain cells to be consumed. Thank you for your hard work, Emolan suddenly said. Linwa was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then shook his head. It's not hard. I happen to be familiar with this convenience, and I am also interested in it. After saying that, Linwa urged again. President, don't delay any longer. Start it quickly. Let's test this big guy together. Linwa looked at this behemoth with eyes full of love and expectation. Okay. Emolan did not hesitate any longer. He closed the switch representing the first engine, and closed the switch representing 20% power. The moment the second switch was closed, Emolan instantly felt that the car was shaking violently. The fireball exploded in the engine again and again. Each explosion made the test car vibrate once. In just a few seconds, Emolan felt that his body was about to fall apart. He quickly left his position and continued to operate this behemoth while floating a few centimeters above the chair. As expected, there is no shock absorber system. Every vibration of the engine is directly transmitted to every part of the car body. There is no buffer. Power. The tracks turned, and the car slowly moved forward. As the car moved forward, the entire Linwo project team cheered instantly. They succeeded. Linwo, open the way, we will go to the fire elemental world for testing. Yes. Linwo responded, and immediately took the project team to stand in front of the broken stone wall to cast a spell. Stone wall technique. Stone wall technique. Stone wall technique. A huge passage suddenly appeared on the stone wall, and at the end of the passage was a space crack. The passage that suddenly appeared caught Lu Bin's attention, and he was shocked when he looked down. Fuck. When Emolan heard Lu Bin's voice, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he closed the switch representing power. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. The power output increased successively, and when Emolan closed the fifth switch, when the power was 100% output, the chariot suddenly let out a low roar, and the chariot moved forward rapidly in the violent vibration. The upward slope did not cause any trouble to the chariot, and it continued to rise at a fast speed. After a while, the chariot passed through the passage to the surface, and then passed through the space crack and entered the fire element realm. Lu Bin, who was standing next to him, watched the behemoth pass by him, looked down at his research, and then looked at the tempting chariot. He immediately abandoned his research and followed Linwa and others into the fire element realm. After entering the fire element realm, Emolan was immediately freed from his restraints and immediately started the second engine. The function remained unchanged, and it was still full power output. The speed of the chariot suddenly increased. After a little adaptation, the third engine started, and it was fully powered. And then the fourth engine started. When the fourth engine also output power at full power, the chariot was already running at high speed in the fire elemental world. Everything in front of the chariot, whether it was a lava beast or a boulder bush, was crushed by the impact of the chariot, like a running beast. After a little adaptation, Emolan looked at the fifth and sixth engines, took a deep breath, and turned on the two engines together, and they were fully powered instantly. Boom! The chariot roared. Emolan looked at a low hill in front of him. He wanted to turn, but he suddenly stopped halfway. At the same time, a bold idea came to his mind. This idea drove him to turn the steering wheel back. At the same time, his mental power went directly to the miniature magic tower. As soon as he thought about it, the gold element pool that had just been replenished with energy output gold elements, accompanied by a humming sound, the sharpness technique activated the sharpness technique, and the spire of the magic tower suddenly became sharp. The self-sharpening property of the gold-patterned black steel made the spire even sharper. It felt slightly painful to look at it with the eyes. The chariot under him roared. The power released by the 6 engines running at full power was shocking. The chariot track spun rapidly, and the speed kept increasing. The chariot moved forward at high speed, getting closer and closer to the hill. After seeing it clearly, everyone understood something immediately. Their eyes widened, they were shocked, and also had some expectations. At this moment, the chariot collided with the hillside, and the loud noise was deafening. Boom! The hillside shook violently in an instant, mud and rocks flew everywhere. Emolan only felt a moment of delay, and then he was unstoppable, without any obstruction. The small hill was completely shattered by the impact of the chariot. Emolan took a deep breath, calmed his rapid breath, looked back at the broken mountain, felt more and more happy. Ha ha! Linhua, who followed, first checked the chariot, after confirming that the chariot was not damaged at all, also laughed happily. The chariot collided with the hill, and the chariot won. Chapter 3:14 Fatal Disadvantage. Awesome, if it rams at full speed, the strength of the pure gold-patterned black steel structure, plus the sharpness added to the top of the mage tower. With all these added together, I'm afraid nothing can stop the chariot's charge. Right? A mage exclaimed. Emolan shook his head. Not flexible enough. There are certain requirements for the road, no potholes, no steep slopes, no angles, and the enemy can't dodge. There are very many limitations. Linhua retorted after hearing this. The limitations are indeed high, but if it is fully realized, the impact will be extremely terrifying. For example, against an army in formation, or a heavy armored knight group that is good at charging, or a tightly closed city gate, or a solid city wall. The chariot's extremely strong impact attack power may become the key to our breakthrough at a critical moment. Linhua spoke highly of this point. An inspiration burst out in his mind as he spoke. Perhaps we can add similar functions in subsequent versions. The top of the tower adds a high-frequency vibration function, and the tail adds a jet to accelerate instantly. Then imitate the way the knights use fighting spirit to pave the road to create a magic circle, so that the front of the chariot is smooth. Emolan felt something was wrong as he listened, and interrupted him immediately. Wait! Stop! Stop! This is a mobile magician tower. Aren't you a little off? By the way, it's just a name. If it can be used, you don't care whether it is physical output or spell output, Linhua retorted, and Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. Besides, you created the mage tower. You have always been in charge of upgrading it. I am only in charge of the mechanics. You upgrade the mage tower, and I upgrade the mechanics. Put them together. Isn't it still a mobile mage tower? It has both magic and physics. Hiss. Emolan suddenly felt that it made sense. Okay. Don't think too much. That's for the next generation. Let's fix the first generation first. You just said that time is running out. Now you are still dawdling here. If there is any problem, leave some time for me to debug. Hearing Lin was urging, Emolan stopped thinking and focused his attention on the console in front of him. At this time, he suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, by the way, there is one thing. You need to make sure that the control console, where people sit, is shock-absorbing. If I hadn't been floating in the air and had a shield, I would have been crippled if not dead. Okay. I'll definitely do it next time. Linhua replied casually, and then pointed to a switch and explained. The energy channel connected to this switch is responsible for lowering the chariot support frame, and this switch here is responsible for raising the mage tower. You must lower the support first before raising the mage tower. Can the mage tower be raised directly? No. You must lower the support first, and then the switch that raises the mage tower will be connected. If you raise the mage tower directly, nothing will happen. This is for stability considerations. We are worried that the vehicle body will not be stable enough and will roll over, so we specially set up the series setting. It is mainly to prevent someone from operating it incorrectly. In this way, even if there is an error in operation, the vehicle will not roll over. After all, most of the weight of the chariot is on the mage tower. When the mage tower moves, the center of gravity of the entire chariot will also move. We still have to pay attention. Oh, I see. Emolan closed the ramp knife and lowered the switch. The moment the switch was closed, Emolan's mental power sensed that the iron pillars that originally fixed the mage tower on the surface of the chariot dropped in height, from the top of the vehicle to the bottom of the vehicle, and then deeply penetrated into the soil and the stone. There are two 15-meter-long horizontal bars on both sides of the chariot. After reaching a 90-degree angle with the chariot, the iron plates at the ends of the horizontal bars are attached to the ground to provide support. In addition to the two sides, a rectangular iron plate of 2 square meters is extended from the front of the car to the ground to provide strong support. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes before it was completely completed. Although the speed was slow, it was very stable, and there were no problems. Emolan could also see the technical content. The seemingly crude and simple chariot has a lot of technical content inside. These are the results of Linwa and his project team constantly searching for information on the internet and the library, and then constantly discussing and researching. This is the Mage Association, not a loss. Emolan muttered to himself in his heart. A sense of relief and pride surged from the depths of his heart. He stepped hard on the chariot, and the chariot was no longer shaken. The iron plate that fell on the ground pierced deeply into the soil, and the rock iron pillars provided strong support for the chariot. Rise! Emolan closed the gate of the mage tower and shouted. The energy channel was connected, the engine roared, power was connected. A round iron column stretched out from the rear of the vehicle for nearly 10 meters. There was a pulley on the top, connected to a steel cable as thick as a wrist, and the other end of the steel cable was on the 3rd floor of the mage tower. There were also nearly 10-meter-high iron columns erected on both sides of the chariot. There were also pulleys and steel cables on the top of the iron columns. The steel cables on both sides of the iron columns were the same. Its middle part went around the top of the tower, and was fixed on a slot on the 3rd floor of the mage tower. As the engine turned, 2 steel cables as thick as wrists instantly tightened. And at the same time, several supporting columns at the bottom of the mage tower also slowly rose under the power of the engine. First, the steel cables on the columns on both sides exerted force, slowly pulling up the mage tower, and then the columns at the bottom pushed upward. The top of the tower left the front of the car little by little, and the 15-meter-long mage tower slowly rose. When the mage tower's tilt angle was large enough, the steel cables on the iron columns on both sides lost their force angle and slowly stopped. At the same time, the tail cable began to exert force. The steel cable tightened and pulled the mage tower back to the right position until the mage tower stood at the rear of the chariot. The whole process lasted more than 10 minutes, plus the time it took for the support frame to unfold. It took half an hour for the chariot to get into position and enter combat mode. It takes a full half an hour to release a spell, which is a very big flaw, a very fatal flaw. It's a pity that the spell cannot be released without the mage tower, otherwise this drawback will lose its basis for existence. Are you right, Linwa? Emolan and Linwa smiled at each other, with a meaningful look in their eyes. Old bitch. Not bad. Same here, you're not bad either. Ahem, President, let's go in and take a look. Linwa pointed at the slowly rising black steel door with golden patterns and said, let's go in and take a look. If the mage tower is running normally, then we can test it again and put it away, and that's it. Right? Emolan walked towards the mage tower. Linwa followed closely, talking as he walked. That's about it. The rest is some operating system tests, and these more sophisticated parts inspections, to see if the operation will cause greater wear or other problems. If all these are okay, then this chariot is completely finished. Good. Emolan is very familiar with the contents inside the mage tower. The first floor is full of elemental pools, which provide sufficient energy for the mage tower. The second floor is full of space boxes, which store logistical supplies or spoils of war, but most of them are still empty. Next to the boxes is a bed and a desk, for the driver to rest and study. The third floor is the key point, the control center of the entire mage tower. Floating into the third floor through the hole, Closing the black steel door with gold patterns that looks like a manhole cover, the third floor becomes an independent sealed space. Chapter 315 Death Penalty Increased? The walls of the third floor of the Micro Mage Tower are thicker than those of the first and second floors. Once the entrance is sealed, this will become the safest refuge. For this reason, in addition to the necessary control equipment, the third floor also stores a certain amount of compressed dried meat and wind and water elements, which can be converted into air and drinking water, enough to maintain for a long time while meeting the minimum survival standards. In order to buy time for rescue, Emolan said slowly, while standing on the third floor of the Mage Tower. In fact, if the space teleportation technology had not been developed yet, I would have planned to use a constant teleportation spell. Once a fatal crisis occurred, I would teleport the third layer, or directly teleport the mage myself. To ensure safety, well, I actually think the 6-ring resource summoning, the 6-ring lava beast summoning spell is also okay. But the fire elemental world is too big, and there is no positioning method. Once you enter, you will get lost. But it is also a space method, and you can also escape. You can consider trying it. Emolan's voice echoed in everyone's ears, making them feel a little strange. Hey, President, why do you need so many life-saving devices? Will the cost of the Mage Tower increase a lot? At worst, it's just one death. President, didn't you commit suicide several times before? It's just a matter of meditating for a while. Linhua was puzzled. Emolan glanced at Linhua and shook his head. This real game is not a game after all, at least not completely a game, not that simple. Before, it was unlimited death and resurrection, but when a player was promoted to the elite level, it was changed to only 10 deaths after 10 times. The account was directly cancelled, and it was not allowed to register again in the short term. 10 times is quite a lot, as long as it is less than 10 times. You can still play around. But what if you die once and your account is cancelled in the future? Or even if you die, you are really dead, what should you do then? Emolan's words startled Linhua. It has been a long time since the system was updated. Players still have 10 lives, and can set a resurrection point at will. So it is not easy to die continuously. As long as you are careful, you will basically not die continuously. So far, not many people have been cancelled because of this, so this point has been gradually ignored, at least not considered so early, Linhua pondered. Emolan continued. Players can still die. It doesn't matter. So I will occasionally play around. But the skills cannot be lost. The skills must keep up. To ensure that we don't die when we don't want to die. And to ensure that we don't die when we can't die. Linhua was silent for a long time. President, you still think ahead. I can't let you consider it after you encounter it, and suffer a loss. I am the president, Emolan said. Thought for a while, and said with a smile. Otherwise, how can I be the president? Emolan said. Took a look at the level on the attribute panel, and slightly sensed the state of mental strength. 5-ring mage. Master level is almost here. Shaking his head, putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Emolan merged his mental power into the control center of the Mage Tower. Now the Mage Tower has not been divided into permissions, as long as the mental power is merged into it. It can be controlled. In terms of hardware, this Mage Tower only supports 2 levels of permissions, 1 first-level permission, 3 second-level permissions. The 3 second-level permissions have equal status, and they can control the Mage Tower when the first-level permission is not there, but once the first-level permission takes over the Mage Tower, the energy path of the second-level permission can be cut off in the hardware, depriving it of control permission. Emolan began to inject magic power into some key parts, marking magic power on these key nodes, officially taking over the first-level authority. Group spellcasting Water Shield. Buzz, Water Shield is successful. Group spellcasting Sharpness. Buzz, Sharpness is successful. Group spellcasting Eagle Eye. Buzz, Eagle Eye is successful. Group spellcasting Dark Fireball. Buzz, Dark Fireball is successful. In the blink of an eye, the Magic Tower casting test was completed, all successful. Linhua thought about it and suggested. Do you want to bring the 6th level lava beast over to fight? Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this. The only attack spell in the entire wizard tower is the Dark Fireball spell. No matter how much the lava beast cheats on the earth element, it is still a fire element life. You want me to use a fire element attack spell to fight a fire element life? Isn't this asking for trouble? Then why don't you have a constant lightning spell? Linhua asked in confusion. Emolan rolled his eyes again when he heard this. Do you know how much space is needed to cast a 3-ring group spell? The purpose of building a wizard tower is not to conquer the fire element world. If we come to the fire element world specifically, we will definitely have a separate constant water element and thunder element spells. If you are outside, the dark fireball spell, which can attack a single target and has a range, is naturally the best choice. Unless it is necessary, there is no need for the constant lightning spell. Because unless it is an elemental life, normal people, Warcraft, even if they are all fire elements, cannot be immune to fire element damage. So it is not necessary. After all the spells were tested, Emolan thought, the top of the 3rd floor of the mage tower slowly cracked, slid down in 2 halves, stayed on both sides of the mage tower, revealing a thick and long gun barrel in the middle. Emolan glanced at Linhua and asked with a smile, "Do you remember the elemental cannon I said to be installed on the mage tower?" Linhua was stunned when he heard the words, and his mental power also captured the changes on the top of the tower. And he reacted immediately. "Fuck. You actually put the elemental cannon there." Emolan smiled. "If there is only one elemental cannon, the top of the tower is the most suitable position. Suitable for turning. The mage tower does not need to turn. And the elemental cannon can hit the front, back, left, right and top. Almost all directions are within the attack range. And there is no blind spot. In that case, why don't I do it? How did you do it? How do you set up the machine? What's the power?" Linhua asked. "Oh, I used the gravity of the spire itself." Emolan took Linhua out of the mage tower and floated directly to the spire to show him. There is a very smooth guide groove under the spire. I made this groove with very high precision. As long as the restraining force is released, it will slide down naturally and split apart to reveal the elemental cannon. Of course, if the wizard tower is in a sideways state, it needs to be pushed open manually. How do you close it? And how do you keep it from suddenly cracking when it hits? Look inside the wheel. Linhua looked down, saw the wheel, saw the steel cable, and saw the buckles on the top of the tower. When closing it, you use the principle of the fireball turbine to drive the wheel, tighten the steel cable to pull up the cracked top of the tower. When the top of the tower is put together again, the buckles on it will be locked together tightly, turning it into a hole? Yes. A very powerful design. Linhua was thoughtful, seemingly inspired. If gravity is the source. Chapter 316 Precision Strike. Do you have an idea? Emolan asked curiously when he saw Linhua come back to his senses. I just got an idea. But I don't know if it will work. I'll try it when I have time. Well, let's go back. Emolan said, and went back to the mage tower. Different from the large mage tower in the association, this miniature mage tower was designed with war in mind, so the physical and spell resistance of the gold-patterned black steel itself was not ignored. The entire mage tower has only one entrance and exit to the outside. The rest of the tower is completely closed and extremely thick, which makes the defense of the mage tower fully play its role. So if Emolan wants to go in, he can only go through the first door. It is worth mentioning that the mage tower does not have any ventilation holes. When the door is closed, the air inside the mage tower will not interact with the outside air at all. All the air inside the mage tower is transformed from the wind element, and the air inside the mage tower is regularly packed and stuffed into the space box, and then the air is transformed by the wind element. When Emolan walked in again, he found that the air had just been refreshed. He flew up the passage to the 3rd floor and activated the Eagle Eye technique again. Group casting, Eagle Eye technique. Countless light elements gathered above the 9 heavens, forming a huge and narrow eagle eye in an instant. The light elements inside the eagle eye formed lenses, and the light rays refracted and magnified each other. Every ray of light below would be interpreted by the eagle eye technique to obtain the information contained therein, and re-encoded, and turned into an image in Emolan's mind. In the perspective of the eagle eye technique, the fire elemental world was dark red, and the land was full of volcanoes. Dark red smoke was rising from the volcanoes. There was no green on the land, and only the occasional black plants were growing slowly. In addition, the sleeping lava beasts soaked on the surface of the magma also appeared in Emolan's mind. Similarly, the mage tower in the middle also came into view, and the elemental cannon on the top of the mage tower was naturally visible. This elemental cannon has been tested several times, and has become an improved version after actual combat testing. This version slightly reduces the consumption of fire elements without reducing the power, which is about 7%. A great improvement. The way to reduce consumption is that the fired fireballs are compressed smaller, and the same fire element creates greater power, which means that fewer fire elements are needed for the same power, and the caliber requirement is also reduced. After reducing the caliber, the thickness of the barrel remains unchanged, and the thickness is directly reduced. Although the length of the barrel remains unchanged, it looks much thinner. At the same time, because the shells are smaller, the barrel is equivalent to being longer. The longer barrel plus some magic arrays that allow crystal shells to spiral out of the barrel at high speed make the accuracy and range of the elemental gun rise sharply. At present, the maximum range of this type of elemental cannon is 3 kilometers. The damage remains unchanged, but there is basically no accuracy. The elemental bomb may fall randomly within a radius of 100 meters, and then kill a group of lucky spectators. However, it should be able to play a better role in attacking military formations and buildings. The shorter the range, the higher the accuracy. Within a range of 2 kilometers, Emolon can basically drop the elemental bomb within a radius of 20 meters. The direct killing range of the elemental bomb and the high-intensity killing range are enough to cover a radius of 20 meters. So Emolon called the 2-kilometer range the precision strike range. The closer the range is, the more accurate it will be. No need to elaborate. Emolon closed his eyes, and the eagle-eye perspective took everything in. Spiritual connection. The spiritual connection developed by Su Zengxin can already achieve real-time transmission of images. After activating the spiritual connection, Emolon transmitted the perspective of the eagle-eye technique. After doing this, Emolon selected a bush 2 kilometers away in a straight line. I want to hit this bush. After saying that, under the gaze of everyone, Emolon directly regarded the Earth as a plane and established a rectangular coordinate system on the plane. Taking the position of the elemental cannon as the 0 point, the coordinates of the target location are obtained. After obtaining the coordinates, Molan's brain worked at high speed, calculating, and the ink box was also involved. After bringing in a set of incomplete algorithms, Molan immediately got the answer. The elemental cannon barrel moved slowly, making a clicking sound. At this time Lin was suddenly found that there were fine scratches on the base of the elemental cannon. This is the attack direction setting of the elemental cannon. There is a circle direction, and the angle of the elemental cannon's pouring angle, etc. As long as the data is calculated, and then brought into the base of the elemental cannon, the accuracy will not be too bad. Emolon said with a smile. Look! As soon as the thought came to mind, the surging liquid fire element entered the barrel. It was a long series of processes, but in fact it took less than a second. In just a moment, a crystal element bullet with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters flew out of the barrel in a spiral, and it was spinning at high speed, while flying at high speed. The distance of 2 kilometers passed in a flash. Linhua and others immediately stared at a bush 2 kilometers away. Boom! Linhua and others clearly saw the crystal element bullet fall 15 meters away from the bush, and it exploded the moment it landed. The huge flame spread out, destroying everything in the damage range, and enveloping the bush. Precision strike, Emolon said with a smile. Linhua's expression remained the same. To be honest, it's really awesome. Indeed, the revised elemental cannon has the basis for precision strikes. And for the mage, once the target is observed, the calculation and deduction are just a piece of cake. It seems that our right to speak can be extended to the range of 2,000 meters around the elemental cannon. Within a 2-kilometer range, the group's eagle-eye technique can easily be seen, and the control of the elemental cannon becomes very easy. Emolon smiled when he heard this. And with a thought, a fireball exploded in a turbine on the top of the tower. The huge thrust caused the turbine to rotate and drive the wheel. The wheel instantly tightened the steel cable and directly closed the split tower spire. At the moment the spire closed, the slots that fit together were instantly tightened, and the dense slots instantly turned the split spire back into a hole. After the spire returned to its original state, Emolon and others left the mage tower. The mage tower was slowly lowered under the gaze of everyone, and the support frame was retracted little by little, closed, and finally restored to the appearance of a tracked vehicle. After driving the chariot recklessly for a while, Emolon handed it over to Linhua. I'll give it to you. Well, the direction? There's no big problem, just a little change. This chariot, this mobile magic tower will be completely completed. Wait for your good news. After saying this, Emolon immediately left the fire elemental realm and returned to the magic tower. He had a lot of things to do, such as the one in front of him. The list of teams that have decided to go to the King's Capital Magic Association for communication. Chapter 317 Mage Training Class. I will lead the team. Well, Linhua, one of Lu Bin must stay in the association. I will ask them who will go later. Then I will take a few elders. If we go this time, the Royal Capital Mage Association will definitely not be easy to get along with. To be conservative, everyone will die once, so there is no need to take too many people. Send a message to Guang Mo to come back. He will count as one. Mo Lan thought silently in his heart. Currently, those who go are all 4th ring mages, but now the elders are basically all 4th ring mages. Then let's add Xiao Hua, he is also good at necromancy. Mo Lan wrote down a few names. 1 president, 1 vice president, 2 elders, that should be enough, and bring about 10 elite members to help. Zhong Xian, contact Zhang Guanhua, have him go to the capital first, if there is a fight. Oh, okay. Also, notify Xiao Hua to prepare to go to the capital with us. Finally, tell the 10 elders, each of them recommend an elite member to join the capital exchange team. Understood. Just as Su Zhong Xian was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, turned around and said, President, what if the elder wants to go himself? Mo Lan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Then let him come to me himself. Understood. Su Zongxin left, Mo Lan sent a message to Lu Bin and Linhua, and soon got a response. Lu Bin, you go? My research here cannot be separated from the blast furnace, and even if I go to the Royal Capital Association, I may not get what I want. After all, you also know what I am researching, and the information in reality is enough for me to refer to for a long time. On the contrary, your research direction has no reference basis in reality, and you may find the technology and spell model for opening space channels or teleporting by going to the Royal Capital Association. Well, okay, Mo Lan, then I will go with you. Okay. Zhang Guangmo and Zhao Hua also sent a confirmed reply. The personnel were basically confirmed, and at this time Al and Zhou Hao came over, and the barbarian bear followed behind to protect them. When Man Xiong saw Mo Lan, he touched his head and smiled innocently. Mo Lan nodded at him. Al, Zhou Hao, why are you here? Have you finished your homework? Nephew Lu Zhou Hao's summer vacation ended a long time ago, but he still often played games. He basically played games at night and on weekends. Lu Zhou Hao himself was a little strange. Mo Lan knew the reason very well. It can even be said that Mo Lan was in charge. Lu Zhou Hao originally studied in the game, but when he went out for an exam, his grades improved a lot. This surprised Mo Lan's sister, and she came to ask Mo Lan. Mo Lan told her about her guesses about the game, and the strengthening effects of changing to a mage on thinking and the brain. She didn't believe it at first, but as she learned more and more, she slowly believed it. From then on, Lu Zhouhao had to play games at night and on weekends. If he didn't play, he had to ask for leave. Otherwise he would be scolded. As for socializing, it could only be done in the game, because Sister Mo Lan found out that many of Lu Zhouhao's classmates were playing this game. Of course, although it was a game, Lu Zhouhao's time in the game was still controlled by Mo Lan. Mo Lan would naturally let Al guide Lu Zhouhao to study with him. Compared to Al, Lu Zhouhao is still a little too young. Compared to Mo Lan, Lu Zhouhao is still a little more naive. After all, how could such a good uncle have any bad intentions? However, Zhouhao gained a sense of accomplishment while accompanying Al to study, and his steady improvement in grades in the class strengthened his sense of accomplishment, so that he would not resist learning, and thus enjoy the sense of accomplishment brought by learning, and enter a positive cycle. Although most of the classmates in the class are playing this game, who has the conditions like Lu Zhouhao? Which player can provide Lu Zhouhao with the most reasonable mage career planning and mage career resources like Mo Lan? Who dares to believe that the Yangshan tea that Mo Lan couldn't afford before is just one of the daily essential drinks for Lu Zhouhao? But socializing is indeed a problem. Mo Lan looked at Lu Zhouhao and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If you don't cultivate social skills when you are young, you will become withdrawn and socially phobic when you grow up. Mo Lan would rather not give him these things and let him follow the normal path. If he is only with Al, there will definitely be social problems in the long run. Children's social skills usually start in school, gradually mature, and finally transition to society. Well, since the class in real life doesn't play together much because of the game, then can I form a class for him in the game? Al alone is not enough. So I will add a few more people. Find some more orphans to adopt? No. This branch can do it. I was lucky to meet someone like Al. After all, they all wandered around in the slums. Although they are not very old, they probably killed many people. It is not suitable. And we should find some people who have a common language with Lu Zhouhao, such as the children of other people in the association. Games can improve mental strength and physical reaction ability. Compared with the latter, mental strength, that is, thinking ability, is obviously more likely to be valued. As for the fastest way to improve spiritual power, mages are not the first, but they are at the forefront. People in the association know this very well, given the madness of the flower growers in cultivating the next generation. If there is such a class in the association that teaches modern knowledge and mage knowledge at the same time, will anyone refuse? The best teaching staff, limited to the number of places within the association. Well, after the spread of it, other mages will not join the mage association crazily, just for a place to enter. Right? No matter how powerful a mage is, he is not greedy for money or reputation. But can he not be greedy for the cultivation and future of his children? In this way, with the bond of children, the centripetal force within the association will probably be directly raised to a higher level. Right? In addition, this class can also be cultivated into the reserve force of the association, and they will become the most legitimate members of the Mage Association. If the Mage Association only exists for 10 years, this step is unnecessary. But if it wants to exist for 100 years, then this may be a stroke of genius. Mo Lan pondered, glanced at Lu Zhouhao, and decided on this matter in his heart. He thought a lot, but with the speed of Mo Lan's thinking at this time. It was just a moment. I'm done. I've finished all the homework, Lu Zhouhao said proudly. What about meditation? Ah. Lu Zhouhao's eyes were erratic, and his words were unclear. Mo Lan was a little helpless when he saw this. At the beginning, Lu Zhouhao was indeed very interested in mages and cultivation. He meditated enthusiastically every day. However, meditation was boring after all. Lu Zhouhao was still young after all. After a while, he lost interest in it. Fortunately, although he had no interest in it, he was still obedient. He could still complete the homework assigned by Mo Lan by meditating for 2 hours twice a day. Under such circumstances, Lu Zhouhao's mental strength improved steadily, and Mo Lan did not say anything. Chapter 318 Mechanical Power. You haven't meditated yet. Right? Why don't you meditate? After you meditate, I'll let Shui take you out to play. Lu Zhouhao can't fly yet, but he likes to play with hang gliders. When Mo Lan has time, he will play with him for a while. If he doesn't have time, he will let the winged sky beast follow him. If he falls, the winged sky beast will catch him. No, uncle, are you going to the capital? Huh? How do you know? I heard them talking. Can I go with them? Go together? Mo Lan frowned when he heard that. It was obvious that he would be in danger of death this time. He just wanted to make some money at the Royal Capital Association. In this case, if Lu Zhouhao went, do you take him with you to broaden his horizons? Mo Lan thought to himself. This was something he could consider. It would be good for him to take him out more often when he was young to broaden his horizons. As for the danger, Mo Lan was not worried. After all, he was a player. Death was nothing. Under the protection of the Dream Game cabin, it would be just a nightmare at most. It would not have much impact. Okay, then you can go with me. After Mo Lan finished speaking, Lu Zhouhao immediately jumped up. And at this time Mo Lan looked at Al. Al, Manu, you two should not go. You probably won't be able to come back alive this time. You can't be resurrected. It's too dangerous. Okay. Al nodded. Lu Zhouhao looked at Al, then at Mo Lan, and wanted to say something. But Mo Lan didn't let him say it. You go back first and complete today's mission. Lu Zhouhao dragged out his voice and left. As for what he was going to say, Mo Lan knew it without saying it. It's nothing more than asking Al to go with them. Although Mo Lan can protect them and arrange them in the mobile magician tower, there is always a chance. If something unexpected happens, it means death. Mo Lan will not be lucky and will not take such a risk. There is no need to make others survive a near-death experience or regret it after death. Instead of doing this, it is better to refuse others when they beg for mercy or not give them the opportunity to speak out, which is better for everyone. Lu Zhouhao, after Al left, Mo Lan continued his previous research. There are still 2 days before departure. And Emolan will not waste these 2 days. Expand the ice shield technique into the iceberg technique, and lower the temperature of the ice as much as possible, and increase the thickness of the iceberg. The 5th floor of the Mage Tower became quiet again, with only the occasional rustling sound of the pen tip scratching the paper. Under the blast furnace, Linwa completed the maintenance of the chariot and returned to his workbench. The miniaturization of the engine is far away, and even the constant miniaturization of the space extension technique is far away. Otherwise, I can expand a space, and then put the engine inside to drive it. Ideally, the engine should be reduced to the size of a thumb, but the output power remains unchanged. In this case, each joint and each drive of my machine can use an engine. One engine can drive a 15-meter long car and a 15-meter high miniature wizard tower to move. Although the speed is not fast, it is enough to show the horsepower. If each joint and each drive has this horsepower, then this machine will become extremely powerful. If the entire machine is reduced to the size of a human armor, the power that is condensed to the extreme will burst out, and it may not be impossible to break through the master level barrier. The ultimate force may not be the essence of force. Obviously, although he has just been promoted to the 4th ring, Linwa also has his own ambitions in his heart, his own understanding of the master level, and his own complete plan. He is just shrouded by Emolan's light. Although he is inconspicuous, he is still a proven child of destiny. One step at a time, Linwa made his own plan bit by bit. Don't be too ambitious. The next research focus can be on the miniaturization of the engine, and the constant miniaturization of the space extension technique, and complete this idea step by step. Now, first study the power transmission technology. Through gears, transmission shafts and other technologies, find a way to transmit the energy generated by the engine to the details of the machine. One engine is enough to pull the huge chariot, as long as the energy generated by one engine can be efficiently utilized. It should not be a problem to crush the 4th level warrior in close combat. This can initially form combat effectiveness, and also accumulate experience for future mechanical manufacturing. Linwa opened the blast furnace and exported some gold-patterned black steel. After the mobile magician tower technology was put into use, the association was not short of fire elements for the time being. So black iron stones were poured into the blast furnace at all times, and it was in operation at all times, without stopping. When not in use, it was closed, and when in use, the liquid gold-patterned black steel could be drawn out at any time. There was no problem under normal circumstances. But today Lin was suddenly felt that the gold pattern in the gold-patterned black steel liquid seemed to be much thicker. This quickly aroused Linwa's doubts. But compared with the gold pattern on the engine next to it, there was no difference. Maybe I saw it wrong. Linwa rubbed his brows and began to control the golden patterned black steel to shape it, learning the flaming hand from Emolan, forming the shape he wanted. It must be said that the elite magician casting method created by Emolan is really powerful. After advancing to the 4th ring, the mental power is strong enough, and after gaining a certain attribute affinity, this method can be used to cast spells. The higher the affinity, the simpler and more powerful the casting. The convenience, freedom, and comfort brought by this casting method simply fascinated Linwa. Mechanical mind. With a completely electronic rationality, it quickly built one high-precision gear after another, and the transmission shaft. After these gears and the transmission shaft were made, Linwa made a frame that looked like an arm. Then he assembled these gears and the transmission shaft on the frame. And Emolan made another gear to replace the wheel on the engine, and it meshed tightly with the transmission shaft that had just been assembled. At the end of this mechanical arm was an octagonal hammer, as big as a wash basin. You could feel its heaviness and hardness just by looking at it. Huh? Linwa exhaled slowly, feeling a little nervous. He conducted another complete inspection to make sure that every gear was engaged, that every place was fixed, and that there were no mistakes. After the confirmation, he thought about it, and the engine started. The gears on the engine turned instantly, and the transmission shaft engaged on it was driven at the same time. One gear drove another gear, and the power of the engine was instantly transmitted to the front of the mechanical arm by the transmission shaft and gears one by one. The mechanical arm raised its forearm, moved its wrist, and swung the octagonal hammer down. Boom! With a loud noise. The earth was broken. Chapter 319 Mechanical Floating City. Boom! Boom! There were occasional vibrations next to the blast furnace. The wall in a corner, the ground had been smashed to pieces. In the entire basement, except for the blast furnace and Linwa himself, there was nothing intact left. Linwa smacked his lips with satisfaction. Looking around, his eyes lingered on the project team members for a while. Seeing that there was really nothing to smash, he then closed the mechanical arm in disappointment. Looking at the transmission structure of the mechanical arm, looking at the huge engine, Linwa suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. As soon as this thought came to him, his eyes widened, and his whole body trembled slightly. He took a last look at the mechanical arm, turned around and left, and went directly into the Mage Tower to find Mo Lan. When he reached the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, he saw Elder Mu Qian coming out of Mo Lan's office. He nodded to him, knocked on the door, and walked in. Linwa's mood had calmed down a lot at this time, and he pointed at Mu Qian, who was leaving. What happened? Mu Qian is so happy. Nothing. I just agreed to let Mu Qian follow the team to the King's Capital Association for exchanges. At this time, Mo Lan suddenly felt a little strange. Hey, Linwa. How come you have time to come here today? It's strange. What's the matter? Yes, there is something. Linwa looked at Mo Lan seriously, and said slowly, I want to give up building the Mage Tower. I don't want the Mage Tower anymore. Mo Lan was slightly surprised when he heard this, and frowned at Linwa. Are you sure? What stimulated you today? You don't want the Mage Tower anymore? What do you want? I have a new idea, Linwa said slowly, and Mo Lan saw this, and immediately understood. His brows relaxed, and nodded with a relaxed expression. You speak. I listen. I want to use the engine, the element pool, the tracks, and the mechanical feat to build a steel creation, a mechanical wizard tower. Mo Lan raised his eyebrows, and immediately became interested. Is the mechanical wizard tower an enlarged version of the wizard tower chariot? Linwa nodded. The concept is similar, but I want to build it bigger and stronger. My idea is this, using the group spellcasting and fireball method, using the fireball equivalent to the 4th ring, or even the 6th ring power as the source of engine power. Based on this huge power source, a mechanical wizard tower is constructed that can release group spells, dark fireball, and water shield. If that's all, then you are no different from a normal wizard tower. And it's even a bit fancy. It doesn't reflect the concept of machinery, and the installed power source is not used. In essence, it is still just a wizard tower. Mo Lan pointed out his doubts directly, and Linwa was not surprised, and continued, I haven't finished yet. This is just part of the genes inherited by the mechanical Mage Tower. Next, I will start to talk about my ideas in the mechanical aspect. Linwa paused for a moment, and then continued after sorting out his thoughts. The mechanical Mage Tower will have a preset transformation ability driven by the source of power. I envision it transforming into a human-shaped shield warrior, or a beast-shaped machine. While using the group casting ability, it controls the elemental cannons on its body to bombard, and finally, it can dodge, move, and even burst out powerful physical attacks with great flexibility. A shield or sword several dozen meters long, the condensation of endless violence, the integration of the power of dozens or hundreds of engines. I think once this power is twisted into one, it will break through the limit and burst out the superpower of the master level. Mo Lan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Linwa did not interrupt, but waited quietly. After a long time, Mo Lan spoke. I think the best thing you said is to make the magic tower move. This can better play the advantage of the magic tower's powerful firepower, and transform the magic tower into a mobile combat unit. As for the attempt to break through the master level power you mentioned, I think it may be feasible. But I always feel that you are still holding back. What else is there? Tell me. Don't hide it. Mo Lan crossed his hands, and looked at Linwa quietly. Linwa smiled when he heard it. I knew I couldn't hide it from the president. There is indeed something else. But it is just an irrelevant idea. Linwa did not say it directly, but asked back. President, your route is the floating city, right? Condensing the ultimate elements, controlling the authority of rules, the constant forbidden spell of world destruction. The floating city, comparable to gods, can kill gods. Although you didn't say it explicitly, you didn't hide it either. I can only see this. I don't know if it's right or not. Almost. Mo Lan nodded, did not deny it, and Linwa continued to speak. My next idea is similar to yours. I want to build a mechanical city. A mechanical floating city. Convert energy into mechanical energy. Build a city with machinery as the core. and obtain the power of flight based on mechanical principles. At the same time, study electromagnetic rail guns, and use the superior material and energy conditions in the game to install 1,000 or even 10,000 electromagnetic guns on the mechanical floating city. In addition, continuously break through the limits of electromagnetic guns, pursue 1-meter caliber, 5-meter caliber, even 100-meter caliber, 10-kilometer-long orbital electromagnetic guns, trying to chase light-speed shells. 10,000 guns fired at the same time. One shot destroys a star, one shot destroys a god. Lin's words shocked Emolan deeply. After a long silence, he said nothing and nodded. Do you want to verify the mechanical floating city through the mechanical wizard tower? Yes, just like the president used the wizard tower to verify the floating city, I am suspected of plagiarizing the president. Lin smiled and nodded. That's good to know. Remember to please me in the future. Emolan joked, then he became serious and nodded. I have no problem here, but it is obvious that the cost of building the mage tower is not enough to build the mechanical mage tower. You can only make up the gap yourself. As for the mechanical mage tower, you will definitely not be able to complete it alone. How will you do it? I will make up for the resource problem myself. Isn't it just points? I have accumulated a lot of points. I can work overtime in the future and take on more projects. It won't be difficult. As for the manpower issue, I will train a group of people in the association to be like me. In addition, I want to try to recruit some people from Eternal Blazing Sunday. It will be enough to recruit a few teams. Linwa grinned, without any embarrassment. I think with the conditions of the Mage Association, most people in Eternal Blazing Sun will not refuse. I even want to recruit the president of Eternal Blazing Sun as well. He is a talent. Well, I will talk to him another day. Eternal Blazing Sun now has 2 presidents, and Linwa is only talking about one of them. But even so, Emolan still wants to complain after hearing it. And a sentence pops up in his head. Why did your majesty rebel? Chapter 3 27th Order Extraordinary Corps. Well, since you mentioned this, there is something I want to discuss with you, Lu Bin. Emolan shook his head, and said after getting rid of the messy images in his head. Hey, Linwa. You are here too? President, what do you want to discuss with us? Lu Bin knocked on the door, and walked in directly after hearing Emolan's words. Emolan's heart suddenly jumped when he saw him. Shock, you are not going to build the mage tower either? Huh? Build it, the mage tower must be built. Who doesn't build a mage tower? Lu Bin said in surprise, and then suddenly looked at Linwa. Linwa, you are not going to build a mage tower? Yes. Linwa nodded. Lu Bin was shocked, not quite understood. Emolan said when he saw this. He is indeed not going to build a mage tower. He is going to build a bigger one. Apart from anything else, the size alone should be 3 to 5 times that of a normal mage tower. As for the combat power, if the idea is fully realized, not to mention the more advanced mage towers, at least the 3-ring mage towers will be 1 per sword. 1 per sword. What is so awesome, build one for me too. Lu Bin said with a smile. Linwa immediately told Lu Bin about the idea of the mechanical mage tower, and the mechanical floating city. If you work with me on this project, I'll make one for you. Lu Bin smacked his lips when he heard this. It's indeed romantic enough. This electromagnetic railgun with no upper limit on power can make people feel so happy. Add to that thousands of ordinary electromagnetic railguns. And this is definitely a special medicine for treating the fear of insufficient firepower. Or it can be said that this is the product of the fear of insufficient firepower. It's so cool. But I refuse. Lu Bin said with a sigh. No matter how powerful this is. It's just your way. I will help you and wish you success. But I won't devote myself to your way. This is your path. You have your path, the president has his path, and I have my own path. No one is inferior to him. After Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolan and Linwa looked at him curiously. What is your path? Keep it secret. Lu Bin's words made Emolan and Linwa blink their eyes. What direction? You can tell me. Right. What kind of question is this? I specialize in space magic, and my path must also be in the space aspect. Do you even need to ask? Mysterious. Emolan curled his lips, and then suddenly remembered the business, and spoke out immediately. Okay. No matter what route you take. Let's get back to the topic. What did I say we were going to discuss? It was about the magician training class. Magic training class? Yes. I think you all know that improving mental power and physical reaction ability in the game are reflected in reality. Right? Yes. You know, this is basically common sense. Right? Improving mental power will increase the speed of thinking and calculation in reality. And improving reaction ability will also be reflected in reality accordingly. This is basically one of the ironclad evidences that players believe that real game is a real world. That's what I want to say. In reality, many children are sent to real game to change their jobs to warriors, mages, and improve their qualities in reality. You should know this. Right? Not married. Not sure. No girlfriend. Not sure. The two said straightforwardly. And Emolan's tone was slightly choked. Okay. I was careless. I roughly understand what you mean. President. You want to set up a mage training class to systematically teach mage knowledge and train mages from a young age? Not just mage knowledge, but also Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, etc. We hire excellent teachers for real-life subjects. And we teach mage subjects ourselves. We gather children from the families of members of the Mage Association together for centralized teaching and training. I think there should be no organization in the entire game that is more professional and has better conditions than us. Moreover, in this way, it can perfectly solve the problem that the members of the association bring their children into the game, but it will affect their research time and energy. Solve their worries, and let them devote themselves to research. And this kind of top-quality education. The quota is not open to the public, and is limited to the members of the association, which increases the cohesion of the members of the association. On the other hand, after this is implemented, Lin was success rate in poaching the president of the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild may soar directly. Hearing that Lin Wu wanted to poach the president of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Lu Bin looked at Lin Wu in surprise, and then said, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Emolan nodded with a smile. Well, then please go and make it happen. Lin Wu, you're coming? We're all going to the capital soon. Damn. Lin Wu looked at Emolan with contempt. Lu Bin also despised Emolan before, but when he heard that Lin Wu was going to do it, he immediately rebelled with a smile. Lin Wu turned and left. Seeing this, Lu Bin also turned and was about to leave, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered something, and quickly turned back and said, I've been talking about you guys so much that I almost forgot what I came here for. Wait, what was I going to do? I forgot again. Lu Bin thought for a while. Oh, I remember now. I saw such an extraordinary core in the Treasure House catalog. It's described as a suspected 7-ring cross-border / super long-distance portal spell model. Oh, you mean this? I snatched it from the little devil. There is indeed such a thing. What's wrong? Emolan recalled the extraordinary core that he snatched from the little devil's altar, and asked, That's good. I'm researching space channels. Aren't I? I roughly know how to deal with space cracks, but it's still a bit difficult to control space elements. Recently, there's been a problem with the winged sky beast, and it's not easy for me to study it. So I looked at the Treasure House catalog, and I plan to borrow this extraordinary core for research. Compared to the space stretching spell, I think the flash spell and this teleportation spell should be more suitable, and it is very likely to contain the spell structure I need. Maybe it can inspire my thinking and go further, but this extraordinary core needs your personal approval, so I came to find you. Oh, that's no problem. I'll write you a note of approval. Emolan took out the standard application form for Lu Bin to fill out, while saying, Be careful when studying this extraordinary core. Don't activate it. The opponent is definitely not a good person. I advise you to study it in the fire elemental realm. If there is a problem, it will not harm you. In addition, this extraordinary core is too precious, and the internal spell model is not backed up, so it cannot be taken away from the Mage Tower. It can only be studied in the Mage Tower and the fire elemental realm. Finally, I remind you, don't have too high expectations. I often take out this extraordinary core to look at it. It is too complicated. Even now, I still don't understand it. I hope you can gain something, but I also hope you are mentally prepared. Chapter 321 next time. For sure. Yes, I see. I mainly refer to it together with the flash spell. Without comparison, the flash spell is a bit obscure and difficult to understand. If there is a comparison, I want to crack the flash spell and find the structure I need. It will be much easier, Lu Bin said confidently. Emolan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Come, I will take you to get this extraordinary core that is suspected to be the teleportation spell. Emolan signed the approval form and left his magic mark. The magic imprint is recognized as unique and cannot be imitated. Therefore, the documents and signatures within the Mage Association are required to leave a magic imprint to prove the identity. After signing, Emolan did not hand it to Lubin, but went downstairs directly to the door of the treasure house. After a series of procedures, he personally opened the door of the treasure house and entered it. The innermost treasure house is not big. There are several layers of wooden shelves inside, and many drawers are locked. You can't see what's inside. It's basically all made of wood. This is because both stone and metal have strong plasticity, and can change shape and appearance at will in front of the magician. But wood is different. Wood has extremely unique properties. Wood fibers can be changed, but once changed, it is almost impossible to restore to its original appearance. This characteristic is used on the shelves of the treasure house. It cannot defend against others' destruction, but it can tell others whether the box has been destroyed. When Lubin and Emolan walked to a bookshelf, his mental power moved. The energy channel closed. The energy flowed, and the wooden box was immediately sent down and could move. Pulling out the box, he took out one of the silver-white extraordinary cores and handed it to Lubin. Lubin, be prepared. Lubin smiled when he heard this. President, don't worry, Lubin took the extraordinary core and looked at it. The words in his mouth were stuck before he finished speaking. The originally confident face froze instantly, and the smile gradually disappeared. Come on. Emolan smiled and patted Lubin on the shoulder. Don't lose it. Leaving the treasure house, returning to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, Emolan continued to study his iceberg spell model. Time passed quickly. It was easy to ignore time when researching. When it was completely dark, Emolan stopped what he was doing. On the table, the model of the iceberg spell had already taken shape. It was obvious that the iceberg spell would be released soon, and Emolan would get a spell with good defensive power. However, Emolan did not continue. Instead, he stood up and stretched his waist, and took out a small black and gold box from the side of the desk. The box was about the size of a school bag, with a flip-top design, wheels at the bottom, and a pull rod on top, making it look like a suitcase. This is a space box that Lubin customized specifically for Emolan. The size of the internal space remains the same, but the outside is just a school bag-sized black steel box with gold patterns. It has very high technical content and is very difficult to process. So far, only a few of this model have been produced, no more than the number of hands. With a thought, the lock on the box is released, Emolan lifts the lid with his hand, revealing the space inside. The space inside the space box is about the size of a small room. Emolan built a lot of cabinets with sealed boxes inside. Next to the cabinet is a desk. Next to the desk is a large bed, but there is no bedding on it. And these things are fixed at the bottom of the box. After all, this is just a space stretching technique. It just stretches the original space. The original space properties have not changed. When the box is tilted, the things inside will tilt with it, the box vibrates, and the things in the space inside will vibrate with it. If they are not fixed, it will be a mess. The clothes and daily necessities around Emolan kept floating up, and they floated towards the space box. After entering the space box, these things became very small, like miniature models. Emolan understood that this was just a visual error. In fact, the space was enlarged, not the items were reduced in size. The items flew into the space box, sorted into drawers one by one, and locked after they were put away. After a while, Emolan closed the space box, and when he lifted it again, it had become very heavy. The space box only expanded the space, so the weight remained the same, whatever it was. It was what it was. Emolan walked forward, and the box behind him automatically opened its handle, and dragged on the ground at a tilted angle, as if it was being pulled by an invisible hand. When he went downstairs, he met Lubin. He saw Emolan's appearance and propped his chin with his hand. President. It's cool that the box follows you automatically. But I feel embarrassed when I think about you having to control the magician's hand to pull the box every moment. Get lost? Emolan said unhappily. Going downstairs, coming to the blast furnace area, this is a highly confidential area of the magic tower, and ordinary members cannot enter. After Emolan came over, he saw a brand new chariot on the side. First, he entered the magician group on the chariot, floated sideways into the 2nd floor, put his space box in, and fixed it. After coming out again, Emolan looked around and carefully examined the chariot. This time, there were more sealed cockpits in the middle of the chariot. The cockpits were in the middle, and the space was not small. One cockpit could seat more than 10 people. There were 2 cockpits on the left and right, and it was estimated that about 30 people could be seated. In addition, there was a certain activity area, and the space was not small. In addition, the cockpit was also made of black steel with gold patterns, and the windows could be fully sealed, so safety was not a problem. However, Emolan felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. Linhua. What? President. What did you ask me to do? Where's the shock absorber? Emolan pointed at the cockpit with his eyes wide open. What shock absorber? Linhua didn't react for a moment, and said subconsciously, Oh, I think so. I'm working on it, but shock absorber is very complicated, and it takes some time. Emolan was a little helpless when he heard that. Your car will kill you. Linhua laughed when he heard that. It's okay. It's okay. This is a spell I developed. As long as you use this spell, you can maintain the relative position well during the flight. When you are floating in the cockpit, you will not be shaken if you maintain the relative position, and you will not be hurt. Don't worry. It's definitely effective. I also consider it mainly for anti-theft. Yes, it's anti-theft. What if a thief steals the car? That would be a loss. As long as I don't install shock absorbers, the thief will definitely die in the car. Without this spell, with the huge power of the 6 engines of the chariot, even with the shield, it can't withstand long-distance driving. It must be driven for a while, and stopped for a while. Emolan was shocked when he heard it. He suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong. What you said makes sense. But the shock absorbers still need to be installed. Next time. For sure. Chapter 322. The chariot is out of the cage. I suspect you are just fooling me, Emolan said helplessly. How is that possible? Linhua said seriously. How can you not be fooling me? Emolan rolled his eyes. Shock absorbers. This thing is really necessary. A good chariot is instantly reduced to the same level as a tractor because of the lack of shock absorbers. Linhua touched his nose and said nothing. Shock absorbers are indeed complicated, even with modern industrial technology. It is a difficult problem that needs to be studied all the time. It belongs to high-end technology. You don't know how to do it. I can understand that you don't want to waste a lot of time studying it. But you don't know how to use modern mechanical shock absorbers. But you can use the magic shock absorbers in the game. For defensive spells, especially earth-attributed spells, energy absorption effects are basically standard. For many spells, if they do not absorb the power or the vibration, then there is no need to break the shield. The aftershocks alone can kill people. But have you ever seen a mage or a warrior being killed before the defensive spell is broken because of the existence of this energy absorption effect? By the same token, you can maintain an energy absorption layer at the cockpit position and absorb all vibrations. Right? What level of shock absorbers can compare to absorbing vibrations directly? Linhua couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this, and the first thought in his mind emerged. How could it be possible to do this? Why didn't I think of it before? Yes, if physical attack doesn't work, then use magic. At the same time, Linhua's mind flashed with inspiration. Yes, direct shock absorption. If this effect is extracted separately, I don't need shock absorption when driving the machine. This can be used on close-fitting armor in the future. Direct shock absorption. No need to consider black technology shock absorption. No need to worry about being shocked to death. You can even develop a series of shock absorption effects. The so-called shock absorption theory is essentially energy absorption, and it can almost reduce most of the damage of physical attacks when used in defense. Inspirations kept coming out of Linhua's mind. I immediately found a pen and paper, said a word to Emolan, and left in a hurry to write. Next time for sure. Watching Linhua leave, Emolan's face froze when he heard this. Although he understood that what he said this time was true, but when he heard this again, Emolan couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Speaking of which, the emergence of magic has indeed subverted some concepts in reality. Who in reality would have thought that there is such a direct shock absorption technology? Well, it will take at least another 180 years for modern technology to develop this, but in the game, it is an effect that a low-level magic has. Emolan sighed slightly. More and more things will be overturned. Only by keeping learning, keeping agile thinking, and having a broad vision can we stay at the forefront of this era. Keep exploring, and keep discovering. This will be a route that is very different from modern technology. It may not be as powerful as modern technology, or it may be more powerful than modern technology. But in any case, It will be the best supplement to modern technology and a brand new breakthrough. Wait! Emolan was shocked. This thought reminded him of something. Something that shocked him. No way! Emolan murmured in shock. He fell into deep thought. After a long time, Emolan shook his head gently, his dark eyes flashing with thought. He said nothing more. He waited quietly, waiting for the departure time to come. Lu Bin, Zhao Hua, and Mu Qian arrived one after another. And then, there were 10 elite members who participated in the exchange, all of whom were familiar faces, plus his nephew Lu Zhouhao. At this point, except for Zhang Guangma, all the exchange groups going to the Royal Capital Association were present, and Zhang Guangma had already arrived in the Royal Capital, first to find out the news, and then wait for the arrival of Emolan and his party. Emolan and others got in the car, and opened the shield under the threat of being shocked to death, and set off. They had just obtained the spell of constant flight posture. This was a challenge. They had to learn this spell before the shield could not hold on, otherwise the whole cockpit would be splashed with blood, and riding in the car would be life-threatening. The car door was welded shut. Boom! 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 The engine roared in a low voice, and the giant beast of the chariot woke up, and exuded a fascinating spirit. The accelerator was pressed, and the chariot rushed out violently along the slope amid the roar of the engine. The chariots are out. Boom! Boom! The familiar roar sounded, and the mages in the Mage Association knew that they came from the confidential area, and they couldn't help but feel curious. Hey, what do you think Lin Hui is doing there? I heard that the president, Lu Hui, and several elders went there some time ago. What kind of research requires such a large and luxurious lineup? The members of the association generally call Lu Bin, and Lin Wu Lu Hui and Lin Hui. As for Emolan, some call him Emotion, some just call him the president, and not many people call him Emo Hui. I don't know. But we should know after the results are produced in a while. Hey, why is the sound so loud today? So close? The roar seemed to ring in his ears, and the mage suddenly felt something was wrong, and turned his head to look. But when he saw a black chariot that was 15 meters long and several meters high, he was stunned instantly. Fuck. What's the matter? What's the big deal? What the hell? The mage next to him turned his head, and was also stunned instantly. All the dirty words in his mind disappeared, and only one word was left. What is this? If I'm not blind, it should be a car. Everyone knows this is a car. I mean, how did this car come about? It must have been made by the 3 guild leaders together. How could they make this without such a luxurious lineup? This is a car. They made a big truck directly. I don't know what to say except awesome. I'm different from you. I can also say fuck. Fuck awesome. The moment the chariot came out, the entire mage tower exploded, and almost all the mages who saw it were stunned, and it took them a long time to react. Linhua, who was about to see Emolan and the others off, walked to the door and heard the exclamations. His mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Don't make a fuss. It's just a car. And it's just a prototype. There are loopholes everywhere, and it needs to be improved. After Linhua finished speaking, he felt this feeling and smiled even more happily. Lin Hui, just be ordinary. I despise people like you the most in my life. A mage shouted loudly. Linhua was stunned when he heard the words, and looked at him with a smile. One more announcement. President Emolan and Vice President Lu Bin are both going to the King's Capital Association for exchanges. I will be in charge of the internal affairs of the association for the time being. The mage who just looked down on Linhua was slightly stunned. His face remained unchanged. Humph. Do you think I will succumb to power? I just admire Lin Hui's excellent qualities of striving for excellence and being low-key and modest. Come on. Everyone shout with me. We must learn from Lin Hui. Chapter 323 completely blown up. Emolan didn't know what happened inside the Mage Association, but he had expected it in his heart. Once the chariot was released, it would definitely shock the world. The inside of the Mage Association was just the beginning. And it was for this reason that when Linhua built the cockpit, he also wrapped the front, back, left, and right sides with black steel plates with gold patterns, and pasted a layer of ordinary steel on the surface, including the front of the car. So the chariot looked like an ordinary crawler truck on the surface, but it was just towing a large container behind it. Well, it was just an ordinary truck in the medieval background. Boom! Boom! The chariot sped forward with the roar of the engine. The Mage Association's headquarters was on an island in the center of Mirror Lake, and the passage connecting it to the outside world was a rocky road several kilometers long. The road created by magic was straight, with clear and calm lake water on both sides. The wind blew gently, ripples appeared on the lake, and a steel giant ran past on the straight rocky road. Soon they saw the shore of Mirror Lake. There was a checkpoint at the end of the road, and there were mages on duty. But when they saw the chariot, they were stunned. Open the door. Emolan poked his head out of the window, and waved at them. Oh, okay. Fortunately, Emolan and the others knew each other, and subconsciously opened the door. The chariot was approaching, and they could feel the suffocating pressure even more. Hiss! The chariot moved away along the rocky road, and soon disappeared from sight, and the two men hadn't reacted yet, and just watched the chariot go away quietly, and after a long time. One of them slowly uttered 2 words. Fuck! Hearing his swear words, another person also reacted and added silently. Fuck! The Mage Association is very far away from Red Maple City, but with the unremitting efforts of the mages in the Mage Association, a wide, flat 2-lane rock road was built from Mirror Lake to the north gate of Red Maple City, passing through Iron Tree Town. The mountains blocking the road were turned into daily tasks one after another, and vanished in the hands of many mages. The ravines and rivers that seemed to be insurmountable were just small problems that could be solved with a few spells and a few stone pillars. With the help of advanced productivity such as magic, a wide road that can be called a miracle runs through the mountains and extends to Hongfeng City. Originally, this road was just a road opened by the Mage Association for ox carts, horse carts, and animal carts to facilitate external exchanges. But I didn't expect that a real chariot would be speeding on it today. Hey, how far is it? It's almost there. It's almost there. Are you sure it's a monster? There are really monsters on the way to the Mage Association? Are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? A ground-walking monster. Its level is probably not low. Living underground? Isn't it normal to survive? Besides, it's not on this road, it's a little far from this road, but this road is easy to walk on. There's a mountain road later. You'll call for your mother when you walk. Oh, is that so? Well, did you hear any noise? It's a little familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. A player smacked his lips. It's getting closer and closer. It should be on this road. What is it? It's getting more and more familiar. It seems like someone has been using fireball to blow something up. Boom! 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 As the roar got closer and closer, the two looked over curiously, wanting to see what it was. After a while, a roar seemed to sound in their ears, and a black behemoth appeared in their field of vision. Fuck! Fuck! The two widened their eyes, staring at the behemoth coming from the end of the road. This was a large crawler truck, dragging a more than 10-meter-long carriage behind it. The rough temperament and manic momentum instantly stunned the two. When the crawler truck approached, the two subconsciously stepped back a few steps. The terrifying momentum and oppression made them breathless. No, take a screenshot. A player suddenly realized, and quickly took a picture with the screenshot tool. The crawler truck quickly moved away with a roar, and the two looked at each other with full shock. The Mage Association has made a car? This direction, this road, this strength, who else can it be except the Mage Association? Hiss, it's terrifying, and absolutely cool. Hey, why don't you say anything? What are you doing? The player suddenly felt something was wrong, seeing that his eyes were empty, focused in the air, and his fingers were tapping from time to time. Post? You are not moral. I want to post too. After a while, the same picture and the same post appeared on the forum main section, the Mage section, and the Red Maple City section. Shock! Emolan actually built a super tank in the Mage Association. Picture.jpg. As soon as the post was posted, the two words Emolan in the title attracted many people. When they saw the picture clearly, they laughed immediately. This picture is really well photoshopped. Hey, you don't say, it looks like this. Such a flat road, a big truck drove on it, there is no sense of disobedience. This car looks and sounds cool. Does anyone know where this original picture came from? I want to find the source. Not sure. At the north gate of Red Maple City, now Red Maple City is the only city managed by players, which gives Red Maple City an extremely unique status among players. Every day, countless players come to Red Maple City to seek development. Most of the guilds, like the Mage Association, go to the mountains to find a suitable place to stay and find a balance between the wilderness and the city. Individual players often go to the mountains to kill monsters. As time goes by, more and more merchants and players gather at the north gate of Red Maple City. and even gradually form an outer city attached to Red Maple City. At this time, several players who were preparing to go out to play in the wild were sorting out their equipment and chatting. "Hey, have you seen the post on the forum?" "Yes, I remember that location is just ahead, on the road to Red Maple City." "Don't tell me, I don't know where they found the picture of this car. It's quite impressive." "I think something is wrong. This picture doesn't seem to be photoshopped. It seems to be the original picture." "Huh?" Everyone looked at the player. "I feel that this picture is real. There is no trace of Photoshop." The others laughed when they heard this. "How is it possible? Could it be that the Mage Association has really developed a chariot?" "Are you mistaken? That's the Mage Association, not Eternal Blazing Sun. Even Eternal Blazing Sun hasn't developed it yet." However, before he finished speaking, a track truck passed by Red Maple City at high speed. The dull engine sound made people's scalps numb, and their whole bodies were excited. The chariot came. The chariot passed. And the chariot left. The player was stunned. The city gate was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Just now what passed by?" The voice broke the silence, and the North City gate was completely blown up. Chapter 324 Doubtful of Life. Car. What a fast car. Isn't this a dream? Is it really a car just now? Didn't you see the big wheel marks? What else could it be if not a car? I always feel that you all talk weirdly. This sentence was drowned out by countless noisy voices. Countless people were talking about it. Countless people opened the screenshots they just took subconsciously. Although people didn't react, but they could still take screenshots subconsciously. A huge vehicle clearly drove by. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. The wheel marks on the ground were clearly visible. This is already a solid fact, which cannot be changed by human will, even if they dare not believe it. More and more photos and evidence are uploaded to the forum, so they have to believe it even if they dare not believe it. After the disbelief comes the incomparable shock. The Mage Association, is so terrifying. While many players are discussing, messages are also sent out by these players, and they are in the hands of the presidents. When they saw this huge crawler truck, they couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The president group, which had been quiet for a while, became lively again. Picture.jpg. No need to post it. Is there anyone who hasn't seen it? Alas, the Mage Association is too fast. Almost all the elite mages have been gathered by Molan. More and more advanced technology, more and more accumulation, one step faster, every step faster. Actually, it's okay, anyway. We can get all these technologies from the Mage Association. I have to say that Molan is a very tough guy. As long as it is a technical exchange, he will not consider too much economic added value, but simply consider the value at the technical level. So this is a good thing for us. As long as there is technology, no matter what technology it is, they want it, and can exchange it. And haven't you noticed? Because of the existence of the Mage Association, the relationship between our Red Maple City Guild has improved a lot, and the entire game atmosphere is very harmonious. Molan is concerned about the advancement of mage technology. Money is no longer important to him. It's just a number. He likes real technology and resources that can promote technology and realize technology. He is at a higher level than us, so there is no need to say too much. I am just thinking about one thing. What changes will the emergence of cars cause? War? Traffic? What is Molan's characterization of this series of technologies? What impact will it have? These are what we need to consider. Anyway, the emergence of trucks is subversive to transportation and war. Let's find a time to talk to Molan and see what his attitude is. Okay. Actually, I am still curious about one thing. At Eternal Blazing Sun Zhao Chen. What do you think? At the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild Station, Zhao Chen looked expressionlessly at the pictures, posts, and video materials sent by guild members on the forum, as well as the exclamation marks on the screen, and the shot that could be seen through the screen in front of him. Num.jpg. And at this moment, a message popped up in the Red Maple City Guild President group. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He opened it and saw that, as expected, Yi Fei had sent a picture of a large truck. The picture that Zhao Chen had been staring at for most of the day. Seeing them discussing enthusiastically in the group, Zhao Chen felt nervous and uneasy. Don't call me. Don't call me. Don't call me. Actually, I'm curious about one thing. At Eternal Blazing Sun Zhao Chen. What do you think? Zhao Chen's expression froze. I'm tired, destroy it. Zhao Chen collapsed on the chair with no desire to live. Other presidents got excited when they saw the message, and kept adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Chen was so tired, opened the chat group, and silently took out a small notebook. Yi Fei Gong Tao. The small black notebook, Zhao Chen wrote the names of these people word by word, neatly in the notebook. After writing, he silently took a screenshot and posted it in the group. The position of the photo was not correct, and the fishing line on the corner of the desktop was also captured. A few seconds after sending it, Zhao Chen suddenly withdrew it, and sent it out again a few seconds later. This time he cut off the part with the fishing line. The group suddenly became quiet. After sending it, he closed the group, put away the small notebook, and continued to slump in the chair with despair. What should I do? What should I do? This rubbish game. The mage's destiny. I was here first. I am not bad in terms of modern scientific literacy. I read books and materials, and my hair fell out in clumps. My hairline is almost the skyline. But why can't I catch up? Zhao Chen began to think, and the answer gradually emerged in his mind. Mage technology of the Mage Association. Mage technology is far ahead of my eternal blazing sun. Technology, science and technology. Mage studies is science. Mage technology is also technology. Although the current mage technology is still immature, it is like black technology in some aspects. You can use some small spells to directly complete the technology that is almost impossible to complete in modern technology, or it takes dozens or hundreds of years to complete. This is the advantage of mage technology, and although my branch is indeed parallel to mage technology, let mage technology integrate into modern technology, and finally show the way of modern technology. But in fact, it still hasn't broken away from the constraints of modern technology. And the Mage Association, if nothing unexpected happens, should only draw on the concepts of modern technology, adapt to local conditions, use mage technology to complete the technical concepts of modern technology, and thus replicate modern technology. Although this finished product may have nothing to do with modern technology except for the effect, at least it succeeded. Zhao Chen knew very well that if the Mage Association also took the path of modern technology, it would not be so much faster than the eternal blazing sun. He knew this clearly. Science and technology are the primary productive forces, and mage technology is science and technology. In this era, mage technology should represent the highest level of productivity. Zhao Chen took a breath. He knew in his heart that he should probably go talk to Emolan. The eternal blazing sun now has a great advantage over the Mage Association in a considerable number of areas. Of course, this is only for now. If it continues like this, then his eternal blazing sun will no longer have much need to exist. President, which route should we take? The mountain road is not easy to walk in the wilderness. The terrain here is too bad. The chariot can't speed up. Let's go around the Red Maple City Ring Road, and then go along the official road. Emolan said slowly while looking at the map. His finger slowly drew a curve, went around Red Maple City, headed northeast, and finally passed a canyon in the middle of the mountain range and entered the northern area of the Morse Kingdom. Above his head, Lu Zhouhao was bumping around in the cockpit like a bouncy ball with a shield on his head. Chapter 325 King's Capital. Uncle, give me a shield. Lu Zhouhao shouted heartlessly. Here I don't need to do homework, I don't need to read books, and I can bounce around. It's so fun. Emolan didn't even raise his head. He waved his finger. A ray of magic light bloomed on Lu Zhouhao's body, and turned into a ball shield to wrap Lu Zhouhao inside. Just after casting the spell, Emolan seemed to react, and glanced at Lu Zhouhao above his head. By the way, Zhouhao, I have a question for you. The chariot is traveling at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour on a semicircular official road with a radius of 1,000 kilometers. A person takes a shortcut at the starting point of a semicircle to chase a chariot. Assuming that the terrain, physical strength and other factors are not taken into account, the speed is a uniform speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Can he catch up with the chariot before the chariot completes the semicircular route? If so, where can he catch up with the chariot? If not, how many kilometers will he be away from the chariot when the chariot finishes running? Lu Zhouhao? Uncle, I bounce around, and the car is shaking so much, I can't do the questions. Lu Zhouhao rolled his eyes and thought of a solution. No. As a qualified mage, calm thinking in battle is a necessary ability, and it must be trained. Otherwise, how can you calculate and cast spells? Since you plan to become a powerful mage, you must start training immediately. If you give up on your own and become a coward, forget it. You play. Really? Lu Zhouhao fell into hesitation and confusion. Of course. Emolan said seriously. Okay then. Lu Zhouhao calculated with a serious face. The adjusted shield was very elastic, and it bounced left and right, and up and down, in the vibrating carriage. Seeing this, Lu Bin fell silent. Ah. You are a real dog. What's the problem? Is it hard to rest for a while, and you still ask a question? Be a human being. Emolan shrugged his shoulders. The child is still young, he needs to exercise. There is no harm in exercising more, who knows? In a few days, the child will brag outside that he is still exercising while rushing on the road, and brag about how difficult his exercise is. Well, even if that's the case, you shouldn't ask such a difficult question. Right? Don't you think this question is a bit beyond the scope? And are you sure this question can be solved? Is there a solution? I don't know if it can be solved, but it is definitely beyond the scope, and it's not just a little thing. Lu Zhouhao will definitely not be able to solve it. After Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin was even more confused. Then why did you let him solve it? The environment for solving problems is so bad, and you gave him a problem that he would never be able to solve. Emolan smiled. I didn't plan to let him really answer it. When he realizes that this problem is beyond the scope, and brings it up, that's when he'll be calm enough. Lu Bin was silent. This time he really couldn't say anything, because he suddenly felt that it made sense. After speaking, Emolan glanced at Lu Zhouhao, and then at Lu Bin. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart, he was relieved. Huh? I almost fooled you. Well, my little nephew is really fun. Emolan floated in the air. No matter how the chariot vibrated or changed, his position did not change at all. His mental power spread throughout the vehicle, and the ink cartridge rotated at high speed for calculation. With the strengthening of his mind, he calculated the forces in each direction in real time, calculated the direction of the chariot's movement, and changed its trajectory. Then, he applied the same or opposite force at the same time as the chariot changed, and always maintained the relative position between himself and the chariot's cockpit without any change. Time passed quickly, and more people saw the truck, which made the discussion on the forum more lively. In addition to the elemental cannon that was dragged out earlier, the forum was discussing what kind of terrifying technology or product the Mage Association would come up with next. In addition, Emolan also received messages from many presidents. Emolan's unified reply was to wait for him to go back and discuss it in person. Of course, Emolan was sure that these presidents would definitely go to Linwu again. But Emolan was also sure that Linwu must be busy casting a 3-ring, or even a 4-ring fireball engine. There were many problems. Whether it was the constancy of the spell model, or the limit of the material, it would take a lot of time to test and figure it out. Coupled with Emolan's refusal, it was impossible for Linwu to pay attention to them. Morse King's capital. Zhang Guangmo carried a steel stick on his back. The bottom of the pattern on the stick head was dark red and black, which made people know at a glance that it was a murder weapon. He seemed to have completely changed at this moment. The close-fitting tights made him look very capable, and there was a bit of murderous aura between his eyebrows, like an adventurer licking blood on the edge of a knife. A warrior fighting for his life. Compared to the red maple satin, the gate of the capital city is obviously a bit deserted, with only many natives and players queuing to enter the city, and the so-called market at the gate of the city does not exist. However, once you enter, you can feel the prosperity of the capital city. The feces of the entire capital city have been contracted by players, so there is no suffocating stench. Walking on the street, watching the caravans coming in and out, watching the natives with simple clothes but ruddy faces, it seems that the capital city is not bad, prosperous, and rich. However, Zhang Guangmo did not stay here for too long. He opened the map of the capital and looked at it for a few times before heading west. As Zhang Guangmo left the main road and entered the alley, the number of people on the road gradually decreased. After passing through a narrow alley, Zhang Guangmo seemed to have entered a completely different city. It was chaotic and dark here. There were only broken and leaky wood and straw houses. From time to time, there were skinny people lying on the ground with pale faces, gasping for breath. When Zhang Guangmo entered here, pairs of eyes emerged from the darkness and stared at Zhang Guangmo, who had broken in. However, when they saw the steel rod on Zhang Guangmo's back, many eyes disappeared. However, some eyes also showed a trace of greed. Kid, hand over the steel rod on your back. Otherwise, I will kick you hard with my spiked boots." A fat man, with a belly full of fat intestines, and a face full of fat stood in front of Zhang Guangmo with a butcher knife. Several thugs with tattoos on their hands blocked the retreat. After hearing what the fat man said, they all laughed exaggeratedly, and then looked greedily at the steel rod on Zhang Guangmo's back. Here, a steel rod as high as his eyebrows is a huge fortune. What's more, with their sharp eyesight, they can clearly see that the steel used to cast the steel rod is definitely extremely rare and high-quality steel, which can be easily sold at a sky-high price. He's going to die. He's been targeted by the butcher. What a pity for this fair little face. This steel rod is probably going to be in the hands of the butcher, quickly informed the boss. In the dark corners around, whispers were heard in the alleys. Chapter 326 Plagiarism Spell. Alas. Zhang Guangmo sighed after a moment of silence. I used to think that wrapping a layer of steel was low-key. I thought no matter how poor you are, you wouldn't be so poor. Right? I used to think that I washed it too fresh. It didn't look like a murder weapon, it looked like a novice. So I didn't even wash off the blood. Zhang Guangmo smiled. But why are you still looking for death? Humph, go! The fat man was furious, waving his hand directly, and a group of people rushed up. Among them, the fat man was a professional warrior, while the others were just ordinary people. Zhang Guangmo sighed slightly. Under the capture of mental power, each of their movements was clearly reflected in Zhang Guangmo's mind. The mechanical mind learned from Imo Lan was modified by him into a spell of quick calculation, which instantly calculated the angle, direction, and strength of the opponent's force. And the next moment, which direction to dodge, how far to move, how much force to need, how to counterattack, etc. all appeared in Zhang Guangmo's mind. In addition to this spell, there is another spell running silently in the depths of his mind and body. Zhang Guangmo has not gained anything from his adventures in various dangerous areas. After long-term contact with adventurers who are on the edge of a knife, long-term contact with monsters, and fighting, Zhang Guangmo's own research progress is not slow at all. In addition to this battle spell that allows him to maintain absolute rationality and use calculations, he has also created another spell. This spell has not been perfected yet. It is just a semi-finished product, but the effect is still obvious. When the data calculation is not good enough for the battle, when Zhang Guangmo has already fallen behind, when he feels a certain pressure, he will activate this hidden spell. Once the spell is activated, it will abandon the rational calculation method and stimulate the body, brain, simulate the warcraft, and the adventurer's instinctive combat reaction. Directly abandon the brain, fight through intuition, and the body's subconscious reaction. When facing an attack, the body will subconsciously reproduce the instinctive reaction recorded in. This spell can directly copy the combat intuition that others have trained countless times at life and death moments, and can also copy the muscle reaction brought by countless training. This spell is very weak in the early stage, rigid, stiff, and will kill you if you are not careful. But as more and more instinctive reactions are recorded, this spell will become stronger, recording one person's instinctive reaction. After fighting for 5 minutes, Zhang Guangmo was stabbed 37 times by the enemy, recording 10 people's instinctive reactions. Zhang Guangmo was only stabbed 28 times in 10 minutes. But after recording the instinctive reactions and muscle memory of 100 people, Zhang Guangmo successfully challenged 3 warriors of the same level. So far, Zhang Guangmo has successfully recorded the instinctive and muscle reactions of 208 professional warriors by using his mental power. At this moment, he is like a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles and has become relaxed in fighting. So far, Zhang Guangmo has not found the upper limit of this spell. 1,000? 10,000? 100,000? 1,000,000? Zhang Guangmo doesn't know. But he looks forward to the day when he can record the reactions and skills of 1,000,000 warriors. Coming back to his senses, he pulled out the steel rod with his right hand and stepped forward. 10 seconds later, Zhang Guangmo slowly put away the steel rod, without looking back, walked forward directly. Only one sentence slowly echoed in the dark alley. 209. After Zhang Guangmo left, a group of people ran out from some corner, and their faces changed slightly when they saw the butcher and others. He is a ruthless man. But despite this, their movements did not slow down at all, searching them quickly, finding something and taking it and running. After a while, they were searched completely, even their clothes were stripped off, and after the search, these people dispersed directly and disappeared. After a while, several people came with a wooden cart, lifted the body onto it, poured a few buckets of water on the ground, and then dragged the cart away. The alley regained its tranquility again, with only the blood flowing on the ground, and the dark red ground silently telling what had just happened. Zhang Guangmo walked in this chaotic area, and the fresh blood on the steel rod made people's pupils shrink and retreat. Zhang Guangmo looked around, found a quite lively place, and walked over. This is a pub. When he saw the pub, Zhang Guangmo finally smiled. He walked in with big strides. The moment he opened the door, the pub was quiet for a moment. Many eyes focused on Zhang Guangmo. But when they saw the blood on the steel rod, the pub suddenly returned to its original state, as noisy as before. Zhang Guangmo's expression did not change at all. He walked to the front of the bar with big strides. Looking at the ragged waitress, he took out 4 big coins and lined them up on the bar. Have a glass of dark beer. After a while, Zhang Guangmo asked casually while drinking the unpalatable beer. Are there any exciting things happening recently? Tell me about it. On the chariot, Lu Zhouhao was still bouncing in the air, but he was telling Imolan his answer at this time. So I can't catch up. For 2 km left. After Lu Zhouhao finished speaking, the entire chariot cockpit fell into silence. Lu Bin looked at Lu Zhouhao in surprise, connected with Imolan's spirit, and said to Imolan with a smile, "Your nephew is a little genius. He was able to keep calm and think so quickly. And he was able to figure out the answer. What did I say just now? Did he fail? Did he get slapped in the face? Ha ha ha." Imolan also fell into silence, and spoke slowly after a long time. I was careless. After saying that, Imolan looked at Lu Zhouhao, with a smile from the heart on his face, and said proudly to Lu Bin, "But it doesn't matter. Don't you see whose nephew it is and who taught him?" TSK, Lu Bin curled his lips. But then he saw Lu Bin saying to Lu Zhouhao, "Okay, you did a great job, you are very smart, you have already acquired the basic qualities to become a mage. But you are still a little far from being an excellent mage. Are you willing to accept the new challenge?" "I am willing," Lu Zhouhao said loudly with excitement. "Okay, then I will give you a new challenge. The new question is very simple. Other conditions remain unchanged. The chariot has increased its speed. The speed is 79.865378 km per hour. It walks for 37 minutes and 54 seconds and rests for 17 minutes and 3 seconds. The person chasing has a higher cultivation level. The current speed is 61.537248 km per hour. Excuse me, can this newcomer catch up? When can he catch up? Where can he catch up? This question is very difficult. Can you complete it? If you can't, you can let it go." "I can." Lu Bin looked at Lu Zhouhao with a serious face and sighed silently. And Imolan said directly in his mental power, "Hee, flipping, it's impossible. It's impossible to flip in this life. Be a human being." Chapter 327 Leaving the Novice Village. "Stop!" A soldier stood on the city wall, his legs trembling. But he still clenched his weapon and shouted loudly. The people at the city gate fled in a hurry, trying to get in, while the soldiers inside were pale and desperately closed the city gate. Only the players looked at the track truck in shock and curiosity. "Hey, is this the chariot of the Mage Association?" "Yes, didn't the Mage Association say they were going to the capital to exchange ideas? You must pass this fortress when you go to the capital. If we meet here, who else could it be but them? I think I should go up and touch it." "Then go ahead." "TSK, I'm not stupid. What if I get killed later? I'll just take a screenshot. I'm not going to die." At this moment, the door on one side of the chariot opened, and Imolan walked down. When they saw a person coming down from the steel monster, the soldiers and generals on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it was not a strange monster. It was a person who could communicate. The general stepped forward and shouted loudly on the city wall. "Who is it?" "I am the Earl Jingshui of Hongfeng City. This is my mechanical structure. I am going to the capital now. Please let me pass," Imolan said softly. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in the sky, making the general's face become serious. This also reminded him of the 2 50-man knight groups that had passed by before. They came with great majesty, but when they left, only hot was left. A knight group of 50, I can't even defeat one, let alone 2? The general finished weighing it in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face instantly. "It turns out to be the Earl. I have heard of you before. I have had the honor of seeing the portrait of the Earl. Please, The general turned around and left after saying that. After a while, the city gate opened, and the general walked out to greet Imolan. "Earl, please." When the general approached, he found that this Earl Jingshui seemed to have a weak physique. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the rumors about the mage he had heard before, and the smile on his face instantly became more sincere. "I am short-sighted. I have never seen this mechanical structure. I thought it was some strange monster attacking. So I closed the city gate. Please don't blame me. Count, I wonder if you want to rest here for a while." "No. We are in a hurry. We won't stay here any longer. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to Hanfeng City. I will definitely entertain you then." The general watched Imolan get back into the car. After closing the door, the behemoth started moving again, and it quickly passed through the fortress with a series of muffled sounds, and left the field of vision in a long dragon of dust. After calculating the speed, the general showed some horror in his eyes. He recalled the oppressive feeling when he stood next to the chariot at a close distance. He was speechless. The general suddenly felt a huge pressure. The significance of the existence of this fortress was to control the south of the kingdom. And the south was mainly Hanfeng City. Controlling Hanfeng City meant controlling Earl Jingshui. And he might have to face the chariot just now. And the powerful mage. In the general's view, it was a powerful chariot. Tall and big. And so fast. If it collided, nothing on the front battlefield could stop it. The general even suspected that the city gate could not stop it. If it is used as a siege vehicle, it can directly transport people to the city wall without any harm. And then set up a ladder. Hiss. Thinking of this, the general couldn't help but take a breath, express the information, and report it to His Majesty. Just after he finished speaking, the general suddenly felt a little powerless, because he suddenly found that even if 3 horses ran quickly and continuously, they couldn't catch up with this chariot. This means that before the information is transmitted to the capital, this chariot has already arrived in the capital. If Earl Jingshui has the intention to attack, if there are 10 such chariots, hiss, the general discovered a very terrifying thing. That is, the speed of information transmission can never catch up with the speed of the chariot. The general instantly felt a hint of gloom, and went directly to the core of the fortress, and found a scroll hidden in the deepest part of the treasure house. This scroll should have been used when the Red Maple City went to war, betrayed, or the fortress was attacked by other forces. But at this moment, the general resolutely used it. The spell effect connected the general's mind, and the general added all the images of the chariot on it, and then added his own analysis. Then, the magic light broke through the air, and disappeared without a trace. Huh? The general threw away the burned scroll, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly found that the time seemed to be changing faster and faster. Projectors, mages, chariots, mechanical construction, mages. The general muttered to himself while sitting on the chair, and suddenly took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter. Today I saw the mechanical construction chariot of Earl Jingshui. The strength of mages and mechanical construction has become a fact. Please select the most outstanding and noble unmarried woman from the family to marry Earl Jingshui. Please select the best disciples from the family to become mages, learn magic, and select a group to change their jobs and join the Red Maple City Mage Association. After writing, put it in an envelope and seal it with wax. Come here, General. Send it back to my family as quickly as possible. After sending the letter, the general exhaled slowly. He suddenly felt much more relaxed, as if he had grasped the pulse of the times. The times are changing too fast. This time, the emotion was a little more expectant, and a little less fear and uneasiness. Imolan didn't know that the general of the fortress had done so many things after he left, or he had expected it in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven the chariot under the sun and announced it to the public. Looking carefully at the route he planned, he found that this route passed through an important fortress and several important cities. In addition to being important, these places also have a common feature. There are powerful noble families in them. Lu Bin, the place we just passed should be the only way to the north. Right? Yes. Lu Bin nodded. This is the only gap in the mountain range. The only gap connecting the north and the south. No wonder Hanfeng City became so big in the past. Imolan said with a smile. Anyone in Hanfeng City would become big, with money and a faraway emperor. Imolan shook his head after saying that. It would probably cost a lot to build a road through this mountain range. It's very difficult. Lu Bin said just 2 words, and Imolan nodded and said softly, See if we can open a road through the mountain range from the underground world. If not, pay attention to the fortress. Don't let it be easy to come here, but difficult to go back." Lubin nodded without saying anything. After passing the fortress, you will enter the north. After passing a few cities, you will enter the core area of the Morse kingdom. The core of the core area is naturally the Morse capital. With the speed of the chariot, it won't take long to reach the capital, the real gathering place of the Morse kingdom. The novice village has been released, and the real challenge is coming. Chapter 328, Terror Confrontation. Duh, duh, duh. The sound of horse hooves rang out on the main road in the city. People on the road quickly dodged when they heard the sound of horse hooves. They couldn't afford to offend anyone who dared to ride a horse in the capital. After dodging, they dared to raise their eyes and glance carefully. But they saw a whole team of cavalry riding horses galloping past. The cavalry were covered in thick silver-white plate armor, only a pair of eyes were exposed. And the coldness in their eyes made people feel cold in their hearts. Even the horses they sat on were covered in armor. The armor on their heads and chests was very thick, and even their legs were protected by the hanging iron chain mail. Only the narrow horse eyes and the sharp horns on their heads were exposed, which was very oppressive. As this cavalry galloped past, the earth shook, and the huge evil spirit made people on the roadside feel depressed. Is this the Royal Guard cavalry? I feel breathless even standing next to them, a knowledgeable passerby said in surprise. What happened? The Royal Guards, who never leave the palace, are actually leaving the city. Is there going to be a war? The group of people changed their faces instantly after hearing this. And then one person shook his head. Just now I saw that the one in the front was His Highness Hot. It shouldn't be a war. If it was a war, there would be no news. Everyone was relieved after hearing this, but they became interested in the next moment. They knew that His Highness Hot was the second son of the Marquis, who was very much loved by the Marquis, and was famous for his lust. People often heard that he had a relationship with a noble lady, but there was no evidence. What people talked about was that His Highness Hot had never been rumored to have had a relationship with any young noble lady. Hot, the second son of the Earl, wasn't he the one who ran away in disgrace before? Jean Guangmo, who was passing by and heard it, said silently in his heart, looking up and looking forward. This road leads to the south gate, and the president and his men came from the south and entered from the south gate. Hot brought the royal guards with him, although I don't know how they got the news. If nothing unexpected happens, they are going to the south gate to welcome the president. Zhang Guanhua silently sent a message to Imolan, and then walked towards the south gate. He was not conspicuous in the crowd. In addition, many people were immediately interested when they heard that Hot and the royal guards were staying at the south city gate. They were very excited and planned to go to the south city gate to watch the show. There were a lot of people, and there were many players. In particular, some people guessed that it might be related to Imolan, who was coming to the capital, and they became more excited and called their friends to join in the fun. There was even such a post on the forum. There were two pictures in the post. One was the rough chariot of the Mage Association, and the other was the majestic royal guards. In the clash between the new era and the old era, who will win? Will the bell of the era ring? The prelude of the new era is about to begin. The chariot of emotion may arrive at the scene at any time. The live broadcast is about to begin. Please be prepared. More and more people came to the south gate of the royal capital. Later, even if they came out, they could only see densely packed heads and nothing else. So those who came out later left the city gate and went to find a higher place to watch the battle. Seeing this, many players directly raised steps in the area outside the south gate to sell tickets. Before long, the barbecue carts, pancakes, and fruit cuts were all in place, and they were walking between the viewing areas. Their skillful operations were jaw-dropping. After a while, the tax collectors from the capital came to take some money. Even Hot was helpless. No matter how favored he was, he could not touch the tax collectors. They could not be approached, suppressed, or dealt with. This was a ban. Helpless, he could only hold back his anger and wait for Imolan to come. Time passed slowly, but Imolan was still not here. Seeing that it was almost noon, it was almost time for lunch, and the onlookers were bored and planned to go back. But before they left, bowls of delicious fast food appeared in front of them. So, hey, should we contact Imolan a little later? If we sell dinner, we will make a fortune. At worst, We can give him a share? What do you want? He still needs your money? Okay. But speaking of it, this king is not only aristocrats, but also commoners are really rich. And they are very curious and like to watch the fun. But the money will be taken away by those skinning people. Damn it. Be content. It's already good compared to before. Didn't you see that Hot was very unhappy with us? But he didn't dare to touch us? Just swallow your anger. And earn 1 more copper NAS. 3 copper NAS is $1. Don't be brave for a moment. Don't be stingy with money. As for the frustration now, the player said softly, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle in the future. Yeah. Hey. It's coming. It's coming. The player pointed to the long dragon of dust rising from the horizon and said. Others also noticed the long dragon of dust. And the audience seats suddenly became lively, pointing and talking in high spirits. Very noisy. However, when the chariot pulled in, the appearance and speed of the chariot could be seen clearly. The sound gradually became smaller, and finally disappeared completely. Hold your breath. And there was a deathly silence. Everyone looked at the huge monster in shock. The tall black body, and the speed of the charge, seemed unstoppable. Hot also showed a trace of shock in his eyes, but it was immediately dispersed by anger. Charge. The momentum of the Knights of the 100 people instantly condensed into one. A wave of fighting spirit rose up, and the surrounding air seemed to be stagnant. After breaking through the 100 people, the resonance of fighting spirit seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, and the elements around the Knights seemed to be controlled by the huge fighting spirit, and became a whole, with the Knights, unshakable. Duh! 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 The horses' hooves were in unison, and the earth was shaking. In a flash, the 100-man knight group turned into a silver-white torrent and charged forward. Hot was charging in the front, and was holding the black chariot at the end of his sight. His eyes were extremely cold. Emolan in the chariot felt the momentum rising to the sky, and smiled when he saw the charging cavalry. Hot, royal guards, you want to play? Right? Then I'll play with you. Emolan floated up, pushed away the mage driving the chariot, and floated on the driver's seat. At this moment, the chariot has started 2 engines running at full load. Emolan did not hesitate at all and directly switched on the 3rd engine, the 4th engine, and the 5th engine. Then, the 100% power output switch was turned on. The speed meter instantly soared to the red zone. Emolan did not even look at it, and directly locked the steering wheel. The chariot cavalry charged towards each other, and the speed of both sides instantly reached the highest. No matter how far the distance is, it will be shortened rapidly at the speed of both. Thousands of meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Both sides can see each other clearly. But the speed has not decreased at all, and the direction has not changed at all. At this moment, time seems to have frozen. Chapter 329 Suppression. Come on. Emolan chuckled, and closed a switch with his right hand, and instantly, the gold element in the gold element pool instantly poured into the vehicle body. The chariot was made of gold-patterned black steel, and the gold element conductivity of gold-patterned black steel was extremely high, and there was almost no blockage. When the gold element filled the gold-patterned black steel, the surface of the gold-patterned black steel was suddenly covered with a layer of faint golden light, and the hardness, and the element resistance instantly increased, and its sharpness, and the corners became extremely sharp, like a magic weapon, and it could cut hair with a blow. The charge continued. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. At this moment, time seemed to be stretched, and began to flow in milliseconds. Every second meant a very long time and distance, life and death. Hot stared at the chariot with angry eyes, staring at the oblique triangle-shaped front of the chariot, and his anger seemed to burn the Emolan inside completely. The cavalry behind him followed the charge with cold eyes. The long spears in their hands were already raised, and the attack was ready. It was about to enter the shortest turning distance of the knights. Hot understood that, after entering the shortest turning distance, the charging cavalry regiment would no longer hesitate, and they would attack instantly without any orders. There were only 2 seconds left. This moment seemed extremely long to Hot. He stared at the chariot, trying to find any sign of the chariot turning. Unfortunately, Emolan had locked the steering wheel. The direction of the chariot did not change at all, and it went straight forward. Tick! A second passed, and waves of anger surged from Hot's heart, but he suppressed them all by force, and turned the horse's head slightly in the last second. The whole knight group also turned their horses' heads together with the chi, and the angle was created. 50 meters. At a very high speed, The Silver Knights brushed past the chariot. When Hot passed by the chariot, he suddenly caught a sigh from inside the chariot. At this moment, Hot's face turned red, but his movements remained unchanged, and he continued to move forward. You are afraid that he won't hit you. Lu Bin was also relieved, and said with a smile, Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. This is a knight group of 100 people, which we have never seen before. If we can collide, if we win, it will be a great thing, but if we lose, there will be a great gain, and the price is nothing more than a death and a chariot. As long as we collide, whether we win or lose, we will gain. Why not to collide? It's a pity that he was a coward and hid at the last moment. I was really disappointed with his sigh just now, but I did want to irritate him. But now it seems that, after experiencing a failure, His Highness Hot is more mature than before, and more difficult to deal with. It's okay, this small win, isn't it a big gain? Lu Bin comforted. Look, we have successfully eliminated one of the things that the chariot can hit. Facts have proved that the high-speed heavy cavalry can be 10 blocks ahead of us in terms of flexibility. Unless the generals are stupid enough to not dodge, we will never be able to knock them down. Emolan recalled the way Hot turned around just now, and complained speechlessly. This is so unscientific. How much is the weight of a big man in armor, and a horse? With such a heavy weight, and such a high speed. The horse's legs are not broken. It's outrageous. Lu Bin also shook his head when he heard it. These war horses are probably all magical beasts. This Marquis Morse has some background. After Lu Bin finished speaking, his face suddenly became serious. In addition to this, there is another thing that deserves our attention. I don't know if this knight group is special, or all the 100-man knight groups are like this. When they completed the resonance of fighting spirit, did you feel it? The huge fighting spirit directly engulfed and fused all the surrounding elements, and suppressed all the elements within a considerable range. This means that within a certain range of the knights, the magician cannot mobilize any elements at all, and can only cast spells with the elements he reserves, directly achieving the effect of the forbidden magic field. If this is something that every knight of the 100-man level can do, then this is not good news. Emolan shook his head when he heard this. I just saw that it is a bit similar to the resonance of the fighting spirit of the 50-man knights. So there is no need to guess. This is something that every knight of the 100-man level can do. Lu Bin heard this, and his face became more serious. If that's the case, the mages who originally had a great advantage at the low level may face the risk of being suppressed after the knight's order reaches a scale of 100 people. Although the forbidden magic field is not very large now, but it is foreseeable that a larger and stronger knight's order can control a larger range of elements, suppress a larger range of elements, and thus achieve a restraining effect on ordinary mages. Although the restraint on the mage tower is relatively low, the restraint on the arcanist is also relatively low. But within the range of the suppressed elements, the power of the successful spell will also be weakened to a certain extent. We may have underestimated the warriors. A large-scale knight group may become very scary. After Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolan nodded solemnly. And just as Emolan and Lu Bin were chatting, Hot, with a cold face, turned back, and 100 knights instantly divided into 2 lines, and chased the chariot on both sides of the chariot. Morse Hot, on behalf of the Morse family, led the Silver Knights to welcome His Excellency Earl Jingshui to the city to be conferred the title. Emolan suddenly remembered when he heard this, when Marquis Morse pardoned him as Earl Jingshui. He also mentioned that he would let him go to the capital to be conferred the title when he had time, but Emolan ignored it at that time, and now he remembered it when he heard Hot say it. After several gates were opened, the speed of the chariot gradually decreased, and the knights behind finally caught up with the chariot, and formed 2 rows on both sides of the chariot. His Highness Lao Hot. Emolan's voice came from the inside of the chariot, echoing in the sky. Earl Jingshui. Please! The anger on Hot's face had disappeared, leaving only an expressionless coldness. Seeing that Emolan had no intention of getting off the car, he rode in front to lead the way. The chariot only had 1 engine to provide power, and it slowly entered the city under the escort of the Silver Knights. This intense drama made the people watching around almost breathless. After the chariot entered the city, I felt relaxed, and a sense of relief surged in my heart. Compared with the natives, the players knew more, and were more shocked. The live broadcast room on the forum was full of 666. Is this really playing a game? Why do I feel like I'm watching a blockbuster movie? Are blockbusters this good? Do you think this is a fortress? Indeed. Don't say it, this death charge makes me excited. This is so cool to watch. A very fast relative charge, whoever turns first loses. And it is a charge between high-speed cavalry and high-speed chariots. Even if there is a difference of 1 second, they will collide. It is so beautiful, so exciting. The only pity is that they did not really collide, otherwise the collision of iron and blood would be absolutely exciting. Something is wrong upstairs. In the clash between the new era and the old era, who will be the better one? The new era has appeared, the bell of the era has been rung by the chariot. The curtain of the new era slowly opens amid the roar of the chariot. Sir, the times have changed. Chapter 330 Red Robe Mage. Respected Earl, this is your exclusive manor. Your Majesty will meet you tomorrow morning. Please be prepared. Hot said coldly and turned away. Emolan smiled and got out of the car and pointed at the manor. It's a good deal to get a manor for free. This Earl seems to be quite worthwhile. Lubin smiled and pointed at the players following behind him. Of course, didn't you see how jealous they are? Emolan looked back and saw that the players were stunned at the huge manor, envious and jealous. The live broadcast room was full of sour people. The anchor even spoke in a sour tone. It seems that the housing prices in the capital are quite expensive. Emolan shrugged. That's not true. How much would it cost for a guild to stay in the city? This manor has nothing else to say. But it can accommodate 1,800 people without any problem. Lubin said with a smile. Let's go. Don't stand there stupidly. Emolan looked up at the sky after he finished speaking. A smile appeared on his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, he got in the car. The chariot slowly drove towards the manor. There was no housekeeper or servant. The gate opened automatically to let the chariot in. After entering, the gate closed automatically again. In the core palace of the capital, Marquis Moore sat in his study. In front of him was a water mirror. On the water mirror, a chariot was led by 2 teams of cavalrymen and drove towards the manor. When Emolan got off the car, the smile on Emolan's face could be seen clearly on the water mirror. When Emolan looked up and smiled, Marquis Morse felt that Emolan's eyes were looking at him through the water mirror. He was smiling at him. A thought came to Marquis Morse's mind. He found us. An old figure in a red robe said beside him. Does he know it's us? The red-robed wizard shook his head. With me here, he can't track us down, but he probably guessed something, and didn't track us down, but just said hello to us. As soon as the wizard finished speaking, the picture on the water mirror became blurred, and a part of the manor became blurred. The blurred boundary gradually expanded, and gradually spread to the entire manor. In the water mirror, the outside of the manor was still clearly visible, but the inside of the manor was already blurred, and only chaotic blocks of color could be seen, with no information at all. They blocked the detection. After the mage finished speaking, Marquis Morse nodded. Can you tell what Emolan's strength is? I can't tell. Mages have introverted mental power. Unless there is a head-on confrontation and collision, it is difficult to tell a mage's strength. Then what do you think his strength is? 4th ring at most. It is impossible to reach the 5th ring. I have tried the meditation method he created. The effect is indeed very good. It can improve mental power, but the speed is limited. It is such a short time, it is impossible to increase too much. Then do you know what this is? Marquis Morse pointed to the chariot in the previous picture and said, Mechanical structure. What on earth is this? Can you understand it? Can you make it? The red-robed wizard had a serious face, and pondered for a moment. I just sensed a large fluctuation of the fire element. This mechanical structure chariot can only move with the effect of the fire element spell. As for manufacturing, I don't know. Marquis Morse did not get angry. He just nodded when he heard it. He clapped his hands lightly. And someone walked in from outside. Where is your intelligence? What is Emolan's current strength? Report to the Marquis. This. The player rubbed his hands. Marquis Morse's face did not change. And the attendant next to him took out some money and gave it to him. Judging from his skilled appearance, it was obvious that this was not the first or second time. Great. 5th ring. The red-robed wizard next to him was stunned and retorted. How is it possible? If you hadn't lied to me before, how could you reach the 5th ring in such a short time by meditation? The player smiled. My lord Marquis, this is another question. Do you need an answer? The attendant glanced at Marquis Morse and gave him the money silently. The player spoke immediately after receiving the money. This is because Emolan has developed a meditation room a long time ago. I don't know the specific methods, but the efficiency of meditation in it is several times higher than that in the outside world. People are not stupid enough to meditate directly. The red-robed mage's face suddenly became a little ugly. Marquis Morse glanced at the red-robed mage, and didn't know what he was thinking, and then said, "Then you know what this is?" At the signal of Marquis Morse, the red-robed mage moved the water mirror in front of the player, and showed him the image of the chariot. "I know this. And I can roughly guess the manufacturing principle," the player said after reading it. The red-robed wizard and Marquis Morse instantly became more alert, and looked at him seriously. This time, the servant gave the money directly. But the player shook his head after taking it. "Emolan is the pillar of our projectors. I have betrayed his information many times, sold his technology many times, and made me feel guilty. I have been condemned by my fellow projectors, and have shouldered too much burden. This chariot is Emolan's biggest secret at present." Morse knocked on the table with an indifferent expression to interrupt the player, which made him stunned. "Okay, I won't say so much, I need to pay more. At least 1 gold. I hope your answer will satisfy me." "Don't worry, Lord Marquis, I will definitely satisfy you with my service." The player took a gold nose with a smile. "Now this thing is equivalent to several thousand." After receiving the money, he said directly, "This is a chariot, driven by an engine. The specific attack method is unknown. So far it is known that it has a fast-moving speed and high defense. And what you are concerned about should be the engine technology. I don't know how Emolan achieved it, but I can probably still guess. It's nothing more than using the explosion to push the iron rod, and finally drive the wheel to drive." "Fireball," the red-robed wizard suddenly said, and the player nodded. "It should be a one-ring fireball. Using the explosion of the fireball as power, and the reciprocating explosion drives the chariot. How about it? Is this answer satisfactory?" Moore saw the shocked expression of the red-robed wizard, and said nothing more, waved his hand, and let him leave. After the player left, Marquis Moore said to the red-robed mage, "You can ask about the details of the projector chariot later, and study it out. In addition, prepare for the exchange with the Mage Association in a few days. I will be there to watch." "Yes, Marquis." After the red-robed mage left, Marquis Morse fell into silence, tapped his fingers on the desk, and suddenly made up his mind, and said softly, "Let the projector come back." Chapter 331 Projector Mage Association. "Submit to me with your forces. I will give you 5 knighthoods, 1 baronship, and 1 baron territory." The player heard Morse's voice as soon as he entered the study, and was immediately startled, and his heart stopped. "Your Excellency is joking. I am not working for your Excellency now?" Marquis Morse said slowly. "I need your submission. I need you to be my retainer. I need all your loyalty. My Excellency, this, I am flattered. I am not worthy of your respect." "You don't want to?" Marquis Morse said softly, but at this moment, the player felt a cold murderous intent, and sweat broke out on his back instantly. "I can give you money, honor, and fiefdom." The player's spirit instantly tensed up. He knew that if he didn't say it well next, he would probably die here. It didn't matter if he died suddenly, but if he died today, he would probably not be able to enter the Marquis's castle in the future. This time, it would cost hundreds or thousands, or even tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, things have come to a critical moment. If he died now, the Marquis is kind. I am just worried that I can't complete the Marquis's mission. I am nervous. The Marquis also knows me. Although I am greedy for money, I get paid according to how much work I do. I never cheated the Marquis no matter how much money I was offered for questions I couldn't answer. And the questions I could answer were worth as much as they were worth, and I never took more money from the Marquis. Now the Marquis can give me land, but if I can't complete it, he will take it back. So I would like to ask the Marquis to explain it more clearly. I feel uneasy." After the player finished speaking, he felt that the murderous intent disappeared, and he was relieved immediately, waiting for the Marquis Morse's answer. The Marquis Morse nodded, looked at the player, and said slowly, "I want you to gather a group of projector mages to serve me." The player was shocked when he heard this. "Lord Marquis, don't you have a mage association?" Marquis Morse narrowed his eyes when he heard this. "Don't worry about it. You do it or not." The player fell into a deep thought, finally speaking slowly. "I can't make a decision on such a big matter by myself. Please give me 5 days. I will go back and discuss with my companions. If I can do it, I will give you a complete plan in 5 days. If I can't do it, I will come back to apologize to the Marquis. Of course, I will never leave the castle in the next 5 days. But I hope the Marquis can give me a few passes so that my companions can come in to discuss." Marquis Morse nodded after a moment of hesitation. "Yes. Thank you, Marquis." The player left. And Marquis Morse sat quietly, thinking about something. After a while, he spoke again. Invite Earl Jingshui to meet me in the afternoon. Yes, sir. After leaving the study, the player walked directly to where he lived. On the way, he met a player who was walking together. Although they were face to face, they were communicating through information. How is it? How much did you earn? You are so comfortable. TSK, stop talking. Now this old guy wants me to surrender. Help him to form the Player Mage Association. His patience with me is getting less and less. I almost died in there today. The player's face suddenly became solemn when he heard this. What's wrong? No way, my dear. You can't die now. If you die, everything will collapse. How could I not know? I calmed down for the time being, said I would think about it, and took the opportunity to ask for a few quotas to enter the castle, so that we can act in advance. In addition, don't let the news leak out, lest others do bad things. Don't worry. After talking about the business, the two did not separate, but started chatting. Hey, there is something. Did you see the chariot driven by Mulan? Marquis Morse has also started to pay attention to this matter. I was at the scene at the time, and saw it clearly. This chariot is really awesome. It is very fast, and it seems to have a high structural strength. It dares to directly confront the 100-man level knight group, which shows that Mulan is very confident in it. It would be strange if Marquis Morse didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. Why, he wants to build one too. You got it right. He wants the Royal Capital Mage Association to build him one. Puff. The player laughed out loud. What a joke. I don't look down on them, unless a player tells them the principle, or gives them a machine to do reverse thrust. Otherwise, they won't be able to build an engine in their next life. The most they can build is a flying carriage, or a mechanical horse-drawn carriage. I told him. Oh, okay. But he's still not satisfied, so he puts pressure on me, want us to completely submit to him, give us a baron, a few knights, a barren territory. TSK, very tempting. To be honest, this Marquis Morse has a long-term vision, and is willing to spend money to cultivate a player mage association now. It's a pity that his status is not low enough. He does value players, but fortunately he does it with a respectful attitude. He always feels that he is superior to me, born nobler than me, and it seems to be my honor to be able to submit to him. Idiot. The player suddenly said unhappily, which scared the other player. Be careful, this is the Marquis' castle, walls have ears. If someone hears it, and it reaches the ears of Marquis Morse, you are finished. I am finished. Everything is finished. Okay, I know. The two did not say anything else, and quietly returned to their own residence, as usual. Mirrorwater Earl's Manor. Such a big manor doesn't even have a maid. It's not that Mulan wants a little maid, a big maid, a long-legged maid, but it's just that such a big manor has no one to take care of it, which is unacceptable. Could it be that Hod has specially transferred the housekeeper and the maids away to disgust us? Maybe forget it, just clean it yourself. Mulan said as he walked, while his mental power spread out, disturbing the elements, setting up a forbidden magic field, interfering with the spying from the air. Although the lack of maids is a little petty, it must be said that this manor is definitely up to standard. In addition to the residential houses, the manor also has large gardens, flat lawns, and small lakes full of lotus flowers. It doesn't feel like entering a manor, but rather a lake. Mulan took a general look around, and after understanding the general situation, he took a few photos in the garden, the lotus lake, the green lawn, and outside the room. Finally, he flew into the sky to take a few bird's-eye views, select a few beautiful and representative photos to develop a personal section. Several people living in such a large manor. It feels a bit desolate and empty. It would be better if it could be smaller. Chapter 332 Familiarity. As the Mage Association grows, Mulan's personal homepage has attracted more and more attention. And posts posted on the personal page will also be synchronized to the main forum. So as soon as the post is posted, someone will see it. And then, there will be a series of question marks. When I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. Nothing more than that. Ah, is this the boss? Love it. As the popularity increases, more and more people see it, more and more people speak up, and Mulan wanders around in the comment area, smiling, and his mood suddenly becomes comfortable. But then Su Zongxin suddenly came over. President, someone is looking for you. Who? And Mulan had a hint of doubt in his heart. He didn't know anyone in the capital. Marquis Morse. A few question marks appeared in Mulan's head. He sent someone to invite you to go over and enjoy the flowers. Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this reason. This reason is outrageous enough. Then will you go? President? Yes. Why not? Morse obviously has set his sights on this chariot. After all, he is the king. This is his territory. The guest should follow the host's will. I will naturally go to his invitation. I cannot be impolite. I am afraid we cannot beat him. Su Zongxin muttered in a low voice. Emolan looked at him immediately after hearing this. What do you mean we cannot beat him? Why should we fight? Fight and kill. Don't you know that peace brings wealth? Don't you know that development comes quietly? What is the meaning of being able to beat or not? Is it important? It is not important. It is not important at all. The main thing is to give the host some face. Emolan walked out after saying this. Drive the chariot for me. Normally, nobles travel in carriages. Evil nobles. We don't have carriages, so let's drive the chariot. Okay. When the chariot drove out of the manor, the old servant driving the carriage was stunned. Emolan opened the window, with a calm expression. Lead the way. Yes. The old servant responded subconsciously, but he reacted as soon as he responded, and instantly felt a little more respect for the projector Earl. He drove the carriage honestly in front to lead the way, and the chariot followed behind. On the road, the natives were so scared that they thought monsters had entered the city, and they were also scared when they saw the carriage leading the way. The players looked at the rumored chariot curiously. Emolan's manor itself was not far from the Marquis's castle, and they arrived in a short while. It was more like a palace than a castle. It was huge, and there was a circle of high walls on the outside. And Emolan's mental power found that its material was unusual. The huge walls seemed to be built of elemental stones. This discovery made Emolan raise his eyebrows, and his eyes looked at the palace differently. My goodness, how much money would it cost to build this circle of walls? It would be equivalent to how many wizard towers? This is just the city wall. If you count the inside, this Marquis Morse is really rich. Emolan said silently in his heart. He found that even if his association copied a few nobles, it was far less than the accumulation of Morse. So greedy, I wanted so badly, cough cough. Mr. Earl, we have arrived. Please get off the car and walk. Emolan got off the car with a smile. Let's go, take me to see Marquis Morse. The servant led in. Emolan took Su Zongxin into the heavily guarded palace. After a while, after arriving at a garden, Emolan saw a middle-aged man full of majesty. Without any introduction, Emolan knew immediately that he was the most powerful person in the Morse kingdom. The Marquis of Morse, who controlled the entire kingdom. Hello, Marquis, Emolan said, but his body did not show any intention of greeting. Marquis of Morse did not care. Earl Jingshui is really young and promising. Come, sit next to me, Marquis Morse. You are too kind. It is a small achievement, not worth mentioning. Thanks to the appreciation of the Marquis of Morse. Emolan sat down without any courtesy, and started to talk nonsense with Marquis Morse. Marquis Morse talked nonsense and Emolan followed him. No matter what Marquis Morse talks about, Emolan can talk about 10 things for every one he talks about. Emolan may not be good at other things, but when it comes to talking nonsense, with the knowledge of the internet age, he talks nonsense to the sky until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble, so much that Marquis Morse can't keep up the conversation, and he even doubts himself a little. Emolan is not in a hurry at all. Since Marquis Morse is willing to talk to him, he will talk. It's always more interesting than talking to a bunch of nitpickers on the internet. Finally, even Marquis Morse, who is as cunning as he is, has run out of patience, interrupting Emolan's plan to talk about the dog eating the moon, and getting to the point. Because he found that if he continued to talk about it, it would be dark. And if Emolan found a chance to leave, it would be difficult to keep him. Of course, more importantly, whenever Marquis Morse wanted to hint, Emolan would always change the subject, making people doubt whether he understood or not, which gave Marquis Morse a headache. Earl Jingshui is indeed worthy of being the creator of the mage, with broad vision and profound knowledge. Although Hafeng City is good, it is located in the south after all, which is relatively remote. Whether it is resources or talents, it is far inferior to the capital. It is inevitable that Earl Jingshui will be constrained in his development there. As the core of the kingdom, the capital has many talents and countless magic resources. Why don't you move the Mage Association here, Earl Jingshui? As long as you move the Mage Association here, I will set aside a piece of land in the prosperous area of the capital as the association's headquarters. As long as you move here, I will merge the Capital Mage Association into your Mage Association. And you will still be the president. And you will be in charge of the entire Mage Association. In addition, the Morse family will provide financial and resource support to the Mage Association. Every member of the association can get a considerable amount of money, and the Morse family can provide all the resources needed by the Mage Association. Earl Jingshui will become the most intimate partner of the Morse family. I can satisfy all your reasonable demands. How do you do it? Morse seized the opportunity when Emolan was talking and directly put forward the tempting conditions. In his opinion, Emolan could hardly refuse such conditions. For this point, Marquis Morse was very sure, because he felt that he had grasped Emolan's psychology. If you want power, you will lead the Mage Association of the entire kingdom. Lead the mages of the entire kingdom. What kind of power is this? If you want status, you will become the closest person to the Morse family. What kind of status is this? If you love research, then provide resources for arbitrary research. What kind of respect is this? In the eyes of Marquis Morse, Emolan had no reason to refuse. Looking at Marquis Morse, who was fully confident, Emolan rolled his eyes and complained silently. I am flattered by the Marquis's appreciation. I am just an ordinary mage. I am just lucky to be a creative mage. How can I compare with the masters of the Royal Capital Mage Association? And I am only a 5th ring so far. How can I have the face to lead the entire Mage Association? I am not worthy. Emolan's face was full of guilt and felt touched. I really can't stand it. Lord Marquis, please stop talking. It's getting late today. I'm leaving first. After hearing what Emolan said, Marquis Morse's face was not very good. But he still said a few polite words, and asked the servant to send Emolan away. Emolan followed the servant and left, curling his lips and rolling his eyes. But just before leaving the palace, his eyes suddenly caught a person. Why does this person look familiar? Chapter 333. Are you going to stir up trouble again? President, what's wrong? Su Zengxi noticed that Emolan was different, and asked in confusion. Let's talk about it when we get back. Emolan shook his head, followed the servants, and left the heavily guarded palace. Before getting on the chariot, he took a deep look at the kingdom. After getting on the chariot, his mental power enveloped the entire chariot, isolating the inside and the outside. And then he asked in a somewhat strange way. Zongxin, I want to ask you something. What? Do you believe that the Niehua Guild, that is, Geng Tao's group, will do the right thing? Su Zongxin shook his head without even thinking. No. It's impossible. It's fine if we change the president. As long as Geng Tao, the idiot, is still in office, the Niehua Guild will never do anything. What if they seem to be doing something now? Emolan said faintly. They are preparing something under the guise of doing something. After Su Zengxin finished speaking, he reacted and was shocked. No way. President. Did you see Geng Tao? I didn't see Geng Tao. But I saw an acquaintance of the Niehua Guild, who sent me a dead soul once. Emolan recalled the figure he had just seen in the palace, and his expression suddenly became a little interesting. Su Zongxin also fell into deep thought. President, what do you think Geng Tao is going to do next? Emolan curled his lips in disdain. What else can he do? He must have targeted the Morse family, that is, the royal palace treasury. Either cheating, stealing, or robbing. In any case, he would never do anything normal. He is so bold, he directly targeted the royal palace. If he succeeds, the whole Morse kingdom will be blown up. He must have found some flaws, and any of these big families will be blown up anyway. Basically, there is no chance to move the second family. After all, they are not fools. These nobles are also very smart. In this case, why not just choose the fattest one? I would choose the same if I were in his place. I just don't know what he is going to do. It doesn't matter if I don't know, since I have seen it now. Su Zongxin also raised his eyebrows. Hey, President, should I contact Geng Tao now? No. Why should I contact him? Emolan waved his hands quickly. That young man just saw me. Now it should be Geng Tao who is anxious. If nothing unexpected happens, he will come to see me today. In the evening, Geng Tao and Yi Fei, with faces as dark as ink, appeared in Emolan's manor. Emolan was shocked when he saw Yi Fei. Good fellow, I was shocked. I didn't expect that Yi Fei, who looked so righteous on the surface, actually did such things behind the scenes. I can't see it. Don't scold me. I will get angry if you continue to scold me. Yifei said helplessly. TSK. 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 Emolan looked Yifei up and down, making him feel that something was wrong all over, and his eyes looking at Gung Tao were full of resentment. Go ahead. Tell me, Emotion. How can you pretend that you didn't see it? Gung Tao said with a dark face. Obviously he had begun to give up. Count me in. Emolan retreated tactically, and said aloud, What? No. Gung Tao jumped up instantly, and said repeatedly, and the helplessness on Yifei's face disappeared completely, and he became serious, looking at Emolan seriously. Emotion. Are you serious? I am. Emolan smiled and nodded. Seeing that the two were about to get angry, he continued, Don't be anxious. Listen to me. You know me well. I am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes and asks for exorbitant prices. I am not greedy. Why don't you listen to my conditions? If you think it's not acceptable, I won't say anything more. Let's discuss the hush money. You are taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Gung Tao was relieved when he heard this, but he still cursed. Emolan smiled. Although I don't know what you are going to do, I can be sure that you must have set your sights on a certain treasury in the palace. Am I right about this? Yes. Gung Tao said helplessly. His face was dark, and he didn't know who he was cursing in his heart. He had cursed thousands of times. Okay, based on this point, the storage of the treasury in the palace must be extremely terrifying, extremely huge, there is no doubt about this. And your plan must be to select the most precious items, the most valuable items, and take them away, and ignore the others, right? If this is the case, then we have the basis for cooperation. If not, then I won't say much, and let's talk about hush money. The two men immediately became serious after hearing this, and looked at Emolan seriously. Mohen. You mean you can take away a large number of things in the treasury at one time? Oh. Right, the space box that was rumored but never appeared. The two looked at Emolan with burning eyes. All the resentment disappeared. Even their faces were flushed, and they became excited. What does a demolisher hate the most? What does one hate the most when he climbed the gold mountain? What he hates the most is that he can only watch but cannot take. The vast majority of wealth can only be watched, and then he has to make a choice among the very few treasures. This is definitely a difficult process. And only a very small part of the things can be taken away. But there is really no way. Because there is only one chance to enter the treasure house. And it is impossible to transport it multiple times. Even if it hurts. It can only go once. Otherwise it will die. Originally, both of them had prepared themselves mentally. But at this moment, there was a turn for the better. And they were instantly excited. It seems that my guess is right. You don't have similar space storage methods. You can only make a few more backpacks. And take as much as possible. But most of them will be abandoned. Okay. Win-win cooperation. I think we already have the basis for cooperation. Right? Yes. Yes. Emolan. Don't hesitate. Tell me. Is the space box usable? Is it the legendary storage space? Emolan smiled and shook his head. And said before Gung Tao and Yifei could not help hitting him. It's not the legendary storage space. But the effect is similar. Emolan brought his space box over. And the two of them saw that it was a space box the size of a suitcase. But inside it was as big as a small room. Hiss. The two looked at each other excitedly. Is this the only one? One is enough. We can take away the most precious batch. Are you satisfied with one? Do you have more? The two found surprises one after another. But then, they saw the big box Su Zongxin moved out, and shook their heads in disappointment. Yours is too big. It will be inconvenient when the time comes. It may cause trouble. This small one is almost the same. Do you have more? Small ones take time to make. As soon as you came, more started to put pressure on us. There is not much time left. The two shook their heads in disappointment. But suddenly they saw Emolan pick up a box that was 4 times bigger and stuffed it into his own small box. And then smiled at them and said, But what if it's like this? Chapter 334 Layout. Fuck. The two were shocked instantly. Can it be done this way? Why not? Emolan asked back. But this space equipment is nested with space equipment. The space is expanded by me. Then why can't I put boxes? If I can put boxes, why can't I put space boxes? Is there any difference between them? Yifei was confused. Gung Tao pondered for a long time. This is not scientific. This is infinite nesting dolls. This is a bug. Emolan smiled when he heard it. This is science. What's wrong with infinite nesting dolls? Your metal airplane can still fly. What's wrong with me stacking space boxes? But if you stack them infinitely, wouldn't one box be able to hold the entire Earth? Emolan hesitated for a moment, and nodded in the strange eyes of the two. If the conditions are met, theoretically it can be done. It's outrageous. I don't believe there are no other restrictions. If there are no restrictions, give me 100. I will bring my home wherever I go in the future. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. This does have a price. And it can't be done casually. The two showed an expression of as expected. And Emolan said with a smile, but as long as you pay a certain price, this can also be done. As I said before, theoretically, you can do infinite nesting dolls. What is the price? Yifei said after a moment of silence. Space elements. Emolan did not hide it, and said it directly. Maintaining the space inside the box requires space elements. These boxes we made a built-in element gathering function, which can gather space elements by themselves, and maintain the space inside the box. Built-in element gathering function? Yifei seemed to think of something when he heard this, and subconsciously felt that it was a bit unusual, but he didn't think of anything for a while, and then followed Emolan's next idea, and didn't think about it in detail. Maintaining the space inside the box requires space elements. In other words, if there are not enough space elements, the space inside the box will shrink and return to its original state. This doesn't seem to affect the stacking of boxes. Right? Gung Tao said doubtfully. No. It affects. Because once a space box is placed in another space box, it absorbs the space elements in the box. Which means that no matter how many boxes are stacked, only the outermost space box absorbs the space elements in the environment as a supplement. The more boxes that can be stacked, the more space elements are needed and consumed. And the space elements that are not enough to cover the cost are the price to pay. It is necessary to input enough space elements to maintain the existence of the space in the box. So although it is theoretically possible to achieve infinite nesting dolls, in reality, not many can be nested, and it is still very expensive to maintain a space box. I understand what you mean. So we must reserve enough space elements before we go. And then go in? Our time is limited? Yifei asked. Yes. Emolan nodded. Since we don't know how many things are in the treasure house, but it must be a lot. In order to maximize the harvest, we must bring as many space boxes as possible. But we can't bring too much, can't exceed the limit of space elements, otherwise it may cause a chain reaction, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Yifei looked at Emolan and asked, how many space elements did you bring out? Emolan shook his head. Not many. In that case, we must time it accurately. Well, so, you estimate the total time required for the entire plan and tell me. After leaving enough margin, I will calculate how many space boxes the existing space elements can maintain, and bring as many space boxes as possible. As long as they are brought out, it doesn't matter how much space the space boxes occupy. Yeah, okay. The two nodded, and Emolan also asked. I have said so much, you should also talk about it. Right. How do you plan to operate? The palace's treasury must be very hidden, and it is firmly built and well defended. There must be elite fighters, and there should be mages now. Whether it is abnormal vibration, sound, or abnormal magic fluctuation, it will definitely arouse their vigilance. Once discovered, it is definitely unrealistic to rob. What are you going to do? How do you plan to find the treasure house and bypass the defense lines to enter the treasure house? I tell you, you can't dig in with stone wall magic. The six-ring magician is not blind. Hee. I have been eyeing the palace for a long time. I have been in it for so long. I can't say where the treasure house is, but I know it almost. As for the mage's perception, Emotion might as well use his mental power to perceive for a moment. Emolan was a little confused when he heard this. Ahem, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Gung Tao finished speaking. After a while, a faint gray breath filled the manor. Emolan found that his mental power perception seemed to be much slower. Is this death chi? Emolan was a little confused, and a little surprised. Yes, this is a spell created by our necromancer combining the characteristics of death chi. Under normal circumstances, the attenuation of the mental power detection range will cause vigilance, but the attenuation of underground perception is different. There is already attenuation underground. This is just a little more attenuation. It still doesn't work. If a mage maintains a state of perception, this won't work at all. He will react immediately. Gung Tao smiled when he heard this, and immediately released a killer. But what if this mage just changed shifts, and is drunk? Emolan was shocked instantly. Fuck Gung Tao, how long have you been targeting Morse? Gung Tao laughed when he heard this, and felt a little embarrassed. I've been eyeing you since you dug up the foundation of Earl Red Maple. Yi Fei, who was standing by, was shocked. He and Emolan exchanged a glance, and they couldn't help but show some pity for Marquis Morse. There's nothing we can do. These nobles are too rich. Ahem. Too bad. And they bully us players. At that time, we wanted to fight back, do something big, and let these nobles see how powerful we are. Then, emotion. You stood up, I felt relieved, and the timing was not ripe in the capital, so we didn't do anything. Yi Fei, Emolan silently gave a thumbs up. You are the best. Thank you. Emolan looked at the smiling Gung Tao, and suddenly realized. Perhaps the reason they didn't take action was not just because the timing was not right, but more likely because Marquis Morse could let them get in touch with a higher level. No one knows how much high-level information the Nyehua Guild has learned, and how much benefit it has gained from Marquis Morse's presence in the palace for such a long time. At this moment, Emolan suddenly felt that these guilds were really not simple, and he had known this for a long time. What he didn't expect was that even Gung Tao, who looked the most foolish, had such a long-term layout. Gung Tao? Chapter 335 Emolan's Purpose. Emolan's eyes changed when he looked at Gung Tao, making Gung Tao a little confused, and a few question marks popped up. Emotion. Why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Look at why you are so handsome. It's natural. Ahem, and then, this shielding is only mental power. Don't say you can get the warrior drunk, so drunk that he won't react to anything you do. How is it possible? The warrior can't be drunk at all. That time 8 players were drunk, and the warrior could still drink. You actually want to get the warrior drunk, you might as well go in and move it openly. Emolan was really shocked. Gung Tao and his group's control over the palace was beyond their imagination. What are you thinking? It's just a relationship of drinking and eating. Forget about entering the treasury. If I dare to ask them about it, they might catch me and take credit for it. Gung Tao rolled his eyes. There's no way to deal with him. I can only keep my voice down as much as possible. After all, the treasury is underground, isolated by the soil, and it shouldn't be discovered if I don't make too much movement. What about the elemental stone? The city walls are all made of elemental stone. I'm sure that the treasury must also be made of elemental stone. Gung Tao grinned. It depends on President Yi. The law-breaking swordsman has been a professional band-breaking swordsman for 100 years. Our President Yi's law-breaking swordsman will not stay at the stage shown at the beginning. Yi Fei smiled and nodded. Emolan did not ask any more questions. Then we can discuss the specific operation and action plan. The 3 of them were all outstanding people. They discussed the time, method, emergency measures, etc. one by one. The plan was revised again and again. And finally every step was accurate to the minute. After formulating several emergency plans, the 3 finally stopped and smiled in a similar way. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The 2 left quietly, then, that was when the plan began. After they left, Emolan sat on a chair and thought quietly. Su Zongxin stood beside him. Emolan suddenly spoke. Zongxin, you go and arrange the shifts. 10 elite members are divided into 5 groups. I want to ensure that there are at least 2 people in the Mage Tower at all times. President, is the situation so serious? Su Zongxin reacted and asked with some doubt. I rejected the Marquis Morse's offer. So he will suppress us? Not just suppress us, he will destroy us directly. Emolan said slowly. Perhaps he originally wanted to use other nobles to deal with me, and use me to contain other nobles. But as the association becomes stronger and stronger, this containment has almost disappeared in name only, and the balance of power has been unbalanced. This is the original basis, even on the original basis. He should have taken action against me. The appearance of the chariot further stimulated him, making him see our potential clearly, and he dared not let me develop further. Today's recruitment was his last effort. If I moved the Mage Association to the capital to serve him, that's fine, because all our achievements will make him stronger, and he is confident that he can suppress me in the capital. But I refused. Does it mean that you want to attack us? Aren't we in great danger now? It's okay, we are safe before we set off to leave the capital. He still has hope. But once we show that we want to leave, we will face a devastating blow. Well, in that case, we should be more restrained when communicating with the Royal Capital Association. and perform a little worse than the Royal Capital Association. Then will he feel more at ease? Su Zongxin just finished speaking when he found that Emolan was looking at him with strange eyes. Don't treat me as a fool. I don't know magic. But I'm not blind. The mage profession, the mage tower, the meditation technique, the stone wall technique, etc. are not secrets to him. I don't know how many aboriginals have learned about this through players. Otherwise, where did the mages among the aboriginals come from? They were originally drawn by the mages, who used my job transfer method to transfer jobs. One of these may be just a coincidence, but one after another, you can doubt their character, doubt their thoughts, but you can never doubt their intelligence and wisdom. They are bad, not stupid. Emolan said slowly. And I have other plans. Not only can I not hide my shortcomings, I have to fight with all my strength. The Royal Capital Association, that is, the original Painting Mage Association, has existed for a long time. It has existed since the Kingdom of Morse was still a county. As a Painting Mage Association in a large city in a region, their stock of spell models is absolutely terrifying. Rare attribute spells, rare composite element spells, etc. will definitely exist. If we get them, then it will play a vital role in dealing with the analysis of the entire spell model system, and the reverse deduction of the entire system. Maybe we can directly lay the foundation for cracking the spell model system, and establishing the foundation of mage basic technology. Emolan looked at Su Zongxin, and said seriously. There is also the space teleportation spell scroll that Hot used to escape, and the random teleportation spell scroll that Larson is going to use to escape. With spell scrolls, how could the Mage Association not have spell models? There must be. So even if we don't talk about other things, I must get these few space spells. The changes brought about by space teleportation are definitely epic-making. Emolan suddenly laughed while talking. Otherwise, why would I take this exchange meeting so seriously? And I came here with a chariot with great fanfare. Do you think I would come if they invited me before? How is that possible? But I came. Why? It's because of this. What should we do then? Drive a chariot to rob? Su Zongxin suddenly became excited. Since the chariot has come, then we have this plan. But it's better not to worry about the reputation of the Mage Association, otherwise it will be difficult to gain trust from others in the future. So we should proceed in a tactful way, and try to gain the upper hand, so that the other party will take the initiative to give it to us. They are not fools. How can they give it to us by themselves? Su Zongxin said in disbelief. Emolan smiled when he heard it. They will. Emolan glanced at Su Zongxin after he finished speaking. Okay. Go and arrange the shifts for the chariots first. If someone steals it, it will be a joke. Okay. Su Zongxin left. And Emolan opened a chat interface. Zhang Guangmo. Guangmo spread a message, saying that Marquis Morse is recruiting Emolan, the president of the Mage Association, or inviting Emolan to the palace to discuss the integration of the Morse Kingdom Mage Association. Try to make up as many versions as possible, and spread them all. In addition, I will give you the specific time of my arrival and departure. Just add the time when you spread the real situation. And don't add the time for other things. Okay. I understand. Emolan closed the chat interface, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 336 Crazy Bet. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the two mages outside the door trembled in their hearts. Inside the room, an old red-robed mage had a very ugly face. He slammed his right hand heavily on the table. The huge force made a dull sound when he slammed the desk. His right hand curled up because of the severe pain, making his face even uglier. This red-robed mage was the red-robed mage who answered Marquis Morse's questions in the palace before. His name was Errol, and he was the president of the Yuanhui Mage Association, which was now the president of the Wangdu Mage Association, a six-ring mage. Mage Association. Emolan. Red-Robe muttered to himself, with an ugly face. There was a secret letter on his desk, which clearly stated the time when Emolan went to the palace and left the palace. Exactly. When Errol thought that after he left the palace, Marquis Morse immediately invited Emolan to enter the palace. Marquis Morse's attitude made his face very ugly. But then Errol was a little discouraged, because he had to endure no matter what Marquis Morse's attitude was. And he had to put on a smiling face when they met again, because he knew that the Royal Capital Mage Association seemed to be a top force, with several 6th-level mages. And 6th-level professionals were at the top level in the entire kingdom. But this was relative. 6th-level professionals could indeed be respected by Marquis Morse, but they had not reached a pivotal and indispensable position. It was certainly gratifying to have a few more sixth-ring professionals. But if this sixth-ring professional did not obey, he would be killed. He was just a sixth-level mage, and could not turn the tables. When Errol had just changed his job and quickly became a sixth-ring mage, the sudden change from a life profession to a combat profession, and the sudden power he gained made him a little inflated. At this time, he was ordered by Marquis Morse to be sent to the army to test the combat effectiveness of mages and the influence of mages on the knights, so as to better understand the profession of mages and figure out their positioning. At the beginning, Errol was full of confidence and felt that his chance to rise to prominence had come. As long as he performed better during the test and beat the knights a little harder, he and the association would naturally be appreciated and cultivated. But after that day, Errol fell into silence. His previous arrogance disappeared without a trace, and he never mentioned the previous words again. He became more respectful and more afraid of Marquis Morse. So even if Errol was angry, he could only hold it in, and turned his attention to Emolan. Emolan is indeed powerful. Maybe the creation of a mage may be a matter of luck, but meditation, the mage tower, etc. cannot be explained by coincidence. However, with Emolan's character, he will definitely not surrender. In this case, it is inevitable that he and his association will be hit by the Marquis. Once the Marquis takes action, he will definitely be able to inflict a devastating blow. Errol calculated silently. If Emolan does not surrender, I will still have the final say in the Mage Association. However, the association must still produce certain results. The basis for my final say is that I am useful to Marquis Morse. If I can't produce any results, I'm afraid the association will have to be reorganized directly. The association will still be the association, and I will not be the president. And the technology that the Marquis wants now is the chariot technology, Errol said slowly. So I must obtain the chariot technology before the Mage Association is attacked. Otherwise, once Emolan is defeated, if he gives up the chariot technology, it will be too late. Errol pondered, looking for a way to study the chariot. Contact the projector to inquire about the principle and develop it yourself. And send spies to search for the secret replica of the chariot at close range. There are many ways, but they all take time to complete. And Errol just lacks time. He must study it before Emolan is defeated. And Emolan is about to be hit. Just when Errol was thinking hard but couldn't think of a solution, there was a knock on the door outside, and a wizard came over with a letter and handed it to Errol. What can I do to get the chariot technology as quickly as possible? The answer emerged in Errol's mind. That is to get it directly from Emolan. But the key is that Emolan is a projector, immortal, and as long as he doesn't want to, no one can get the chariot technology from him. Do I have to contact the top leaders of the Red Maple City Mage Association through spies to steal the technology? No. It takes too much time. And Emolan must keep this technology highly confidential. No. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Errol felt troubled and tore open the envelope irritably. But when he saw the contents inside, Errol instantly fell into a deathly silence, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. The right hand, like a withered claw, tightly grasped the envelope. This letter was sent by Emolan. There was not much content in it, and it could even be said to be relatively concise. When Errol was racking his brains to try to find a shortcut to obtain the chariot technology, he saw the words on the letter. Do you want chariot technology? If you want it, just tell me. How do I know you want chariot technology if you don't tell me? If you tell me, I'll give it to you. Right? Hey, do you want it or not? Just tell me. The content of Emolan's letter made Errol's face darken instantly. He wanted to tear the letter into pieces, but he couldn't. Errol suppressed his anger and looked down. You must be in great need of chariot technology now. Right? I guess you definitely want it. And you are very eager. Chariot technology can continue to guarantee your position in the Mage Association. And your position. I can give you chariot technology, but you have to agree to a bet with me. Take out the chariot technology you want most. As long as you win, I will give you the chariot technology immediately. Errol slowly exhaled, his mind was shaken, and a trace of expectation appeared in his heart, but he immediately suppressed it. Benefits and risks are twins. It is indeed tempting to use chariot technology as a bet, but what kind of things can have corresponding value and be worthy of being a corresponding bet? Errol took a deep breath and slowly looked at the last piece of letter paper that stated the bet. When he saw the content of the last piece of letter paper, Errol was shocked even though he had been mentally prepared. If the quality is not enough, the quantity will make up for it. I will take out all the technology for making chariots, the details, and you take out the spell models in your association's treasure house. All spell models below the 6th ring. Errol was angry at first, but then he fell into deep thought, and couldn't help but look at the last sentence. The bet is carried out in the form of an exchange meeting. The two sides of the exchange meeting prepare the projects in turn, and both sides compete for the projects at the same time. The side with the most wins, and enjoys the delicious fruits of victory. How about it? The president of the Mage Association who is about to lose the election? Emolan stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor, looking in the direction of the Mage Association. His eyes seemed to see the old president of the King's Capital Association through countless intervals, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How about it? Chapter 337 Storage. Hey, have you heard that? Red Maple City Mage Association is going to exchange with our Mage Association. TSK, what exchange? A competition is a competition. Exchange is just a nice word. They are going to fight. Everyone was immediately interested when they heard this, and gathered around. What's going on? Hey, listen to me slowly. This matter has to start from a long time ago. 50 years ago, mages hadn't appeared yet. They were all just painted mages. Then, the projector Emolan was angry, so now it's like this. Bullshit, Emolan is a projector. Red Maple City Mage Association is a projector mage association. The projector just appeared this year. Where does the 50-year generational grudge come from? I heard that all mages were created by the projector Emolan. How is that possible? How is that impossible? How long has the drawing mage existed? How come the projector became a mage as soon as he came? The fact is that the projector Emolan created the mage, and then the drawing mage association copied it, and after all the mages were transferred to mages, it became the Mage Association. And the more real fact is that the Mage Association of the Royal Capital is far inferior to the Mage Association of Red Maple City. So Lord Marquis Morse now values the Red Maple City Mage Association more, and even summoned Emolan in person a few days ago, planning to let Emolan replace the Royal Capital Mage Association. This is the reason for the competition. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The King's Capital Mage Association and the Red Maple City Mage Association will definitely decide the winner and loser, and decide who is better. It will be very exciting at that time. The people around fell into silence. Really? How could it be false? This is roughly the situation. There are many versions of the story in the folk, but they all have the same core. Mage originated from projectors, and the two mage associations are about to fight. They discussed it a lot, and it was very popular, and it has become a common topic of conversation in the tavern during this period. If there is a popularity ranking for common topics in the tavern, then the origin of mages, and the dispute between the two mage associations have already become a hot topic. Jean Guanmo reported to Emolan that he had been back for a while. Emolan nodded slightly. And at this time Lu Bin walked in. President, the exchange meeting process is almost ready, but the King's Capital Association has another request, saying that if we don't agree to this request, the bet will not be established. Lu Bin's expression was a little strange when he said this. What's the request? They said that the technology of the chariot is indeed valuable, but it is still not enough compared with the spell models of all their spells below the 6th ring. This is what they have accumulated over a long period of time, and countless illustrators, which is the foundation of their Illustrators Association. Does it cost more? Emolan suddenly said. Yes. Then fight back, reject directly. I want to see what will happen to the other side without chariot technology. You know, Marquis Morse would rather start a new organization to organize the Player Mage Association to help him with research than to find the King's Capital Association, which shows how disappointed he is with the King's Capital Association. They are more anxious than us, so what if the value is not equal, the spell model is not unique, we can collect it ourselves. President, the rare and high-level ones are really bad. Su Zongqin suddenly said, making Emolan roll his eyes. Don't talk too much, they don't know, and they don't know the importance of the spell model to us. Emolan continued to say to Lu Bin. We should firmly grasp the fact that the opponent is more anxious than us, so what if the value is not equal? They are more anxious than me, and can't wait, then just get slaughtered. That's probably what I meant. You just need to tell them this in a softer, gentler way. I thought so too. And I plan to do so. Lu Bin's expression was still strange, but I hesitated after hearing what they wanted. So I decided to ask the president for instructions. What do they want? Emolan frowned and said with some curiosity. They also want the Mage Tower technology and the Meditation Room technology. As soon as Lubin said this, the room fell into silence. After a long time, Zhang Guanmo asked, "Excuse me, I may have left the association for a long time, so I don't know the situation. Mage Tower, Meditation Room, aren't these all in the chariot?" Lubin shrugged. "I don't know," Emolan said with a bit of a laugh. "I don't know what to say to them. Forget it, there's nothing to say. Talk to the other side, keep it for a while, then give them a Mage Tower technology, and don't give them the Meditation Room technology, lest they be greedy and ask for too much at that time." Lubin pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay. This condition should be negotiable. It doesn't really make any difference. We will win anyway." Lubin suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "President, if we really lose, will we give it to you?" Emolan looked at everyone and said directly without hesitation, "Give it to you. If you lose, I will accept the loss and give it to you." The three were a little surprised, but they didn't disagree. They just nodded silently. I don't know what they were thinking. Lubin smiled and said, "It's okay, we will win. I just asked casually." Lubin left. Zhang Guanmo was here to discuss the spell of combat instinct with Emolan. Emolan immediately became interested after hearing about the function and structure of this spell, because in his opinion, this spell is very unique. Copy, save and use, these three steps seem simple, but it is not easy to achieve. The first is copying, which requires obtaining the opponent's instinctive reaction, which can be obtained by watching the opponent's battle, or fighting with the opponent, or directly scanning his body with spells. The former is easy, but the latter is very difficult. This is just plagiarism. The second step of saving is even more significant in Emolan's view. Save. Where to save? If it is saved in the spell model, then the spell model will become very complicated as the information it carries increases, and the difficulty of casting will continue to increase. It may be possible in the early stage, but once it reaches the later stage, it will not be able to continue to store, or it can be stored and cannot be released, and the threshold for casting will be very, very high. Although this method allows the mage to reach a very high level after learning this spell and mastering the spell model, there is no need to collect and accumulate instinctive information again. But the disadvantages are too obvious. So Zhang Guanmo chose another way. Keep the spell model constant in the body, maintain its long-term operation, and store this information. However, the step of storing made Emolan a little dazed, and a question popped up in his mind. It can store instinctive reaction information. But what about other things? Chapter 338 Challenge. Storage. If a constant spell model can store information, and can be erased, written, and edited freely, then in Emolan's view, it is a CD, an information storage medium. Once this storage medium appears, it will definitely trigger a series of technological innovations, and will produce a series of new technologies. Many concepts and items in reality may be reproduced and reproduced in the game. The first two steps are not easy, but in Emolan's view, the most exciting step is the third step. Use. What is the use? Using the instinctive reaction of memory, that is, turning other people's instinctive reaction into your own instinctive reaction, and then using it to fight. Judgment and selection. There is no subjective consciousness of Zhang Guanmo involved in this, because the foundation of the whole spell is based on not going through the brain, directly using instinct to parry, attack. After all, no matter how fast the reaction is, no matter how simple the problem is, it must first be converted into information and transmitted to the brain. The brain thinks, gives the answer, and the information is transmitted and then executed by the muscle tissue. Transmission, conversion, thinking, transmission again, finally. Action. This series of processes will consume time, maybe not for long, but in the ever-changing close combat, a moment is enough to decide the outcome. So the basis of this spell is to skip these times, and directly use the body's instinct to react. No need to transmit, no need to transform, no need to think, just fight. This is the idea of the whole spell. This means that Zhang Guanmo's subjective consciousness is not involved in the operation of the spell at all. This means that if the spell wants to work, it must choose the most appropriate one from many instinctive reactions to deal with the enemy, which involves selection and judgment. The spell created by Zhang Guanmo is simply amazing. Like a brand new idea. A brand new spell mode. In Emolan's view, it is like a program. Set up, store information, and automatically run a very simple idea. This spell can be fixed on Zhongguangma. But what if it is fixed on a dead object? Stone, wood, or metal? Lan just took a simple look at it, without further research. But after telling Lin Wu about this spell, he expressed great interest, and then went to study it happily. Time passed quickly, and Lu Bin soon found Lan again with a document. President, the entire exchange process has been determined, and you can see if there are any problems. Okay. Lan took the plan, and there was no time for Marquis Morse to speak at the beginning of the whole process. But he went straight to the point. Lan roughly browsed it, and nodded after confirming that there were no problems. Okay. Let's do it this way. Okay. Lu Bin left again, and Lan slowly exhaled. And the long-prepared exchange meeting was about to begin. On the morning of the third day, the still cool capital slowly warmed up as the sun gradually rose, and the whole capital became hot. The well-known exchange meeting of the two major wizard associations was held today. Under the attention of all parties, a black chariot slowly drove out of the manor, and the tracks of the huge chariot slowly turned, and drove out of the city at a moderate speed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the huge chariot, and the burning eyes seemed to see through the chariot. Lan ignored the prying eyes of others, and floated in the chariot, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the exchange meeting to be held. After this period of adjustment, Lan and the exchange team have adjusted to the best state. Maybe Lan verbally expressed that he looked down on the mages of the King's Capital Association, but when it came to fighting, Lan took it very seriously. The King's Capital Association used to be the Painting Mage Association. The requirements to become a painting mage are very high. Those who can become a painting mage are basically geniuses. And those who can be respected among the painting mages are basically geniuses among geniuses. In addition, the painting mages have accumulated knowledge of spell models for so many years, and the part that is manifested is the strong mental power that is directly transformed into a six-ring mage. In a short period of time, he soared from the first ring to the sixth ring. This is only the accumulation of mental power, which can be seen. What cannot be seen is the accumulation of knowledge about spell models. The mages in the Royal Capital Association are a very contradictory group of mages. Limited by the times, they are one level lower than the player mages. However, in terms of other basic spell models, these mages may be able to beat the players directly. Well, one thing is certain. They can definitely beat the players at this stage. Again, these people are definitely not stupid. The Mage Association can lose, and Lan can lose. It's just the chariot technology. It's okay to lose, and it can continue to grow. But Lan can't tolerate losing to carelessness, and losing to arrogance. President, we're here. Huh? Lan exhaled slowly. They had left the capital, and came to a flat land 10 miles away from the capital. This was the agreed exchange meeting location. Nothing special. Just randomly chosen. This is basically a live broadcast on the entire network. Even if you lose, you have to show your ability. Don't embarrass me. You must win. When Lan got off the car, Errol also arrived with the mages of the Capital Association. The two sides were 100 meters apart and looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Many players and natives were watching nearby and held their breath, watching this scene with nervous anticipation. Marquis Morse is here. Just then, Marquis Morse arrived, and the guards brought a chair, and Marquis Morse sat down. At the same time, the major players' guilds outside rushed to build the stands, layer by layer, and soon a circular stand similar to a football field appeared. And then teppanyaki, pancakes and other snacks were in place, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Lan looked around, raised his hands slightly, and leaned down. The ground behind Lan was flat, but when Lan sat down, the ground surged, and a wide stone chair as white as jade rose up. The wide backrest of the chair was surrounded by 9 hollow dragons, and the armrests on both sides had dragons holding pearls. The whole dragon chair rose up to catch Lan's body, and after Lan sat firmly, he raised his right leg and placed it on his left leg. The graceful movement made people dazzled. The ground behind Lan also underwent a series of dazzling changes, and in an instant, dozens of chairs were arranged in a ladder shape. The members of the exchange group sat down one by one, and a child sitting next to them attracted a lot of attention. However, when they found out that it was Lan's nephew, They immediately envied Emolan. They were able to use such a big scene to train this nephew, and dared to use such a big scene to let the nephew participate. After watching the Mage Association sit down, everyone couldn't help but look at the King's Capital Association. At this moment, some people suddenly realized that although the exchange meeting had not started yet, the exchange had already begun, and the invisible competition had begun. After thinking about this, everyone was more looking forward to it. Emolan of the Mage Association used the spell Stone Wall to create dozens of fine, beautiful, and like works of art. The stone condensed into jade dragon chairs to show his amazing control. And while practicing fine skills, he also showed his strong strength. Emolan is challenging. Chapter 339, The Strongest Defense. Humph. Errol snorted coldly, and waved his right hand. Green vines as thick as thumbs instantly grew out of the ground. The vines grew rapidly, and the vines intertwined and woven into rattan chairs that appeared behind the many mages of the Royal Capital Association. Then they sat down. Errol of the Royal Capital Association was not inferior to Emolan in this move. The evenly matched scene instantly aroused the enthusiasm of many spectators around. And these excited, expecting spectators made both sides cheer up. This was a place that attracted everyone's attention. Winning here would have an additional effect on anyone. The Mage Association can consolidate its position among the players, and gain a certain degree of popularity among the natives of the capital, and even the entire kingdom, and become the orthodox mage. The victory of the Capital Association can also gain popularity among the projectors, improve its position in their hearts, and facilitate the recruitment of outstanding mage talents among the projectors in the future. This became very important when Errol discovered that Marquis Morse began to pay attention to the projectors. Apart from the audience outside the venue, the expression of Marquis Morse on the audience was the same, but he seemed to be a little strange deep in his heart. He looked at the white jade-like stone dragon chair under Emolan's seat, then looked at the beautiful, delicate green rattan chair under Errol's seat, and then looked at the chair he usually liked. Suddenly, he felt that his priceless chair was not so good, especially when it needed manpower to move it. The situation outside the field did not interfere with Emolan and Errol on the field. Emolan looked at Errol and smiled. Mage Errol's wood magic is indeed extraordinary. He is worthy of being the strongest six-ring mage in the Royal Capital Association. He is worthy of his name for the control of magic. President Emolan is not bad either. The stone condensed by the simple stone wall technique is as white as jade. Not only does it break through the range limit of the stone wall technique, it also controls each stone chair to form exquisite and gorgeous hollow patterns. It is ingenious, and no worse than mine. Emolan smiled when he heard it. Indeed. Although I only have 5 rings, I think I am not worse than you. I still have this confidence. Poochie. Someone in the crowd couldn't help laughing. Errol's expression did not change at all, and he said with a smile, I hope you can still laugh later. Don't worry. I don't think there is any need to say more. We have already discussed the process. So let's start now. When everyone was confused, Emolan and Errol stood up at the same time. When they walked to the middle of the two sides, the soil and vines surged at the same time and rose from the earth. In a flash, a round table with half stone and half vines was formed. The stone half was as white as jade, and the surface was crystal clear. The vine half was densely intertwined, and it was clearly woven by vines. But the tabletop was still smooth, which was quite magical. Then, behind Emolan, Lu Zhouhao came forward with a tray, and there seemed to be 2 pieces of paper on the tray. Lu Zhouhao was a little nervous under the spotlight, but he still walked to Emolan with a tense face. Emolan picked up the 2 pieces of paper on it and handed them to Errol. Take a look, if it's correct. Then it will represent each association to leave a mental imprint. Errol swept his mental power, and immediately left a mental imprint on the 2 pieces of paper. And seeing this, Emolan also left a mental imprint on the 2 pieces of paper. 2 pieces of paper, Emolan, Errol took 1 each. Then Emolan turned around and looked at the many confused audiences, and said with a smile, The Mage Association and the Royal Capital Association made a bet. The exchange will be divided into projects. After the exchange, if the Mage Association wins, the Royal Capital Association will hand over all the 6-ring and below spell models accumulated within the association for free. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they hadn't reacted yet, and at this time, Errol glanced at Emolan, and turned around and said slowly, If the Mage Association loses, it will hand over the chariot, and all the knowledge and technology of the Mage Tower for free. Everyone reacted immediately after hearing this. and they were excited when they heard the big bet between the two sides. Marquis Morse, who was sitting in the venue, stood up suddenly after hearing this. He knew better than anyone what the Mage Tower and Chariot technology meant, which was why he was so shocked. He looked at Emolan and Errol, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He sat down again after a while, but now his attitude towards this exchange meeting suddenly became much more serious. The bet is established. I hope everyone will be a witness. As for the rest, I will not say more. Who wins and who loses will be clear to everyone later. Emolan smiled and returned to his seat. Errol did the same. Errol glanced at Emolan, stood up and said slowly, "The first project is to create a spell based on a proposition. Within the specified time, both parties will create a spell that meets the given conditions, regardless of the simplicity, difficulty, power, and effect. The one with the best effect wins." As soon as the words fell, everyone was excited. The magician creating a spell is a legendary program. I didn't expect that the exchange meeting would have such a big show just after it started. After Errol finished speaking, he turned to look at Marquis Morse, and said with a slight bow, Errol asked the Marquis to set the topic for this competition. This Errol seemed to be quite capable. Marquis Morse glanced at Errol, and was slightly surprised. He seemed to like Errol a lot, but he did not show it. After a moment of silence, he said indifferently, "Okay, I want you to create a spell that can form armor on the surface of the warrior's body. It can't be a shield. It must be armor. It will not affect the warrior's flexibility. It will not affect the warrior's combat. It focuses on defense. And the appearance of the armor must be exactly the same as the warrior next to me." As soon as Morse finished speaking, Emolan and Morse's eyes fell on the warrior next to him. This warrior was wearing full body armor. His whole body was covered with armor, and he held a tower shield as tall as a person in his hand, which had a strong pressure. Emolan took a few glances, and immediately released a water shield to isolate the inside and outside, and then discussed with others. There was already an hourglass as tall as a person on the round table in the center of the venue, and the fine sand in it slowly fell. When Errol saw Emolan start, he also released a shield to cover everyone in the King's Capital Association. The creation of spells is not a single creation, but both parties provide a spell, and the competition is the comprehensive ability and coordination ability of the association. It cannot affect flexibility. It must have strong defense. Earth element armor and gold element armor can be directly excluded. These must be materialized if they want strong defense. And once the armor is materialized, it will affect flexibility. So only element armor can be considered. Lubin spoke first, and everyone nodded silently after hearing this. If you want a strong defensive power for an elemental armor without a physical body, perhaps the wind element can be considered. Compress the wind magic into armor, use the wind to resist attacks, which means it does not affect flexibility, and can have a certain degree of defensive power. I don't think so. Even if the wind armor is formed, the defensive power will not be too strong, I think. Just as everyone was discussing, Emolan fell into deep thought, thinking about how to build a strong defensive armor, or what elements to use to build it. Listening to everyone's discussion, he always felt dissatisfied. After thinking hard, Emolan suddenly had an idea in his mind. If you defend, you will lose. No matter how good the defense is. It is passive. Sooner or later, it will be broken. If it is broken, it is naturally not a strong defense. Everyone looked at Emolan after hearing this. Then, "President, what do you mean?" Emolan looked at them, and said slowly, "If we are talking about creating the elemental armor with the strongest defense, we might consider the element of thunder. Thunder armor." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As long as the enemy is killed, the defense will never be broken. Chapter 340 Space Armor. Boom! A purple lightning bolt slashed along the long sword, making the hair of the warrior, who was the tester, stand up with electricity, and paralyzed all over. The performance of the thunder armor was quite amazing. The armor took the initiative to attack, and the thunder automatically counterattacked. In addition to carrying electricity, the thunder could also burst out a force to blow the long sword away. It played a defensive role, and counterattacked at the same time. The official defense test begins. A player next to him said slowly, he said he was temporarily hired to act as the host, and this time, he was responsible for organizing the defense test of the defensive spell. The tester just now was just a foreplay. To maintain rigor, the test naturally cannot be done by human labor, even if cheating and bias are not considered. The error in feeling and the state of performance alone are enough to distort the results of the competition. Lu Bin was covered with a layer of purple armor phantom. The armor was a bit illusory. Lightning flashed in it, intertwined, forming this Lei Kai. Lie down. Lu Bin had no expression on his face. He did it immediately and lay on the mat. Seeing this, the staff slowly raised a stone pillar with the stone wall technique. The host was at the top of the stone pillar. In his hand, he was holding an arm-long, conical test tool. It seemed to be made of steel, hard and heavy. There were 3 vertical stabilizing wings at the top. 5 meters. The host gestured with a bamboo pole, and after confirming the height, he grabbed the steel cone for testing, pointed it downward, and aimed it at Lu Bin's chest, and slowly let go. The steel cone fell instantly, accelerating under the speed of gravity, and the stabilizing wing at the rear end maintained the landing point, which made some people's hearts tighten. At this moment, some timid girls closed their eyes. And the next moment, boom, the sound of thunder and lightning, a flash of purple light. The steel cone was directly split and flew away, which made people feel relieved. And at this moment, the host's voice sounded again. Second time, 10-meter test. Boom. 15-meter test. Boom. 20-meter test. Boom. 21-meter test. The steel cone split the thunder and landed on the thunder armor. The thunder inside the thunder armor instantly gathered at the weak point of the steel cone. The thunder condensed, a touch of purple emerged, and it exploded instantly. Boom! The steel cone was blown away, and the sharp steel cone randomly stabbed a bystander to death. The thunder armor on Lu Bin's body turned into a shadow and shattered after an explosion. The test is complete. 5 tests in total. The maximum defense is 21 meters. Do both parties have any objections? No objections. No objections. Both parties confirmed at the same time. And Lu Bin immediately stood up and walked back. As soon as the test results came out, they immediately aroused discussions among many people. However, since the power of a 20-meter steel cone free fall was vague, there was no surprise. Until, only 20 meters, a player said loudly, and the other players next to him immediately became excited. Oh, so awesome. Why don't you try it? Let's try it. Host, give me a 15-meter one first. This player was quite rational. He thought Lei Kai could handle 21 meters. His 3-ring defense spell was not bad either. 15 meters shouldn't be a big problem. Right? The host asked, looking at Emolan. Emolan smiled. Give it to him if he wants it. Errol didn't object. Emolan's test result didn't make him react. He was indifferent from beginning to end. Okay. Lie down. The host adjusted the height to 15 meters, and the steel spike was lowered. The player died at the age of 18. Fuck. The player was resurrected on the spot, and was stunned by the steel spike stuck in the ground. Not only him, but others were also a little stunned. If I'm not mistaken, he just used a 3rd-level spell. Right? Yes. Just like the thunder armor. Both are only 3rd-level spells. But why is it so fragile? I'm afraid it's not fragile. But the thunder armor is too powerful, which makes you feel fragile. Without comparison, the difference cannot be seen. At this moment, everyone suddenly fell silent. Emolan is worthy of being the president of the Mage Association. At this time, Marquis Morse next to him looked at the player's resurrection. His eyes flickered slightly. At his signal, the mage next to him released a shield to isolate the inside and outside. Projection, what a magical power. Marquis Morse sighed slowly. Can those projectors leave offspring? The mage next to him shook his head slightly when he heard this. I have tried for a long time. Changed several batches of maids. But I have not succeeded yet. Player, tired. Marquis Morse shook his head, said nothing more, and continued to watch the exchange meeting. Errol, it's your turn. Hearing this, Errol immediately asked the mage next to him to come out for testing. However, they did not let anyone lie on it. After all, they could not be resurrected. So they just put a wooden man on it instead, and then gave the wooden man a shield. It is worth mentioning that the spells released by the spell model have a limitation that Emolan hates. That is the same spell model. Different people can cast the same spells. This greatly limits the magician, but it also brings a lot of convenience to the spell test. Looking at the magician who came forward, Emolan suddenly shook his head and said, We are afraid we will lose in the first round. Lu Bin beside him nodded silently. Obviously he also discovered something. The foundation of the Painting Magician Association is indeed not comparable to our current one. We did not lose in strength, but in attributes. Zhang Guanghua and others beside him were a little confused when they heard what Mo Lan and Lu Bin said, but when they saw the magician casting the spell, they suddenly understood and said in unison, "Space armor." The wizard waved his hand, and a silver-white light fell on the wooden man, and turned into an armor that wrapped the wooden man. 5 meters high. Fall. The steel cone fell from a 5-meter high altitude, and hit the wooden man's chest with precision. But the steel cone went through the silver-white armor directly, and appeared 10 meters away. 10 meters high. Fall. 15 meters high. Fall. 20 meters high. Fall. 25 meters high. Fall. No matter how high the steel cone fell from, it would be teleported away directly. The entire space armor did not have any trace of cracks. Everyone was stunned. I don't think we need to continue. Right? No matter how high the steel spike falls from, it can't destroy the space armor. Errol said slowly. No, you can. Mo Lan glanced at him indifferently, and Errol smiled when he heard it. Don't you want to admit defeat? Your thunder armor score is 21 meters, and the test height of the space armor I created has exceeded 25 meters. Are there any questions? Are there any questions about who wins and who loses? Zhang Guanghua shouted coldly. Bullshit, you old shameless man. This is clearly a ready-made 6-ring space defense spell. You told me it was created on the spot? What did you do? Errol's face turned cold instantly. Everyone looked at Errol, and the atmosphere on the field fell to freezing point. Chapter 341, Big Wave. Hey, don't say that. They still shaped this 6-ring space defense spell into the shape of armor. They didn't violate the rules. Lu Bin said sarcastically, making Errol's face even colder, looking at Mo Lan. Mo Lan, is that your opinion? Mo Lan smiled when he heard it. No. No. No, the condition is to add magic armor to others. The shape of the armor does not affect the battle. The criterion for determining victory or defeat is defense. According to the test rules, the one who can withstand the impact of the steel cone at a higher height wins. This is the rule we both agree on. And the execution will naturally follow the rule. Since the space armor just now was given to the wooden man, there is no action. Next, you just need to add the space armor to walk, run, and jump, and complete these 3 actions to prove that it does not affect the battle. Errol's face remained unchanged, looking at the mage who just came out. The mage didn't say anything, walked to the stage, attached a space armor to himself, and then walked, jumped, and ran. How is it? Mo Lan looked at the host after hearing this. Host, the result is very clear. It can be announced now. Mo Lan had just finished speaking when Zhang Guanghua frowned and said, President. Mo Lan shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, the space armor of the Royal Capital Association is indeed an excellent 6-ring spell, and everything meets the standards. It is exactly the same as the armor, which shows that it was created on the spot. There is no off-field reason. Our thunder armor is indeed not as good as the space armor. We did lose, but it's just a loss. Come on. We can afford to lose. Just take it as a lesson. After Mo Lan finished speaking, Lu Bin and Zhang Guanghua didn't say anything. They just looked at Errol with a hint of anger in their eyes. The host also announced it directly. I declare that the test result of the space armor is 25 meters high, which is higher than the 21 meters of the thunder armor. So, the first match, the Royal Capital Mage Association wins. As soon as the host finished speaking, Errol smiled and looked at Mo Lan and felt a lot more relaxed, thinking to himself, there are 5 projects in the exchange meeting, and I have already won the first one. The next 2 projects are needed to get the chariot and mage tower technology. Errol was very happy. And with our strength, we won the first game. Will the second game be difficult? Even if we can't win the second game, will we not win the third game? Even if we lose 2 of the 4 games, there are still 2 games left. So it's a sure thing. Errol smiled, and the face of Marquis Morse next to him also looked much better. In any case, the Royal Capital Association is now his people. The stronger the Royal Capital Association is, the better it is for him. It will also be good for him to bring glory to the Royal Capital Association. And more importantly, if he can use this to obtain the chariot and wizard tower technology without bloodshed, then there may be no need to touch Mo Lan. Marquis Morse also had his own plan in mind. After the threat is reduced, maybe I can tolerate him to continue to develop, and it will be my achievement in the future. And if I can completely conquer him, maybe he can narrow the gap between me and the southern and northern empires a little bit. In addition to them, many natives also cheered. The victory of the Royal Capital Association made them a little proud. Country people are country people. Only many players fell into silence. Their minds were a little dazed. The Mage Association actually lost? Emotion actually lost? This thought emerged in their minds, making them a little unbelievable. It seemed that no matter what time, Emolan represented invincibility and undefeated. When this news spread to the forum also exploded. Impossible, how could Emotion lose in creating spells? He is the one who created mages. Maybe Emotion made some mistakes. First-hand news is here. Emotion cheated to win the Royal Capital Association. They used a ready-made 6-ring spell to modify it, while Emotion and his team actually created a 3-ring defensive spell. Just like that, 6-ring hits 3-ring, ready-made hits temporary creation. Who can beat this? This is cheating. I see. Is that so? It's okay, Emotion is still Emotion. TSK, what emotion, what cheating? You win if you don't break the rules. You elementary school students, don't be naive. This world is about results. Emolan has admitted defeat. What are you naive about? That's right. What's the use of a 6-ring spell to modify it? Others have 6-ring spells. Do they have the ability to modify it? I'm afraid Emolan doesn't even have a 6-ring spell. Right? In addition, you said that the mage was created by Emolan. Yes, the mage was indeed created by Emolan, but the spell was not. Don't make Emolan a legend. He is just a player. Some keyboard warriors jumped out. Their posts made many people angry and laughed. Yes, this world is indeed about results. The result is that even if Emotion has been infused, he is still Emotion. You can only be jealous of his achievements behind the keyboard. Is it so difficult to admit that others are better than you? Is it so difficult to be respectful and learn from excellent people? And those who ridiculed Emotion above. Just wait and see. Emotion just lost a game. They are holding back their anger now. And they will explode at the slightest touch. Comparing with me is nothing. And who are you? And you will explode at the slightest touch. So what if they explode? They have a bunch of 6 rings. The Mage Association can kill Emolan with 5 rings. What can he fight with head? Puff. I think Molan will have to hand over the chariot and mage tower technology in disgrace. I hate that he has been working hard for years, and is making wedding clothes for others. He is so arrogant, and he wants to bet with the NPC Association to get their magic reserves. His heart is too high, and his life is too fragile. I think it's better to give these to me than to give them to the NPC. Emolan is too famous, the impression of invincibility is too deep, and there are too many people who have no grudges against him, but envy him. A failure caused a huge uproar on the internet. And on this high platform, there were only the natives and silent players watching. After the failure, the second game would begin. After Errol defeated the Mage Association, he felt that the Mage Association was just SOSO, and his worries were unnecessary. So he felt that he had a sure win. We won the first game. Will we lose the second one? Even if we lose the second game, we can't lose 3 games in a row. Right? Smile. This wave is stable. Okay. The first game is over. And the second game will start now. The result of the second round of competition is to deduce the spell model. The specific process is, given a first-level spell model of a certain function, through the first-level mage model. Deduce the second level, third level, even the fourth level, fifth level spell models. The one with a higher level of spell model deduction wins, and the one with a greater power and the better effect wins. The Mage Association members sneered when they heard this, and Errol's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. What? Chapter 342 Elite Warrior? Begin. A 6-ring mage from the Mage Association fell into deep thought as he looked at the first-ring spell model in front of him. It took several sheets of paper to draw a first-ring spell model. This spell model is very simple, same as the questions in the Mage Association's recruitment exam. The only difference is that the questions in the recruitment exam included a complete example, but this one does not. It is just a first-ring spell model, in other words, derived from it. The disappearance of the example questions directly made the difficulty of the same question completely different. There should have been example questions originally. And Emolan did intend to have a good exchange, and bring out some real stuff to exchange, such as the spell model coordinate system, and the derivation public announcement. But the action of the Royal Capital Association just now made Emolan give up this plan. Isn't it just a shift from competing in personal ability to competing in the association's foundation? Your association has many spells, and a sufficient foundation, so you can find similar spells and modify them directly. Then my association's foundation is not bad. After all, this formula is also summarized by my association. It belongs to the foundation of the association. You don't have enough foundation, then you lose. The mages of the Royal Capital Association were shielded by Emolan, mental shielding, and Lu Bin who came on the field was shielded by Errol, mental shielding, to ensure fairness. I saw Lu Bin quickly deduce on the paper, while the mages of the Royal Capital Association wrote down a little bit with difficulty, and wrote a little bit after thinking for a long time. In fact, Errol asked him to prepare after determining the competition items, but unfortunately the Mage Association discussed day and night for a long time, and the formula summarized was not something he could surpass by just preparing casually. The result has been determined. Time is up. The deduction result of the Mage Association is 4 rings, and the deduction result of the Royal Capital Association is 2 rings. The Mage Association wins the second round. Now the score is 1-1. It's not fair. You are more familiar with deducing spell models, but we are not. The words of a mage from the Royal Capital Association made Emolan burst out laughing. He pointed at the man, and then said to Errol, "Errol, are you serious? Emolan, you are lucky to win once, don't be too proud too soon." Errol's face remained unchanged, and the uneasiness in his heart subsided. Although Emolan won a round, he still had confidence in himself. It's just one loss. Can we lose this one again? In addition to the players on the field, the players off the field also cheered. In their opinion, Emolan represented the players at the moment, and winning against the natives was a glory for them. However, there were also sour words on the forum. It was just a fluke. We will definitely lose the third game. That's right. In the third game, the Mage Association wins. In a flash, the third game ended. Amid the cheers, Errol's face was gloomy, but he was not desperate. He looked at Emolan gloomily. Emolan, don't be too happy too soon. The fourth match is a wizard battle. The fifth is a guild leader battle. And you can't win. As soon as Errol finished speaking, the audience was shocked, and cheers rang out one after another. They couldn't understand the previous competitions. But now, the excitement is finally here. But compared to the natives, the players' expressions are a little strange. Are you sure you want to fight me to the death? Regardless of life or death? Emolan's face was also a little strange. If you are afraid, you can admit defeat. It's not a question of whether you are afraid or not. This question is difficult to explain. We can only say that we are all projectors. We will be resurrected after death. Are you sure you want to fight to the death? Emolan looked at Errol doubtfully after speaking. You are not right. Don't make me doubt your IQ. Otherwise, it will be bad if others say that I forced you to lower your IQ. Errol's heart froze when he heard this. His mind suddenly became clear. He immediately realized that the pressure from Marquis Morse and the pressure from the losing streak had made him confused. His mind was not clear enough. After forcing himself to calm down, Errol found that he had said something stupid. However, he did not change his words. If he could let the mages in the association compete in a safe environment, he might change his words. Unfortunately, changing his words was useless. It was better to save face. As a 6-ring mage, if he meets a mage who is not as strong as himself, he will not lose. If he meets someone of the same strength, except for the existence of the master level, as a 6-ring mage, he cannot intervene in the battle between 6-ring mages, or he has no ability to guarantee that no one will die at the critical moment. Those who will not die, and those who will die below the 7th ring cannot be stopped by anyone. The highest level of the Mage Association is only the 5th ring, which makes him somewhat confident. However, it is precisely because the highest level of the Mage Association is the 5th ring, but it still dares to agree to the battle between mages and presidents that makes Errol more worried. We won't lose, so we don't have to worry. If you are so confident, let's start. Host. Emolan nodded. Without saying anything more, the host stepped forward immediately. The 4th match. Mage battle. The president cannot leave the game. Best of 3. Start now. Please invite the first player from both sides to come on stage. In addition, all our non-projector audience members please be prepared to defend against 6-ring spells, as 6-ring spells may kill some lucky audience members during the competition. If you don't have the strength to push open the coffin lid, Please move back 200 meters to watch the battle. Also, please ask the audience who is still sitting over there. Yes, don't look around, I'm talking about you, don't sit there stupidly, don't think they are the same as you, you are surrounded by projectors, they are immortal, so they ignore me, but you will die, you are different. The natives retreated 200 meters, plus the original several hundred meters of space. There was a battlefield for fighting. A mage from the Royal Capital Association came on the field, looking at Emolan and the others with cold eyes and murderous intent. Emolan glanced at him, turned his head, and said to Zhang Guangmo, Guangmo, you play in the first game. He is a 6-ring mage, but don't feel too much pressure. A 6-ring mage has 1 6-ring spell, 2 5-ring spells, and 4 4-ring spells. For them, a spell can only exert the power of a spell of the same ring. So there are only 7 spells that can threaten you, and there are only 3 spells that you can't really resist, which is not much. Moreover, these people were just magicians before. Although they relied on their long-term accumulation to rise to the top, they became 6-ring magicians. But in fact, they did not have the strength of a true 6-ring magician. I even doubt that they have never experienced a real life and death battle. At most, they just practiced or sparred with each other. I don't need to say more about the rest. Right? I will give you 2 plans. 1. One fatal blow. 2. After cheating the high-level spell. 1 fatal blow. Understood. Zhang Guangmo nodded, holding a thick and long silver-white staff in his hand, and walked onto the stage with an indifferent expression. Emolan suddenly felt a little strange, and a doubt came to his mind. Hey, when did Guangmo lift this stick so easily? Did he make a lighter stick? The mage on the stage immediately showed a mocking look when he saw Zhang Guangmo carrying an iron stick on the stage. However, when the host next to him shouted start, the voice fell. A fighting spirit burst out from Zhang Guangmo, and the burst of all his strength instantly turned into a residual image and appeared in front of the mage of the Royal Capital Association. Emolan was shocked when he saw it. Elite Warrior? Chapter 343, 4th Ring Arcanist. Elite Warrior? Everyone was stunned, not because of an elite warrior. It was just a 4th level elite warrior, not to mention the natives, even among the players. It was not rare. What stunned them was that the 4th level elite warriors, who came out of the Mage Association to fight the mages, were actually 4th level elite warriors. This was truly incredible. When the mage on the field saw Zhang Guangmo, there was a murderous look between his eyebrows, which made the mage a little stunned for a moment. Isn't he a mage? How come he is a warrior? This thought came to his mind, and he was distracted on the battlefield. But he is a 6-ring mage after all, with a strong mental power. Even if he has little combat experience, his strong mental power can force him to calm down. In fact, the so-called combat experience is just to make the best response in the shortest time in an emergency. For a mage, this can also be done when he is rational. Of course, this also needs to take into account the mentality, but when he is rational, he can ignore a lot. The mage reacted instantly, casting a defensive spell, casting a shield on himself, and then a silver-white light flashed, and the whole person appeared 200 meters away. The mage's life-saving spell flash. But before he could catch his breath, he found a silver-white light flashing in front of him, and the space spell fluctuated, and in just a moment Zhang Guangmo appeared in front of him, with a cold face, and swung the steel staff in his hand. 4th Ring Mage! Flash! Another exclamation was heard outside. 4th Ring Mages are rarer than 4th level warriors, and 4th level warriors, who are also 4th Ring Mages, are even rarer. Even Emolan was slightly surprised at this moment, and fell silent, recalling the time when Zhang Guangmo exchanged the Arcanist information. He suddenly understood that Zhang Guangmo was not only a 4th Ring Mage, a 4th Ring Warrior, but also a 4th Ring Arcanist. Emolan envied Zhang Guangmo a little, and murmured, 4th Ring Warrior, 4th Ring Arcanist. These are what I want to do, but haven't done. So far, my Arcanist level is still 3 rings. And so far, I have only barely integrated part of the concept of Arcanist into the Mage. Although I am now a Mage who can kill 10 Zhang Guangmos with 1 spell, I am still envious. Lu Bin fell silent after hearing this, while Emolan was sighing. The Mage of the Royal Capital Association flashed away again. I didn't use any spells just now. This attack is just equivalent to the attack of an ordinary 4th level warrior, which can't break the shield. If I had hit the shield just now, you would have prepared an attack spell before the shield was broken, and I would have been passive even if I didn't die. Zhang Guangmo's indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the Royal Capital Mage. But you have too little combat experience. Flash is a 4th level spell. A life-saving spell. 1 flash saves 1 life. You only have 4 4th level spell slots. You have used 2 flashes and 1 shield. Do you still have flashes? Zhang Guangmo's voice had just fallen, and the face of the Royal Capital Mage changed slightly. Don't be affected by his words. He is a 4th level spell. He only needs 1 flash. The Royal Capital Association has given this warning. If this happens again, treat it as a failure. The host's identity sounded, causing Errol to look at him, and then shut up. Oh, really? Look at me. Next. It's hunting time. Zhang Guangma's cold voice sounded in Wangdu Mage's ears, making him turn his head subconsciously. But at this moment, a strong light flashed, and a bright golden light beam shone on Wangdu Mage's face. His face was burning. His eyes were in great pain, and there was only a paleness between heaven and earth. He couldn't see anything. He was blind, and everyone could feel the chaos of the scattered elements in the environment. A strange feeling. The perception of mental power seemed to have problems, and the clear range of perception was reduced a bit. Seeing this, Zhang Guangma took up his staff and walked forward. With 1 step, all his aura was restrained. Without using any spells, without any spell fluctuations, relying solely on skills, Zhang Guangma's walking made no noise at all. At this time, many viewers were shocked to find that neither the perception of the warriors nor the exploration of mental power seemed to be able to capture Zhang Guangma's existence, as if only the naked eye could see it, and the Wangdu Mage was already blind, the victory was already determined, and next, Zhang Guangma just had to walk over and hit him lightly with the staff, and in this process, he only had to prevent the Wangdu Mage from randomly bombing the ground. However, at this moment, everyone watched Zhang Guangma walk away from the King's Capital Mage, and then released a spell. A phantom appeared, and the phantom was very weak, emitting only a faint spell wave. After the phantom appeared, it walked towards the mage silently without making any sound. Then, Zhang Guangma spoke, and his identity came out of the phantom. The sound from the phantom was very small, and it was like it was ringing in the air after it came out of the phantom's mouth, and it was difficult to locate it. Everyone was stunned by this series of means, and there was a little more pity in their eyes when they looked at the King's Capital Mage. The phantom approached little by little, without making any sound, as if a top assassin was about to kill the mage. The words in his mouth continued to echo beside the King's Mage. Behind him, moving left and right, unpredictable, Zhang Guangmo was more than 100 meters away from the King's Mage from beginning to end, moving silently, while one hand was flying, as if preparing something. It was not good to see that there was no magic fluctuation, and no elements gathered, as if he was just dancing randomly. The phantom gradually approached. When the phantom took another step forward, the panicked Wangdu Mage suddenly laughed. Ha ha, I caught you. Do you think you can mislead me by covering up the sound of your movements, covering up the breath of elements, and diverting the sound of your voice? Do you think you can lead me to waste spells by speaking in other directions? I tell you, you know nothing about the six-ring mage. Go to hell. The Wangdu Mage laughed. The phantom moved at high speed. No matter how it moved, the Wangdu Mage's bleeding eyes were fixed on him. It's locked. Go to hell. A storm formed instantly. Countless wind blades turned into the most basic units to form the storm, strangling everything within the storm's range. Six-ring range attack spell, Tornado Storm. When Wangdu Mage was confident of victory and laughed with no pressure, many spectators looked at him with pity. Almost at the moment when Tornado Storm was cast, a spell model opened, silently, with only a weak elemental fluctuation. Wrapped in silver-white light, Zhang Guangmo instantly appeared behind Wangdu Mage, and slowly raised the steel staff in his hand. Wangdu Mage sensed the nearby spell fluctuations, and his face suddenly changed. Before he could cast a spell, Zhang Guangmo's steel staff, which was held high in his hand, was enveloped by a layer of rich golden light. At the same time, a force field was opened on the steel staff. Bing! The shield was broken. Snap! The steel staff hit Wangdu Mage's neck fiercely, making a cracking sound. Zhang Guangmo of the Mage Association wins. Chapter 344. Lift the lid of my coffin. Second Elder. A group of people rushed forward. While Errol stared at Zhang Guangmo, Lan stepped forward to block Zhang Guangmo and Errol from looking at each other. I didn't kill you, I left you. The second Elder, with a breath. As for the injuries to your eyes and neck, I think it won't be difficult for you to deal with them. Right? Don't you want to thank me? Errol glanced at the twisted neck of the King Capital Mage, and he was indeed still alive. Turning his head to look at Zhang Guanmo, he bowed slightly. Thank you for your mercy. After saying that, he walked towards the second elder, who had fallen to the ground with an expressionless face. The mages who were not on the field should cast a spell to heal him. The spells flashed one after another. After a while, the second elder woke up, looked around, and fainted again. This time, no matter how he cast a spell, he couldn't wake up. Take him back to the association to rest. The second elder left. Errol looked at the host, and the host immediately understood. Thank you for the wonderful battle that the two mages just brought us. Both sides adhered to the spirit of competition first, friendship first. Oh no, adhering to the spirit of competition second, friendship first, and still retaining a strong sense of humanity on the battlefield, which is touching. Now let's start the second game. Both mages are in place. After the host said a lot, the great elder of the King's Capital Association went on stage directly, looking at Emolan coldly. Seeing this, Emolan turned his head and looked at Zhao Hua. At this moment, Zhao Hua was carrying a black coffin that was slightly smaller than the normal size. It was about the same height as Zhao Hua himself. Zhao Hua had to curl up slightly to lie in it. The surface of the black coffin was made of pure steel. The fine steel coffin left no doubt about its lethality. Once hit, it would probably be worse than being hit by Zhang Guangmo's staff. It is also worth mentioning that under the fine steel is a layer of black steel with golden patterns. Zhao Hua, I won't say much. This situation is probably similar to the previous one. The spell configuration of the spell slot must be flash, defense, damage. The specific ratio is unclear. You also watched the battle just now. Just grasp it yourself. Come on. Yeah. Zhao Hua came on stage, and everyone was stunned for a moment. The first mage was indeed outrageous, but at least he was holding something that barely looked like a staff. Although most mages couldn't lift and certainly wouldn't use that outrageous staff, it was still a staff after all. But what's the matter with this one carrying a coffin? Each one was weirder than the other. Why carry a coffin? Hey, but carrying a coffin is pretty cool, especially if you are already handsome. Are you carrying a coffin to bury yourself later? And you can move freely with such a heavy coffin, you are a warrior? What? The audience was shocked instantly. You are a member of the Mage Association. And all of you are warriors? And Errol of the Royal Capital Association was also shocked. He had some doubts, especially when he thought that Emolan was the creator of the mage. Could it be that the real way to play as a mage is to pair up with a warrior? Am I on the wrong path? I was a little confused. Zhao Hua ignored the others and smiled at the mage. He is indeed a warrior, but he is not as good as Elder Zhang just now, and he is only at level 3 at the moment. Necromancer Zhao Hua, I am honored to meet you all. Since you have already announced your name, then go to hell. 6-ring range attack spell Tornado. In just a moment, the storm has enveloped the 100-meter radius centered on Zhao Hua. Sharp wind blades left deep marks on the ground. Everything within a 100-meter radius will be crushed to pieces. The elder learned from the previous lesson, and directly used the 6-ring range attack spell to cover the attack, leaving Zhao Hua no chance. In addition, his 2 5-ring spell slots were all adjusted to range attack spells. As a 4-ring mage, Zhao Hua could not resist the 6-ring range spell, and his only chance was to escape by flashing. At this moment, the elder had already concentrated his mind, and the 5-ring range attack spell and flash spell were ready to go. As long as Zhao Hua used the only flash spell, he would immediately follow up with the output and kill him. This is what the great elder thought. This is how powerful the mage is. No skills are needed. No combat experience is needed. Whether you are agile or slow, I cannot hit you accurately. I will kill you with range attacks. At the same level, no profession can take on the entire set of skills of a mage at the same level, unless it is a mage at the same level who has memorized all defensive spells. Only a mage can stop a mage. But Zhao Hua in the tornado has disappeared. Only a dark coffin and the exclamations of the surrounding audience remain. Fuck. It's slippery. The elder was silent, recalling the time when he cast the spell just now. Zhao Hua pushed open the coffin lid without saying a word, turned inside, and closed the coffin lid. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, without any delay, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. This coffin was actually prepared for him. Huh? So what if I hide in the coffin? Then I'll break the coffin together with it. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed down, and the coverage of the tornado instantly shrank, covering the coffin. One after another, the green wind blades that seemed to have solidified into substance fell on the coffin, and knife marks appeared one after another. The wind blades formed by the 6-ring range attack spell cut gold and jade easily, and even fine steel could not resist it. However, under the attack of the spell, a layer of shallow knife marks appeared on the surface of the coffin, but none of them went deep, like scratches on the surface. The elder frowned, and the wind blades cut and strangled frantically. The fine steel wrapped on the surface was directly crushed, exposing the black steel with golden patterns inside, and the wind blades could no longer leave the slightest scratch on it. When the gold-patterned black steel was exposed, Errol, Marquis Morse was immediately shocked. Elemental metal. The two stood up suddenly and said in unison. Marquis Morse sat down slowly, expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. The two of them did not affect the battle, but only made Emolan a little more careful. And the battle continued. The elder also recognized the elemental metal, and his face changed slightly. At this time, the gold-patterned black steel coffin had rolled many times, but under the deliberate control of the elder, it did not fly far, and was firmly pressed within the range of the spell attack. The gold-patterned black steel box was intact, but the ground was thinned, and a big pit appeared. The gold-patterned black steel box was in the middle of the pit. At this time, the effect of the tornado had passed, and the spell dissipated. Sizzle! The lid of the gold-patterned black steel coffin was slowly pushed open, and a stream of cold air inside spread, and instantly spread across the field, burning and corroding all the mental power covering the competition field, and instantly retracted. The elder secretly said that it was not good, and was about to cast a spell to blow away the dead air. But before he could do anything, a wolf howl that was invisible and intangible, and existed only in the spiritual interface, made him stiffen all over, and his mental power and soul were impacted. A giant wolf, with its entire skeleton wrapped in gold-patterned black steel, slowly stepped out of the coffin. The size of the coffin when it came out of the coffin gradually increased, becoming more than 10 meters long. Standing on the field, it was breathless, and it howled against the sky. Chapter 345 Gilded. A black and gold giant wolf stood on the field, and under the sun, it exuded a metallic luster. A ball of undead fire burned slowly in the wolf's head, only here was there a hint of paleness belonging to the bones. Is this wolf a 5th-level monster hunted by the Nyehua Guild? I didn't expect it to be revived by Zhao Hua. TSK, this group of bone wolves alone has the strength of the 4th level, not to mention Zhao Hua himself. Not only that, Zhao Hua spent a lot of money to exchange for gold-patterned black steel to wrap all the bones of this bone wolf. Even the joints were made of knee pads, although it is only a thin layer. The hardness of the gold-patterned black steel is indestructible. It is said that he also planned to drill holes in the bones, and then pour the gold-patterned black steel into them, or use resonance to evenly integrate the gold-patterned black steel in bones. Unfortunately, the former has not had time to do it, and the latter is not capable of doing it. However, even so, this skull wolf can still exert the strength of the 5th level, and it can even be said that the 5th-level monster is not as good as it in some aspects. After the elder on the opposite side throws the 6-ring range spell, as long as Zhao Hua interferes in time and does not give him time to recover, it is basically equivalent to a 5-ring mage facing a 4-ring undead mage plus a high speed, high attack, high defense 5th-level undead baby. Zhang Guangmo said slowly. Emolan shook his head when he heard it. This mage who has taken the wrong path is useless. He is just like a professional mage. He is still restricted by the level of spell slots when he reaches the 6th ring. After using up the high-level spell slots, he is equivalent to a low-level mage. Moreover, as a mage, he does not try to solve such a big restriction and find other ways. He is not worthy of being called a mage. Lu Bin smiled when he heard this. President, they may not want to, but they just can't find a way. Well, isn't that even more useless? After Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin subconsciously wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered that the man in front of him was the one who created mages when he wanted them, and lifted restrictions when mages were restricted. Others would be arrogant and easy to say, but this man said, "Oh, it's okay then. Awoo." The bone wolf let out long howls one after another, and the mental fluctuations hit the elder's mind like a tide. But after all, it was the nature of a 6-ring mage. At first, he was a little uncomfortable, but after getting used to it, he simply ignored it. Resisting the mental impact, the great mage cast a spell to blow away the dead air, and then instantly locked onto the bone wolf's head. The bone wolf's head was completely sealed by gold-patterned black steel, but the great mage could capture a completely different vitality from the bone wolf leaking out. Xiao Hua was hiding inside. The bone wolf lowered its body, and its sharp gold-patterned black steel claws firmly grasped the ground, making the bone wolf turn into a black shadow and charge at the great elder at high speed. Everyone looked at the huge bone wolf in surprise. And Marquis Morse also looked at the gold-patterned black steel on the bone wolf's skeleton. His eyes flickered. Explosive flame. The elder pinched and threw it, and an explosive flame directly turned into a red light and rushed towards the bone wolf. But the bone wolf did not dodge, and swung its sharp right claw directly. What shocked the elder was that the gold-patterned black steel claw cut through the explosive flame like a hot knife cutting butter. After the explosive flame was broken, it did not explode according to the normal process, but turned into flames and dissipated. And the bone wolf passed through the flames directly. Emolan pointed at the claw, and Zhang Guangmo smiled and said, "This is what I taught Xiao Hua." Emolan had a question mark in his eyes, and looked at Zhang Guangmo. "Okay, this is what I copied from Yi Fei and his magic swordsman. Although this thing is aimed at mages, there is no rule that mages cannot learn it. Right? Not only did I learn it, but I also improved it a little. I also have a constant on my staff, and I used it when I broke the shield before. By the way, don't you think Xiao Hua has also found a way out? Using the undead to carry the constant spell. Is this also a similar mobile mage tower?" "Yes. And it's not weak." Emolan nodded, and then continued to watch the game seriously. The bone wolf appeared in front of the elder, and behind its narrow wolf eyes, golden black steel was revealed. This place was also sealed. The sharp golden black steel claws fell towards the elder. As long as they touched, the elder would instantly break into 3 pieces. Flash. The elder did not dare to use his shield to test the sharpness of the wolf claws, so he had to flash away. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only fixed some simple models such as magic band and light body acceleration on the bone wolf, which is not even a magic circle. If there was a flash, perhaps the battle would have ended. Well, now there is a mobile element pool, and it is also possible to consider flashing the bone wolf. After all, compared with the magic tower, the energy required for the bone wolf to flash is much less. Zhang Guangmo said, and shook his head regretfully. Nothing to see. At this pace, Xiao Hua will win soon if nothing unexpected happens. Hiss, looking at it this way, this kind of mage is really pitifully weak. There is only one highest level spell slot. As long as the lower level people can find a way to consume or avoid the highest level skills, then they can be evenly matched with the higher level mages. If they can consume 3 spells without dying, then they can block a few attacks from the higher level mages. Although it is unlikely that they can block the power of the higher level mages by themselves, they still feel so rubbish. Zhang Guangmo suddenly felt that this kind of mage was rubbish. You can't say that. After all, the spells used by mages can basically defeat warriors of the same level. They are much more powerful than warrior spells. So even if they don't have the highest level spells, they can still fight against first level warriors. Lu Bin also began to participate in the discussion, and Emolan shook his head when he heard it. Lu Bin, you don't have to say that. Guang Emo is right. This kind of mage is a noob. This can't be cleared. No. It shouldn't be said like that. It can't be called a noob. Instead, it can only be called a professional mage. He has just changed his job and is still a newbie. It can't be called an elite mage. What is a true elite mage? It is what we are now. The highest level spells are directly cast by spell slots, while low level spell slots are only responsible for carrying part of the spell structure, and then the mage leads the casting, which takes a certain amount of time to burst out with power equivalent to the highest level. The lower the number of spell slots, it just takes more time. In my hands, even a spell structure carried in a first level spell slot can be pushed to the power of a 6th level spell. Of course, it takes some time. Indeed, the mage is far from being as simple as they think. It is just a simple improvement of mental power and spell level. But even if you, the president, have only deduced to the elite level, what will a master mage look like? Zhang Guangmo murmured to himself, with a hint of expectation in his heart. I don't know. Emolan shook his head slowly. And at this time, the bone wolf's claws broke the shield of the great elder of the King's Capital Association. Zhao Hua 1. Chapter 346 Ineffective Threats. 3-1 Errol, is there any need to continue the fifth game? Emolan said calmly. Under the claws of the bone wolf, the elder whose arms were cut off was carried back by them, and then he cast a spell to reconnect the broken arms. Errol's face was a little gray, and a little depressed. No more competition, you are indeed a genius. I am far inferior to you, but you are complacent because you are at the 6th level. I hope to have a chance to communicate with you in the future. Emolan smiled when he heard this. The Mage Association is located on a lake in the mountains north of Red Maple City. You are welcome to come anytime. We can communicate and learn from each other. Seeing that Emolan did not show a proud attitude of a winner, but put him on the same level, Errol was quite surprised and slightly touched. At this time, he suddenly realized that he, Emolan, and the Mage Association did not have any deadly conflicts. When he went to the Mage Association, they were bullying him. Everything was just due to his greed and jealousy. It was ridiculous. After understanding this, Errol's eyes were relieved, and he bowed slightly. Then please don't think I'm annoying. President M.O. I will stay at the Mage Association for a while. I will bring the reserve spell models of level 6 and below to President M.O. We could also exchange ideas on spells above level 6. Errol's sudden change of attitude surprised Emolan. But he didn't care. It was just because he was stronger than him. The strongest showed an equal attitude, which was the greatest respect for him. Emolan was also happy to see Errol's change of attitude. More friends, more fellow travelers, why not? Anyway, there is no deadly hatred between them, and the players will not die, so it is good to forget the grudges with a smile. You are most welcome. Emolan's victory, the victory of the Mage Association, caused cheers among the players, and the mages of the Royal Capital Association did not have much opinion on Errol's words, but they were chatting happily. But the face of another person next to them became more and more gloomy. Errol, the Mage Association's reserves are not only the reserves of the association, but also the reserves of the Morse family, and the reserves of the Morse kingdom. You give them to others, do I agree? Errol's face froze, his smile gradually disappeared, and even became a little gloomy. But Marquis Morse ignored him, and turned to look at Emolan. Emolan, what do you think? Move the Mage Association here, not to mention the spell models below level 6, these are all yours. You will also become my most trusted retainer, enjoying the glory of the nobility, enjoying the glory of the Morse family. The whole scene became dead silent in an instant, and everyone looked at Emolan fiercely, but after a brief stagnation, the players in the audience and the players in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. It's not that I hope Emolan will do bad things. Nor do I have any bad intentions. It's mainly to gloat over others' misfortunes, to find it funny, and to watch the fun. It's just a game. So I naturally like to watch the fun, especially the fun of big shots. So, the forum suddenly became a carnival, and the popularity related to Emolan soared. And now, Emolan smiled at Marquis Morse. Mr. Marquis Morse? Why bother? I'm just a small projector. Are you rejecting me? Marquis Morse said slowly with a gloomy face. You can think so. What about now? Marquis Morse stared at Emolan, and at this moment, a warrior next to him held one more person in his hand, a child, a player. Lu Zhouhao. Emolan still had a smile on his face when he saw this, looking at Marquis Morse indifferently. You should be very close to him. Right? You pamper him so much, bring him to see the world, give him experience, is he worth your consideration? I advise you not to think about saving him. He was captured by a 6-ring warrior, maybe his destructive power and combat power are not as good as your mage's, but his movement speed, hiding ability, and melee ability are not comparable to yours. In his hands, you can't save him. Marquis Morse said with a smile, but there was no smile in his smile, which made people feel cold. Are you trying to threaten me with him? It's useless. Don't be naive. He is also a projector. He is also an immortal being. So what if he is a projector? A projector is indeed an immortal being. But I just need to not kill him. After all, the projection is linked to the main body. You adults may not care. But what about this child? I won't kill him. I will lock him up in a dungeon. I will not let him see the sun. I will cut a piece of his meat every day. I will bite him with snakes and ants every day. I will try all the cruel punishments on him. Maybe he will not die. But can this mental damage be transmitted to the main body and cause him to have a mental breakdown? You know, sometimes death is not the most terrible thing. Living is worse than death. Emolan looked at Marquis Morse quietly. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He looked at him expressionlessly. Morse, why do you think I dared to bring him out? Don't I know that this is a life or death situation? Don't I know that he is a weakness? Have you ever thought about these? Have you ever thought about it? Emolan sighed inexplicably, opened the system page, found the youth anti-addiction mode, clicked on the forced offline. You know nothing about the projector. Let's start the war. Emolan turned and boarded the chariot, and a trace of anger flashed in Marquis Morse's eyes. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Zhouhao's situation was not right. His face suddenly changed. Sir, this projector seems to be asleep, with no injuries on his body, and full of vitality. But he can't be awakened. Lock him in the dungeon. Have someone watch him, and use the most cruel punishment when he wakes up. Now, everyone, come on. Summon the knights. I want a chariot. I want them dead? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the warriors rushed up one by one. Nearly 10 people. All of them were 6th level warriors. The terrifying strength. This is only part of the Marquis Morse's guards. The rest are still protecting Marquis Morse. His background is evident. But when they all rushed to the front of the chariot, they found that they had no way to start. The door could not be opened. It was completely locked. With no other choice, they had to aim at the door, raise the long knife, gather their fighting spirit, and slash it down fiercely. The knife flashed, leaving a half-centimeter deep scratch on the chariot door. There was a faint golden light in the scratch. It was the real golden black steel used to cast the chariot body. All elemental metals? Seeing this, Marquis Morse's pupil shrank suddenly. Looking at the huge chariot, he was horrified. The greed in his heart could hardly be suppressed. However, at this moment, the 2 pillars in the middle of the chariot slowly fell down, firmly fixing the chariot to the ground. After the fixing was completed, many soldiers who were scraping the chariot suddenly found that the window of the chariot was quietly opened. A hand quietly stretched out from inside, threw out a golden fireball the size of a basketball, retracted the hand, closed the window, and it was done in one go. Only the golden fireball was left slowly falling down. Chapter 347 Mage Tower, get up. Run! A warrior screamed at the top of his lungs, and the basketball-sized golden fireball exploded the moment it was about to touch the ground. Boom! The golden flames instantly expanded, spread, swallowed one 6th level warrior after another, and quickly turned into charcoal with a scream. The flames expanded rapidly. On one side was a group of 6th level warriors, and on the other side was a chariot. The golden flames exploded, and the chariot body was the first to be hit. The hot golden flames licked the body. In just a moment, the fine steel wrapped outside was completely melted, turned into molten steel, and turned to the ground, revealing the golden patterned black steel hidden inside. In front of the extremely high temperature golden flame, it showed its extremely high physical resistance, fire resistance, high temperature resistance, and the surface of the golden black steel was still intact, only slightly red. The huge impact force was all on the side of the chariot. The huge force lifted the piles of the chariot into the ground, and lifted the chariot out. When it fell, it smashed a big hole and rolled several times. The whole area fell into a dead silence. They only saw the golden flames expanding from a distance, and a fire cloud swallowed up the 6th level warriors one by one. Then a huge chariot was blown away, and the whole area was engulfed in flames. Everyone gasped in surprise. The flames gradually dissipated, leaving behind a charred piece of land. And inside the chariot, Lu Bin's head was a little dazed. No. My head is a little dazed. Buzzing. How is it? Are you okay? Emolan turned his head and asked. It's not a big problem. This spell developed by Lin was really interesting. As long as the data is collected in real time, and the flight direction and flight force are adjusted quickly, it can completely ignore the shock. As long as you merge with the vibration, you will never be hurt by it. No. As long as you fly fast enough, you can always stay in the center of space and never hit the car wall. Oh my god, President Lu, please stop talking, come and help cool it down quickly. If we don't cool it down, we will be suffocated to death if we are not shaken to death and cooked alive. President, what level of spell is this? It takes a long time for the purple flame of the blast furnace to burn the gold-patterned black steel red, but you just do it. It turns red directly. Terrifyingly high temperature. Emolan casually cast a spell to cool down the chariot while speaking. It's still in the range of the 6th ring. less than the 7th ring. But the power may be a little bit greater than the normal 6-ring spell. A little bit? Yes, a little bit. Imolan smiled after speaking. The high temperature was almost dealt with, and everyone was sweating. Okay, let's turn the chariot over. It's time to show it off. Let's use the stone wall together, Imolan said. And many people used the stone wall together. The stone wall could not lift up the chariot, but it could make the ground sink. The chariot was unstable, and it turned again, just turning into a normal situation with the wheels touching the ground. Stone wall. A pouring road appeared, and the chariot drove out of the pit. Imolan's indifferent voice sounded. Mage Tower. Rise. Marquis Morse's face changed when he saw the rapidly expanding flames, and his face suddenly darkened when he saw the 6th level warriors being drawn into it one after another. After a while, the flames dissipated, and Marquis Morse looked at the overturned chariot on the ground. The body of the chariot made of elemental metal was intact. Of the dozen or so level 6 warriors he had just sent out, only 4 returned, and only 1 was intact, while the other 3 were basically severely burned and fractured. It was too late to run when the golden fireball exploded. Even a level 6 warrior, who was good at speed, could not escape the explosion range of this spell. Only warriors who started running the moment the fireball appeared and were good at speed had a glimmer of hope. Those who were not good at speed could not escape even if they ran. The 3 injured were basically in this situation. They successfully ran out of the flames, and were only seriously or slightly injured by the high temperature or strong shock wave. The one who was intact ran away the moment Imolan opened the window. Coincidentally, his speed was the fastest among all the 6-ring warriors present. Running fast allowed him to successfully leave the killing range and appear next to Marquis Morse intact. Marquis Morse looked at the overturned chariot with a gloomy face. Where is the knights? We will be there in 10 minutes. Marquis Morse nodded, then turned his head to look at the group of 6th level warriors around him. Even though nearly 10 6-ring warriors were lost, Marquis Morse still had nearly 10 6-ring warriors around him. Is there no way to break the elemental metal? Marquis Morse's cold voice sounded, but everyone fell into silence. A slightly braver person took the initiative to speak. Sir, elemental metal has no magic weapon. We really can't break it by ourselves. But if we want to kill the people inside, we don't have to break the elemental metal. Either high-intensity vibrations penetrate the elemental metal, or high-temperature steaming the chariot can kill them. But the problem is that once we get close to Imolan inside, we will throw high-powered spells at very close range. They have their own chariots for defense, so they can't die. But once we get close, facing the close-range explosion spells, we will surely die. So it's best to wait for the knights to come and suppress the chariots head-on, and we will attack from the side. What if we want to attack by force? Marquis Morse's words made him a little embarrassed, but he still spoke out. Then we can guard all the exits on the chariot, and attack him with spells at the moment he opens the window to release spells. Even if we can't kill him, we can make the open window not close, so that the opponent's own spell power can be released in, or we can attack in. This method is definitely feasible, but it is quite dangerous, and is likely to cause casualties again. Morse looked around at the 6-ring warriors, and nodded slowly. I understand. Then wait a moment. The knights will be here soon. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Everyone felt relieved when they heard this, and said with a little gratitude. However, at this moment, the overturned chariot had adjusted itself, and was back out of the pit. Marquis Morse did not intend to cause any more unnecessary casualties. However, at this moment, a pair of legs suddenly opened up beside the chariot, fixing it firmly on the ground. Just when it was unclear what he was going to do, the top of the rectangular cargo box behind the chariot slowly cracked, split into 2 steel plates, and a spire slowly rose up. An elder from the King's Capital Association next to him suddenly widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, Mage Tower? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked, their eyes fixed on the slowly rising spire, recalling the news they had heard before. Under the 7th level, the Mage Tower is invincible. Chapter 348, I found your fatal weakness. Are you afraid? Is this the Mage Tower? Morse looked at the slowly rising spire, and asked the mage next to him. Report to the Lord. The Mage Tower we saw before was 50 meters high, tall and large, standing on the island, and was a huge monster. The one in front of us is much smaller, but it looks similar, and it should also be a Mage Tower. Marquis Morse looked at the Mage Tower after hearing this, And the mage next to him continued. The reason why we say that the mage tower is invincible is because the mage tower can release up to 6 ring spells. We can release 6 ring spells, which is nothing. The real horror is that Emolan and his team used the mage tower to break through the spell slot limit. The mage tower has no spell slot limit. In other words, the mage tower can release 6 ring spells infinitely. And even a 6 ring mage only has 1 6 ring spell slot. Marquis Morse nodded and continued to ask. Then was the spell before a 6 ring spell? The mage hesitated, but nodded. It should still be a 6 ring spell, but its power is slightly greater than a normal 6 ring spell. Marquis Morse suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, you said the mage tower can release 6 ring spells infinitely, then why did you only release 1 just now and not continue? And you risked being attacked by opening the window to release it? Wouldn't it be safer to release it directly from the mage tower? If there were multiple spells just now, how could they have been attacked? How could these soldiers come back alive just now? And, are we still in the space of the mage tower now? Marquis Morse's series of questions made the mage fall into deep thought, and then he answered. There are 2 possibilities. 1. This is not a wizard tower. 2. This wizard tower is a defective version. It can only open windows. The wizard could not continue. Looking at the slowly rising spire, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He said loudly, this wizard tower cannot cast spells unless it rises. Marquis Morse was shocked when he heard this, and turned his head to look at him. Are you sure? It must be like this. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain. If the wizard tower can cast spells, even if there is an extra 6 ring spell, at most only 1 person can run back. Yes, that's it. The mage looked at the chariot and the mage tower with fiery eyes, and murmured, now is probably the best chance to get a mage tower. Lord Marquis, you must seize the opportunity. If you give up this opportunity, we don't know when we can get a mage tower. What's more, this is a mage tower on a chariot. It is indeed a real chariot. If the mage tower is invincible within the range, then the biggest disadvantage is that it cannot be moved. The range is not too large. But now the mage tower is mounted on the chariot, which means that the mage tower can be moved at will, which means that the chariot is invincible, and no one can stop it wherever it goes. Except for the legendary 7th level. There is nothing that can stop this chariot. Below the 7th level, the chariot is invincible, and the speed of the chariot is extremely fast. So you don't need too many. Only 2 or 3 chariots are needed to flatten the Morse kingdom. Marquis Morse's face turned cold when he heard this, and an astonishing murderous intent rose up. Are you sure? I am sure. Marquis Morse looked at the mage in front of him seriously. This mage is different from Errol. Errol is a folk mage, and the former president of the Mage Association. The mage in front of him is a mage trained by the Morse family in the past. A mage who serves the Morse family. After changing his job to become a mage, he is now a palace mage. His loyalty and ability are beyond doubt. And if the Marquis can snatch this chariot, I am confident that I can study it thoroughly and master its manufacturing technology. At worst, you can fully control this chariot, and it will become another great deterrent for our kingdom on the battlefield. The chariot and the wizard tower can only belong to you. Marquis Morse nodded slowly. How long will it take for the knights to arrive? The Lion Knights responsible for the city defense will arrive within 3 minutes. And the Silver Knights transferred by His Highness, Hot, will arrive within 5 minutes. At this point, the soldier paused and continued. His Highness Hot was worried that Emolan would take action, so he arranged the Silver Knights here in advance. Marquis Morse said lightly after hearing this. I know. Without my permission, he can't mobilize the Silver Knights. How long do you think it will take to raise the Battle Mage Tower? If it keeps going at this speed, it will probably take more than 10 minutes. Okay. Get ready. The scene fell into silence for a while. Only the chariot engine kept roaring, raising the mage tower bit by bit. At this moment, the players also looked at the chariot with surprised eyes. Based on their understanding of Emolan, they were sure that the mage tower was on top. At the same time, the fatal drawback of the mage tower was also deduced. People from all the major guilds continued to pay attention, especially the many guilds in Red Maple City, and started to discuss it crazily in the guild group. Emotion is awesome. Besides this sentence, what else can you say? Then you come up with a giant? Okay, come on, Emotion is really awesome. First, they praised Emolan, and then discussed the chariot, the meaning of the mobile mage tower. This topic made everyone a little heavy, because they found that there was really no way to do it, and in the midst of depression, a guild leader said slowly, "Don't worry, everyone. Although this mobile magic tower is powerful, it also has a fatal drawback. The center of gravity of the vertical magic tower is too high, and it is not stable when placed on a chariot. The horizontal magic tower can be loaded on the chariot, but it cannot cast spells when it is horizontal. So in this way, if the mobile magic tower wants to cast spells, it must first open the bracket, stabilize the chassis of the chariot before raising the magic tower, and cast spells after the magic tower is vertical. I just observed that it takes about 10 minutes to open the bracket to stabilize the chassis, and it is estimated that it will take more than 10 minutes to raise the magic tower. In this way, it takes half an hour from the time the chariot is in place to the time it starts casting spells. With this time, we can leave calmly, or suppress the magic tower, so that it cannot get up. As long as it cannot get up, it will not be such a big threat to us. Indeed, we must grasp this point when facing this kind of mobile magic tower in the future. Otherwise we will waste time to prepare it, and then we will be miserable." Many presidents nodded, and then took out the data files, and recorded the situation, characteristics, and fatal drawbacks of the chariot. Looking at the slowly rising mage tower in the live broadcast again, they understood. Now it's a race against time. The mage tower rises first, then Emolan wins, Marquis Morse's knights arrive first, then the chariot will probably have to be transferred. Yeah, oh by the way, why didn't I see Yifei and Gung Tao today? Where did they go? Chapter 349. I lied to you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I don't know, I didn't see them. At Yifei and Gung Tao, they came out to watch the fun. After waiting for a while, no one came out. They are online. Where are they going to do something shameful? The president of Utopia's Witchingwen said casually. Maybe something happened. Maybe? Inside the chariot, Emolan floated in the air, quite leisurely. President, should we open a few more engines? This one is a bit slow. It can be faster if we open a few more. Why do you want to increase the speed so fast? No hurry. Lu Bin beside him smiled when he heard this. Take your time. It doesn't matter whether you get promoted or not, Lu Bin said, ignoring the question marks in other people's minds, and said to Emolan, President, this Marquis Morse really turned against us. It seems that we went to raid his house to predict his turning against us. He is unkind, so don't blame us for being unjust. Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this. Too hypocritical. You are just deceiving yourself by saying these nonsense. We planned to raid Morse's house before he turned against us. It has nothing to do with his turning against us. I just covet his treasure house. No matter if he turns against me or not, I will do it. There is nothing to say. Okay, you have the final say. Lu Bin shrugged his shoulders. By the way, haven't their knights arrived yet? They should be here soon. Right. Emolan scanned with his mental power, and did not find the knights. And now the mage tower has risen halfway, and it should be rising in a few minutes. No. It's coming. Lu Bin said immediately after paying attention to the news on the forum. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Emolan immediately became alert upon hearing this. And the expression of Marquis Morse outside also slowly relaxed. Only the many players watching, and the many players in the live broadcast room sighed. Too late. Marquis Morse's knights have already arrived. Even someone as strong as Emolan will lose. I knew it would be like this. Emolan is too arrogant. Lion Knights. Charge. Roar. A terrifying lion roar came from the direction of the capital. And a group of heavily armored knights rushed madly. Above him, a golden lion slowly fell, and came towards this side at a high speed. The knights arrived in front of the chariots soon. Although the knights of 80 warriors were not as strong as the silver knights of 100. They were also extremely powerful. The overwhelming power made the nearby players breathless. The illusory lion raised its front paw, and slammed it towards the mage tower. Bang! The mage tower's upward momentum suddenly stagnated. But it continued to rise in the next moment under the terrifying gazes of many people. Not enough. The combat power of the 80-man knights was equivalent to that of a 6th level warrior. Each attack was equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 6th level warrior. And it could be maintained for a long time. Each flat attack was equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 6th level warrior. This means that normal level 6 warriors are no match for the knights, who have activated the Dochi resonance. The real full-strength burst of the 80-man knights has surpassed the normal level of level 6. Although it is still a long way from level 7, it is also extremely strong. However, This level 6 extreme attack did not suppress the rising mage tower, which means that the rising force of the mage tower has reached the level of level 6, and even slightly exceeded it. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone understands that even if the mobile mage tower has this fatal drawback, even if everyone knows this fatal drawback, it will be useless without sufficient strength. No wonder Emolan allowed this fatal flaw to exist. Because even if he knew, it would still rise in front of you. You couldn't break the defense. And you couldn't even suppress the rise of the mage tower. You could only watch. I felt that there was a problem before. But now it seems that the flaw may really exist. But it is also equivalent to non-existence. Someone whispered. Marquis Morse's face suddenly darkened. Even if the Lion Knights attacked the mage tower frantically, it would still rise continuously. It just paused for a moment when the Lion Knights attacked, and then continued to rise. The Lion Knights could only slow down its rising speed. Fortunately, Hot arrived with the Silver Knights, and Marquis Morse's face relaxed. The arrival of the Silver Knights instantly made Emolan serious. The Silver Knights are a knight group of 100 people, and 100 is exactly the number of threshold nodes for a 4th ring spell. 100 mage groups mean a 4th ring mage tower, which means that the power of a 7th ring spell may burst out. 100 mage towers are like this. What about 100 knight groups? We didn't dare to fight before. But are we finally going to fight now? Emolan muttered to himself. Silver Knights. Charge. The heavily armored Silver Knights charged instantly. The Dochi resonance started. The silver-white pendant on the neck of the leader of the Silver Knights flashed a silver-white light. And then a ray of light shot into the body of the silver-white giant wolf formed by the Dochi resonance. At this moment, the silver-white giant wolf seemed to turn from a shadow into a substance, and its huge power made the air stagnant. The silver-white giant wolf's narrow eyes flashed with unruly wildness, as if a real silver-white giant wolf appeared in front of him. There are only 20 people between the 100 knights and the 80 knights. But it is a qualitative difference. The Lion Knights could not suppress the mage tower. And after the silver wolf appeared, it put a claw on the mage tower. And the mage tower's upward momentum was stagnant. And it was even suppressed bit by bit. The machine made a piercing groan. And Emolan's face inside the chariot suddenly became extremely cautious. He guessed correctly before. The 100 knights will indeed have a qualitative leap. The 100 knights? Perhaps it can be called the 4th Order Knights. Full power. Yes. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, all the engines were started instantly, and the surging power was continuously transmitted to the mage tower to fight against the wolf's claws, and barely stop the upward momentum. Seeing this, Hot inside the silver-white giant wolf sneered, and asked the Lion Knights next to him to guard every window of the chariot. Then the silver-white wolf leaned down. One wolf claw pressed down the mage tower tightly, and the other wolf claw revealed a silver-white claw flashing with cold light, and stuck to the golden-black steel body of the chariot. Squeak! 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 It was like the sound of nails scratching a blackboard, which made people's scalps numb. What made people's scalps numb was that 3 shallow scratches appeared on the golden-black steel that had never been damaged from beginning to end. The Silver Knights can destroy the gold-patterned black steel, and can break the chariot. Many players realized this instantly, which was really frightening. Marquis Morse smiled happily when he saw this, and finally relaxed his vigilance, walked forward slowly, and said in front of the chariot, Emolan, you have no hope. Surrender. And what I said before will not change. However, what no one expected was that as soon as the words fell, a layer of water shield silently enveloped everyone. Looking at the water shield, feeling the magic fluctuations emitted by the operation of the magic tower, everyone was stunned, and there was a storm in their minds. What about the most basic trust between people? What about the agreement that the horizontal magic tower cannot be operated, and cannot release magic? Suddenly seeing such a big surprise, especially Marquis Morse, who was covered by the water shield, did not react at once. Stunned. Chapter 350, Be Good. JPG. Layer after layer of water shields encased the chariot, Silver Knights, Lion Knights, Marquis Morse. The water level of the water element pool dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, followed by the rapid superposition of layers of water shields. For the first time, the water shields with a defense power of up to 6 rings were superimposed in multiples. The confused Marquis Morse suddenly found that the flattened spire in front of him cracked, revealing a black gun barrel, and the muzzle was right against his head. Subconsciously moving 2 steps to the left, the muzzle also moved 2 steps to the left. Subconsciously moving 2 steps to the right, The muzzle also moved 2 steps to the right. The black and gold barrel, thicker than the head, was black and hollow, and it was firmly locked on Marquis Morse's head. Puff. Fuck. The players, the audience, and the players in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy, and some were stunned by the show. All the guild presidents silently tore up the data that had just been recorded on the chariots bit by bit. Fatal flaw? I don't believe you. Who said this was a fatal flaw? You said it as if it was true. This Molon is so good that my scalp is numb, but can he kill Marquis Morse this time? With a cannon hitting him head on, what strength can withstand it? He should be dead. Right? Look at that Morse being hit by the cannon, he is stunned. It's hard to say. Marquis Morse took a deep breath, and just as he was about to say something, a brilliant light burst out from the elemental cannon. Ah! The silver-white giant wolf let out a loud roar, and deflected the elemental cannon at the moment it was fired. Boom! The deflected elemental cannon hit the water shield and exploded instantly. The blazing and violent flames destroyed layer after layer of water shield. But the thick water shield successfully withstood the successive destruction, still increasing every minute and every second. The elemental cannon, whose power was restrained by the water shield, quickly swept towards Marquis Morse. A 6th level warrior next to the explosion point of the elemental cannon was swallowed up without time to dodge, and disappeared without a trace after a scream. Everyone was shocked. A 6th rank warrior, who was considered a powerful warrior anywhere, was killed on the spot just by being caught in the flames. The silver-white giant wolf, which wanted to continue attacking the chariot, turned around immediately and threw itself on Marquis Morse, blocking all shock waves and flames with its body. The flames and shock waves of the elemental cannon could not break the defense of the silver-white giant wolf. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a dark fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared, instantly fell, and exploded. Boom! The high-temperature corrosive flames carried shock waves and swept through the entire water shield. As one wave of troubles was about to subside, another wave arose. The silver-white giant wolf had no choice but to use its body to protect Marquis Morse and a group of 6th-level warriors. Boom! 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 Under everyone's attention, fireballs exploded one after another in the center of the deep blue water shield. Elemental shells bombarded the silver-white giant wolf one after another. The world was quiet, and only a series of explosions continued to sound. Inside the chariot, Lu Bin and Zhang Guanmo cried for their parents. No. No. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to be roasted. The body of the gold-patterned black steel was still the same, without changing color. A mage curiously put a finger on it, and instantly cried for his parents. A wonderful meaty aroma filled the carriage. Damn it. I must make sure to make the shockproof and heat-insulated ones. I'm almost going to get killed by closing the door and beating the dog. The defense is strong enough, but I can't stand the temperature. Who can I complain to if I get burned to death? President, the temperature outside has reached a certain level. Don't think it's okay now. It is estimated that the car body will turn red in a few dozen seconds. By then, the gold-patterned black steel that softens under high temperature may really be broken by the Silver Knights. We can't stand it anymore. Let's retreat. Okay. Retreat. Molon nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the water shield was released against the car body. The moment the outermost layer of the water shield lost its replenishment, it was broken by the violent flames. The flame shot up into the sky. The temperature outside skyrocketed instantly. The players and the audience around were sweating profusely. The chariot retracted its brackets in the high-temperature flames. When the flames were about to dissipate, it would replace one more, while blocking the line of sight. It also imitated the posture of continuing to attack. It retracted the brackets at full power. The speed was much faster than before. A few minutes later, the chariot had recovered and could move. Under the attention of the crowd, a black and gold chariot rushed out of the flames, leaving the dust in the dust. Fuck, he ran away. Don't go, it just started and it's over. So short? That's it? I want a refund. One by one, the players shouted. It's none of their business anyway, so they just ignored it and watched the fun. After losing the replenishment, the flames quickly dissipated, and the earth had already turned into a charred black. The Lion Knights curled up and barely protected themselves. The focus of the fire was not on the Lion Knights before, so no damage was caused. The original materialized body of the silver-white giant wolf summoned by the Silver Knights at the center of the fire was slightly weak. I don't know how many elemental cannons and 6-ring dark fireballs it had just been hit by. No matter how strong it is, it can't withstand such a blow. However, under the protection of the Silver Knights, Marquis Morse and the 6th level warriors around him were intact and nothing happened. However, Marquis Morse was so angry that his face turned blue, and he could hardly breathe. What he breathed in was extremely hot air, which made his lungs and organs feel like burning pain, which directly ignited his anger. Chase! Chase! I want to kill him! Yes! Hot! Who was also angry, immediately controlled the silver-white giant wolf, leaned forward slightly, and suddenly jumped. In an instant, he turned into a residual image and appeared 100 meters away. Emolan saw that the silver-white giant wolf dared to chase back, and directly grabbed the steering wheel. The track on one side of the vehicle body instantly changed its rotation direction. He turned the steering wheel. After a series of operations, some transmission parts inside the tank made a sharp groan. The chariot drifted and turned in an instant. The front of the car was aimed at the silver-white giant wolf, and the elemental cannon on the top of the wizard tower instantly gave birth to a brilliant light. The silver-white giant wolf instantly turned into a series of shadows and flickered. It was impossible to lock it, and Emolan showed a sneer on his face. Elemental cannon, fire. Boom! The fiery red afterimage directly passed the silver-white giant wolf and appeared in front of Marquis Morse. Hot in the silver-white giant wolf's face changed drastically, suddenly looked back, saw Morse disappear in an instant under a silver-white light, and then appeared 1,000 meters away before he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, when they saw the brilliant light condensed in the elemental cannon again, the 3 corpse gods jumped up instantly, turned direction directly, ran towards Marquis Morse, and blocked Marquis Morse. However, this elemental cannon did not attack them, but landed on the side of a 6th level warrior. The elemental cannon exploded, swallowed this 6-ring warrior, and Lu Zhouhao in his hand. Seeing that the silver-white knights were restrained, the lion knights ran towards the chariot immediately, but suddenly saw the elemental cannon turn around, and pointed at him. The running lion instantly took a bouncing cat step, turned direction, and squatted next to the silver-white giant wolf. Well-behaved.jpg. Chapter 351 The First Mushroom Cloud. Ha ha ha. Emolan burst into laughter when he saw this. His voice echoed over Marquis Morse. Morse, from today on, the land south of the mountains belongs to me. If you dare, I will drive a chariot and start to sweep across your entire kingdom. And if you dare to send a master-level warrior to deal with me, haha, I hope you can hide well and not be found by my chariot. Of course, you may be able to guess, how many chariots do I have? Emolan's voice made Marquis Morse and others shudder, and then came the rising rage. Marquis Morse was furious, but then he felt powerless. Whether it was an individual or a knight group, the entire kingdom had only a few master-level combat power and national foundation. The master level could indeed deal with this kind of chariot, just like the Silver Knights just now, as long as they were given a certain amount of time. Even elemental metals could not stop their claws. The master level could deal with the chariot, but only the master level could deal with the chariot. Apart from that, no one, the knight group, could resist. If there were really a few of these chariots, the newly established Morse kingdom might have been on the eve of destruction. Marquis Morse was furious, but he was suppressed and could not vent his anger. He did not dare to move at all. He could not do anything to Emolan. At this time, a noisy sound caught his attention. He turned his head and saw a bunch of projectors jumping up and down. This made him even more irritated. He shouted, "Clear the capital! The projectors of the entire kingdom! Kill them all!" The players who were watching the excitement said, !face.jpg kill. The well-behaved lion knights suddenly jumped up, and the lion knights reacted instantly with a quick cat step, adjusted their pace, and ran towards many players. Fuck. What does it have to do with us? You projectors are no good. Go to hell? My Lord Marquis. My Lord Marquis. It has nothing to do with us. We and Emolan are irreconcilable. You can't deal with Emolan. We can help you deal with Emolan. You need us? The furious Marquis Morse originally planned to kill to vent his anger, but when he heard this, his anger suddenly increased. I can't deal with Emolan? Then can't I deal with you? Kill them. Kill them all. Don't leave any alive. The president who had just spoken suddenly choked when he heard this, and realized that he had said the wrong thing in a hurry. Looking at the aggressive lion knights, he was full of anger even though he had been speaking softly. He was usually a punching bag. Now he was so humble. But he was still unreasonable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was going to die anyway. So he didn't care about anything and started to curse. Damn Morse. You are a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at him. Morse was stunned, pointed at himself, and pointed at the president. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your father's handsome face? If you haven't seen it, take a few more glances. The president jumped up. If you can't afford to offend Emolan, then you can afford to offend me. Right? You have to swallow your anger. And you have become a punching bag in a game. I won't play with you anymore. I don't want anything. Go to hell. I'm tired. Destroy. As the president finished speaking, Marquis Moore suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the palace, and saw a man rising into the sky at about the same position as the palace. This man burst out with extremely strong fighting spirit, and even outside the city, he could feel his power. His flying speed was much faster than Emolan's self-lifting flying method, and he was very flexible, like a natural flying creature, turning flying into instinct. Such an extremely powerful person was recognized by Marquis Morse as soon as he flew up and burst out with momentum. Just when he was a little confused, the earth began to shake, and the world seemed to tremble with it. Only the voice of the president echoed in his ears. Destroy it. Boom. Endless flames and dust rose from the palace, rushing up to the sky, and lightning and thunder flashed in the black and red explosion, as if it was the end of the world. And the world was wailing. A mushroom cloud symbolizing extreme destruction slowly bloomed. The human figure rising into the sky seemed extremely small and fragile in front of the rising mushroom cloud. The figure that was originally rising straight up encountered the mushroom cloud halfway, and gently touched the mushroom cloud, and was thrown out like a stone. Everyone stared at the mushroom cloud representing extreme destruction with wide eyes, and looked at the human figure thrown by the mushroom cloud. Getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer, the stone was thrown in this direction, and gradually the human figure could be seen. The figure approached, then passed Marquis Morse, and continued to fly into the distance. When it passed over Emolan, its speed had slowed down a lot. Emolan subconsciously aimed and fired a shot with the elemental cannon. Boom! The figure's graceful parabola was interrupted, and it was blown up into the sky by the elemental cannon. Not broken. Emolan immediately became excited, controlling the elemental cannon to fire one shot after another. One shot after another. If one shot missed, he would fire another one. Everyone's eyes widened, watching the figure fly to new heights. Marquis Morse was stunned when he saw it, and then he yelled, Emolan! Boom! Hey, it's broken. Emolan smashed the figure with a cannon, and heard Marquis Morse's words, and replied subconsciously, Well, what? The scene fell into silence instantly, and Emolan suddenly realized something. Ahem, this man, what did you do to make our Marquis Morse so angry? Oh, I blew up his palace. The president shrugged, and did not mind the trouble, and began to use magic to amplify the voice and reply. Emolan originally wanted to change the subject, but he became interested after hearing the words. How did you do it? The palace is so big. Using gunpowder. Gunpowder? What kind of gunpowder? Black gunpowder. How is that possible? How much black gunpowder would it take to create a mushroom cloud? Emolan said in disbelief. Not much. We mobilized tens of thousands of people, but less than 100,000 people. All the guilds in our capital worked together to collect materials, and made it in more than a month. Wouldn't it be normal to detonate by placing explosives at key points? I'm not very good at counting the points, and I'm not sure where they are. I simply use black gunpowder to lay a layer under the entire palace. Later, considering the low power of black gunpowder, after thinking again and again, I decided to put more and more. After all, these nobles are too strong too much. If I don't prepare some trump cards, I'm afraid I will be destroyed one day, and I won't be able to complain. The president said rather shyly. Awesome. You. Marquis Morse was furious when he heard the two chatting as if no one was around, and he couldn't say anything because of his anger. What are you talking about, you? Marquis Morse felt something was wrong, and when he looked up, he found that Emolan had returned in his chariot. This woke Marquis Morse up, and he looked around and found that he was surrounded by groups of players. The anger in Marquis Morse's heart disappeared completely, and he only felt a chill on his back, and a chill in his heart. What do they want to do? Chapter 352 Southern Empire. Emolan, I will give you all the south, I will not interfere at all. You only need to recognize the integrity of the Morse kingdom in name. I will give you the same status as me. The resources of the kingdom, the wealth of the kingdom, the power of the kingdom are all shared with you, and we will reach an alliance on this basis. In the alliance, I do not ask you to help me. You just need to stay neutral. How do you do it? Marquis Morse's mind worked quickly, analyzed calmly, and spoke directly to Molan. Although the 7th level warriors in the palace have died, the Silver Knights are still there, and they can still burst out with a combat power equivalent to the master level. As far as I know, the Mage Association should not have anyone or anything that has reached the 7th level combat power. Even the chariot can kill the 6th level in seconds. But it is not the 7th level, and it is still a long way from the 7th level. Morse's words reminded Molan of his attempt to use gold-patterned black steel to cast a spell at the 4th level group. In theory, gold-patterned black steel can carry the 4th level spell, and the calculation and arrangement of the spell model are no problem. But in the end it all failed, and he could not find the reason. Otherwise, Linma would not have thought of using mechanical power to pursue the ultimate power to break through the 7th level limit. The Mage Association does not have a 7th level combat force. Marquis Morse continued. Perhaps you don't know much about the situation in this area. I can tell you. The foundation of the kingdom's existence is the master level combat force, and only the master level combat force can guard a country. The kingdom of Morse is bordered by the Southern Empire in the south, the Northern Empire in the north, the sea in the east, and the Saya Empire in the west, and is located at the junction of the 3 empires. This was extremely chaotic, but it was precisely because of the establishment of the Morse kingdom that the existence of masters guarded the entire country, which brought stability. The Mage Association does not have master-level combat power, and even if it controls the Morse kingdom, it will be useless, and it will only usher in chaos. What's more, I still have master-level combat power in my hands. I just don't want to conflict with you. If you still have concerns, I can marry my little daughter to you. My little daughter is the little princess who gathers the love of the entire kingdom. How about our marriage? After Marquis Morse finished speaking, the president next to him was shocked. Damn it. Who can resist such temptation? It doesn't matter if she's a princess or not. The main thing is that she's the king. President, wipe your saliva. Ahem. The president subconsciously wiped his mouth and said to Marquis Morse speechlessly, You won't cry until you see the coffin. Marry the princess to me as soon as possible. These explosives may be buried under the Mage Association. Molan glanced at the president speechlessly, and decided to thoroughly investigate the 300 meters underground of the Mage Association after returning. There must not be any sulfur smell. Not only the Mage Association, after this explosion, all the nobles who knew about this, all the kingdoms will probably thoroughly check their undergrounds, so that things like digging tunnels to steal treasure houses, collapse of houses, underground explosions will definitely not happen again. My thoughts drifted away carelessly, looking at Marquis Morse. Molan didn't need to think about his questions, and said directly, I refuse. It doesn't matter if she's a princess or not. It doesn't matter if there are a few more princesses. The main thing is that you can fight if you want to. And you can fight if you want to. How can it be so easy? Let me ask you. Who started it first? Who started it first? I never provoke you or the previous Earl of Red Maple. Who did I offend? I even gave Earl of Red Maple a gift at the beginning. I even thought he had a long-term vision. But what happened next? They fought one after another. If you beat the young, the big one will come. If you beat the big one, the old one will come. I think I should be patient enough. Right? Come to the capital. If you summon me, I will come obediently. I am cautious even when I want to refuse you. Then you said to fight. Okay, I will fight with you. I don't want to endure it anymore, then let's fight. But now you say you don't want to fight? You are the one who decides to fight. You can fight if you say so. But if you don't fight, then I have to agree. It's a pity. I don't want to give you face. I won't agree. You can't kill me. You are ready to fight. Boom. An elemental cannon instantly landed in front of Morse, and was blocked by the silver-white giant wolf. Molan's words came from afar. If I can't kill you today, I will kill you sooner or later. Are you still afraid of you? It's so funny. Molan sneered. The elemental cannons fired one after another. And the president next to him saw this, and opened the chat record that had never stopped. Group 1 is here. Group 2 is here. Group 79 is here. Hee, this Marquis Morse is really cooperative. Give me so much time. Everyone is here. Start the war. The moment the message was sent out, Countless players from different player guilds and different forces launched attacks on the knights and armies in different locations at the same time. In an instant, the entire capital was plunged into war. At the same time, many nobles fell into silence, as if nothing had happened. Some nobles sent troops to help. But as soon as they left the house, they were all stopped by the player mages and knights. It's not just Red Maple City that is wonderful. The capital is also gorgeous. Not all players want to leave their birthplace in disgrace, and choose to go to Red Maple City, where the natives are weak. More people are still working hard, quietly developing in a difficult game environment, under the oppression of the huge noble group in the capital. The players in the capital are also unprecedentedly united. Ah! Marquis Morse looked indifferent. Without saying anything, the silver-white giant wolf roared, bit Marquis Morse with its mouth, and protected him. After protecting Marquis Morse, the silver-white giant wolf leaped directly, and turned into a shadow and flew away. The 100 Knights are the 4th level Knights. As a 4th level Knight, the Silver Knights can burst out the combat power of the Master level. Master level creatures can already fly freely. Although the Silver Knights cannot fly, they are not easily restricted by the terrain. Even if the player uses the stone wall technique to create a big pit, the high wall is useless. The silver moves at an extremely fast speed, and the shadows are like real things. Even Emolan finds it difficult to capture them, let alone attack them with elemental cannons. You said you can keep him? Emolan turned his head to look at the previous president. He smiled when he heard it, and then used a loudspeaker. His voice echoed in the sky. The Master Warrior is dead. How long are you going to wait? As soon as the voice fell, a figure instantly appeared in front of the silver-white giant wolf. An incomparably powerful fighting spirit surged from his body. The fighting spirit of a person rose up, as if it had become one with the heaven and earth, and the surrounding elements were at his control. The moment this person appeared, he grabbed the long stick in his hand and swept it across. A shadow of a long stick like a pillar of heaven condensed in the void, and then swept it across. Bang! The silver-white giant wolf flew backwards, and the voice of Marquis Morse gnashing his teeth came out. Southern Empire. Chapter 353 Dimension Anchor. Southern Empire. Marquis Morse gnashed his teeth. That brat actually sent a master-level warrior to deal with me. Wait. No. You are not a master-level warrior. How could it be possible? How could a non-master-level warrior be so strong? Marquis Morse seemed to have discovered something, and said in disbelief, Ignorance. The warrior, holding a shoulder-high wooden stick, wearing a tight suit, and with a tough face, said directly, Morse, I will now deprive you of your marquisate for treason and treason. Deprive the Morse family of the hereditary marquisate, and demote you to a civilian. It's useless. It's useless. You are not a master, although I don't know how you can burst out with such strong combat power. But one thing is beyond doubt. A piece of strength has a price, I said. How dare the Southern Empire send a master warrior to this area? He dare not, you dare not. Marquis Morse's tone seemed to relax a little. Southern Empire, Emolan, and you projectors. President? Everyone seemed to hear from his tone that he was looking around, as if they could see him looking at everyone, remembering everyone. I lost today, but you can't kill me. When I come back again, I will repay you well. Marquis Morse's words made everyone frown. A centipede is dead, but not stiff. If he gets away, it will be a very annoying thing indeed. Revenge is secondary. The main thing is that he can't be killed. Then he comes to tangle with me from time to time to show his presence. This is very disgusting. The voice of Marquis Morse sounded again, this time to the warrior. Do you know why I judge that you are not a master warrior? Because you can't really integrate with the world. You can't affect space. And you can't stop me from leaving. As soon as the voice fell, everyone understood that Marquis Morse might use the space spell scroll to escape. At the beginning, Hod had a teleportation scroll. Viscount Larson of Red Maple City had a random teleportation scroll, not to mention the ruler of a country, the powerful Marquis Morse. The teleportation scroll used to dodge the elemental cannon before was probably just one of them. At this moment, a wave of space came out, and everyone looked over, only to see the warrior tearing a spell scroll. Dimension Anchor. The space instantly became stable. Obviously, the warrior had prepared it long ago. Dimension Anchor, it's really well prepared, but it's still not enough. Marquis Morse didn't care, and he wasn't even in a hurry to leave. My means are beyond yours. One-dimensional anchor is not enough. Everyone's heart gradually sank. At this time, another wave of space fluctuations came out. Everyone turned their heads, and saw Errol silently activating 5 spell scrolls. 5-dimensional anchors. 1-dimensional anchor is not enough. What about 5? Lord Marquis? The scene became extremely silent for a while, and Lord Morse did not speak. If I am not mistaken, Lord Marquis should rely on the teleportation technique obtained from the Little Devil altar. Right? Unfortunately, although the dimensional anchor is only a 6-ring spell, the nature of this spell is very special. As long as it is released, it can continuously enhance the strength of space. 6-dimensional anchors in a small range. Even the 7-ring alien teleportation technique that can teleport across boundaries cannot be used. Errol. Mr. Morse murmured word by word. Errol smiled when he heard it. I actually like what the projector said. Even clay figures have 3 points of anger. In the past, the Marquis was very powerful. I could only endure this 3 points of anger again and again. I had to draw dimensional anchors to suppress it. I drew 1 for each time I endured, and drew 1 for each time I wanted to kill you, and in a blink of an eye. It's 5. I thought I would pass it down to future generations, but I didn't expect that I would have the chance today. My Lord Marquis, I'm sorry. I will use these 5-dimension anchor spell scrolls to send you off today. I wish you a safe journey. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a war broke out instantly. The suspected master-level warriors, and the chariots that could burst out the power of super 6-ring spells became the main output. The mage group sent by many surrounding player guilds arrived one after another. Perhaps there was not even one mage group of 100 players, but a mage group of 60 could produce 100. The 60-man mage group has already reached the threshold of the 3rd-ring mage group. As the gatekeepers of the 3rd-ring mage group, they can already burst out the power of the 5th-ring spells. 1 or 2 5th-ring spells may not be a big deal, but when more than 100 5th-ring spells are bombarded in turn, even the 4th-level knight group can't handle it. It's not that they can't stop it, but they can't afford the consumption. Whenever they want to break out, the suspected master-level warriors will suppress them. There is also Emoland's chariot, and the elemental cannons can also cause him a heavy blow. The 4th-level silver knights seem to be able to connect heaven and earth to restore themselves. Even in a high-intensity battle, they still had spare strength, prolonging the battle. This battle lasted until the evening. During this period, after the silver knights had incurred huge losses, the suspected master-level warriors withdrew midway. Fortunately, at that time, tens of thousands of player mages had used stone wall magic to build a circular steep mountain, cooperating with the mage group, the chariot, which suppressed it and prevented it from running away. The reduction in the intensity of the battle is also one of the reasons why the silver knights can persist for so long. Finally, under the orange-red sunset glow, Emoland's elemental cannon became the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely defeating the silver wolf and causing heavy casualties in the silver knights. Marquis Morse also died on the spot in this elemental cannon. Finally dead, Emoland and the president next to him looked at each other, breathed a sigh of relief, and said in unison, "Hey, which guild are you from? I still don't know which guild you belong to after so long." "Our Shanghai guild, my name is Qin Ding. The mountains and seas separate the love, the mountains and seas that cannot be leveled? Oh no, the mountains and seas in the classic of mountains and seas. We are planning to write another classic of mountains and seas." "Ha ha, okay, I'm Emoland, nice to meet you. Hey, how can I not know Emotion if you have time? Emotion. Come to our guild for dinner. The food we eat is definitely something you have never seen before. Then I will really come to eat someday, but let's talk about this next time. Let's finish this trip first. Morse is dead, and the entire kingdom has to be rebuilt. If it is true as Morse said, this area was in chaos before. Then in the hands of us players. It can't be worse than in the hands of Morse. Or in the hands of the nobles. Right? Indeed. Some are busy. Emoland and Qin Ding stepped forward together, looking at the fallen silver knights, and waved their hands. And many players came on the field to tie them up. They still wanted to resist, but their injuries and weak bodies did not allow them to do so. At this moment, Emoland saw the action of the leader of the Silver Knights, and his face suddenly changed. Not good. Chapter 354. Not only not sad, I even feel like laughing. Not good. Emoland saw the leader of the Silver Knights regain some strength and reached for a pendant on his neck. Emoland's magician's hand was formed to control his hand, but he shook his fighting spirit and instantly broke free from the control, grabbing the pendant on his neck. Emoland looked intently, and saw that it was a silver-white wolf head, which was crushed by him in just a moment. A ray of light dissipated, and disappeared between heaven and earth, and the crushed wolf head also turned into powder, and disappeared without a trace when the wind blew. Emolan's face suddenly became ugly, and Qin Ding's face was also a little ugly. Emotion. What was that just now? A silver-white wolf head. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the key for the Silver Knights to become a 4th-level knights. But now, it's ruined. Qin Ding was silent for a long time. Seeing this, other players immediately controlled everyone more quickly to prevent this situation from happening again. Alas. Emolan sighed slightly. It was indeed a pity. But there was nothing he could do. As soon as the silver-white giant wolf was broken, they began to control people. However, the things hanging on people's necks could be obtained with just one hand, and no one could stop him. Emolan just silently recalled the feeling just now. In order to control the hand of the leader of the Silver-White Knights, his mental power turned into a mage's hand next to his neck. With the mental power condensed, the silver-white wolf head hanging on the pendant was naturally within his perception. The silver-white wolf head was like silver casting, with a smooth surface without any lines, just like an ordinary pendant. The carving effect of this pendant is very strong, lifelike, and the wolf's eyes exude a wildness, as if it were a real wild wolf. What attracted Emolan's attention even more was that the silver-white wolf head could not be penetrated by spiritual power at all, but a rather mysterious aura could be felt on its surface, which made Emolan quite happy. The silver-white wolf head was broken, and Emolan gained nothing, realized nothing, and didn't know where it came from. He didn't gain anything related to the silver-white giant wolf, but in one direction, Emolan gained something. Combined with the master-level warrior who was killed before, the warrior who was suspected to be a master-level warrior just now, Emolan had some enlightenment in his heart. The specific knowledge did not increase, but Emolan might know which direction he should work hard in. Maybe these warriors can know a little bit, and this hot. In addition, there must be relevant information stored in the palace. Qin Ding's tone suddenly stagnated as he spoke. The palace is gone, so it is probably gone. Qin Ding fell into silence again. Emolan patted his shoulder when he saw this. Don't be too sad, it's gone. It's gone. The main thing is that the Morse family has been removed, and we players will develop in the future. There shouldn't be any nobles who are not afraid of death, and continue to seek death, and continue to be hostile to players. Right? Even if there are. Don't be afraid, with the current strength and progress of players, it's still unclear who will beat whom. Qin Ding nodded. It's okay, I'm not sad, just a little sad. Now that I think about it, these text materials are easy to break, because they are inherently fragile. Even if they are in the treasury, they probably won't be spared from the explosion. After all, with such a large equivalent, even the treasury will be blown open. But other things are different. There are always treasures that are strong, fire-resistant, and high-temperature resistant. Such a large treasure house can definitely leave a large number of treasures. And those that can enter the Morse treasure house are definitely valuable. And they will still make a fortune. Qin Ding was not so sad as he spoke. But Emolan's expression was a little strange after hearing it. Treasure house? Emolan silently opened the message panel and looked at it. After searching for a while, he found a message he wanted to see. He silently patted Qin Ding's shoulder. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Emolan was not sad, and even wanted to laugh. President. Emotion. I have finished asking questions. The ordinary soldiers know nothing, and the commander committed suicide. Emolan and Qin Ding frowned when they heard this. Where is the deputy commander? It can't be that he is the only commander. Right? Even if the deputy commander doesn't know at first, he can guess something after a long time. Hearing Emolan's words, the player said with a wry smile, he knows a little, but what he knows is limited. I asked the 3 deputy commanders who are still alive separately, and the answers are similar. He should not be lying. They all said that they were training together, cultivating tacit understanding and other normal ways of cultivating knights. The only difference was that he said that the wolf head on the commander's neck had integrated a trace of their spiritual power, or a trace of their soul. Anyway, it was something similar, so that they could achieve a telepathic connection, and 100 people could understand each other as one. The key to their crossing the threshold of the 4th level knights and achieving resonance among 100 people was the silver-white wolf head. As for what it was, they didn't know. From what they said, Only Marquis Morse and the commander of the knights, who were most loyal to him, could know it. Marquis Morse is dead, and the leader of the knights has indeed proved his loyalty. It's hidden so tightly, I can only explore it bit by myself. No way, I even suspect that this kind of thing is only passed on by word of mouth, and will not be put on paper. You know, this can protect the country. In other words, this is the secret that can make you the founding emperor. I am not surprised no matter how much he keeps it secret. Qin Ding nodded. Then do you think the heir of Marquis Morse will know this secret? Emolan shook his head when he heard this. It's hard to say. Marquis Morse is still in his prime. I'm not optimistic. Qin Ding rubbed his brows when he heard this. Forget it. Forget it. These things give me a headache just thinking about them. Let's go, God Mo, let's go to the palace. Let's go dig for treasure. Speaking of this, Qin Ding suddenly became happy again. Now our players have surrounded the palace, just waiting for us to open the prize. I hope you can be so happy later. Emolan said silently in his heart, and then showed a sincere smile on his face. Okay. I'll drive. You take my car? Emolan pointed at the chariot and said, which surprised Qin Ding. Can I get in the car? Or should I sit on the top? Take the car. There's nothing you can't see. Qin Ding walked into the cabin with great expectation, but fell silent when he saw the simple cockpit. Only the mechanical-style driving seat satisfied his fantasy. Be prepared? Huh? Qin Ding was a little surprised. Shouldn't he sit well? Why should he be prepared? However, when the car started, Qin Ding's face changed instantly. He turned his head and saw that Emolan and others did not sit down. They were all suspended in the air. And then, they all looked at him. Emolan smiled and helped him float up. He had no ill intentions. Just a joke. And then broke the mythical impression of the chariot in their minds. The chariot was very fast. And soon, the palace arrived. Qin Ding got off the car with great anticipation. Chapter 355 Terrifying Power. Treasure House. Treasure House. Hee. Although Qin Ding was physically uncomfortable sitting in the car, this did not affect his expectations and joy. This is the treasure house of a kingdom. No one knows how many good things and treasures are in it. To say it is priceless may just be an insult. As soon as Qin Ding got out of the car, one player after another came over. Obviously they had been waiting for a long time. After coming over, they greeted Emolan and introduced themselves. These were all the presidents of the King's Capital Guild, that is, Qin Ding's partners, and one of the masterminds of bombing the palace. After exchanging a few words of praise, they walked towards the palace together. The palace, which was originally well defended, majestic, and magnificent, had now become a ruin. Although the elemental stones used as the palace walls had not been destroyed, they had collapsed and were scattered everywhere. Apart from other things, the value of these elemental stones alone was a terrifying figure. The players who surrounded the palace did not enter the palace to avoid suspicion, but stayed outside to sort out these elemental stones, sorted them out one by one, and then summarized and counted them for later distribution. Emotion, we plan to distribute the palace according to value. First, sort out all the things, and then each guild will take a certain share. Originally, this was to be distributed by the 39 large guilds in our capital, but in this battle, if we count individual contributions, Emotion contributed the most, otherwise we would definitely not be able to keep this Silver Knights. So, I will round up all the gains this time for Emotion, and take 10%. Can Emotion accept it? Then I'll take advantage of it. Emolan said with a smile, and Qin Ding and others were relieved when they heard it, understanding that Emolan agreed. They were afraid that Emolan would be greedy. If Emolan was really greedy, then they might have to cut off their losses. It was not because they were generous, but mainly because they really could not beat Emolan. This game world was still a world where the strong were respected. If Emolan was greedy and wanted to take the lion's share, it would be useless even if they spread the news and ruined Emolan's reputation. Emolan would not get these benefits even if they ruined his reputation. These benefits still belong to Emolan. If they could negotiate now, it would be the best result. You know, although the situation in the palace is still unclear, but based on their previous understanding, if the treasures in the palace were converted into money according to the market price, it would be at least in the hundreds of millions, or even billions. Of course, although this 10% is a lot, although it is hard to give, no one jumped out to say no. After all, these people are not stupid. Then we will reduce this 10% share year on year, and free up this 10%. Is that okay? Qin Ding said to the other presidents. And the presidents nodded. No problem. Okay. Well, emotion. Do you need to send someone to sort it out? We will do this. Search in different areas and teams. And each team will have people from each of our guilds. And record the whole process. No need. Just send me a copy of the recording and video. Okay. After saying this, Qin Ding rubbed his hands excitedly. Since everything has been agreed upon, let's start the prize draw. The treasury of the palace. Swish. Follow me. Qin Ding led the way to the ruins. The kingdom had already turned into a ruin. The only wreckage was the foundation of the outermost circle of the city wall. There was too much gunpowder buried, and the power of the explosion was beyond imagination. It even directly formed a mushroom cloud. Its horror can be imagined. At that time, the power of the explosion was upward, directly lifting everything above, melting everything above, and the flames and shock waves soared into the sky. This is how the master warrior was severely injured. In this case, not much can be left. But according to the degree of damage to the outer city walls, they speculated that the treasure house with more stringent defense and higher construction strength should still have debris. The fragile things in the debris may have been destroyed, but the hard treasures will definitely be left in the aftermath of the explosion. And these are their goals. There were many speculations before, but when they really came in, they found that the power of the explosion was much stronger than they expected. Very few of them had ever been exposed to explosions, and there was no one who was proficient in explosions. And those who had seen mushroom cloud equivalent experiments or participated in such explosions were also legends to them. This unknown made them worry about the lack of power. While frantically piling up gunpowder, they also misjudged the power of the explosion. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the kingdom can still be said to be ruins, but a little closer is a scorched earth. And when they walked further in, entered the real inner perimeter of the palace, they suddenly discovered the core of the explosion. A big pit had appeared here, everything had disappeared, the ground had crystallized, and it was shining under the sun. Everyone fell into silence, and Qin Ding was also stunned. Oh! This. Qin Ding, are you sure the treasury can withstand this level of explosion? If it was an explosion on the surface, it would be fine, but this happened underground, under the treasury. Probably can't withstand it. Right? Qin Ding was also a little at a loss. If everything inside the palace was reduced to ashes in the explosion, then the harvest might only be the elemental stones in the city wall, and the underground warehouses that might exist outside. These might allow them to recover their investment, or make a small profit, but the gap from the expected sudden wealth was too big, and for a moment, there was a huge gap in their hearts. The imaginary billionaire grew wings and flew away. Qin Ding, be more confident, remove the question mark, this is definitely not possible. Everyone fell into a deep silence. The power of the explosion was too great, so they didn't know what to say for a moment. And Imolan didn't say anything at this time, but opened his mental power to sense silently. It was not to sense the existence of the treasure house, but to sense the dense, violent, and destructive fire elements around. The elements permeate the sky and earth, and are everywhere in the environment, and no matter whether it is human, animal, or plant, they will not be harmed by the elements in the environment, whether it is fire element, water element, or thunder element. But standing on this crystallized explosion ground, Imolan felt a slight burning sensation on his skin. This was caused by the fire elements around him. These fire elements were more violent than he could imagine, and carried a hint of destruction. They turned from harmless fire elements to violent fire elements with a destructive aura. Normal fire elements will not cause any effect on people even if they become violent. If you want the elements to cause harm to people or other objects, you must use magic to activate some of the essence of the elements. Imolan said silently in his heart. And the fire elements here can already cause a slight burning sensation, which is obviously because a certain essence has been activated. The root cause is that it has undergone a process similar to magic. But obviously no one is casting a spell here. Only the explosion of gunpowder just now. Chapter 356. The treasure house is still there, but it's empty. The explosion caused by gunpowder, all other elements were expelled, leaving only the fire element. The explosion caused by gunpowder, but affected the fire element, causing it to riot. The explosion caused by gunpowder, but produced an effect similar to the process of spells. Imolan thought silently in his heart. If it is based on common sense, the process of gunpowder explosion should be to burn violently first, accumulate a lot of heat energy in an instant, and then cause it to expand rapidly. Then the expansion causes the explosion, and the greater the expansion multiple of gunpowder, the greater the power. In the whole process, combustion and accumulation of heat energy belong to chemical reactions, while expansion and explosion are simple physical reactions. So which process caused the abnormality of the fire element? If you think about it simply, chemical reactions should be more likely to cause the abnormal movement of the fire element. Emolan thought to himself. But why do I always feel that the abnormal movement of the fire element comes from the explosion behind? But if it comes from the explosion, then why would the simple volume expansion repel other elements, and cause the abnormal movement of the fire element? Why would it form something similar to a spell process, so that the fire element can cause damage? Is this really because of an explosion? The explosion in reality is like this. Will the explosion in the game be like this too? There should be no elements in reality, so no elements participate in the explosion. Then what about in the game? Is there an influence of the fire element in the explosion? Or is there the participation of the fire element? Oh, the substances and elements in the game world can be converted into each other. Based on this, the fire element must be involved in the process of gunpowder explosion. After Emolan confirmed this, his interest in gunpowder became stronger. What is the effect of the spell? Activate a certain characteristic of the element. And what does it mean to activate a certain characteristic of the element without the use of a spell? That means the characteristic of the element itself, or the essence of the element. And if you study it thoroughly, then you can become a master. At this time, Emolan suddenly felt that the death of the master-level warrior of the Morse Kingdom was not too unfair. If Emolan's guess was correct, the master-level warrior also died from something that was closer to the essence, and closer to the master level. The explosion of gunpowder is not so simple, so easy. It's a pity that I was not next to it when it exploded, not at the center of the explosion. Otherwise, even if I tried my best to revive on the spot, it would be worth it to die a few more times. I would definitely gain a lot. I would definitely understand a lot of things. What a pity. Emolan was quite disappointed. There is no condition now. I will start studying the relationship between gunpowder and fire element after I go back. But it is impossible to replicate the explosion in the palace. It is unrealistic. It requires too much gunpowder. Emolan was more and more disappointed. With his current strength, it is not easy to produce the amount of gunpowder that can directly blow him to death and kill him instantly. It takes a lot of time and a lot of cost. And there was an explosion that could easily vaporize him. But it was missed. In fact, Emolan had another idea in his mind. Huge amounts of gunpowder could cause a spell-like effect, which might involve the essence of the effect. What about the nucleus? If the effect of gunpowder can be simulated by spells, what about the nucleus? Emolan was excited, and then he gathered his mind, walked around in this crystallized land, wandered around, and his mental power spread out, continuously collecting the characteristics and data of the restless fire elements around him. There was also a trace of destructive breath in the fire element. Emolan paid special attention to it, be familiar with it, understand it, research it, and test its properties. As the range of movement expanded, Emolan obtained a large amount of data, all of which were memorized in his brain. At this moment, a surprised voice interrupted Emolan's progress. Found it. The treasure house is still there. Ha! Ha ha! Qin Ding's laughter echoed in this crystallized land. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and then asked in surprise, "Where is it? What's the situation?" Everyone hurriedly gathered over. But when they found Qin Ding, they saw nothing. But before Qin Ding could speak, they all received the information, and smiles bloomed on their faces. Ha ha! This treasury's defense is really strong. The explosion that could kill a master-level warrior didn't destroy the treasury. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect the explosion to blow the entire treasury away. It ended up in the ruins outside the palace. I almost didn't find it. Hey, are you sure this is a treasury? Don't be disappointed. Don't worry. It has been confirmed. The main structure is still intact under the explosion. It looks like an underground building. The strength is so high that it can't be damaged. If this is not a treasury, what is it? Even if it's not the treasury we are looking for, then your stuff must be precious enough. That's right. But we can't destroy it. We can't open it. Right? But by the way, this treasury is actually intact under the explosion. Don't worry. It's just that the main structure is intact. There are many cracks and holes. Do you know what the situation is? It is enough to prevent the things inside from exploding head-on, and it is just the gap that allows us to enter. This is basically the best situation. Don't dawdle, go quickly, now they are guarding outside and haven't entered, just waiting for us to go over. This is a treasure house. We don't know what is inside. We don't know if there is anything inside. The worst result is to make a small profit. The best result is to get rich instantly. Enter the $1 billion club. My heart can't take it anymore. This is more exciting than stock trading and futures with 100 times leverage. Everyone looked at each other after hearing this and walked quickly, and Imolan followed immediately after hearing this, but his emotions were quite subtle, and he didn't know what to say. The treasury is still there, but it's a pity that it's empty. The greater the hope now, the greater the disappointment later, unless. What if the palace has 2 treasuries? Is this one still good? Well, it must be a piece of shit. After walking to the ruins outside the palace, everyone saw the building lying on the ground at a glance, and many players surrounded it. The building is not small, half of it is sunken, and the shape of the building is very strange. You can tell at a glance that it is not a surface building. The whole building is built with pieces of stone. There is a metallic luster between the gaps between the stone. It is obvious that metal casting is used, but at this time, there are many cracks and gaps on it. Qin Ding took a deep breath after entering, then walked in slowly with his heart beating violently. There are many compartments in the treasure house. The first compartment he entered was empty. Qin Ding's heart skipped a beat after he found this, and he had an ominous premonition, and hurriedly quickened his pace to enter other compartments. Checking one by one, empty, empty, Qin Ding walked faster and faster, but the result was no different, empty, all empty. Qin Ding's head was dizzy instantly, and it seemed that such a sentence rang in his ears. The treasure house is still there, but it is empty. Chapter 357 Beat the Evil Fire. Emotion, why don't you look very sad? Qin Ding looked at Imolan, and asked with some doubt. Imolan tried to control his expression and not smile. Otherwise, it would be fine now, but it would be embarrassing for Qin Ding to know that the treasure house was empty by him. I don't have high expectations for the treasure house. I have always recognized only one thing, only what you get is yours, only what you hold firmly is yours. Before I got it, I didn't even consider this treasure house as mine. Do you think? Would you feel sad if you lost something that is not yours? At most, you would be a little disappointed. It is unrealistic to feel sad. But you are different. You have been planning for a long time, and have long regarded the treasure house as your own. Now that your own things are gone, you will feel so sad. I think you should think more open-mindedly. Isn't it normal for something that you didn't get to have some accidents? Isn't it normal for a loophole in the plan? And look at the traces of this treasure house. It is obvious that you are the first one to enter after the explosion. If so, it means that they didn't take it away with the help of your explosion. It means that they didn't pick your peaches. But they had planned it long ago. Then why are you still angry? Are you one step slower than others? Then you can be faster next time. What are you sad about? Imolan explained seriously, but Qin Ding looked at Imolan with some suspicion. He suddenly realized that although Imolan did not show it, he seemed to know something, and knew who started it first. Emotion, you are right, but this is a treasure house, after it is divided. It may be worth billions. Maybe you can directly enter the $1 billion club. Although I can't get it myself, even if I use it all to develop the association, it will be great to develop the guild. No need to be tight. No need to beg for help. You can realize and develop all the ideas in your mind at will. Imolan looked at Qin Ding with some doubts when he heard it. Why must it be a treasury? Aren't I one now? Qin Ding was stunned. Imolan pointed at the chariot and said, This chariot contains the technology of the Mage Tower, the technology of the elemental cannon, the technology of the elemental engine, and is made of extremely valuable strategic resource elemental metals. You said that if I auction this chariot as a whole and the technology together, is it less than 100 million? How is it possible? If I want to sell it, 100 million is just the starting price. Right? Qin Ding was stunned. A guild president nearby came over immediately after hearing this. Mohen, you want to sell the chariot and its technology? 100 million? Really? No. Imolan pushed him away and continued to talk to Qin Ding. Hey, look. But if you don't sell it, you still have no money. This net worth is different from cash. If you calculate it this way, the net worth of the largest guild in the capital is also an astronomical figure. If it is raised, the market value is also in tens of millions. Hundreds of millions. But it can't be used before it is converted into cash. Qin Ding was still struggling. And Imolan said lightly when he saw this. Although I don't have money to spend, I don't sell technology, but I can sell authorization. I authorize others to use it, and it's free. Although it's mainly technology exchange, I still collect a portion of money to pay benefits and subsidies. Also, as for the ideas I want to realize, I can do whatever I want. Why do I need money to do it? I sorted out the smaller ones, and threw them to the project teams under me. They are all mature project teams, and they can raise investment on their own. As for the bigger ones, I will do it myself. If there is not enough money, I will leak a little bit of information, so that those who want to give me money can collapse my magic tower. I never consider what you said. Why do I need to consider so much? Qin Ding was silent. Why do I need to consider so much about money? The Mage Association is already a mature association. It can make money and find resources by itself. Oh no! The resources are already mature resources. They will be packaged and gathered by themselves. Money is not important. It is just a number in my account. Whether it is 7 or 8 digits. It does not matter much. Oh! This. The president who wanted to buy a tank just now also nodded and said. What Emotion said makes sense, I think so too. Qin Ding was silent. We are different. I thought we were all the same, but you and I are different. The other guild leaders sighed, sympathized with each other, and patted Qin Ding on the shoulder. It's okay, we are all the same. Qin Ding was stunned. No, we are different. I am the first guild in the capital. My scale is at least 1.5 times larger than yours. And as the first, some people have come to me for investment. I also have to have money. I also want to be like them. Many guild leaders, Shrimp and Pork Heart. Okay. Qin Ding said, after seeing that everyone's emotions had stabilized after such a wave. Send a team to sort out the other gains. There's no need to look so miserable, making others think we've lost money. Although the inner part of the palace has been completely destroyed, there are still so many ruins outside, and the outermost elemental stones. Sorry to sort them out, and dig them all out. We can still make back our investment, and still make a fortune. After saying this, Qin Ding looked around. In addition, as far as I know, the Red Maple City's Niehua Association had already sent people to infiltrate the palace a few months ago. They are the best players who sneaked into the palace, and are the most favored by Marquis Morse. I didn't care before, but now it seems that he must have taken the treasure first. I am not as skilled as him, and I am one step behind him. There is nothing to say, but I have to vent my anger. After all these things are over, how about we all beat up Niehua together to vent our anger? Okay. Beat up Niehua. Beat up Niehua. Beat up Niehua. Gung Tao? Emolan watched silently from the side, his mouth twitching slightly. And Qin Ding saw him turn around and asked. Emotion. Are you familiar with Gung Tao and the Niehua Guild? If you are familiar with them. No. I don't know him. I am ashamed to be friends with him. Emolan immediately waved his hand and said. Determined to sever all relations with Gung Tao. Oh. If you are not familiar with him, then forget it. Qin Ding did not doubt it, and continued to turn around and shouted loudly. Okay. We will beat Niehua later, and then we will put Gung Tao in a sack together. As for now, everyone will get busy and sort out the palace. Emotion said it well. What you get is yours, and what you don't get is yours. Let's get these first. Okay. Players from major guilds entered in large numbers, and the ruins outside the kingdom were sorted one by one, and the harvest was piled up together. Elemental stone, armor mixed with elemental metal, weapons, copper NAS melted into a ball, silver NAS, gold NAS. Chapter 358, Dividing the Loot. Today is such a happy day. Emolan looked at the garbage that was cleared out from the ruins bit by bit, and felt very happy. Although these things looked like garbage, they were actually worth a lot of money. For Emolan, and for the Mage Association, it was a small fortune. Although the core area of the palace had been completely destroyed and melted, the palace was so large after all, and it was unknown how much wealth it contained. The explosion did not completely destroy it, and now it was all being excavated bit by bit. Lu Bin, you are responsible for the connection here. I'll leave first. Oh, okay. At this moment, Lu Bin also turned into a garbage man and searched in the ruins. It didn't matter whether it was money or not. He just liked the feeling of treasure hunting. And Emolan said hello to Qin Ding and left directly. After leaving the upcoming scene of dividing the spoils, he went directly to another scene of dividing the spoils. The Earl's Manor. Emolan was full of expectations along the way. He entered the manor with a good mood and found Yifei and Gung Tao. They were now in a small room. Emolan pushed the door open and went in, but was shocked when he saw Gung Tao. Gung Tao. What happened to you? Your face is bruised and swollen? I almost didn't recognize you. Gung Tao rolled his eyes and said depressedly, Don't mention it. I went out before. I was fine when I went out. When I came back, someone put a sack on me and hit me with a club. They didn't kill me, but they beat me up. It's been a long time, and the wound on my face hasn't healed yet. Oh, then I probably know what happened. Emolan held back his laughter. Didn't Qin Ding's group blow up the capital? They have long been eyeing the kingdom's treasury. As soon as they got rid of Marquis Morse, they took people to the palace to build a treasury. Found it? Gung Tao asked in confusion. The place where the treasury was located was melted by the high temperature of the explosion. Puff, won't Qin Ding cry to death? After working so hard for so long, the explosion, he arranged destroyed his target. Gung Tao tried his best not to laugh. When did I say it was destroyed? It was just blown away and fell to the periphery. Oh, won't Qin Ding laugh to death? After despair? There is hope again. Wait, the treasury has been emptied by us, which means that even if he goes there, he can only see an empty room. Isn't this seeing hope in despair? And then hope turns into despair again. The treasure house is still there, but it's a pity that it's empty. Ha ha ha. Gung Tao finally couldn't help laughing out loud. And Emolan smiled and said, The more desperate they are, the more resentful they are. Huh? What's wrong with the resentment? Gung Tao said puzzledly. They insist that you emptied the treasure house in advance, and they only admit that their skills are not as good as others. Gung Tao couldn't laugh at the moment he heard this, and his smile gradually disappeared. Dozens of guild leaders have decided to beat up Niehua, put you in a sack, and hit you like crazy. Emolan looked Gung Tao up and down, and laughed. It seems that they are very efficient. At least the speed of information transmission is very fast. Emolan patted Gung Tao on the shoulder. Come on. Gung Tao's face was instantly sad, and Yi-Fei saw it and patted his shoulder with pity. Come on. It's not fair. Why do everyone share the benefits? And I am the only one who bears the blame? The more capable, the more work. Emolan and Yi-Fei were careless and quickly skipped this topic. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a look at our harvest. After spending such a huge price, the harvest must be very touching. Right? Yes. It cost such a huge price. Gung Tao was suddenly stunned while talking. Wait. What did you two spend? One of you sent a space box, and the other sent a magic-breaking warrior. That's all. From beginning to end, it only cost a huge price to send one person. Okay. You two are showing off. And I am the only one who is beaten. Uh-huh. Is that so? Then don't worry about these details. Open the box quickly. Yi-Fei and Gung Tao immediately focused all their attention on the dozens of boxes in front of them. Before, these boxes were stored in a space box. But because the space elements were exhausted, they all took out the space boxes and placed them outside. Each one was placed separately. At this moment, even Gung Tao and Yi-Fei, who entered the kingdom treasury in person, were full of expectations. Before, the time was tight, and the task was heavy. Everyone was desperately using space boxes to pack things. Who would care about what was high value, and what was low value? Anyway, the shelves that can be put into the treasury must not be low, and it would be a profit to put them in the space box and take them back. So in fact, Gung Tao and Yi-Fei were not very clear about what was inside, and how precious it was, so they felt similar to Emolan at the moment. Then the three of them took out everything from the space box bit by bit. Various kinds of magic potions, various small pieces of elemental metals, and extraordinary cores. When these things came together, Emolan suddenly felt the elemental fluctuations gradually increasing. Feeling this scene, Emolan was immediately shocked and took a deep breath. The element fluctuations are too strong. How many things have you taken out? If you take them all out, I even suspect that all the strong men in the capital can feel the element fluctuations at this moment. There is no way. Each of these treasures contains extremely rich elements, and they are closely related to the elements. One or two or nothing, but this is too much. Emotion, do you have any solution? Leave it to me. Emolan immediately set up a circle of forbidden magic field around him after hearing this. The forbidden magic field was activated, and the elements within the range fell silent instantly, and the element fluctuations naturally disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Emolan discovered that the forbidden magic field seemed to have a miraculous effect on preserving treasures. Emolon noticed it when the element fluctuations were caused before. Since each element had its own strong element fluctuations, and each was different, they would corrode each other. Once corroded by other elements, the originally pure impurities would be added, and the value would be greatly reduced. Under the forbidden magic field, the elements would be silent, so this would not happen. Emolan's thoughts drifted for a while, and then he focused on the large number of space boxes in front of him again. They had just opened 2 space boxes. Emolon looked at the treasures he opened, and was silent for a while, then turned and walked out. After a while, with the roar of the engine, the chariot stopped directly at the door, and the slowly rising magic tower exuded an amazing detent force. It must be safe now. Let's continue. Chapter 359, Opening the Blind Box. The chariot was parked behind them, and the 3 of them felt full of security. After the master-level warriors were blown to death, and the Silver Knights were destroyed, the chariot was already one of the top combat forces in the capital. There may be warriors who can match the chariot, but it is absolutely impossible to rob things under the water shield of the chariot, otherwise. You can get in, but you can't get out. Anyway, Emolon is like this, full of security. As for Yifei, whether Gung Tao feels safe or not, Emolon can't beat him alone, and adding a chariot doesn't make any difference, then it must be safe. However, hey Emolon, why did you spend another half an hour erecting the mage tower? Can't the mage tower be used to cast spells when it is horizontal? Yifei, although Gung Tao didn't have time to watch the live broadcast at that time, but for such a sensational event, people in the guild would naturally record the video for them to watch, so as soon as they came out, they had already watched the entire battle process that shocked the entire game. No, the mage tower must be erected. Emolon shook his head and said, but didn't you cast spells when it was horizontal before? That was an overload of work in a hurry, which would cause great damage to the mage tower. After all, you all know that it is too disadvantageous to erect a horizontal mage tower. How can I tolerate such a big disadvantage? This overload working mode is the solution. It forces the mage tower to operate while it is horizontal to prevent unexpected situations. However, this will cause great damage to the mage tower, so it must be erected under normal circumstances. Emolon said seriously. Really? So you chased and killed others for several hours under extreme conditions? Emolon blinked and shrugged when he heard it. Well, mainly because it doesn't look good if it's not upright. After all, being strong is a matter of time. Being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. A magician tower casting spells horizontally is so ungentlemanly. And then it just deceives some fools. The 2 of them twitched their mouths slightly when they heard it. Then why are you still saying that? Isn't it embarrassing to make it up? Embarrassing? What's embarrassing? What if there are fools who still believe it? Then we will know who is embarrassed. Yifei and Gung Tao looked at each other, wanting to refute, but suddenly they didn't know what to say. Hearing you say that, it's really possible. It's outrageous. Right. I think so too. The world is full of fools, Emolon said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about this. The water shield has been opened now. Continue? Hearing this, the 2 of them once again focused their attention on the space boxes in front of them. Rubbing their hands together, one box after another was opened, and one treasure after another exuded its aura, making the 3 of them dazzled. However, as more and more boxes were opened, their methods changed from being cautious at the beginning to being extremely rough. Open the box, turn it over, pour the contents out directly, and pile them all together. After all the boxes were opened, and all the contents were piled together, several small hills appeared in front of Emolon and others, each of which was larger than the chariot. In the water shield technique, the elements that were affected were extremely dense, even liquefied into extremely thick mist that slowly flowed in the air. If it weren't for the suppression of the magic forbidden force field, Emolon had no doubt that the aura of these things would soar into the sky, and directly alarm the entire capital. At this time, a question suddenly arose, and this question made the 3 people fall into silence. Speaking of which, our division ratio is 334. Gung Tao 4. And us 3. But it's so messy. How can it be 334? Emolon pointed to a few hills and said, somewhat helplessly, there are all kinds of elemental metals, of different sizes and properties. There are all kinds of magic plants, different levels, different sizes, different properties. There are all kinds of magic potions, also different. Even if they are of the same level and size, different types have different prices. Only the spell model is easier to solve. Each person can just copy one. Even the extraordinary core is not easy to solve. Even if they are of the same level, different spells have different prices. How do we divide them? Gung Tao and I had planned before. Every item, everything will be evaluated for price. Who will take which? How to compensate the other party? We have discussed it. Yifei said slowly. Emolan said silently, pointing to several hills. Are you sure? How about this? I'll make it easier for you. Don't ask me to evaluate the price of each item. Don't consider me. As long as you and Gung Tao agree, it's fine. And don't ask me to do the work. Yifei was a little helpless. It's not realistic now. Before, we thought we could only bring out a little bit. It wouldn't take much time to be more meticulous. If we still do it so meticulously now, it will take forever. It's not impossible. The lower value ones should be rougher. And the most precious ones should be more meticulous. It's almost the same. Find more people. And it won't take long. It's not realistic. Emolan shook his head. It doesn't matter if we are a little casual. But once people from each guild come up, the negotiation of each item will drag on for a very long time. Because we are not evaluating the value for the sake of evaluating the value, but evaluating the value for the sake of distribution. Which is different. Even if the low-value items are put out, they are one of the best items in an ordinary auction. And their value is very high. People from our respective associations will definitely be very careful about each one. And even argue for a long time. Because the price is too high. They dare not make the decision. And will only choose to do the work carefully. What should we do? The three of them fell silent again. And Gung Tao spoke after a moment of hesitation. If we don't want to be too meticulous and waste too much time, then why not just be a little rougher? How do you say that? First, classify different items into different categories, metals into metals, potions into potions, and then between each category, we don't distinguish between values, regardless of value, we only consider the energy level. This is much simpler, there won't be too many disputes. Then what? Then divide them into equal parts, and put them all into the space box. The energy level of the things in each space box is the same, they are the same size, so they have the same value in a certain sense. Then it's easy, draw lots according to each share, whichever you draw is the one. Maybe someone will lose a lot if they are unlucky, but the energy level is the same, the quantity is the same, the loss won't be that big. How about it? Emolan nodded after a moment of silence. Although it's a bit crude, this may be the most efficient way. And it won't cause any disputes, it all depends on good luck or bad luck, and although bad luck will cause a little loss, it's just like what Gung Tao said. There is not much difference. We three are the decision makers. For the three of us, this is within the acceptable range. I agree. Since you all agree, I have no objection. Let's do it this way. The three reached a consensus, but Zhang Guangma and others beside them were confused. Please, this is a treasure worth billions. Can you not be so casual? Can you not treat it as a joke, something worth billions? You just use it to open blind boxes? Can you be a little more respectful? Chapter 360. I won't tell anyone later, because I've already told anyone. I'm ashamed to be with this group of people. As a mage, you should be rigorous, serious, careful, patient. Zhang Guanma shouted in his heart. Guanma, go find a pair of dice. Oh, okay. After a while, each of the three families came with a dice. Come on, roll the dice. No one is allowed to cheat. Those who cheat will be beaten to death after resurrection. Bad luck will continue. You will definitely get double the money when you go out to buy groceries. Da-da-da. 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 The dice kept rolling, and each point divided the space box. With deliberate distribution, a total of 30 boxes were packed. At the end, there were 9 boxes next to Emolan and Yifei, and 12 boxes next to Gung Tao. Okay. Distribution completed. Emolan directly moved the space boxes onto the chariot in front of everyone. After moving all the boxes, he glanced at Gung Tao, thought for a while, and suddenly said, By the way, Gung Tao, I almost forgot one thing. The news that you stole the treasure house has probably spread. Money can attract people's attention. The headquarters of your Niehua guild is not in the capital. Maybe they are planning to do something bad to you, and take away the peach. It could be a player, or it could be an aboriginal. You should be careful. Gung Tao was not worried at all when he heard this, and waved his hand casually. It's okay, don't worry about me, I have experience in this. Emolan was stunned when he heard this, recalling the time when Gung Tao was beaten up by Yifei, and others in Hongfeng City. Okay, I said too much. Emolan shrugged and looked at Yifei, and then said, Hey Yifei, although you are not exposed, you are a little safer, but there is no impenetrable wall in the world. You don't know when Geng Tao will sell you out to attract attention, and then run away. Hey. 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 Emolan, what do you mean? Say bad things about me in front of me, and stir up the relationship between our brothers. Do I look like that kind of person? Yifei. Do you think I look like that kind of person? Yifei shook his head, looking at Emolan and said seriously, Don't worry. Emotion. I trust Geng Tao very much. Geng Tao raised his chin to Emolan proudly, but then Yifei's words made his face stiffen. He is that kind of person. He definitely planned to do so. I can be sure of that. So I have been prepared for a long time. Nonsense, no, how is it possible? I don't think so now. Yifei rolled his eyes. What about the future? How do I know about the future? The future? Can the future thoughts be the same as the current thoughts? How can you anyway? It's not. Ha ha ha. Emolan and Yifei laughed loudly. Geng Tao also laughed loudly, patted Yifei on the shoulder, and said proudly, You still understand me. But you still guessed wrong. You don't know me well enough. I spread the news before I came here. I did it with you. Emotion. Yifei's face froze, and his smile gradually disappeared. Don't worry. I'll help you attract attention later. And we'll break through together. Aren't you afraid that Emotion will beat you? Yifei said faintly. No. Emotion has packed his things. Once the chariot rushes, who can stop him? Who dares to stop him? Does it matter to him whether others know or not? Emotion is strong enough and has enough confidence to face all challenges. Emotion, isn't that right? Geng Tao had just finished speaking when he found a fist suddenly appeared in front of him, and then hit his eye. Yifei showed a grim smile on his face, suddenly grabbed Geng Tao, and then punched him in the other eye, then said, You said it in front of me, aren't you afraid that I will hit you? You have already hit me. Oh, I have already hit you, then it's okay. Brothers, retreat. Yifei immediately carried the space boxes onto a cart, and ran away before Geng Tao could react. When Geng Tao saw Yifei leave, he cursed a few words, rubbed his eyes, and then poured out some bone frames from the inside of each coffin, and finally assembled them into a rhino skeleton that was 2 stories high. He stuffed the space box into the skeleton, and sat on the back of the skeleton rhino, preparing to run away. Before leaving, he remembered something and said to Emolan, Emotion. Let's get together later and have a meal. I want to discuss this space box with you. If it doesn't work, you can help me customize a batch of space coffins. This technology is very useful for our necromancer department. Emolan was not surprised at all when he heard it, and nodded. Well, no problem. Zhao Hua has successfully used this technology on coffins. He can also authorize it to you. Just bring the money when the time comes. Thank you. Boom. 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 Emolan was startled when the skeleton rhino moved. The dull sound made the earth seem to shake. This made Emolan look at the skeleton rhino again. The white bones were like white jade, flashing with a little fluorescence. There was no hole on it. It was like an unbreakable hole. When he sensed it carefully, his mental power seemed to be cut off. He could not sense the inside. He could only faintly feel the surging energy inside. Whether or not to block spiritual power seems to be one of the criteria for judging the value of an item. This thing is not simple. I didn't think much of it before. But now it seems that the strength and density of these bones are probably very high. And the weight is probably not inferior to the same volume of steel. Zhao Hua. Your guild has a strong foundation. Zhao Hua did not go to help, but still followed Emolan. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Although Geng Tao is a bit mean, shameless, rogue, and immoral, he is still capable. Moreover, the Niehua Guild has offended so many guilds, but has not been destroyed yet, so even if it has no foundation, it has foundation now. Well, it is true, the bitches are usually capable, because those without ability have usually been beaten to death. Zhang Guangma said with a smile. Yes. Emolan nodded. Okay, everyone go pack up, wait for Lu Bin to come back, then we have to go back after the division of the spoils with Qin Ding is finished. Everyone dispersed after hearing this, and at this moment, a mage suddenly walked over quickly. President. I remember that you seem to be on duty at the gate now. What's the matter with you coming here now? Yes, President, it's like this. Some nobles are waiting for you with their families. About the treasury. No noble would dare to talk to me about the treasury at any time. Right? After all, no matter how stupid you are, there must be a limit. And they won't bring their families with them. Why is that? They came to become my disciples. Become my disciple? Damn, you are indeed a noble. You are so quick to change your mind. So decisive. You can't say you changed your mind with your own will. They also took the letter from the general when they passed the checkpoint before. They said that they had decided long ago. But they were just busy and had time to come now.